And now, live from 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park, it's time to kick off our Miller Lite doubleheader post-game blowout. We start out today's show with the two guys responsible for the best Bears post-game show in the business. Two legendary Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. And later today, starting at noon, stop by and have lunch with Hall of Famer Dan Hampton and Lawrence Holmes as they break down the Bears-Colts game. It's all presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. And here they are, ready to talk Bears, Doug and OB on 670 The Score.
Matt Forte has been brought here to be a workhorse running back. Put your quarterback and your offensive line in the best position to succeed on third down.
Forte with a first down and a lot more, and the rookie from the lane will go into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! A 50-yard gallop! Matt Forte!
It was a quick little run play, and I think I cut off a guard's block, and then the safety came up, and I had to make a miss, and I just took it the rest of the way after that.
And that's brought on the slant, and then the ball is fumbled by Harrison, and it's picked up by Briggs, and he's inside the 10-yard line, and he's going to go in for the touchdown.
And the Bears have authored a beauty in Indianapolis. 29-13 winners over the Colts. Stunning Peyton Manning and company. And revenge, hey, even if it comes in the season opener, 17 games removed from Super Bowl 41, it feels good.
Those highlights courtesy of WFPDM Radio and NBC TV. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube post-game show and the Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. 115 Bourbon Street. That's where we are, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, in Marionette Park, Illinois. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And for those who can't be here at Bourbon Street, watch us live, video streaming at 670thescore.com. I'm Doug Buffone, and he is Ed O'Bradovich.
Nice to see. These are what you call diehard Bear fans coming out this morning. That's awfully great. Nice to see you folks here.
Well, I got to tell you, Ed, watching the game last night and going into the game, and I will say this, I didn't think we had a chance to win the football game. I really didn't. I thought the Colts would beat us, probably with 99.9%, except for I think Dan Hampton picked the Bears to win this game. He's the only guy I know.
He's the only one on this planet. On the planet.
Exactly. So, but the fact was, when we took a look at that game, and I can remember you and I doing many games last year, the Chicago Bear games, and the one thing that was always
drove us nuts,
drove us crazy, was the fact that you say, why can't the Bear defense be aggressive? Why can't they go after the opponents, either their running game or the quarterback? Why can't they just come out and all of a sudden turn those linebackers loose, get after these guys, be the hunter, not the hunted? Boy, I tell you what, defensively last night, that's exactly what we saw. They turned those guys loose. Those ball players, the linebackers, did nothing but just terrorize Peyton Manning. He terrorized the running backs. Briggs, Urlacher, they were all over the place.
Absolutely, Doug. Defensively, one of the things you usually don't see, and not until about the fourth or fifth or sixth game into the season, is with all that quickness we have on our defensive line, those four down linemen, they came out with defensive line tricks, Doug. The end coming around, the tackle going and out, or the two tackles with their tricks, and they coupled them with the linebacking blitz. They camouflaged it wonderfully, Doug. They had the linebackers up in the line, in the slots, in the gaps. Peyton Manning had no idea if they were coming or they weren't coming. They did a great job of camouflage. They'd go or they'd drop back, but they never were in a set defense like they have been, Doug, last year or the year before. I don't know how many times we talked about it, and just let those three talented linebackers drop back in defense and not get into it. Aggressive defense. They were after it. They faked the blitzes. They came with the blitzes. And I tell you what, it was total aggression on the defense. They went after people. And by the way, that is the only way you're going to beat a Tom Brady or a Peyton Manning. You let them sit back there, and in time they will eat you alive. You may lose the game by going after them, by blitzing, but that's the only way you can beat them. And that Steelers did it 3 years ago. And that's the only way. And I tell you what, Doug, to see the Bears come out, to see Bob Babbage, who's taken a beating here in a short year and a half or so, I'll tell you what, and to let those talented football players, and we have 11 talented football players on that defense, with that quickness and that speed, attack Peyton Manning and attack their offense. They shut the run down. Peyton Manning didn't know where to go with that football. He didn't know whether to pass it, run it, or what to do. They shut him down. Offensively, Doug, the things that they did were nice to see starting out the first game. Finally, we went with a no huddle. We did that in the second quarter. Greg Olsen, we saw him at a wideout. Matt Forte, which a great running back has the ability to cut back, and that's what you saw. You see Adrian Peterson from the Vikings. What's the number one thing he has? The ability to cut back, pick up the extra yardage. This kid, Forte, he's got it all, Doug. And Orton, Kyle Orton, his presence in the pocket, Doug, he didn't panic. When the pressure came on him and he saw an open man, he didn't pedal back. He stayed in there, and he fired the ball, and he converted on third down, and he had the wherewithal. When the pressure really came to him, he rolled out and gave him a chance to pick up another first down or get some yardage. And that is a wonderful thing to see. We haven't seen that in a long time. I know it's one game. We don't want to put them all in the Hall of Fame right now. But Lovie Smith, Ron Turner came up with a hell of a plan on offense. And Bob Babbage, I'm glad to see him get very aggressive because we do have a talented defensive team. And if that offense can play like they did, maintain that attitude and that ability to make the blocks and let Forte go, that opens up the passing lanes. And defensively, to stay aggressive no matter who we play, we're going to have a shot. We're truly going to have a shot this year. I know it's one game, but the fact is that's what happened yesterday, Doug. Offense did the job, and defense wiped them out.
Well, the fact is the game itself was won by the coordinators. Now,
Yes.
I say the players played the game. There's no question about it. But players are players.
They have to put the coaches have to put them in position, Doug.
To win. It's like in anything you do. You find somebody who's in charge. They have to put you in a position to win. They put them in that position, defensively and offensively. For example, offensively, did they not double team Freeney on the outside? They kept a linebacker. I mean, they kept a back in and also a tackle to block him so that he wouldn't get sacks. They had the tight ends, as you said, in the backfield. They ran play-action plays
Absolutely.
with the tight end in the backfield. Did they not line the tight end up at wide receiver? When he went out to be a wide receiver spot, the linebacker had to go out there and cover him, and the quarterback saw that, Orton, and they make a 26-yard throw.
Doug, they didn't know what to do.
That's
The Colts
exactly
didn't
right.
know who to put out there, so they figured, well, he's a tight end. Well, you must put a wide out there. And the thing is, you take Olsen, is 6'5" and can run like a deer. And if I'm a cornerback or I'm a linebacker and you got him on in that wide out position, as fast as he can run, are you kidding me? I'm that cornerback. I'm screaming for help. Double team. I need help. I need help out here. I'm talking about the cornerback.
Well, you need help too, though, but go ahead.
But I'll tell you what, and that's what they need to do, Doug. And it was so great to see that, not only in the red zone, but also on the 40, 50-yard line to put Olsen out there and to have the tight ends in the backfield in motion, et cetera. That's good football.
You know, Ed, I was watching one of the games, the Atlanta game, and I'm seeing Michael Turner running and just running. And he's gaining over 200-some yards, and I'm saying to myself, we could have had this guy. We could have had Michael Turner. Why didn't the Bears go after him? After I saw Forte really, you know, I always liked the kid. I thought the kid, you know, first of all, he has one thing that Benson never had, and that was heart. The kid's going to go out there and play. You saw where Sanders put him out of the big game with a head-on tackle. Just smashed him. He goes off, and 3 plays later, he's back in the football game. The kid has heart. But he showed me a lot yesterday. And that offensive line showed me some stuff. So all in all, when you put it all together, you're talking about the Chicago Bears that went down and beat the Colts, who last year was the #1 defense in giving up points, #3 overall, #3 offense. They have Manning, even though he was, you know, had a bad knee, and I look like the Manning wasn't himself. There's no question about that. Brand new stadium, Lucas Oil Stadium, brand new. They went down there and dismantled this team. They dominated this game. Now, there was one play in the game you're going to have to talk about probably that might have cost the Bears, but that was Hester when he decided to pull the old Indian trick and stay in the end zone, then all of a sudden, at the last second, try to run out And he did that he did that last year, with the field goal.
You know what happened? You know why that messed up? He forgot to put his cape on.
That's what it was.
His Superman cape was not on. If he had it on, he'd have made it.
Well, I said this before. I still think he's Superman. I mean, I don't. But the guy tried to make a play, tried to make something happen. But there was still good field position on account of Hester. When you take a look at this team, all in all of a sudden you see a defense is playing recklessly. You're seeing offenses controlling the clock. And the one thing about the defense, if you remember last year, and even during exhibition season, Eddie, they could not stop a drive. They couldn't get off the field.
Exactly.
1, 2, 3 and out. They did that last night. They did a terrific job doing that.
And why? Because they were aggressive. That's
exactly.
why.
They went after people. They didn't take any prisoners.
You know what? Again, folks, and Doug and I have harped on it last 2 or 3 years. And again, so often you get somebody like a Brian Urlacher, a Briggs, a Gounier. I mean, we have people that can truly play defense. And the extra point about all this is their great quickness and speed. And we have them, and you got to utilize that. You can't have these people dropping back and playing a bend, don't break defense. And I tell you what, we went after them, and thank God we did, Doug, because it probably would not have happened. Wouldn't be talking about what a great job the coaches did and the players did. But the fact of the matter is they met the challenge. It was an away game. We got another away game coming against Carolina. And I hope these kids keep the mindset and these coaches be very aggressive. And again, a lot of people talking about all these running backs and everything, Doug, but I like to get more in talking about Kyle Orton, how he played quarterback. He did one hell of a job yesterday, folks.
We'll be right back, but Mickey, you're talking about Eric, Mike, Timothy, Daniel, Drew. We will take your phone calls when we get back. You are listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show and the Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast at 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street in Marionette Park. Obie and I will be right back.
We're here with Mr. Punch, who's a candidate in next week's elections. Mr. Punch, where do you stand on the issues?
I don't stand. I slouch. This way people can't hold me to anything. Also, slouching hides the fact that I have a bad tailor.
Mr. Punch, you dress in a clown's outfit.
I told you he's a bad tailor.
Back to the issues, Mr. Punch, like the non-smoking regulations.
I'm for them and against them.
How can you be both for and against something?
Easy. I'm a politician. Actually, smoking is good for the environment.
It is?
Yes, my environment. Besides, cigars have many uses. Let me light this out and show you.
Hey, you can't smoke here. What are you doing?
For example, I use my cigar smoke as an idiot repellent.
I'm leaving.
See? It works.
Mr. Punch doesn't appeal to everyone's taste. Neither do Punch cigars. But if you're looking for big, rich flavor and a deeply satisfying fullness, you'll find that Punch is the cigar that's true to its name.
I'm Mr. Punch, and I approve this message.
Surgeon General warning. Tobacco use increases the risk of infertility, stillbirth, and low birth weight.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
IRS, Internal Revenue Service. If these words strike fear into your heart, listen closely to the following message. My name is Patrick Sheehan, and I'm a tax attorney formerly with the IRS. 17 years ago, I left the IRS to establish a law firm that does only one thing, protecting Chicagoland individuals and businesses from the raw power of the IRS. Do you have unfiled tax returns? Are your wages being seized by the IRS? Do you owe the IRS $15,000 or more? Then my message to you is simple. I can help. Call me at 877-4 4 IRS Law. Visit our Chicagoland offices and personally meet with a seasoned tax attorney. Get the truth about your IRS problem. Stay away from out-of-state salesmen you will never meet or see. The IRS's budget is up by over $100 million. Audits and seizures are off the charts. Don't be another IRS statistic. Let us personally defend your rights before the IRS. Call 877-4-IRS-LAW. That's the number 4, then IRS-LAW. Call us before the IRS calls you.
Join Zach Zabin for a Miller Lite Monday Night Football party tonight at Buffalo Wild Wings in Skokie. You could win a best seat in the house package, including a seat in a top-of-the-line leather recliner from Lazy Boy, food, transportation by Windy City Limousine, and qualify for a trip to Dreams, Palm Beach, Punta Cana from Apple Vacations and Worldwide Traveler.
Have you ever thought about saying goodbye to your job? Just walking into your boss and saying, I quit. And how would you like to commute to work without ever leaving your home? Well, not long ago, a 39-year-old entrepreneur from a billionaire family spent $20 million in 3 years to find the best home-based business in North America. He researched 70 different companies, and when he found the only one that had real long-term potential, he bought it. And right now, he's looking for people to help him turn this company into his next billion-dollar success story. So if you're serious about making money from home without having to leave your home, well, grab a pen. Because I'm about to give you the address of a website where you can learn all about this unique and rare opportunity. Write this down, www.goherenext.com. Now get on your computer and go to this site now. Part-time or full-time, your income is based totally on your performance. Interested? GoHereNext.com and say goodbye to your boss tomorrow. GoHereNext.com.
Tune into the all-new Ion Television tonight starting at 7 p.m. with Boston Legal, followed by NCIS and ER. Ion Television, positively entertaining. A great defense helps the Southsiders win games. And fire sprinkler systems are your best defense against home or business fires and property loss. If you're planning new construction or renovations, call the Sprinkler Fitters, Local Union 281 at 708-597-1800. Look no further for the finest trained professionals to help you plan and build your project. Protect yourself from fire and property loss. The Sprinkler Fitters Union, Local 281, has been protecting Chicagoland against fires since 1901. Call them at 708-597-1800 or go to sprinklerfitterschicago.org. We're back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
Second down and 10 for Manning. Shotgun from his 16-yard line. Looks things over. Bears coming on the blitz. Manning throws right side, caught. And the ball's off. Bears have it. To the 15, to the 10, it breaks to the 5, stiff arm, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Marvin Harrison tossed it up.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on Miller Lite Luncheon Live broadcast. That's right here at 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, Illinois. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And if you can't be here live, watch us live video streaming at 670thescore.com. And don't forget, right after OB and I, Hampton and Holmes will be here. Hampton. The tall and the short of it.
The tall and the short of it. Yes.
Lawrence gets kind of mad when you call him short. I mean, well, he's not short. If you put him next to George Hoffman, he's tall.
But I'll tell you what. Well, he's a giant.
He's a giant. Yeah,
but I'll tell you what.
He's Goliath.
Yeah. Lawrence, great character.
Yeah.
Great knowledge. So that brings him up to Hampton's height, about 6'6".
They got a great show. Let's go out to Mikey and Gurnee. Mikey on the score with OB and Doug.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Mike.
I want to offer a little analogy here. Back in 85, 86, I was living down in Fort Lauderdale. Went to the first game in Joe Robbie Stadium. And at that time, the Bears were the first game played in that stadium. And they got even with the Dolphins for losing the prior year in the Super Bowl year. Mm-hmm. And this year we got even with Indy for doing that.
Well, I tell you, you talk about getting even, and I understand Dungy, obviously good friends with Lovey. I mean, they both coached together, and there was a hard pill to swallow when we lost, to the Super Bowl to them. But more importantly to me, and I understand going down and try to get even, but was the fact that what was going to put the Bears in the right direction to start out this season? And I'm going to tell you, and we talked about it many times, very few people, if any, maybe one or two who thought the Bears could win this football game. This could be the catalyst for the season. This could start them. The mentality of who they are and what they need to be to win. And there's nothing wrong of being physical. And that's exactly what they wore last night. They were very physical.
Mikey, the difference between the Super Bowl game against the Colts and this one, offensively, passive, defensively, very passive. What you saw last night, was aggressive on the offensive side and very aggressive on the defensive side. Two same coaches, basically, except for Ron Rivera, the defensive coordinator, is gone. But it's two different philosophies. The bend don't break, don't make a mistake. And yesterday we went after people with the running game. We came out in the third quarter. We did not abandon the running game, which normally seems to happen sometime. We start out running the first quarter or into the second quarter, then we kind of lose it. And then they start flipping the ball all over the place. They stayed with the game plan, stayed with the running. Forte made one hell of a name for himself, and hopefully the kid will stay healthy. But again, the defense was on track, being very aggressive. But that was the difference. That was the difference in those two games against the Colts.
Hey, let's go out to Eric in Rockford. Eric, you're on the score with Aubrey and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, that was old-fashioned vintage Bears football, and if that was a street fight, and I hope we can maintain that for 16 games. Do you think that we're going to see that for 16 games, that street fight mentality?
I hope so, Eric. And when I say street fight mentality, we're talking about last year, if you remember correctly, the Chicago Bears defense, the last couple games is pretty good. And they said, wait a minute, this Urlacher's really playing like an all-pro. Why do you think he was playing like an all-pro? Because they were doing last year, at the end of the season, what they did in this game. They went after people. They made something happen. Sure, when you get out there, I mean, it's all not, being out there and just, fighting and mentally getting into it physically. You have to be out there on guard of everything. You have to be smart when you play. But you're right, that attitude. Look at the hits that were made. Look at the attitude with Tillman when he stripped the football. And obviously Briggs picks it up and runs it for a touchdown. That is so important to have that type of attitude when you're out there playing this game. I always said to play this game, and I compared myself to Butkus on this one. I said, always, if you're going to play this game, you have to have the Neanderthal gene. I had the Neanderthal gene, but Butkus had two of them. So that made the difference. The fact is, when you want to get players out there like that, you've got them. Not only that, but they have, as Ed says all the time, they got speed. They got size. They got something to bring along with them. Mobile, agile, hostile. Those are the words for linebackers. And I go back to the linebackers, exactly who we have.
I'll tell you what, when you look at their running game, I'm talking about the Colts last night, they get 54 yards, something like that total?
46, I think.
Somewhere in that area there. And that's to be, an aggressive defense, but there's things that are going along with an aggressive defense. It's a thing called the angle of pursuit. And that happens on every running play. You've got to have somebody has to have containment, force, and fill. And everybody has to have that angle of pursuit. Why? Because you don't want a running back cutting back like Forte did against the Colts. So everybody has to take that angle of pursuit, and they had great angles of pursuit. And you can only have that by being an aggressive defense. And what do I mean by that? Because if you constantly have your three linebackers just sitting back there like ducks in a pond, and they come shooting at you or dropping them back, there is no pursuit. You saw Lance Briggs all over the field, Urlacher all over the field. Why? The angle of pursuit, aggressive, and going after people. That's why.
Yeah, there's no question about it. If you played the game of football, and if you are playing linebacker, let's just take linebacker, for instance. You remember the Minnesota Viking game last year when Adrian Peterson ran all over us? If you remember correctly, you can watch our linebackers. They lined up 1, 2, 3, like three statues across. Never moved an inch.
They got picked off, Doug.
They got picked off. Let me tell you something right now. Everybody keeps telling me about taking on a 340-pound guard. Try to take on a 340-pound guard, man for man, with a 240-pound back behind him. The fact is, you've got to find ways that they don't know where you're going to be. Make them think a little bit. Make them sweat. Why should I be there? Say, here, come and pick me up. Yeah, come on, Mr. 340-pound guy. Knock me on my ass. That's stupid. So if you move these guys around, split-second thinking has to be done by the offensive lineman. And when that does happen, They're not sure anymore. They're not comfortable anymore. And so you get the advantage defensively.
Absolutely, Doug. And because of the quickness of our linebackers, if you got a 340 or 50-pound guard or tackle or center, and I'm going to tell you something, when that ball is snapped and you've got the quickness of our linebackers, what do you think that chance of that 350-pound guy has of him taking him on and engaging him and holding him? Not many, because he knows, the linebacker knows exactly where he's going, what gap he's going through, where the offensive lineman doesn't, and he might just have that quick second, maybe just to touch him.
All it takes.
But instead of sitting as ducks, they were very aggressive, and it was wonderful to see.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Miller Lite Luncheon Live broadcast. That's right, we're live. 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Ed and I will be right back.
Comcast wants you to take the Comcast Challenge. Win a year's worth of Comcast services, or a laptop computer, or a flat-screen TV, and more. Just text the word Comcast to 29696 to find out how you can take the Comcast Challenge. And vote for your favorite radio personality's Comcast Challenge.
Unhappy with the way you look and diets just aren't working these days? There is hope. Call the doctor that's helped many Chicagoans turn their life around. Call Dr. Gautam Gupta now at the Nutrition Clinics. 1-877-766-0733. That's 1-877-766-0733. Dr. Gupta is a certified physician and one of the leading weight loss specialists in the area. Dr. Gupta is an appointed researcher in new weight loss drugs. He has 3 offices in Chicagoland and 1 in Rockford, and treats patients from as far away as Iowa, Wisconsin, and Indiana. Plus, Dr. Gupta prescribes only FDA-approved medications for weight loss. Dr. Gupta also incorporates nutrition, exercise, and behavioral counseling. Want to lose weight? Go see the doctor that's helped thousands of patients, Dr. Gautam Gupta, now at his offices in Chicago, Arlington Heights, Naperville, or Rockford by calling 1-877-766-0733. Call today and change your life, and call 1-877-766-0733. That's 1-877-766-0733.
Stop yourself and use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. S-Wing hammers are world famous for their shock reduction grip and unsurpassed durability. Made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Use S-Wing.
Mediterranean sea bass, chicken rigatoni, homemade gyros, and Colorado lamb are some of their most popular dishes. Greek food lovers, if you want an experience to remember, then you have to visit Greek Islands today. For 37 years, the warm Mediterranean ambiance of the Greek Islands has made them the perfect place to meet for business, pleasure, or to have an excellent and affordable dinner. They import their own extra virgin olive oil, wines, seafood, herbs, and spices from Greece directly to serve you healthy and delicious meals. With over 20 appetizers and 60 entrees to choose from, they're sure that you'll find your own favorite dish. You can enjoy their delicious foods for lunch, dinner, or as a carry-out. They also have private party rooms available and offer all of their dishes and party trays for your special occasions. Now's the time to start planning your holiday party. Visit Greek Islands in Chicago at 200 South Halsted Street or in Lombard at 300 East 22nd Street. Greek Islands, America's most popular Greek restaurant.
Next.
Oh, gurus of vacation time and big daddies of the business trip. We at Extended Stay Hotels are putting an end to paying extra for hotel extras. Because all that free stuff actually costs money. And no matter how smoking hot your hair looks, whenever you use those complimentary shower caps, you take a hit in the wallet. So goodbye moisturizing chamomile body wash, and hello fully equipped kitchens with a full-size fridge, stovetop, and microwave. Snap up a nightly rate starting from $59.99, and we'll throw in plenty of space to get comfy. And hey, if you want to stay a little longer, then be our guest, because the nightly rate starts out low and only gets lower the longer you stay. So the next time you need to get out of town, visit ExtendedStay.com or call Extended Stay Hotels at 800-777-6685 and book your room now. All the stuff you want is already included.
Rates and amenities vary by location. Nightly rate does not include applicable state and local taxes. Other restrictions may apply. Visit ExtendedStay.com for more details.
Communicate in less than a second and get more done with Nextel Direct Connect. Only on the Now Network. Visit Nextel.com for details.
Hi, folks. Hubark is here to tell you about what a great experience I had with Seal Chicago. We've got an old second-floor deck at home with a stairway and rail down to the patio, and it was looking, about 1,000 years old. So the guys from Seal Chicago come out, and they sand it, they refurbish it, and install a special, deep-penetrating sealant that comes with a 30 50-year warranty, and in one day they made it look like $1 million. If you need deck and/or fence work, set up an appointment for a free estimate today, and if you mention Hub, you'll get a Scorehead discount. Score a touchdown with Seal Chicago. Visit SealChicago.com or call 312-321-6487.
At Mercedes-Benz of Chicago, giving you more luxury for less money isn't a contradiction. It's our business plan. It must be working because we're the largest volume retail Mercedes-Benz dealer in Chicago. Right now, for a very limited time, save with remarkable incentives like 1.9% financing on select new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz models. Or save with a host of cashback offers valued from $1,000 to $12,000, available to both purchase and lease customers. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago is a Fletcher Jones dealership with a rich automotive history that goes back more than 50 years and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is simply unmatched. Other dealerships may try to duplicate our efforts, but that's to be expected. When you're Chicago's leading Mercedes-Benz dealer, what follows is everyone else. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago at 1100 North Clark Street. Visit us online at mercedes-benzchicago.com. Financing to qualified buyers on select models. Cashback on select new models.
We're back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
Matt Forte has been brought here to be a workhorse running back. Put your quarterback and your offensive line in the best position to succeed on third down. Bears need 6. Crowd comes to its feet here in Indianapolis. Bears at midfield, left to right with 5:07 left here in the first quarter. 3-0 Indianapolis. One back, 4 receivers. And Forte up the middle, blasting to the 40, away at the 35. He's to the 20, right to the 10. Outruns his man to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! A 50-yard gallop. Matt Forte!
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670 and also the Miller Lite Luncheon Live broadcast. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West, 115th Street in Marionette Park. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And if you can't be here, video streaming live at 670thescore.com. And up next, Hampton and Holmes. So stick around for that. And Eddie, we talked about the defense. We talked about how great it was, how tough it was. But I got to tell you, let's throw some accolades to Ron Turner, what he did offensively, and that game plan he had, and then also that offensive line.
Right, well, and also Kyle Orton. So let's throw 3 of them out there. Our makeshift offensive line, so to speak, as the Colts did too. Colts had 3 new starters at both guards and center. And the fact of the matter is they stepped up to the plate, Doug. And I think Kyle Orton, and again, I can't say what a wonderful job he did, because if he doesn't perform the way he performed, Doug, we might have had a hell of a time trying to win that football game. If he's throwing interceptions, fumbling the ball, not having pocket presence, et cetera, et cetera. And the biggest thing that we did offensively, of all the stats you can have in a game, I'm always a believer on the third down efficiency stat, we were 10 of 16. And if we can go 10 of 16 for the next 15 weeks, we're going to be in the Super Bowl.
And also, too, not turning the football over. And that's talking about the interceptions or fumbles or whatever it was. We wanted to turnover battle. But the fact was there were certain times during the course of that game that Turner set up Kyle Orton to make plays, and he made them. When the tight end was out there wide out and the linebacker was on him, he made the throw. He made the play-action play with the tight end in the backfield. He made the throw. Also, what they did was they had maximum protection. They kept guys in to protect on the weak side, protect on the Freeney side, kept the tight end in, kept the back end, kept a lot of the guys in to help out, so there wouldn't be sacks.
Which kept their defense off balance.
Exactly. And I tell you, Ron Turner, kudos. Did one hell of a job. Let's go out to Mike from Florida. Mike, you're on the Score.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. How you doing today?
What's up, Mike?
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the offensive line play, especially from the guards. Beekman's a rookie, too, from what I understand. And the hole that Garza gave Forte on that 60-yard touchdown was unbelievable.
Yeah, he blew up the linebacker. I mean, he blew him up. And obviously what happened was Forte runs for a touchdown.
Well, he had the ability to cut back. If that wasn't Forte in there, what do you think happens with Benson? What does he do?
Probably fell down before he even got to the hole. I mean, the last time I remember Benson last year, yeah. when he was running for a touchdown. There was a hole 6 miles long, and he went flying through it and fell down. So we're not going to have that problem, obviously, with Forte. But that offensive line has done a very good job. Now, I don't want to get carried away. I mean,
we don't want to put everybody in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, right,
now.
exactly. I mean, I understand that, but
the game was what it was, Doug.
It was. It's the joy of beating somebody you weren't supposed to beat. The Bears were not supposed to win that game. Everybody, including myself. I couldn't come up with it. I said, I can't put, shame on me is right. Couldn't put my hat on anything that says, why could the Bears win? Well, they came out, and they did exactly what they needed to do to win.
Play a perfect game.
Well, the fact is, when it's all said and done with, they took this football game, and they did exactly what they needed to do. Now, is it over? Of course not. You got to go against Carolina next week, and Carolina smoked San Diego in the last 2 seconds to win that football game. It's not going to be any treat playing at Carolina either, by the way. So what's going to happen here is it's a grind. It's an everyday deal. It's not 1 week I play and next week I don't. They have to bring everything back together and go after Carolina. Let's go out to Mike in Crown Point, Indiana. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, you are the best analyst that I've ever heard. You don't BS us, and I appreciate that. What I'd like to say, I thought that Kyle Orton, looking at his eyes, he was a predator. He was on the offensive, and he was in charge. I think the team got in line with him. And by us running the ball, that kept our defense as fresh as can be, and that lets them do the job that they need to do. I'll hang up and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, you get Lovie Smith, who always says we come off the bus running. Well, that really wasn't so last year, even though he kept saying it and saying it. Well, they came off the bus running. And again, what happened here, Mike, is that usually when we start running the football good, we have a tendency to go away from it. And I was waiting for the third quarter to find out what the adjustments were going to be and how they were going to attack the Colts in the third quarter. What was going to be their strategy? And guess what? They did not abandon the run. Ron Turner stuck with it. They went to the play action, and they converted on third down. But we did not give up on the running game. And because I'm going to tell you something, our receivers are not the fastest, quickest, or the best in the league by any stretch of the imagination. And if we don't have a running game, now listen to me, if we don't have a running game for the next 15 games and we get stuffed and shut down, and we have to rely on the passing game, it's going to be it's going to be a tough season. Let me say that one more time. We better not abandon that running game. We better work on it and go on it and never abandon it, no matter if we're not running the first quarter, second quarter. Don't give up on it. Come back to third quarter because you'll have time maybe to break some runs. But we have to run this football and give us a chance to win the football game.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show and a Miller Lite Luncheon Live broadcast at Bourbon Street. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And, Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Timothy in Rockford. Timothy.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's spelled like Timothy, but it's pronounced Tamapi.
Oh, Tamapi. I'm sorry. It's like Timothy to me.
Yeah, it's spelled the same.
Yeah.
The only thing I wanted to say was, like I said at the beginning of last season, if the offensive line do not hold up, the Bears will be in trouble. I don't want to say we had a makeshift line last night because no matter who started at what position on that offense, it was the Bear. Bear witness 2008. Here we come. Lovey dropped down the science on that defense, the offense, because he did everything he said he was going to do. Just like when they beat the Packers. He said his first call of duty is going to beat the Packers. He studied them with the science of victory. And that's what happened last night, and it will continue to happen for the rest of the season. I say the Bears get 13 games this season.
Oh, I hope so. If it's 13 games, that'd be outstanding if that was the case. And there's only like maybe 3 teams or 2 teams that Vegas says will have double-digit wins. And the Bears are not one of them.
Well, you know what, Doug? When you get Carolina going in San Diego and beating San Diego at home,
right.
And you talk about a quality football team, they were just an inch away from going to the Super Bowl last year. And Tom Brady, I haven't heard. I don't know if anybody's heard, any of our listeners have heard.
I think he's out, Ed.
You think so? I mean, is it official or what? Tom Brady goes down in New England, and what we did to the Colts, this is a wide-open run. And who's to say that we can't do it? And I think these kids on this Bear team, I think after yesterday's pounding, Doug, hopefully quietly inside, they believe that they can get there and take it one game at a time and just go after people.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show, the Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast at Bourbon Street, Marionette Park. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Now is a perfect time to start preparing for your financial future. Tune in this afternoon for Fidelity's Retirement Investing Insights. We'll have Fidelity investment professionals providing answers to commonly asked retirement investing questions. It's Fidelity's Retirement Investing Insights, right here on The Score.
Do you have an ugly credit card situation? Getting hassled by creditors calling?
Last year, it really stressed me out. I was getting a lot of phone calls.
We felt guilty about the situation that we were in. And the minute that we got behind, the hassles and the calls started.
Debt Consultants of America can help you eliminate 30 to 60% of your credit card debt. Stop the late fees from piling up and negotiate directly with your creditors so you can get back to enjoying life.
If it wasn't for DCA, I might never have gotten out of debt.
It's been the best decision of my life. They settled my biggest account for 33 cents on the dollar. I was in debt with one creditor for $15,000. They managed to get it down to a settlement of $3,000.
If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, call for a free, no-obligation consultation. Reduce your debt and get more cash in your pocket.
Call 800-353-7160. That's 800-353-7160. Call 800-353-7160. Once again, that's 800-353-7160.
Everyone loves a sale, and that's exactly what's happening with the growing foreclosure market. But before you go shopping, let Armando Montalongo from the #1 hit TV reality show A&E's Flip This House reveal his secrets on his free CD.
Hi, I'm Armando Montalongo, and I flip houses for a living. Right now, we're entering into the greatest real estate market of our lifetime. The best time to make money is when there are cracks in the economy. Look, you don't have to be a handyman, and you don't have to have a lot of money to get started. I started when I was broke, and now I'm going to show my strategies and successes with you. You can do this. I'll show you how to take advantage of the current foreclosure market so that you can make huge profits. Just call and order my free CD.
Don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime chance to flip and grow rich in a foreclosure market. Call now for Armando's free Flip and Grow Rich CD and DVD set. The CD and DVD set are free. Just pay a small shipping fee. Call 800-352-0658. That's 800-352-0658. Call 800-352-0658.
Gentlemen, tired of the nagging, the cold shoulder, and the singles bars? Heavenly Body. Where will you meet over 100 gorgeous fantasy dancers up close and personal? Heavenly Body. Where can you watch sports, drink, and play pool or darts in the company of Chicagoland's hottest-looking women? Heavenly Bodies. Come see the gorgeous fantasy dancers at the world-famous Heavenly Bodies, Chicagoland's only fantasy sports bar. Daily from lunch till 4 a.m. at the corner of Toohey and Elmhurst Road. For more information, call Heavenly Bodies at 708-806-1120.
Gentlemen, don't miss your favorite Heavenly Body at Heavenly Bodies, located at the southwest corner of Toohey and Elmhurst Roads near O'Hare. Guys, don't miss the Skybox experience either. The Skybox is hot and features an adult cabaret with a full liquor bar. Maxim Magazine says the Skybox is Chicago's best gentleman's club. The Skybox is located just 20 minutes southwest of downtown on Halstead Street, 2 blocks north of I-8294. And the action doesn't stop at Heavenly Bodies in the Skybox. It's also at Cowboys, 1 mile west of the Skybox at the southwest corner of 167th and 294. For more info on Heavenly Bodies, the Skybox, and Cowboys, call 1-800-DANCE-49.
Hi, I'm the director of a medical center that just added Aflac to the benefits we provide for our employees. It's been a very welcome addition. With Aflac, our benefits package is more like a bundle of joy. In fact, everyone at the hospital can sleep easy knowing we have Aflac, Aflac, Aflac.
Call 1-800-99-AFLAC or go to AFLACforbusiness.com. American Family Life Assurance Company of Columbus. AFLAC.
Equal Brand Sweetener asks, when it comes to coffee, how do you like it? Sipping espresso at a sun-drenched cafe in Rome? Sharing a latte on the balcony of a Parisian hotel? Celebrating high tea people watching in London? Enter for your chance to win an ultimate coffee experience in Rome, Paris, or London, or other prizes. No purchase necessary. Must be age majority and legal U.S. resident to enter. Official rules. Complete entry and prize details at equal.com. Sweepstakes ends December 1st. Void where prohibited. Equal. Do it for yourself. Do it for your coffee.
We're
back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers on 670 The Score.
Snap to Manning. Play fake. In trouble. Down he goes. Marcus Harrison. First sack of the night. Back to the 2. One back and two receivers. Drags Marvin Harrison into the line of scrimmage. Going to set up as a wing right. Going to run it. Snap to Manning. Giving to a die. Hit. And he's dropped. Right on the goal line. Is it a safety? Yes. Wale comes diving in to make the stop. He exploded off the line of scrimmage.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show. The Miller Lite Luncheon Live broadcast on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street in Marionette Park. 312-644-6767. If you can't be here with us, with OB and myself, watch us live, video streaming at 670thescore.com. Ed was talking about, on the highlight, he was talking about Ugunlie. I thought Ugunlie was everywhere. I thought he was just playing outstanding. Not too much was said about him, but, that safety he got when he come back into the end zone, also to just tracking people down. There's a guy who really played a pretty good game.
When you have containment, which most of the time defensive ends have containment, it's always in your pursuit. You're the last guy, and you go as deep as that football. And what he took off, and he went as deep as the running back did, and he caught him right in the end zone and brought him down. One hell of a job, a smart football player.
Let's go out to Drew in Tri-State. Drew, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, morning, guys.
Morning, Drew.
I wanted some expert opinion on their defense. Now, I'm not an expert in any sense of the word, but one thing that I noticed, and I couldn't help but realize when those guys were lining up, it looked a lot like the 46. What do you guys think about that?
Well, basically what it is anytime you bring up, and they brought up the linebackers, both linebackers on either side of the center. And normally on the 46, those two linebackers would go to the outside.
To the outside on the tight end or on the weak side.
But this time, they brought the strong safety up also. And so all of a sudden, you're looking like a nine-man front. I mean, you had everybody in, and then they would bounce back out. And so it caused confusion with the offense and with Manning. Didn't know if the guys were going to come or not going to come. Because there were times they would just send the linebackers. There were times they would drop the linebackers out, send the strong safety. And there were times they send the linebackers and the strong safety. So they put a lot of pressure in making that quarterback think, and more importantly, making those offensive linemen think, because that center has to make that call. And you know what? He short circuits after a while because there's just too much going on.
Drew, they had so many times there were 7, 8, 9 guys up on the line, and a lot of times what you saw were our two linebackers, Briggs and Urlacher. They were in the 0 and 1 gap or the 2 and the 3 gap, jumping back and forth. Then when we blitzed, sometimes they would come with a line trick, or when they were in there faking a blitz, and at the snap of the ball they'd drop back, and our defensive line would come with line tricks. They totally confused Manning and their offensive line, especially, and it was a hell of a game plan too, again, Doug going for Babbage, what he did, because they had a new center and 2 new guards, and we totally confused the hell out of them with the aggressive play on the line of scrimmage, camouflaging the blitzes and the different gaps and the line slots.
Normally what happens on a 3-4 defense, when you have 3 down linemen and 4 linebackers, that's exactly what you do. That's what Pittsburgh does. They confuse you. They're moving guys all over the place. Well, actually what happened, Babbage did it with 3 linebackers and a safety. And so consequently what happened, like Ed said, they put a lot of confusion in what's going over there on the offensive line.
Offensive linemen don't know where to go.
No. And they're sitting there, and all of a sudden they're going, what calls do I make? They make the call. The guy gets out of the position. So now they got to make another call. Pretty soon you run out of time, or you're snapping the ball, and you're not ready now to fire off the line of scrimmage. And when you're not ready to fire off the line of scrimmage, the defensive line is right there, to smack you around a little bit.
Yeah, Drew, so what happens so many times, the offensive center, when it gets a little bit too confusing, they're not picking people up, they'll go to a zone blocking. And what I mean by zone blocking, when the ball is snapped, the guards look into the center, the tackles look into the guards. They don't try to anybody get inside of them. But when you've got people bouncing in and out of all those different gaps, and sometimes they may have a line call of maybe the strong side offensive line is going to run an A block or a switch or a quick trap, and the weak side might be just the zone blocking. And all of a sudden, if you can't pick that up, then the offensive center sometimes has no place to go but to save the quarterback to call maximum protection and zone blocking. And we confuse the hell out of them.
Let's go out to Ricky and Carey. Ricky on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
One first thing, this was just an incredible win. I don't think nobody gave them. I thought it was the snowball's chance in hell. I thought it was going to be a rout Indianapolis' way.
There was, hey, Ricky, there was one guy, Dan Hampton.
I know.
He's the only one.
Dan, and I thought he was drinking all week long because I couldn't believe. I mean, I was just sat there stunned the way they played. My question was, I thought the officiating was very poor. Number one, that fumble on that kickoff. I mean, I don't know what indisputable evidence is, but that was a fumble, and I don't know how they could stay with the call on the field. And I thought the Colts all night were borderline holding on a lot of our blitzes. A lot of our guys looked like they had a handful of jersey and were keeping them from turning and getting up the field. I don't know what you guys feel about that. Thanks a lot, guys.
You know, on the kickoff, what happened was the referee said down by contact, and so that means he was down. It didn't matter where the ball was, but that was the wrong call. So consequently, what happened was they already said that they had the football, but really it was a fumble, and the Bears should have had that fumble.
Ricky, quickly, I'll tell you. You tell me who the best offensive line blocking, whether it's a center guard or a tackle, and I will tell you that will be the most proficient holder in football.
You got to love those guys.
Oh, yeah. Love them. I like that, yeah.
You saw them. They did it to you.
Yeah, I'd like to. Right. Right.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show and the Miller Lite Lunch and Live broadcast on 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park in Illinois. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And if you can't be here, that's it. Video streaming at 670thescore.com. We'll be right back.
Hey, yo, I got an offer you can't refuse. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. Hey, bada bing, bada boom. You got a better way to spend your Monday nights? Forget about it. Blackjack's has 8 big-screen plasma TVs, a 120-inch projection TV, a free Italian buffet, $2 sambucas, Peroni beer, and the beautiful girls you wouldn't necessarily bring home to meet Mama. Pop? Maybe. Mama? Definitely not. It's Blackjack's Monday Night Football with the family and the hottest girls who give a whole new meaning to end zone dance. Now that's what I'm talking about. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or check us out at blackjacks.com.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Join Rock Momola for a Miller Lite Monday Night Football party tonight at Buffalo Wild Wings in Hoffman Estates. You can win a best seat in the house package. It includes a seat in a top-of-the-line leather recliner from Lazy Boy, food, transportation by Windy City Limousine, and qualify for a trip to Dreams, Palm Beach, Punta Cana from Apple Vacations and Worldwide Traveler.
Welcome back to White Sox Radio. Jermaine Dye in studio with us today. Heather from Oak Park, you're on the air.
Hold on. Did you say I'm on the phone with Jermaine Dye? I'm on the phone with Jermaine Dye. Catherine, I am on the phone with Jermaine Dye. Yeah! Am I talking to World Series MVP Jermaine Dye?
Yep.
Hey, Heather.
Oh, he said my name. Oh, my gosh.
Heather, you have a question for Jermaine Dye?
Question? I'm going to ask Jermaine Dye a question. I've always wanted to ask Jermaine Dye a question. I am having a conversation with an all-star. I'm going to tell everyone I know that I asked Jermaine Dye.
Just about out of time.
Okay.
Thanks for talking with us, Heather.
Bye, Jermaine.
Thanks, Heather.
Captain, I just talked to Jermaine Dye. Mm-hmm. He was cool.
Sorry about that, Jermaine. White Sox baseball. Share the passion. Show the swagger.
Great tickets are still available to see your White Sox play the Angels, Blue Jays, and Tigers September 5th through September 14th. Call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com. White Sox baseball. Presented by U.S. Cellular.
Great moments in Olympic history from Tiger Bomb.
In 1984, American Joan Benoit convincingly won gold in the first ever women's marathon competition. You, on the other hand, ran out of breath after 2 blocks, tripped over your dog, and strained the arch of your left foot. Oh! Nice job.
Tiger Balm is the natural way to conquer pain. A 100-year formula trusted by athletes from more than 100 countries. Tiger Balm works where it hurts. Available everywhere.
Here's another Vanguard simple truth. Start early, stay the course. Instead of timing markets and chasing trends, we recommend a slow and steady investment approach. When combined with Vanguard's costs at 1/6 the industry average, that can mean the more wealth you build, the more you'll likely keep. Visit Vanguard.com to obtain a prospectus with investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and other information to read and consider carefully before investing. Investments are subject to risk. Source of average cost data, Lipper Inc. as of 12/31/07. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
We're back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
As Adam Vinatieri has it on the tee to our left. Second half about to begin. Hester at his pen. On the approach, kick up in the air. And he sends it deep. It's going to back Hester. He's got to catch it baseball style about 8 yards deep in his end zone. He has yet to take a knee. Now he's going to run it out. Bad decision. Terrible decision.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio.
What was your first clue?
Yeah.
What was your first clue on that one?
The Jiffy Lube postgame show and Miller Lite Lunch and Live broadcast, 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, Illinois, 312-644-6767. And watch us live, video streaming at 670thescore.com. That's if you can't be here, just watch us live.
I told you what happened. Superman forgot his cape.
Yeah.
Doug, I'd just like to mention here a charity that I've been involved with for quite a long time, and many charities over my lifetime, and it's Hope for Vision. They have a golf tournament out at Eagle Brook Country Club today, and there's some wonderful people there. Ann Roush, Pete Mancini, and it's a great cause. And there's a lot of diseases out there that are horrific and horrible that happen to people, and to lose your eyesight is just a thing that I hope never happens to anybody. Anyways, these people are out there fighting and trying to make some money and help things be a little bit better for people that have vision problems. And Hope for Vision with Ann Roush and Pete Mancini. I hope they make $1 bazillion today, and good luck to them.
That's a golf tournament?
Yes, it is. It's out at Eagle Brook Country Club, Hope for Vision. It's a wonderful charity.
And it is a great charity.
Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you know, a real quick golf story. Ed and I did the Gail Sayers golf tournament last year, and we're in the cart. We're sitting in the cart, and I see Ed scratching off my name and his name. I said, Ed, what are you doing? He said, I don't want anybody to know who we are. I said, why, Ed? He said, well, I'm embarrassed of you. I said, what do you mean you're embarrassed of me? He said, I want you to turn around, and I want you to take a look at your golf clubs. And I knew. My clubs were Bobby Jones vintage. They were 1939, 1940. They were all beat up. They were strapped together, everything,
But when you got duct tape on a golf bag, Doug,
that's not good.
That's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, right. So he's embarrassed, right? Make a long story short, we play. Christmas comes around. There's a knock on my door. There's a UPS guy, and there's a big package for me. My buddy, my pal, sent me a brand new set of golf clubs, Max Flies. I had all new clubs, all new irons, new everything, brand new bag. He said, now, I won't be embarrassed of you anymore.
Now, Doug, wait a minute. One of the toppers was, I said, Doug, take that, and I really wouldn't, but if I was you, just go to some charity and donate the clubs in the golf bag. And maybe they can get something for it. Well, Doug went, guess what? They wouldn't take them. I mean, this is the ugliest set of golf clubs and the ugliest bag I ever saw in my life.
So he said burn them.
Burn them. That's what I did. Now clean them first and then burn them.
Let's go out to Big John in Des Plaines. Big John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Big John.
Big John.
Big John, you're shrinking.
He's gone. Let's go out to Jeremy in Rockford. Jeremy, you're on the score.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? I just wanted to comment on Mike Brown's presence on the field yesterday. I thought he made a huge difference. He wasn't in on too many plays, but it was stopping the run compared to last year's. I mean, obviously towards the end of the year they were playing a little bit better, but I just want to have you guys comment. Hopefully he can stay healthy the whole year because I think it's a huge plus to have him back. And
you know, Jeremy, you never heard Mike Brown's name very much last night. You say, well, is this guy in the game? Is he playing? What's he doing? But the quarterback of the defensive backs is exactly who he is and what he does do. He coordinates. And it's very important to coordinate back there because you have to be on the same wavelength as your linebackers and your defensive line. We saw that in the Super Bowl, what happened when they made the mistake and Manning didn't get the defense and, of course, cost us a touchdown. That's what the kid does the best. He's out there, and he knows exactly what's going on. He knows where everybody's supposed to be. He positions, and he helps out Urlacher as far as when it comes to calling the game.
Well, he's a very intelligent football player, and I harken back to the days when I played, and we had a defensive coordinator at the time by the name of George Allen, who is now he's a Hall of Fame coach. And George's big thing, Doug, was, you know, we were very aggressive defense, too, the same thing. I mean, we didn't take any prisoners. But he believed the biggest thing that a defense could overcome or has to overcome are mental mistakes. It seemed like every time we made a mental mistake, it was a defensive back or a linebacker or somebody, and they didn't cover or they didn't catch the defensive audible that came out. So when you have a guy like Brown back there who knows as much of the game and is a student of the game, and he's standing back there calling signals and telling people in between plays what to do and where to go, that's I can't tell you how valuable that is.
Well, there's no question, you have to know what you're doing. I can remember when Joe Fortunato got hurt, and I was backing up Joe Fortunato my first year. I ran into the football game against the Packers. At that time, OB was playing defensive end, left defensive end. I come running into the huddle, and I'm expecting, okay, kid, we're right there with you. Everything will be fine. He looks at me and says, do you know what the hell you're doing? I said, thanks, Dad. I mean, that's really great. Do you know what the hell you're doing?
I remember, Doug, you came in the huddle, and I looked, I said, holy Christ. I mean, I looked up, I said, do you know what the hell you're doing?
Yeah.
And Doug goes, yeah.
Give me some time. Let's go out to Michael and Valpo. Michael, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Good morning.
Good morning,
First
Michael.
off, I'd like to say I think you guys are at the best sports bar in the whole Chicago area right there. It's
There's no question about it.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Hey, I noticed one thing last night. The Bears weren't trying to strip the ball as a result. I think they're making some pretty good tackles. How about you guys?
Well, you take your time and pick your time to make this trip, just like when Tillman made the strip on Harrison. And the fact was, that's when you do it. I mean, you got a hand on him, then you come down and swat the ball because the carrier's not expecting it. Very difficult to take somebody in open field and try to swat the ball out of his hands. Now what you do is the first guy will set him up, make the tackle. The second guy comes in and tries to swat the ball out.
But if you have a shot, and Tillman's a very smart player, intelligent player, he saw where that ball was, Doug, instantly on the outside. He was carried on the outside, and he went and he had a perfect shot at it, and he hit it. And plus, it wasn't a deep pattern. It was short. It was an up and in pattern, about a 4 or 5 yard pattern, and he was over the middle. So if he didn't hit it or if he missed it, there were people there to take advantage of him and bring him down. So it was a smart move by Tillman.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show and also the Miller Lite Luncheon Live broadcast. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. O'Brad Jumbo phone. And Ned, I wanted to ask you real quickly about, quarterbacks. And the fact that when they called Urlacher for hitting that quarterback. Now, I got to tell you, I understand about protecting the quarterback. If it was up to me, unless their head didn't come off, I wouldn't call a foul. But the fact is, they're calling everything now so closely, it's almost a little bit embarrassing.
Doug, it was like a finger touch to his helmet, if at that. Okay, it was basically a finger touch. He didn't come with a forearm blow, a forearm shiver to the face or to the head, to the top of the head or the side of the head. That was not. To me, that was a cheap call.
Yeah, it was. And I just said to myself, well, what do you expect to do now if a linebacker's coming after the quarterback? Granted, I don't want to see anybody get hurt out there. That's not even in the back of my mind. But a lot of times you got to sting these guys and you got to make them pay the price.
You know what? That doesn't bother me so much. So he got hit. He went down. Let me tell you something. I played defensive end for 11 years. And if I could tell you the times you get double-teamed on the line of scrimmage with either a guard or a tackle, one hitting you high, one aiming for your inside of your knee, or if it's a tight end on your outside, then the tackle post trying to straighten you up, and the tight end comes down and fires right at your knee. And that went on game after game, year after year, and I went down one year with that and had a hell of a time coming back from it. And I didn't see anybody crying about that, so I'm not going to cry about these quarterbacks. Besides, they make too much damn money anyway.
It seems like that you got a little problem. You had some hidden hatred. We may have to talk to somebody about real soon.
A little anger.
Yeah, a little anger.
Anger management. Mitch Rose would send me to anger management school. But you know what? So the guy gets. I mean, it's football. That's what this game is.
Sure.
I mean, you'll hear us constantly. Just, whenever we see a veteran player, I see Brian Urlacher once in a while at a restaurant or something, the only thing I'll just tell him, Brian, stay healthy.
Yep.
And that's what you can do. But it's going to happen. It's football, folks. It's going to happen.
Let's go out to Polly in Fort Worth, Texas. Polly, you're on the score.
Boys, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, Paulie.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I tell you what, man, I don't know about you folks, but I am completely in shock, in awe of watching my team. I mean, I totally wasn't expecting it. I was really concerned when Fortain was limping off after one of his runs. I really got scared. I'm thinking, holy crap, it's just starting out the season. Please let him be okay. And you know what? I mean, we had some cheap calls in there. I'm a police officer down here, and, I'm in deep Dallas country, and they're the beloved Cowboys. I am hated by my own force, so you folks got to give some support.
I'll tell you what, though, they didn't look too shabby yesterday, did they?
Oh,
Cowboys.
No, they did not. They were... But, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about the Cowboys. I dislike them very much. I'm the biggest Bear fan. And please tell Lovey not to please get rid of that orange jersey. Would you, folks? I'll keep my mouth shut and I'll just listen in. So I guys have a good day.
You know what, Paulie? Yeah, thank you. And that new stadium down there that Dallas Cowboys are building, Jerry Jones is building, it is the first billion-dollar stadium on this planet. $1 billion stadium he's building, and it just so happens, Doug, my son-in-law, James Geyer, is one of the gentlemen that's in there. That's one of the main designers for all the owner suites and all the major investors, all their suites. And he's been down there working for the last 2 or 3 years, putting all that together for Jerry Jones. But $1 billion stadium, folks.
Can you imagine that?
Can you imagine this? Mm-hmm. Your teams are $1 billion teams. Football is a multi-billion-dollar deal. Now comes $1 billion stadium.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show and the Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West, 115th Street, Marionette Park, 312-644-6767. Up next, Lawrence Holmes and Dan Hampton. Great show. That will be coming up right after OB and I. OB and I will be right back.
Rethink Your Health Chicago. Log on to SaturnHealthBreak.com for healthy recipes, fitness tips, and your chance to have CBS Radio deliver lunch and prizes to your entire office. Rethink Your Health. Rethink Saturn. Check it out at SaturnHealthBreak.com.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Are you sick and tired of your health insurance premiums skyrocketing? The National Association for the Self-Employed might be the answer for you. Call NASE at 800-783-3110. The NASE has been around over 25 years and is a nonprofit advocacy group that uses hundreds of thousands of members nationwide to open doors for the self-employed. The NASE offers numerous benefits, including its most popular benefit, access to affordable health insurance. The NASE offers access to health, dental, vision, disability, and prescription drug insurance plans that otherwise would not be accessible to the self-employed. You choose your own doctors, hospitals, and customized plans specific to your family's need. If you are tired of skyrocketing premiums, you've got to call this number, 800-783-3110. Take action now and call this number, 800-783-3110. That's 800-783-3110.
Insurance plans are underwritten by the Mega Life and Health Insurance Company. Administrative Office, North Richland Hills, Texas. Exclusions and limitations apply. Optional benefits require additional premium. Association membership required. Benefits vary by...
Hi, Doug Buffone here from my good friends at Plaza Appliance, the home of highest quality brands with the best service, price, and advice guaranteed. Right now, see the latest appliances by Jen Air and save up to $750 on a brand new Jen Air professional kitchen. Pick out your appliances at Plaza today. Have them delivered tomorrow and pay nothing for 1 year. It's that simple. Will you quit laughing? Stop yourself. You're killing me. Visit PlazaAppliance.com for showroom locations and other great deals. Come on, Ed. Stop it. I mean, these Plaza Appliance people are very good people, and I got all my appliances from them. I'm trying to tell you how great they are. Plaza Appliance, where service, price, and advice matter most since 1938. You moron.
Despite the current economy, you can still drive a safe, luxurious, well-engineered car. Because right now, Mercedes-Benz is having a certified pre-owned sales event with deals as low as 1.99% APR on select CPO vehicles that have undergone a rigorous 155-point inspection. So you know you're getting a true 100% Mercedes-Benz at a price you can afford. See your authorized dealer today for certified affordability. But hurry, our CPO sales event ends September 30th. And remember, if it's not at your authorized Mercedes dealer, it's not a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz.
1.99% APR for 36 months at $28.64 per month for $1,000 finance on 2005 and 2006 E-Class vehicles. Excludes lease and balloon contract subject to credit approval. For qualified customers only through Mercedes-Benz Financial participating dealers through September 30th, 2008. Abbreviated inspection applicable to vehicles less than 15 months old with less than 18,000 miles. See dealer for complete program and pre-owned limited warranty details.
Brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Check out our exciting model lineup by visiting your local authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer or visit us today at MBUSA.com.
With United Rentals, you're never alone thanks to a 24-hour customer care center that's always there for you. To learn more, call 800-UR-RENT. United Rentals, consider it done. A great defense helps the Southsiders win games. And fire sprinkler systems are your best defense against home or business fires and property loss. If you're planning new construction or renovations, call the Sprinkler Fitters, Local Union 281 at 708-597-1800. Look no further for the finest trained professionals to help you plan and build your project. Protect yourself from fire and property loss. The Sprinkler Fitters Union, Local 281, has been protecting Chicagoland against fires since 1901. Call them at 708-597-1800 or go to sprinklerfitterschicago.org. We're back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
Second down and 10 for Manning. Shotgun from his 16-yard line. Looks things over. Bears coming on the blitz. Manning throws right side, caught. And the ball's up. Bears have it. To the 15, to the 10, it breaks to the 5, stiff arm, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Marvin Harrison cuffed it up.
Peanut Tillman does it every day in practice. The entire time I've been here with him, he has a knack for doing it. And it's not by chance. I mean, that wasn't a turnover. I mean, that was a takeaway. And we'll need a lot of plays like that throughout the year.
That highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Obradovich and Buffone on the Jiffy Lube postgame show, the Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast, 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, 312-644-6767, and watch us live video streaming at 670thescore.com. And prior to this. Don't forget, Hampton and Holmes up next. A great show. We'll talk more about the Chicago Bears. But when I did that commercial for Plath, what did I say? Bug the phone?
I think you said bug the phone. Now you just blew another spot, sir. They're done.
They're done with it.
They're just reviving Mitch right now. He's on the floor.
Yeah.
You know what they remind me, Doug? I couldn't stop laughing. They remind me of several years ago when you came up with that. You remember the thing you told me where that spaceship ran into you when you were hunting for deer in Pennsylvania? Spaceship.
Short story.
I don't even want to go there, but I mean that I couldn't stop laughing.
The spaceship came down, and I saw the spaceship, and it lasted 10 seconds. I told Ed the story, and to this day, every time, because he thinks I'm half off my rocket, but I did see it.
Doug is the only person that saw this. You just got to picture this real quickly, folks. Here's the captain of the spaceship, okay? The pilot, he's coming from the planet, whatever, let's say planet Pluto, flying through all these different galactical fields, suns, moons, everything, and he finally lands here. He gets all the way here, and what does he do? The first thing he does, he crashes into Doug. I'm supposed to believe this?
I'm going to tell you. I mean, I'm going to tell you what he told me, but I'll tell you. No, yeah, I didn't talk.
Oh, wait a minute. You talked to him?
No, I kind of tried to talk to him, but I wasn't talking to him. It was an object. I didn't see a him.
What did that object look like, Doug?
It was silver and it was round, and it gleamed. And that exactly is what I saw. I did see it. I'm not going to say, you know what? I saw it, Ed. What can I tell you?
Doug, you're just burying yourself. That's all.
My apologies to Plath Appliance.
Yeah, plus a bug the phone. He apologizes.
Let's go out to Thomas and Atkinson. Thomas, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show.
Thank you,
Tom, is that Fort Atkinson in Wisconsin?
No, Atkinson, Illinois.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay.
Fort Atkinson.
There's a Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Sometimes you screw this up,
I got a couple of things. I want to know your thoughts, OB, on the rookie defensive tackle. I thought he played great. I thought the linebackers played exceptionally well. The whole defense played great as a whole. But I want to know where this version of this attacking cover 2 has been the last 2 or 3 years and what difference it might have made. I'm going to hang up and listen to your answer.
Thanks,
of all, guys.
Yeah. Tom, it's a coaching philosophy. That's exactly what it is. Now, if you want to play the cover 2 and bend, don't break defense, fine. But I think that day, it's had its day, and it's done, and it's over with. And when you have the talent that we have on defense and you don't go after people, that's a huge mistake. And what you're talking about, the young rookie defensive tackle, I believe he's from Arkansas. I believe he is. Marcus Harrison, I'm going to tell you something. He did a wonderful job. He got off the ball, got up into the gap, put his shoulder into the guard, and drove him back in. As a matter of fact, I believe he had a sack, Doug. He played one hell of a game, and he's in a good addition to our team. Because we've got Tommy Harris, and I tell you what, it doesn't get any better than him. And this kid is a good addition. He's young, he's big, he's strong, he's quick, and he played a good game yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ed. You can't live by the cover 2.
No.
They're Tampa 2. They're 2 different defenses, but basically the same thought process. You can't do it. Because once they read, now, for example...
Why would you want to do it when you have the talent you have on defense?
Right. You see Kyle Orton? You get up the line of scrimmage. You take a look at the defense. Now, when the Colts were in a cover 2, I meant that the strong safety is out of there. He audibled to run the football. Smart. And now if he's up in there, then they know they got man-to-man coverage across the board, so then they throw the football. So if the guy's going to get out of there and he's going into cover 2, that means the strong safety's out of the box. That means the quarterback looks, reads it, runs the football. Now you have a better chance of running the ball. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you can't rely on sitting there with the cover 2 and think you're going to play a whole game with it.
No, you cannot. Maybe you want to throw it in for a down or 2 or for whatever the situation is, but I'll tell you what, not with the people we got. That's a huge mistake, and I think they've finally learned from it, Doug, and I hope we don't see it for the next 15 games, tell you the truth. We've got to be aggressive. We've got to go after people. We've got to get the turnovers, force the fumbles, get the interceptions, help the offense with good field position with our special teams.
Let's go out to Joseph and Elgin. Joseph, you're on the score.
Oh, man, it's so glad to hear you guys, man. I look forward to this like Christmas every year.
Hey, appreciate it, Joe.
Hey, how come on God's green earth, no one, I'm talking about the national media, why can't they give the Bears any love whatsoever? I mean, I know it's the first game, but, I mean, even during the Super Bowl year last year, it was kind of like, oh, they're just lucky to be here. At least my opinion and my friends' opinions are, and I see it all the time. It's just the Bears are the laughing stock, and even last night, I was watching that other channel, your competitor, the Eastern Seaboard Network, whatever you guys call it, ESPN, I'll just say it. And they couldn't, it was basically like, well, Manning messed up, or Manning didn't do right. It was nothing about the Bears being talented. It was all about Manning, never playing in the preseason, or maybe the new stadium. They can't give the Bears any credit whatsoever, and I'm sick and tired of it as a Bears fan, because it's just Dallas Cowboys, for instance. Tony Romo's never won a playoff game, but he is like the new savior of the NFC, and that to me just drives me crazy. And I'll hang up and listen to your guys' comments.
Well, first of all, the fact that the Chicago Bears, and you knew this was going to happen, if they did beat the Colts, it's going to be not because the Bears were so good, that the Colts were bad. That Manning wasn't ready. Manning wasn't ready to play. He lost 15 pounds. He wasn't the same quarterback. On and on and on. You knew the Bears were not going to get credit for this. But eventually, if they continue on their way, and they go and take Carolina on, and they start beating teams, they will get the credit that's due to them. Also, it will depend, too, what the Colts do after this. If the Colts turn it around, all of a sudden they start winning. But you're right about that. I mean, it takes a while to get somebody's admiration. But the Bears right now, they're at a point that they continue what they're doing, people are going to have to take notice.
Joseph, let me tell you quickly here. Let me tell you something. The Bears, they out-coached. Our coaching staff out-coached Tony Dungy and his Indianapolis coach staff from beginning to end, all 4 quarters. And our players outplayed them. That's the fact of the matter. And the number one thing that our defense did, they took a Hall of Fame quarterback and confused him and null and voided him for 4 quarters.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show, Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. Marionette Park, Bourbon Street, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Comcast wants you to take the Comcast Challenge. Win a year's worth of Comcast services, or a laptop computer, or a flat-screen TV, and more. Go to ChicagoComcastChallenge.com to vote for your favorite radio personality's Comcast Challenge. Go to ChicagoComcastChallenge.com to vote now.
Mediterranean sea bass, chicken rigatoni, homemade gyros, and Colorado lamb are some of their most popular dishes. Greek food lovers, if you want an experience to remember, then you have to visit Greek Islands today. For 37 years, the warm Mediterranean ambiance of the Greek Islands has made them the perfect place to meet for business, pleasure, or have an excellent and affordable dinner. They import their own extra virgin olive oil, wines, seafood, herbs, and spices from Greece directly to serve you healthy and delicious meals. With over 20 appetizers and 60 entrees to choose from, they're sure that you'll find your own favorite dish. You can enjoy their delicious foods for lunch, dinner, or as a carry-out. They also have private party rooms available and offer all of their dishes and party trays for your special occasions. Now's the time to start planning your holiday party. Visit Greek Islands in Chicago at 200 South Halstead Street, or in Lombard at 300 East 22nd Street. Greek Islands, America's most popular Greek restaurant.
I'm in the best shape of my life. I run about 4, maybe 5
push-ups is all I can do. But for my age, that's
normal is different for everyone. That's why Aetna offers its members wellness solutions for every stage of their health. From fitness programs to information to help manage an illness.
Aetna can help me feel and
stay healthy.
To learn more, go to Aetna.com. We want you to know. Aetna.
Plans offered by Aetna Life Insurance Company and its affiliates. Health information programs provide general health information and are not a substitute for diagnosis or treatment by physician or other healthcare professional.
You know that diamond ring you promised yourself you'd get her one day? Well, you can keep that promise beautifully right now at Jared the Galleria of Jewelry. With 5 times the selection of ordinary jewelry stores, you can find an anniversary ring in 14 or 18 karat gold or platinum. A ring that can feature ideal cut and colorless diamonds. Or an absolutely stunning diamond eternity ring with diamonds all around, starting at under $700. It can only be Jared. Visit Jared.com to find the location most convenient for you.
WSCR Scoreboard Update.
From the TicketsNow.com Update Studio, I'm George Hoffman with a Scoreboard Update sponsored by St. Charles Toyota. Get a price quote at Toyota.net. And this hour on the score brought to you by Bari Beef. The Bears couldn't run well last season, so they changed the bus and its driver. Matt Forte made quite a debut at Indy last night, breaking loose for a 50-yard touchdown run in the first quarter en route to 123 yards for the evening. And the Bears coaching staff must be thrilled with Kyle Orton, who threw for only 150 yards, but not one interception. Aaron Rodgers will make a debut of sorts. He starts for the Packers. They host the Vikings tonight. White Sox host the Blue Jays, and they enter the South Side with an 8-game winning streak and the best pitching staff in either league. Javier Vasquez opposes A.J. Burnett in the series opener, which you can hear on the Score at 6:35. Cubs open a series in St. Louis tomorrow. Lucky they still own a 4-game lead over the Brewers. The Cubs have lost 7 of their last 8. Tom Brady could miss the rest of the season with a knee injury, while the Titans' Vince Young could be out a month after also hurting his knee. And it's Roger Federer versus Andy Murray this afternoon for the U.S. Open title. Miller Lite invites you to join the Scorer's Brian Peruk from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Mount Prospect tonight for the Monday Night Football Party's Best Seat in the House party. It begins at 7:30. You'll have a chance to win the Best Seat in the House prize pack, which includes free food, the best seating, and transportation to and from the party for you and your friends. You're listening to the exclusive radio home for the Chicago White Sox with Ed Farmer and Steve Stone. Our next game tonight versus the Jays at 6:35. That's all she wrote. I'm George Hoffman on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. More with Doug and OB is coming up.
What does that sound? It's called Kadajak. It's the fine art of throat singing. My roommate's way into it. When did you get a roommate? When I realized how much I was paying for all my bills, wireless, cable.
Why don't you get AT&T? They have a bundle with TV, phone, internet, and wireless for one low monthly bill.
Maybe, but I'll tell you, Tuck Turkaluk is pretty good. He's thinking of getting on the pro circuit next year, and I can raise his rent.
There's a pro circuit of throat singing?
Yeah. The TAF, KTBA, they're huge. On a kind of regional scale.
Call today and get home phone and high-speed internet for under $40 a month. That's not an introductory price. Plus, find out how you can qualify for $50 cash back. Call 1-800-ATT-4U or visit att.com/double bundle.
Cash back for other qualifying services except home phone, local and long distance required. Taxes and other charges apply. For details, call 1-866-472-7966.
Centrum Performance, charged with high levels of B vitamins that can help your body find more energy. Energy-activating Centrum Performance.
At Mercedes-Benz of Chicago, giving you more luxury for less money isn't a contradiction. It's our business plan. It must be working because we're the largest volume retail Mercedes-Benz dealer in Chicago. Right now, for a very limited time, save with remarkable incentives like 1.9% financing on select new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz models. Or save with a host of cash-back offers valued from $1,000 to $12,000, available to both purchase and lease customers. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago is a Fletcher Jones dealership with a rich automotive history that goes back more than 50 years and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is simply unmatched. Other dealerships may try to duplicate our efforts, but that's to be expected. When you're Chicago's leading Mercedes-Benz dealer, what follows is everyone else. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago at 1100 North Clark Street. Visit us online at mercedes-benzchicago.com. Financing to qualified buyers on select models. Cash back on select new models.
Hi, folks. Hub Arc is here to tell you about what a great experience I had with Seal Chicago. We've got an old second-floor deck at home with a stairway and rail down to the patio, and it was looking, about 1,000 years old. So the guys from Seal Chicago come out, and they sand it, they refurbish it, and install a special, deep penetrating sealant that comes with a 30-year warranty, and in one day they made it look like $1 million. If you need deck and or fence work, set up an appointment for a free estimate today, and if you mention Hub, you'll get a Scorehead discount. Score a touchdown with Seal Chicago. Visit sealchicago.com or call 312-321-6487.
Live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
And he spreads the field once again. Gonzalez left, Wayne and Harrison to the right. Back on his left hip, Dominic Rhodes. Snap to Manning. Settles in the pocket, now being...
Oh, yeah! Struck down from behind! Alex Brown got him!
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jiffy Lube postgame show, and Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, in Marionette Park, Illinois, 312-644-6767. And Ed, tonight I will be at Stretch Run, do Monday Night Football. I want you to know that.
And the owner is, that's...
Maravitz.
Yeah, Maravitz,
yeah.
Sure. Right.
It's on Ohio and LaSalle.
Yeah.
And so
quite
they're doing Monday Night Football. What's that?
It's quite a spot.
It's a beautiful spot. Great food. And this place here, Bourbon Street, unbelievable.
I can't believe the size of this place.
But even though it's how big it is, I mean,
you get lost in here.
You get lost, but it's always crowded. Every time I come here, there's people here, and there's great facilities. I mean, we want to watch a game. I mean, they got the,
it's wonderful.
TV screens everywhere, and the big screens. It's just fabulous.
It's wonderful to see the crowd that we have here coming out here at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'll tell you what, kudos to you people.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming. Really thank you so much.
As we look down there, we see Dan Hampton and, of course, Lawrence Holmes, who are going to do a little crosstalk with us.
Yeah, they're out there. They're out there trying to take the thunder away from us.
Yeah, they're trying. Yeah.
Yeah, but it ain't going to happen.
No, we won't let them do that.
No, Douglas. A couple of things here. We talked about there's so many guys on both sides of the ball that played well yesterday, and a job that the coaching staff did. But there's a couple of things that I picked up, and one of them was from Brian Urlacher, and he said, and he was talking about how they played and whatever, and he says, if we play fast, he said, we'll be good. We'll be real good. He said, if we play fast. And I am trying to read in between those lines, Doug, and I assume that means as being aggressive, blitzing, coming after people, play after play. And that's what he said. If we play fast, we'll be good. And Peanut Tillman said, and I assume he might have been talking about the Bear coaching staff and et cetera. He said, Tillman said, if they can take advantage of the talent they have here. And I assume that to be that, again, with Tillman, quick, fast, aggressive, Briggs, Urlacher, Ogulnier, we've got people that can move and are difference makers and give them the chance to be a difference makers. So that was kind of interesting. Take advantage of the talent, Doug,
your assumption
and play
is right.
fast.
Your
play
assumption
fast.
is no quick. They want to go after people.
That's what I believe they were saying.
There's no question about it. Let's go out to Bobby in Buffalo Grove. Bobby, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you guys doing today?
All right, Bob.
Good, Bob.
I had an observation more than a question. It seemed to me like, the Colts never attacked the middle of the field. I don't know. Last year it seemed like there'd be people, they'd drag a receiver across the middle, and all of a sudden somebody's running loose. And last night it seemed like, Manning never threw to the middle of the field. And, I don't know if it's something different they did in their coverage or, if that was their game plan, but I just wondered if you guys observed the same thing.
Bobby tried the slants in the latter part of the game. And don't forget, too, in the second half, Dallas Clark was not playing. And Dallas Clark was sitting on the sidelines. And they used Clark a lot of times as far as the middle field is concerned.
Split the zones in the middle.
Right. Mm-hmm. And I think what happened here, though, the fact was what the Bears did defensively, it threw him off. Because Manning is like a robot. He reads, he understands, he sees, and every defense he has something he's going to go against it. But he could not put in his mind what defense really the Bears were playing. And so consequently that hurt. And a lot of times, too, Harrison dropped a couple balls. All in all, it was a confusion state for Manning. And I got to tell you, it's very difficult to just throw a helmet on and go out there and start playing football and you not played all year. Everybody thinks it's that easy. Even for the great ones, it's a tough thing to do.
And, too, Bob, when you're showing blitz constantly, whether you're coming or not, but for those 4 quarters, I mean, we had a ton of people on that line of scrimmage, moving, shaking, doing whatever. And a lot of times, Bob, what happened when you get your defensive backs and they come up and they'll play from within that 2-yard to that 4-yard, maybe 5-yard deep, put the pressure on the wideouts. Usually when he'll see a blitz and he'll read it, it'll be the hard slant, the quick slant coming in, or it'll be a fly pattern going up and out. And what happened was we took away their inside. Tillman, Basher took away the inside, so they didn't have that clear path on a hot, quick read.
Let's go out to Jason in Vancouver, Canada. Excuse me, Jason.
Jason.
Hell of a show this morning, guys.
Thank you, my friend.
Hey, I can't agree with you guys anymore on that Tampa 2 stuff. I mean, we've got the best defense in the NFL. Maybe I'm jumping the gun, guys, but when you mention all those names for like the last 2 hours that you guys have, but we don't need that stuff with the pressure.
Not with this talent.
I mean, the pressure, balance, you name it. Guys, I just wanted to sort of ask you what was your take on Dusty and Mikey Brown last night. And, guys, I got to tell you, if Greg Olsen doesn't get tackled there, he's gone. And I think he's going to be a huge asset. And I hope they sure as hell use Greg Olsen big time. Thanks, guys.
Dusty Dvorak, I think, is a big, big addition to this team. Addition meaning the fact that he got hurt last year, so he wasn't really playing that much. You're going to need to rotate those tackles in and out. Even Tommy Harris. See how much they rotated him last night? And you didn't hear Tommy Harris' name that much either.
but Marcus Harrison did a hell of a job of getting off the ball. And Dusty Dvorak, the one thing that he can do, Jason, I'm going to tell you something. Dusty Dvorak can legitimately beat a double team. In other words, what I mean by that, he can split one or the other, and he will not get driven back. He'll hold his ground or even gain ground. I've seen that from him last year when the first game he played and in the exhibition season last year, Doug, and he's doing the same thing now. And that's a big asset to have. And then you turn Tommy Harris loose. That's a great thing to have because Dvorak can defeat a double team.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. Obradovich and Buffon, 115 Bourbon Street. 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Now is the perfect time to start preparing for your financial future. Tune in tomorrow afternoon for Fidelity's Retirement Investment Insights. We'll have Fidelity investment professionals providing answers to commonly asked retirement investment questions. It's Fidelity's Retirement Investing Insights, right here on 670 The Score.
Traveling Taste Patrol.
Margarita here for Pepe's Mexican Restaurant.
Margarita.
We're here interviewing authentic Pepe's customers. Hey guys, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Can I sit down with you?
Yes.
If you could describe your experience at Pepe's in one word, what would it be?
Traditional.
Awesome.
Atmosphere. Delightful.
Mexico.
Cheers. I don't know what he said, but I think it was something about how much he loves Pepe. So if you could say something to Pepe right now, what would you say to him?
I would say, great job, Pepe.
I say, keep the margaritas coming.
Muchas gracias. I would say this food is good and the service is good, too. I love Pepe.
Thumbs up, Pepe.
Yeah.
Visit Pepe's in September and try the stuffed steak taco platter. 2 steak tacos, each with melted cheese between 2 corn tortillas. A Pepe's exclusive. Pepe's Mexican Restaurants. Authentic Mexican dining.
Hi, Doug Buffon here for my good friends at Plaza Appliance, the home of the highest quality brands with the best service, price, and advice. Guaranteed. Right now, see the latest appliances by Genair and save up to $750 on a brand-new Genair professional kitchen. Pick out your appliances at Plaza today. Have them delivered tomorrow and pay nothing for 1 year. It's that simple. Visit PlazaAppliance.com for showroom locations and other great deals. Plaza Appliance, where service, price, and advice matter most since 1938.
Hey, yo, I got an offer you can't refuse. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. Hey, bada bing, bada boom. You got a better way to spend your Monday nights? Forget about it. Blackjack's has 8 big-screen plasma TVs, a 120-inch projection TV, a free Italian buffet, $2 sambucas, Peroni beer, and the beautiful girls you wouldn't necessarily bring home to meet Mama. Pop? Maybe. Mama? Definitely not. It's Blackjack's Monday Night Football with the family and the hottest girls who give a whole new meaning to end zone dance. Now that's what I'm talking about. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or check us out at blackjacks.com.
Oh, gurus of vacation time and big daddies of the business trip. We at Extended Stay Hotels are putting an end to paying extra for hotel extras. Because all that free stuff actually costs money. And no matter how smoking hot your hair looks, whenever you use those complimentary shower caps, you take a hit in the wallet. So goodbye moisturizing chamomile body wash and hello fully equipped kitchens with a full-size fridge, stovetop, and microwave. Snap up a nightly rate starting from $59.99 and we'll throw in plenty of space to get comfy. And hey, if you want to stay a little longer, then be our guest, because the nightly rate starts out low and only gets lower the longer you stay. So the next time you need to get out of town, visit ExtendedStay.com or call Extended Stay Hotels at 800-777-6685 and book your room now. All the stuff you want is already included.
Rates and amenities vary by location. Nightly rate does not include applicable state and local taxes. Other restrictions may apply. Visit ExtendedStay.com for more details.
Prices are up. The cost of running your business is up. Everything's up, except your marketing budget. So what's a small business to do? Email marketing to your current customers with ConstantContact.com. With Constant Contact, you get professional-looking email newsletters that keep your customers coming back. Plus, there's a free 60-day trial with plans as low as $15 a month. So, even if the economy's down, your sales don't have to be. Put your marketing on the upswing with ConstantContact.com.
I didn't need the pills for pain anymore. I just needed them.
Millions struggle to overcome opioid dependence on prescription painkillers.
If you're like I was, turn to help.
Call 866-455-TURN. Learn about medical treatments for opioid dependence that help control withdrawal symptoms.
I had another chance, privately in a doctor's office.
Call 866-455-TURN or visit turntohelp.com and click on Locate a Physician. Sponsored by Rickett Benckiser Pharmaceuticals.
Peyton Manning with 7 on the play clock. Looks like he's checking out of the play, but who knows with him. Waiting the snap from center. Takes turns. Gives to a dive. Brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Tommy Harris beats his man. It looks like he took down Charlie Johnson, the right guard. Shotgun snap to Peyton Manning on 3rd and 6. Quick throw to the right side. Yeah. And he's erased. Ball's on the ground, and it's incomplete.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to Jikaloo Postgame Show. Miller Lite Lunch and live broadcast at Bourbon Street. 312-644-6767.
And now that was almost a standing ovation. Almost. Yes, it was almost. That's the way I interpreted it.
It was close.
It was close. Yeah. All right.
Anyway, we're going to bring the guys in now. Coming up next, Lawrence Holmes and, of course, Danny Hampton. And, Danny, let me say this right now. Apologies from Holmes and I because we were dead ass wrong. And Ed did call them, okay, whatever you called them last week when you said Holmes and I agreed on what was going to happen, and Lawrence and I did. But, Dan, you stood up there and you said, the Bears are going to win, and that's exactly what they did do.
Well, thank you very much. I will say, guys, before we get too far down the road, let's first and foremost applaud the coaching. And let's start with Lovie Smith. Number one, he made a couple of great decisions this year through the course of training camp. Now, I don't think there's any question about the fact that I've been beating the drum for anybody but Rex Grossman for a while. But how about the decision to go with Kyle Orton and say, this is our quarterback, and what happened before, but this is the guy we're going to build the offense around. The second one is to not only evaluate the fact that Matt Forte, as Lovie says, showed up the first day and it acted like a real pro, which I think is a direct shot at Cedric Benson, or the lack of what Cedric Benson was able to bring. But the other one was to say not only we're going to start him, but we're not scared to start this kid. Now, you go into Indianapolis, they're opening, the new stadium. They got all, the question marks on the left side of the offensive line. Give a lot of kudos to Ron Turner. And I heard you earlier, Doug and OB. You guys, for the first time, we actually had everybody show up at the plate at the same time. The greatest scheme that Bob Babich has been able to put together as a defensive coordinator, and not only the fact that Ron Turner had a game plan with it, but OB, like you said, he stuck with it. 39 rushing attempts.
That's right.
That's going to mean victories for the Bears this year.
Didn't give up in the third quarter, and for them actually, Dan, to go into the Colts and do that. People ask me, what do you think about, I didn't know that much about our offense because there was too many question marks to pinpoint something that's going to be terrific or not. It was too many big question marks. But I'm going to tell you what, for the Bears to win that opening game and go into that particular venue in Indianapolis, they had to play a perfect game, and they damn near played a perfect game.
I'm with you all the way on that, OB. You look at what that offensive line, on that 50-yard TD run, you saw everyone get on a man. You saw Olin Kreutz cut his guy first. You saw Josh Beekman get out on a guy. You saw Des Clark I think had the block really that sprung Forte to get out into the open field, and then he made his moves, and he was just gone. It's so impressive. We saw in training camp, there was just one particular play. It was one night where they had night practice, and they put him out on a screen play. They hit him with the screen, and all of us, he was running down the sidelines and went right past all of us. And Mike Brown went, oh, my God, that guy is fast. And that was our first indication that maybe this guy's got a little extra gear that people didn't give him credit for when they were scouting him before the draft.
Lawrence, what he showed early in the first couple exhibition games, and all great running backs have, is the ability to cut back. That's what, not that there's certain things that define one, but that is basic and number one. You've got to have that instinct to have that. All the great runners have had it. And when we look at Benson, we took him 4th overall in the draft. And what was the one thing that he couldn't do?
Cut back.
He couldn't cut back.
And you don't forget that against this very same Indianapolis Colts team, early in the first quarter, Cedric Benson got kind of B-slapped, and he basically took himself out of the game. Last night, Matt Forte took a hell of a shot from Sanders, their very fine safety. But not only did he go to the sideline, shake it off, he showed great courage, great toughness. He came back in and still made a huge impact in the way the game played.
But again, too, when you take and get into these football games, what really matters is the fact that if you have the talent, which the Bears do, it's if the coach is going to put you in a position to win. And I'm going to tell you, yesterday, and you said it, Ron Turner put them in a position to win. Bob Babbage put them in a position to win. And what they did do, there's no question, but they had maximum protection. They took care of Freeney from the opposite side with a double team. They had the running game going. They had their guys blocking. They used Olsen. They used Desmond Clark out of the backfield as a wide receiver, where a linebacker had to go out and cover him, and they picked that off and got 26 yards. So all these little things. And the other thing, defensively, and then the linemen, they're using some tricks with these guys. They're moving them around. They're not saying, here we are, come and beat me, find me. A lot of times moving around makes a big difference.
Well, I think the subliminal message when Tillman and the rest of these guys say we're going to play fast, what they're saying is we don't want to be sitting ducks. We want to be able to move. We want to be able to dictate tempo. And not only did the defense dictate tempo, Ron Turner with the offensive running game dictated to the Indianapolis Colts the way the game was going to be played. And I think John Madden said it late in the second quarter. He goes, hey, you know, I look up here, and the Bears defense has kept Indianapolis out of rhythm. And that's the one thing that everybody in the league knows when they go in to play Indianapolis, whether it's at home or away. The Colts like to dictate the way the game is going to play as far as the rhythm of it. The Bears defense with the line stunts. And again, there's a difference between line stunts and blitzes. Stunts are basically between the down linemen. The blitzes working with that, coming off of it, create an awful lot of trouble, especially for, you know, any offensive line. But when you had an offensive line like what the Colts did last night, where they're basically having a first-time starter at center and two guards, it was brilliant. And the one thing that I think, if you look at this game, there was three huge defensive plays. Let's talk about the very first one. I heard you guys talking about Peanut Tillman. He has the unbelievable knack of being able to strip balls.
He's the best in the league. And he's the best in the league at doing that.
And normally when it's an appropriate time, it's not like in the fourth quarter when they're up by 3 scores. It's when we need it most. He has a great ability to do that. That was a huge play. But the other two, I'd like to give a little shout-out to Marcus Harrison, the number 3 draft pick that the Bears have brought in from Arkansas. Think about this.
An Arkansas guy.
Oh, yeah. But let me tell you this. If you go back and watch the film.
Oh, he's from Louisville. But go ahead.
I heard he was from Champaign.
OB, if you go back, the first play that set up the safety, it was a sack by Marcus Harrison. Now, what happened was, and you were alluding to this earlier, the NFL offensive lines, they have what they call an east-west call. If they're getting an awful lot of trouble, they'll slant the offensive line east or west so the defense can't predicate what they're going to do. But on that particular play, Deem, the right tackle, it was a west call, and he got down in the gap, and Harrison hit his outside shoulder, forced it all the way into Peyton Manning's leg, and got the sack. That was a huge play that set up the safety that turned the tide of the ball game.
One more thing here before we go, and I just said it again. When you have two people, one for surefire Hall of Famer in Urlacher, and Tillman, who's about as good a shutdown corner as there is in this league, when they say take advantage of the talent that's on that team, and speaking to the coaches, and for Urlacher to say, we play best fast. We want to play fast. We want to play with speed. There are two players telling everybody, let us go, let us have our heads, let us play football, let us attack.
You know what's great about those guys on defense is that when they do get a turnover, they turn into killers. They are trying to destroy the offensive guys who are going to try to get the ball carrier. And you saw it last night. They were wiping people out so that Lance Briggs has an easy way to get into the end zone.
Lawrence, that's Bear football.
Lawrence, and I'm glad you've changed your ways after last week, and I'm kind of ashamed of you, basically.
Oh, you're ashamed of me? You know what? It's good that I'm in the foxhole with Hamp every day because you just abandoned me before.
I just took off. I don't know what you're talking about.
Just follow my lead, Lawrence.
Hey, Doug.
I'll take care of you.
Hey, Doug, when you see Big Doug Friday
I'm gonna slap
on Mully and Henley's show, what are you going to ask Big Doug?
That moron, I'm going to say, why did you do that?
You tell him, you can tell him, get lost?
Get lost, yeah. Why did you pick the Colts? Anyway, guys, coming up next, Holmes and Hampton. Right now, OB, Thank you very much, buddy.
Doug, it's great. I don't know how many years we've been doing this, but I love doing it with you, and I hope we can do it for a ton more years, my friend.
And our thanks to Jiffy Lube, Miller Lite, 115 Bourbon Street, to producers Jay Zawoski, Herb Lawrence, Matt Van Peebles, promotions Maribel Lopez, Jackie Spencer, Pat Anders, and also Mitch Rosen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Up next, Holmes and Hampton.
Hurry in today for the Toyota National Clearance Event going on now at your local Toyota dealer, where there's a lot to like, starting with amazing deals on some of our most fuel-efficient models. There's Corolla, highway rated at an impressive 35 mpg, or Matrix with a 32 miles per gallon highway rating. And what's not to like about Camry with a 31 miles per gallon highway rating? Or check out Toyota Tacoma, highway rated at a fuel-efficient 26 mpg. So hurry into your Toyota dealer while selection lasts. The Toyota National Clearance Event is the perfect time to get an amazing deal on the Toyota you want. And who doesn't like that? 2009 EPA miles per gallon estimates for Camry 4-cylinder, Tacoma 4-cylinder 2-wheel drive with manual transmission, Matrix with manual transmission, excludes S and XRS models, and Corolla excludes XRS models. Actual mileage will vary.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Join Brian Baruch for the Miller Lite Monday Night Football Party tonight at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mount Prospect. You can win a best seat in the house package, including a top-of-the-line leather recliner from Lazy Boy, food, transportation by Windy City Limousine, and qualify for a trip to Dreams Palm Beach Punta Cana from Apple Vacations and Worldwide Traveler.
Gentlemen, tired of the nagging, the cold shoulder, and the singles bars? Heavenly Body. Where will you meet over 100 gorgeous fantasy dancers up close and personal? Heavenly Body. Where can you watch sports, drink, and play pool or darts in the company of Chicagoland's hottest-looking women? Heavenly Bodies. Come see the gorgeous fantasy dancers at the world-famous Heavenly Bodies, Chicagoland's only fantasy sports bar. Daily from lunch till 4 a.m. at the corner of Toohey and Elmhurst Road. For more information, call Heavenly Bodies at 708-806-11.
We're back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
As Adam Vinatieri has it on the tee to our left. Second half about to begin. Hester at his 10. On the approach, kick up in the air. And he sends it deep. It's going to back Hester, who's got to catch it baseball style about 8 yards deep in his end zone. He has yet to take a knee. Now he's going to run it out. Bad decision. Terrible decision.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio.
Like, what was your first clue? What was your first clue on that one?
The Jiffy Lube postgame show and Miller Lite Lunch and Live broadcast, 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, Illinois, 312-644-6767, and watch us live, video streaming at 670thescore.com. That's if you can't be here, just watch us live.
I told you what happened. Superman forgot his cape.
Yeah.
Doug, I'd just like to mention here a charity that I've been involved with for quite a long time, and many charities over my lifetime, and it's Hope for Vision. They have a golf tournament out at Eagle Brook Country Club today, and there's some wonderful people there. Ann Roush, Pete Mancini, and it's a great cause. And there's a lot of diseases out there that are horrific and horrible that happen to people, and to lose your eyesight is just a thing that I hope never happens to anybody. Anyways, these people are out there fighting and trying to make some money and help things be a little bit better for people that have vision problems, and hope for vision with Ann Roush and Pete Mancini. I hope they make $1 bazillion today, and good luck to them.
That's a golf tournament?
Yes, it is. It's out at Eagle Brook Country Club, Hope for Vision. It's a wonderful charity.
And it is a great charity.
Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, a real quick golf story. Ed and I did the Gale Sayers golf tournament last year, and we're in the cart. We're sitting in the cart, and I see Ed scratching off my name and his name. I said, Ed, what are you doing? He said, I don't want anybody to know who we are. I said, why, Ed? He said, well, I'm embarrassed of you. I said, what do you mean you're embarrassed of me? He said, I want you to turn around, and I want you to take a look at your golf clubs. And I knew. My clubs were Bobby Jones vintage. They were 1939, 1940. They were all beat up. They were strapped together, everything,
But when you got duct tape on a golf bag, Doug,
that's not good.
That's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, right. So he's embarrassed, right? Make a long story short, we play. Christmas comes around. There's a knock on my door. There's a UPS guy, and there's a big package for me. My buddy, my pal, sent me a brand new set of golf clubs, Max Flies. I had all new clubs, all new irons, new everything, brand new bag. He said, now, I won't be embarrassed of you anymore.
Now, Doug, wait a minute. One of the toppers was, I said, Doug, take that, and I really wouldn't, but if I was you, just go to some charity and donate the clubs in the golf bag. And maybe they can get something for it. Well, Doug went, guess what? They wouldn't take them. I mean, this is the ugliest set of golf clubs and the ugliest bag I ever saw in my life.
So he said burn them.
Burn them.
That's what I did.
Now clean them first and then burn them.
Let's go out to Big John in Des Plaines. Big John, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Big John.
Big John.
Big John, you're shrinking.
He's gone. Let's go out to Jeremy in Rockford. Jeremy, you on the score.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? I just wanted to comment on Mike Brown's presence on the field yesterday. I thought he made a huge difference. He wasn't in on too many plays, but it was stopping the run compared to last year's. I mean, obviously towards the end of the year they were playing a little bit better, but I just want to have you guys comment. Hopefully he can stay healthy the whole year, because I think it's a huge plus to have him back. And
Jeremy, you never heard Mike Brown's name very much last night. You say, well, is this guy in the game? Is he playing? What's he doing? But the quarterback of the defensive backs is exactly who he is and what he does do. He coordinates. And it's very important to coordinate back there, because you have to be on the same wavelength as your linebackers and your defensive line. We saw that in the Super Bowl, what happened when they made the mistake and Manning didn't get the defense and, of course, cost us a touchdown. That's what the kid does the best. He's out there, and he knows exactly what's going on. He knows where everybody's supposed to be. He positions, and he helps out Urlacher as far as when it comes to calling the game.
Well, he's a very intelligent football player, and I harken back to the days when I played, and we had a defensive coordinator at the time by the name of George Allen, who was now he's a Hall of Fame coach. And George's big thing, Doug, was, we were very aggressive defense, too, the same thing. I mean, we didn't take any prisoners. But he believed the biggest thing that a defense could overcome, or has to overcome, are mental mistakes. It seemed like every time we made a mental mistake, it was a defensive back or a linebacker or somebody, and they didn't cover, or they didn't catch the defensive audible that came out. So when you have a guy like Brown back there who knows as much of the game and is a student of the game, and he's standing back there calling signals and telling people in between plays what to do and where to go, that's I can't tell you how valuable that is.
Well, there's no question, you have to know what you're doing. I can remember when Joe Fortunato got hurt, and I was backing up Joe Fortunato my first year. I ran into the football game against the Packers. At that time, OB was playing defensive end, left defensive end. I come running into the huddle, and I'm expecting, okay, kid, we're right there with you. Everything will be fine. He looks at me and says, do you know what the hell you're doing? I said, thanks, Ed. I mean, that's really great. Do you know what the hell you're doing?
I remember, Doug, you came in the huddle, and I looked, I said, holy Christ. I looked up, I said, do you know what the hell you're doing?
Yeah.
And Doug goes, yeah.
Give me some time. Let's go out to Michael and Valpo. Michael, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Good morning.
Good morning, Michael.
I'd like to say I think you guys are at the best sports bar in the whole Chicago area right there.
There's no question about it.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Hey, I noticed one thing last night. The Bears weren't trying to strip the ball as a result. I think they're making some pretty good tackles. How about you guys?
Well, you take your time and pick your time to make this trip, just like when Tillman made this trip on Harrison. And the fact was, that's when you do it. I mean, you got a hand on him, then you come down and swat the ball because the carrier's not expecting it. Very difficult to take somebody in open field and try to swat the ball out of his hands. Now what you do is the first guy will set him up, make the tackle. The second guy comes in and tries to swat the ball out.
But if you have a shot, and Tillman's a very smart player, intelligent player, he saw where that ball was dug instantly on the outside. He was carried on the outside, and he went and he had a perfect shot at it, and he hit it. And plus, it wasn't a deep pattern. It was short. It was an up and in pattern, about a 4 or 5 yard pattern, and he was over the middle. So if he didn't hit it or if he missed it, there were people there to take advantage of him and bring him down. So it was a smart move by Tillman.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show and also the Miller Lite Luncheon Live broadcast. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. O'Bradley on the phone. And Ned, I wanted to ask you real quickly about, quarterbacks. And the fact that when they called Urlacher for hitting that quarterback. Now, I got to tell you, I understand about protecting the quarterback. If it was up to me, unless their head didn't come off, I wouldn't call a foul. But the fact is, they're calling everything now so closely, it's almost a little bit embarrassing.
Doug, it was like a finger touch to his helmet, if at that. Okay, it was basically a finger touch. He didn't come with a forearm blow, a forearm shiver to the face or to the head, to the top of the head or the side of the head. That was not. To me, that was a cheap call.
Yeah, it was. And I just said to myself, well, what do you expect to do now if a linebacker's coming after the quarterback? Granted, I don't want to see anybody get hurt out there. That's not even in the back of my mind. But a lot of times you got to sting these guys and you got to make them pay the price.
You know what? That doesn't bother me so much. So he got hit. He went down. Let me tell you something. I played defensive end for 11 years. And if I could tell you the times you get double-teamed on the line of scrimmage with either a guard or a tackle, one hitting you high, one aiming for your inside of your knee, or if it's a tight end on your outside, then the tackle post trying to straighten you up, and the tight end comes down and fires right at your knee. And that went on game after game, year after year, and I went down one year with that and had a hell of a time coming back from it. And I didn't see anybody crying about that, so I'm not going to cry about these quarterbacks. Besides, they make too much damn money anyway.
It seems like that you got a little problem. You had some hidden hatred. We may have to talk to somebody about real soon.
A little anger.
Yeah, a little anger.
Anger management. Mitch Rosen sent me to anger management school. But you know what? So the guy gets. I mean, it's football. That's what this game is.
Sure.
I mean, you'll hear us constantly. Just, whenever we see a veteran player, I see Brian Urlacher once in a while at a restaurant or something, the only thing I'll just tell him, Brian, stay healthy.
Yep.
And that's what you can do. But it's going to happen. It's football, folks. It's going to happen.
Let's go out to Paulie in Fort Worth, Texas. Paulie, you're on the score.
Boys, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Paulie.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I tell you what, man, I don't know about you folks, but I am completely in shock, in awe of watching my team. I mean, I really wasn't expecting it. I was really concerned when Fortain was limping off after one of his runs. I really got scared. I'm thinking, holy crap, it's just starting out the season. Please let him be okay. And you know what? I mean, we had some cheap calls in there. I'm a police officer down here. And, I'm in deep Dallas country, and they're the beloved Cowboys. I am hated by my own force, so people... You folks got to give some support.
I'll tell you what, though, they didn't look too shabby yesterday, did they?
Oh,
Cowboys.
No, they did not. They were, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about the Cowboys. I dislike them very much. I'm the biggest Bear fan, and please tell Levy not to please get rid of that orange jersey, would you, folks? I'll keep my mouth shut and I'll just listen in. So I guys have a good day.
You know what, Paulie? Yeah, thank you. And that new stadium down there that Dallas Cowboys are building, Jerry Jones is building, it is the first billion-dollar stadium on this planet. $1 billion stadium he's building, and it just so happens, Doug, my son-in-law, James Geyer, is one of the gentlemen that's in there. That's one of the main designers for all the owner suites and all the major investors, all their suites. And he's been down there working for the last 2 or 3 years, putting all that together for Jerry Jones. But $1 billion stadium, folks.
Can you imagine that?
Can you imagine this? Mm-hmm. Your teams are $1 billion teams. Football is a multi-billion-dollar deal. Now comes $1 billion stadium.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show and the Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West, 115th Street, Marinette Park, 312-644-6767. Up next, Lawrence Holmes and Dan Hampton. Great show. That will be coming up right after OB&I. OB&I will be right back.
Rethink Your Health Chicago. Log on to SaturnHealthBreak.com for healthy recipes, fitness tips, and your chance to have CBS Radio deliver lunch and prizes to your entire office. Rethink Your Health. Rethink Saturn. Check it out at SaturnHealthBreak.com.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Are you sick and tired of your health insurance premiums skyrocketing? The National Association for the Self-Employed might be the answer for you. Call NASE at 800-783-3110. The NASE has been around over 25 years and is a nonprofit advocacy group that uses hundreds of thousands of members nationwide to open doors for the self-employed. The NASE offers numerous benefits, including its most popular benefit, access to affordable health insurance. The NASE offers access to health, dental, vision, disability, and prescription drug insurance plans that otherwise would not be accessible to the self-employed. You choose your own doctors, hospitals, and customized plans specific to your family's need. If you are tired of skyrocketing premiums, you've got to call this number, 800-783-3110. Take action now and call this number, 800-783-3110. That's 800-783-3110.
Insurance plans are underwritten by the Mega Life and Health Insurance Company. Administrative Office, North Richland Hills, Texas. Exclusions and limitations apply. Optional benefits require additional premium. Association membership required. Benefits vary, but...
Hi, Doug Buffone here from my good friends at Plaza Appliance, the home of the highest quality brands with the best service, price, and advice guaranteed. Right now, see the latest appliances by Jen Air and save up to $750 on a brand new Jen Air professional kitchen. Pick out your appliances at Plaza today. Have them delivered tomorrow and pay nothing for 1 year. It's that simple. Will you quit laughing? Stop yourself. You're killing me. Visit PlazaAppliance.com for showroom locations and other great deals. Come on, Ed. Stop it. I mean, these Plaza Appliance people are very good people, and I got all my appliances from them. I'm trying to tell you how great they are. Plaza Appliance, where service, price, and advice matter most since 1938. You moron.
Despite the current economy, you can still drive a safe, luxurious, well-engineered car. Because right now, Mercedes-Benz is having a certified pre-owned sales event with deals as low as 1.99% APR on select CPO vehicles that have undergone a rigorous 155-point inspection. So you know you're getting a true 100% Mercedes-Benz at a price you can afford. See your authorized dealer today for certified affordability. But hurry, our CPO sales event ends September 30th. And remember, if it's not at your authorized Mercedes dealer, it's not a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz.
1.99% APR for 36 months at $28.64 per month per $1,000 finance on 2005 and 2006 E-Class vehicles. Excludes lease and balloon contract subject to credit approval. For qualified customers only through Mercedes-Benz Financial participating dealers through September 30th, 2008. Abbreviated inspection applicable to vehicles less than 15 months old with less than 18,000 miles. See dealer for complete program and pre-owned limited warranty details.
Brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Check out our exciting model lineup by visiting your local authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer or visit us today at MBUSA.com.
With United Rentals, you're never alone thanks to a 24-hour customer care center that's always there for you. To learn more, call 800-UR-RENT. United Rentals, consider it done. A great defense helps the Southsiders win games. And fire sprinkler systems are your best defense against home or business fires and property loss. If you're planning new construction or renovations, call the Sprinkler Fitters, Local Union 281 at 708-597-1800. Look no further for the finest trained professionals to help you plan and build your project. Protect yourself from fire and property property loss. The Sprinkler Fitters Union, Local 281, has been protecting Chicagoland against fires since 1901. Call them at 708-597-1800 or go to sprinklerfitterchicago.org. We're back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
2nd down and 10 for Manning. Shotgun from his 16-yard line. Looks things over. Bears coming on the blitz. Manning throws right side, caught. And the ball's up. Bears have it. To the 15, to the 10, it breaks to the 5, stiff arm, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Marvin Harrison cuffed it up.
Peanut Tillman does it every day in practice. The entire time I've been here with him, he has a knack for doing it. And it's not by chance. I mean, that wasn't a turnover. I mean, that was a takeaway. And we'll need a lot of plays like that throughout the year.
That highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Obradovich and Buffone on the Jiffy Lube postgame show, the Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast, 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, 312-644-6767, and watch us live video streaming at 670thescore.com. And prior to this, don't forget, Hampton and Holmes up next. A great show. We'll talk more about the Chicago Bears. But when I did that commercial for Plath, what did I say? Bug the phone?
I think you said bug Buffone. Now you just blew another spot, sir. They're done. They're done with. They're just reviving Mitch right now. He's on the floor. Yeah, you know what they remind me, Doug? I couldn't stop laughing. They remind me of several years ago when you came up with that. You remember the thing you told me where that spaceship ran into you when you were hunting for deer in Pennsylvania? Spaceship.
Short story.
I don't even want to go there, but I mean that I couldn't stop laughing.
The spaceship came down, and I saw the spaceship, and it lasted 10 seconds. I told Ed the story, and now to this day, every time, because he thinks I'm half off my rocket, but I did see it.
Doug is the only person that saw this. You just got to picture this real quickly, folks. Here's the captain of the spaceship. Okay, the pilot. He's coming from the planet, whatever, let's say planet Pluto, flying through all these different galactical fields, suns, moons, everything, and he finally lands here. He gets all the way here, and what does he do? The first thing he does, he crashes into Doug. I'm supposed to believe this?
I'm going to tell you. I mean, I'm going to tell you what he told me, but I'll tell you. No, yeah, I didn't talk.
Oh, wait a minute. You talked to him?
No, I kind of tried to talk to him, but I wasn't talking to him. It was an object. I didn't see a him.
What did that object look like, Doug?
It was silver, and it was round, and it gleamed. And that exactly is what I saw. I did see it. I'm not going to say, you know what? I saw it, Ed. What can I tell you?
Doug, you're just burying yourself. That's all.
My apologies to Plath Appliance.
Yeah, plus a bug Buffone. He apologizes.
Let's go out to Thomas and Atkinson. Thomas on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show.
Tom, is that Fort Atkinson in Wisconsin?
No, Atkinson, Illinois.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay.
Fort
Atkinson.
There's a Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Sometimes you screw this up,
I got a couple of things. I want to know your thoughts, OB, on the rookie defensive tackle. I thought he played great. I thought the linebackers played exceptionally well. The whole defense played great as a whole. But I want to know where this version of this attacking cover 2 has been the last 2 or 3 years and what difference it might have made. I'm going to hang up and listen to your answer.
Thanks,
of all, guys.
Yeah, Tom, it's a coaching philosophy. That's exactly what it is. Now, if you want to play the cover 2 and bend, don't break defense, fine. But I think that day, it's had its day, and it's done, and it's over with. And when you have the talent that we have on defense and you don't go after people, that's a huge mistake. And what you're talking about, the young rookie defensive tackle, I believe he's from Arkansas. I believe he is. Marcus Harrison, I'm going to tell you something. He did a wonderful job. He got off the ball, got up into the gap, put his shoulder into the guard, and drove him back in. As a matter of fact, I believe he had a sack, Doug. He played one hell of a game, and he's a good addition to our team. Because we've got Tommy Harris, and I tell you what, it doesn't get any better than him. And this kid is a good addition. He's young, he's big, he's strong, he's quick. and he played a good game yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ed. You can't live by the cover two.
No.
They're Tampa two. They're two different defenses, but basically the same thought process. You can't do it. Because once they read, now, for example...
Why would you want to do it when you have the talent you have on defense?
Right. You see Kyle Orton? You get up to the line of scrimmage. You take a look at the defense. Now, when the Colts were in a cover two, I meant that the strong safety is out of there. He audible to run the football. Smart. And now if he's up in there, then they know they got man-to-man coverage across the board, so then they throw the football. So if the guy's going to get out of there and he's going into cover two, that means the strong safety's out of the box. That means the quarterback looks, reads it, runs the football. Now you have a better chance of running the ball. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you can't rely on sitting there with the cover two and think you're going to play a whole game with it.
No, you cannot. Maybe you want to throw it in for a down or two or for whatever the situation is, but I'll tell you what, not with the people we got. That's a huge mistake, and I think they've finally learned from it, Doug, and I hope we don't see it for the next 15 games, tell you the truth. We've got to be aggressive. We've got to go after people. We've got to get the turnovers, force the fumbles, get the interceptions, help the offense with good field position with our special teams.
Let's go out to Joseph and Elgin. Joseph, you're on the score.
Oh, man, it's so glad to hear you guys, man. I look forward to this like Christmas every year.
Hey, appreciate it, Joe.
Hey, how come on God's green earth, no one, I'm talking about the national media, why can't they give the Bears any love whatsoever? I mean, I know it's the first game, but, I mean, even during the Super Bowl year last year, it was kind of like, you know, oh, they're just lucky to be here. At least my opinion and my friends' opinions are, and I see it all the time. It's just the Bears are the laughing stock, and even last night, I was watching that other channel, your competitor, the Eastern Seaboard Network, whatever you guys call it, ESPN, I'll just say it. And they couldn't, it was basically like, well, Manning messed up, or Manning didn't do right. It wasn't nothing about the Bears being talented. It was all about Manning, you know, never playing in the preseason, or maybe the new stadium. They can't give the Bears any credit whatsoever, and I'm sick and tired of it as a Bears fan, because it's just you know, Dallas Cowboys, for instance. Tony Romo's never won a playoff game, but he is like the new savior of the NFC, and that to me just drives me crazy. And I'll hang up and listen to your guys' comments.
Well, you know, first of all, the fact that the Chicago Bears, and you knew this was going to happen, if they did beat the Colts, it's going to be not because the Bears were so good, that the Colts were bad. That Manning wasn't ready. Manning wasn't ready to play. He lost 15 pounds. He wasn't the same quarterback. On and on and on. You knew the Bears were not going to get credit for this. But eventually, if they continue on their way, and they go and take Carolina on, and they start beating teams, they will get the credit that's due to them. Also, it will depend, too, what the Colts do after this. If the Colts turn it around, all of a sudden they start winning. But you're right about that. I mean, it takes a while to get somebody's admiration. But the Bears right now, they're at a point that they continue what they're doing, people are going to have to take notice.
Joseph, let me tell you quickly here. Let me tell you something. The Bears, they out-coached. Our coaching staff out-coached Tony Dungy and his Indianapolis coach staff from beginning to end, all four quarters. And our players outplayed them. That's the fact of the matter. And the number one thing that our defense did, they took a Hall of Fame quarterback and confused him and null and voided him for four quarters.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show, Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. Marionette Park, Bourbon Street, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Comcast wants you to take the Comcast Challenge. Win a year's worth of Comcast services, or a laptop computer, or a flat screen TV, and more. Go to ChicagoComcastChallenge.com to vote for your favorite radio personality's Comcast Challenge. Go to ChicagoComcastChallenge.com to vote now.
Mediterranean sea bass, chicken riganati, homemade gyros, and Colorado lamb are some of their most popular dishes. Greek food lovers, if you want an experience to remember, then you have to visit Greek Islands today. For 37 years, the warm Mediterranean ambiance of the Greek Islands has made them the perfect place to meet for business, pleasure, or have an excellent and affordable dinner. They import their own extra virgin olive oil, wines, seafood, herbs, and spices from Greece directly to serve you healthy and delicious meals. With over 20 appetizers and 60 entrees to choose from, they're sure that you'll find your own favorite dish. You can enjoy their delicious foods for lunch, dinner, or as a carry-out. They also have private party rooms available and offer all of their dishes and party trays for your special occasions. Now's the time to start planning your holiday party. Visit Greek Islands in Chicago at 200 South Halsted Street or in Lombard at 300 East 22nd Street. Greek Islands, America's most popular Greek restaurant.
I'm in the best shape of my life. I run about 4, maybe 5
push-ups is all I can do. But for my age, that's
normal is different for everyone. That's why Aetna offers its members wellness solutions for every stage of their health. From fitness programs to information to help manage an illness.
Aetna can help me feel and
stay healthy.
To learn more, go to Aetna.com. We want you to know. Aetna.
Plans offered by Aetna Life Insurance Company and its affiliates. Health information programs provide general health information and are not a substitute for diagnosis or treatment by physician or other healthcare professional.
You know that diamond ring you promised yourself you'd get her one day? Well, you can keep that promise beautifully right now at Jared the Galleria of Jewelry. With 5 times the selection of ordinary jewelry stores, you can find an anniversary ring in 14 or 18 karat gold or platinum. A ring that can feature ideal cut and colorless diamonds. Or an absolutely stunning diamond eternity ring with diamonds all around, starting at under $700.
It can only be Jared.
Visit Jared.com to find the location most convenient for you.
WSCR Scoreboard Update.
From the TicketsNow.com Update Studio, I'm George Hoffman with a Scoreboard Update sponsored by St. Charles Toyota. Get a price quote at Toyota.net. And this hour on the score brought to you by Bari Beef. The Bears couldn't run well last season, so they changed the bus and its driver. Matt Forte made quite a debut at Indy last night, breaking loose for a 50-yard touchdown run in the first quarter en route to 123 yards for the evening. And the Bears coaching staff must be thrilled with Kyle Orton, who threw for only 150 yards, but not one interception. Aaron Rodgers will make a debut of sorts. He starts for the Packers. They host the Vikings tonight. White Sox host the Blue Jays, and they enter the South Side with an 8-game winning streak and the best pitching staff in either league. Javier Vasquez opposes A.J. Burnett in the series opener, which you can hear on the score at 6:35. Cubs open a series in St. Louis tomorrow. Lucky they still own a 4-game lead over the Brewers. The Cubs have lost 7 of their last 8. Tom Brady could miss the rest of the season with a knee injury, while the Titans' Vince Young could be out a month after also hurting his knee. And it's Roger Federer versus Andy Murray this afternoon for the U.S. Open title. Miller Lite invites you to join the scorer's Brian Peruk from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Mount Prospect tonight for the Monday Night Football Party's Best Seat in the House party. It begins at 7:30. You'll have a chance to win the Best Seat in the House prize pack, which includes free food, the best seating, and transportation to and from the party for you and your friends. You're listening to the exclusive radio home for the Chicago White Sox with Ed Farmer and Steve Stone. Our next game tonight versus the Jays at 6:35. That's all she wrote. I'm George Hoffman on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. More with Doug and OB is coming up.
What does that sound? It's called Kadajak. It's the fine art of throat singing. My roommate's way into it. When did you get a roommate? When I realized how much I was paying for all my bills, wireless, cable.
Why don't you get AT&T? They have a bundle with TV, phone, internet, and wireless for one low monthly bill.
Maybe, but I'll tell you, Tukturkaluk is pretty good. He's thinking of getting on the pro circuit next year, then I can raise his rent.
There's a pro circuit of throat singing?
Yeah. The TAF, KTVA, they're huge. On a kind of regional scale.
Call today and get home phone and high-speed internet for under $40 a month. That's not an introductory price. Plus, find out how you can qualify for $50 cash back. Call 1-800-ATT-4U or visit att.com/double bundle.
Cash back for other qualifying services except home phone, local and long distance required. Taxes and other charges apply. For details, call 1-866-472-7966.
Centrum Performance, charged with high levels of B vitamins that can help your body find more energy. Energy activating Centrum Performance.
At Mercedes-Benz of Chicago, giving you more luxury for less money isn't a contradiction. It's our business plan. It must be working because we're the largest volume retail Mercedes-Benz dealer in Chicago. Right now, for a very limited time, save with remarkable incentives, like 1.9% financing on select new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz models. Or save with a host of cashback offers, valued from $1,000 to $12,000, available to both purchase and lease customers. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago is a Fletcher Jones dealership with a rich automotive history that goes back more than 50 years and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is simply unmatched. Other dealerships may try to duplicate our efforts, but that's to be expected. When you're Chicago's leading Mercedes-Benz dealer, what follows is everyone else. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago at 1100 North Clark Street. Visit us online at mercedes-benzchicago.com. Financing to qualified buyers on select models. Cashback on select new models.
Hi, folks. Hubark is here to tell you about what a great experience I had with Seal Chicago. We've got an old second-floor deck at home with a stairway and rail down to the patio, and it was looking, about 1,000 years old. So the guys from Seal Chicago come out, and they sand it, they refurbish it, and install a special, deep-penetrating sealant that comes with a 30-year warranty, and in one day, they made it look like $1 million. If you need deck, end, or fence work, set up an appointment for a free estimate today, and if you mention Hub, you'll get a Scorehead discount. Score a touchdown with Seal Chicago. Visit SealChicago.com or call 312-321-6487.
Back live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich for more Bears Breakdown. Presented by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. And brought to you in part by Court Furniture and your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. On 670 The Score.
And he spreads the field once again. Gonzalez left, Wayne and Harrison to the right. Back on his left hip, Dominic Rhodes. Snap to Manning. Settles in the pocket, now being...
Oh, yeah! Left down from behind! Alex Brown got him! That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jiffy Lube postgame show, and Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. 115 Bourbon Street, 3359 West 115th Street, Marionette Park, in Marionette Park, Illinois, 312-644-6767. And Ed, tonight I will be at Stretch Run. Do Monday Night Football. I want you to know that.
And the owner is, that's...
Maravitz.
Yeah, Maravitz,
yeah.
Sure. Right.
It's on Ohio and LaSalle.
Yeah.
And so I'll be there doing Monday Night Football.
It's quite a spot.
It's a beautiful spot. Great food. And this place here, Bourbon Street, unbelievable.
I can't believe the size of this place.
But even though it's how big it is, I mean,
you get lost in here.
You get lost, but it's always crowded. Every time I come here, there's people here, and there's great facilities. I mean, we want to watch a game. I mean, they got the,
it's wonderful.
TV screens everywhere and the big screens. It's just fabulous.
It's wonderful to see the crowd that we have here coming out here at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'll tell you what, kudos to you people.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming. Really thank you so much.
As we look down there, we see Dan Hampton and, of course, Lawrence Holmes, who are going to do a little crosstalk with us.
Yeah, and they're out there. They're out there trying to take the thunder away from us.
Yeah, they're trying. Yeah.
Yeah, but it ain't going to happen.
No, we won't let them do that.
No, Douglas. A couple things here. We talked about, there's so many guys on both sides of the ball that played well yesterday and a job that the coaching staff did. But there's a couple of things that I picked up, and one of them was from Brian Urlacher. And he said, and he was talking about how they played and whatever, and he says, if we play fast, he said, we'll be good. We'll be real good. He said, if we play fast. And I'm trying to read in between those lines, Doug, and I assume that means as being aggressive, blitzing, coming after people, play after play. And that's what he said. If we play fast, we'll be good. And Peanut Tillman said, and I assume he might have been talking about the Bear coaching staff and et cetera. Tillman said, if they can take advantage of the talent they have here. And I assume that to be that, again, with Tillman, quick, fast, aggressive, Briggs, Urlacher, Ogulnier, we've got people that can move and are difference makers and give them the chance to be a difference makers. So that was kind of interesting. Take advantage of the talent, Doug,
your assumption
and play
is right.
fast.
Your
play
assumption
fast.
Is no quick. They want to go after people.
That's what I believe they were saying.
There's no question about it. Let's go out to Bobby in Buffalo Grove. Bobby, you're on the score with Opie and Doug.
How you guys doing today?
All right, Bob.
Good, Bob.
I had an observation more than a question. It seemed to me like, the Colts never attacked the middle of the field. I don't know. Last year it seemed like there'd be people, they'd drag a receiver across the middle, and all of a sudden somebody's running loose. And last night it seemed like, Manning never threw to the middle of the field. And, I don't know if it's something different they did in their coverage or, if that was their game plan, but I just wondered if you guys observed the same thing.
You know, Bobby tried the slants in the latter part of the game. And don't forget, too, in the second half, Dallas Clark was not playing. And Dallas Clark was sitting on the sidelines. And they used Clark a lot of times as far as the middle field is concerned.
Split the zones in the middle.
Right. Mm-hmm. And I think what happened here, though, the fact was what the Bears did defensively, it threw him off. Because Manning is like a robot. He reads, he understands, he sees, and every defense he has something he's going to go against it. But he could not put in his mind what defense really the Bears were playing. And so consequently that hurt. And a lot of times, too, Harrison dropped a couple balls. All in all, it was a confusion state for Manning. And I got to tell you, it's very difficult to just throw a helmet on and go out there and start playing football and you not played all year. Everybody thinks it's that easy. Even for the great ones, it's a tough thing to do.
And, too, Bob, when you're showing blitz constantly, whether you're coming or not, but for those 4 quarters, I mean, we had a ton of people on that line of scrimmage, moving, shaking, doing whatever. And a lot of times, Bob, what happens when you get your defensive backs and they come up and they'll play from within that 2-yard to that 4-yard, maybe 5-yard deep, put the pressure on the wideouts. Usually when he'll see a blitz and he'll read it, it'll be the hard slant, the quick slant coming in, or it'll be a fly pattern going up and out. And what happened was we took away their inside. Tillman, Basher took away the inside, so they didn't have that clear path on a hot, quick read.
Let's go out to Jason in Vancouver, Canada. Excuse me, Jason.
Jason.
Hell of a show this morning, guys.
Thank you, my friend.
Hey, I can't agree with you guys anymore on that Tampa 2 stuff. I mean, we've got the best defense in the NFL. Maybe I'm jumping the gun, guys, but when you mention all those names for like the last 2 hours that you guys have, but we don't need that stuff with the pressure.
Not with this talent.
I mean, the pressure, balance, you name it. Guys, I just wanted to sort of ask you what was your take on Dusty and Mikey Brown last night. And, guys, I got to tell you, if Greg Olsen doesn't get tackled there, he's gone. And I think he's going to be a huge asset. And I hope they sure as hell use Greg Olsen big time. Thanks, guys.
You know, Dusty Dvorak, I think, is a big, big addition to this team. Addition meaning the fact that he got hurt last year, so he wasn't really playing that much. You're going to need to rotate those tackles in and out. Even Tommy Harris, see how much they rotated him last night? And you didn't hear Tommy Harris's name that much either.
but Marcus Harrison did a hell of a job of getting off the ball. And Dusty Dvorak, the one thing that he can do, Jason, I'm going to tell you something. Dusty Dvorak can legitimately beat a double team. In other words, what I mean by that, he can split one or the other, and he will not get driven back. He'll hold his ground or even gain ground. I've seen that from him last year when that first game he played and in the exhibition season last year, Doug, and he's doing the same thing now. And that's a big asset to have. And then you turn Tommy Harris loose. That's a great thing to have because Dvorak can defeat a double team.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Miller Lite Luncheon live broadcast. Obradovich and Buffon, 115 Bourbon Street. 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Now is the perfect time to start preparing for your financial future. Tune in tomorrow afternoon for Fidelity's Retirement Investment Insights. We'll have Fidelity investment professionals providing answers to commonly asked retirement investment questions. It's Fidelity's Retirement Investing Insights, right here on 670 The Score.
Traveling Taste Patrol. Margarita here for Pepe's Mexican Restaurant. Margarita. We're here interviewing authentic Pepe's customers. Hey guys, how are you? Good, how are you? Can I sit down with you? Yes. If you could describe your experience at Pepe's in one word, what would it be? Traditional.
Awesome.
Yeah, Mr. Delightful.
Mexico.
Cheers. I don't know what he said, but I think it was something about how much he loves Pepe. So if you could say something to Pepe right now, what would you say to him?
I would say, great job, Pepe.
I could keep the margaritas coming.
Muchas gracias. I would say this food is good and the service is good, too.
I love Pepe. Thumbs up, Pepe.
Yeah.
Visit Pepe's in September and try the stuffed steak taco platter. 2 steak tacos, each with melted cheese between 2 corn tortillas. A Pepe's exclusive. Pepe's Mexican Restaurants. Authentic Mexican dining.
Hi, Doug Buffon here for my good friends at Plaza Appliance, the home of the highest quality brands with the best service, price, and advice. Guaranteed. Right now, see the latest appliances by Genair and save up to $750 on a brand-new Genair professional kitchen. Pick out your appliances at Plaza today. Have them delivered tomorrow and pay nothing for 1 year. It's that simple. Visit PlazaAppliance.com for showroom locations and other great deals. Plaza Appliance, where service, price, and advice matter most since 1938.
Hey, yo, I got an offer you can't refuse. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. Hey, bada bing, bada boom. You got a better way to spend your Monday nights? Forget about it. Blackjack's has 8 big-screen plasma TVs, a 120-inch projection TV, a free Italian buffet, $2 sambucas, Peroni beer, and the beautiful girls you wouldn't necessarily bring home to meet Mama. Pop? Maybe. Mama? Definitely not. It's Blackjack's Monday Night Football with the family and the hottest girls who give a whole new meaning to end zone dance. Now that's what I'm talking about. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or check us out at blackjacks.com.
Oh, gurus of vacation time and big daddies of the business trip. We at Extended Stay Hotels are putting an end to paying extra for hotel extras. Because all that free stuff actually costs money. And no matter how smoking hot your hair looks, whenever you use those complimentary shower caps, you take a hit in the wallet. So goodbye moisturizing chamomile body wash and hello fully equipped kitchens with a full-size fridge, stovetop, and microwave. Snap up a nightly rate starting from $59.99 and we'll throw in plenty of space to get comfy. And hey, if you want to stay a little longer, then be our guest, because the nightly rate starts out low and only gets lower the longer you stay. So the next time you need to get out of town, visit ExtendedStay.com or call Extended Stay Hotels at 800-777-6685 and book your room now. All the stuff you want is already included.
Rates and amenities vary by location. Nightly rate does not include applicable state and local taxes. Other restrictions may apply. Visit ExtendedStay.com for more details.
Prices are up. The cost of running your business is up. Everything's up, except your marketing budget. So what's a small business to do? Email marketing to your current customers with ConstantContact.com. With Constant Contact, you get professional-looking email newsletters that keep your customers coming back. Plus, there's a free 60-day trial with plans as low as $15 a month. So even if the economy's down, your sales don't have to be. Put your marketing on the upswing with ConstantContact.com.
I didn't need the pills for pain anymore. I just needed them.
Millions struggle to overcome opioid dependence on prescription painkillers.
If you're like I was, turn to help.
Call 866-455-TURN. Learn about medical treatments for opioid dependence that help control withdrawal symptoms.
I had another chance, privately in a doctor's office.
Call 866-455-TURN or visit turntohelp.com and click on Locate a Physician. Sponsored by Rickett and Kieser Pharmaceuticals.
Peyton Manning with 7 on the play clock. Looks like he's checking out of the play, but who knows with him. Waiting the snap from center. Takes turns. Gives to a dive. Brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Tommy Harris beats his man. It looks like he took down Charlie Johnson, the right guard. Shotgun snap to Peyton Manning on 3rd and 6. Quick throw to the right side. Yeah. And he's erased. Ball's on the ground, and it's incomplete.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Miller Lite Lunch and live broadcast at Bourbon Street. 312-644-6767. And now
that was almost a standing ovation. Almost. Yes, it was almost. That's the way I interpreted it.
It was close.
It was close. Yeah. All right.
Anyway, we're going to bring the guys in now. Coming up next, Lawrence Holmes and, of course, Dan Hampton. And, Danny, let me say this right now. Apologies from Holmes and I because we were dead ass wrong. And they'd call them, okay, whatever you called them last week when you said Holmes and I agreed on what was going to happen, and Lawrence and I did. But, Dan, you stood up there and you said, the Bears are going to win, and that's exactly what they did do.
Well, thank you very much. I will say, guys, before we get too far down the road, let's first and foremost applaud the coaching. And let's start with Lovie Smith. Number one, he made a couple of great decisions this year through the course of training camp. Now, I don't think there's any question about the fact that I've been beating the drum for anybody but Rex Grossman for a while. But how about the decision to go with Kyle Orton and say, this is our quarterback, and what happened before, but this is the guy we're going to build the offense around. The second one is to not only evaluate the fact that Matt Forte, as Lovie says, showed up the first day and it acted like a real pro, which I think is a direct shot at Cedric Benson, or the lack of what Cedric Benson was able to bring. But the other one was to say not only we're going to start him, but we're not scared to start this kid. Now, you go into Indianapolis. They're opening, the new stadium. They got all, the question marks on the left side of the offensive line. Give a lot of kudos to Ron Turner. And I heard you earlier, Doug and OB. You guys, for the first time, we actually had everybody show up at the plate at the same time. The greatest scheme that Bob Babich has been able to put together as a defensive coordinator, and not only the fact that Ron Turner had a game plan with it, but OB, like you said, he stuck with it. 39 rushing attempts.
That's right.
That's going to mean victories for the Bears this year.
Didn't give up in the third quarter, and for them actually, Dan, to go into the Colts and do that, people ask me, what do you think about, I didn't know that much about our offense because there was too many question marks to pinpoint something that's going to be terrific or not. It was too many big question marks. But I'm going to tell you what, for the Bears to win that opening game and go into that particular venue in Indianapolis, they had to play a perfect game, and they damn near played a perfect game.
I'm with you all the way on that, OB. You look at what that offensive line, on that 50-yard TD run, you saw everyone get on a man. You saw Olin Kreutz cut his guy first. You saw Josh Beekman get out on a guy. You saw Des Clark get, I think, had the block really that sprung Forte to get out into the open field, and then he made his moves, and he was just gone. It's so impressive. We saw in training camp, there was just one particular play. It was one night where they had night practice, and they put him out on a screen play. They hit him with the screen, and all of us, he was running down the sidelines and went right past all of us. And Mike Brown went, oh, my God, that guy is fast. And that was our first indication that maybe this guy's got a little extra gear that people didn't give him credit for when they were scouting him before the draft.
Lawrence, what he showed early in the first couple exhibition games, and all great running backs have, is the ability to cut back. That's what, not that there's certain things that define one, but that is basic and number one. You've got to have that instinct to have that. All the great runners have had it. And when we look at Benson, we took him 4th overall in the draft, and what was the one thing that he couldn't do?
Cut back.
He couldn't cut back.
And you don't forget that against this very same Indianapolis Colts team, early in the first quarter, Cedric Benson got kind of B-slapped, and he basically took himself out of the game. Last night, Matt Forte took a hell of a shot from Sanders, their very fine safety. But not only did he go to the sideline, shake it off, he showed great courage, great toughness. He came back in and still made a huge impact in the way the game played.
But again, too, when you take and get into these football games, what really matters is the fact that if you have the talent, which the Bears do, it's if the coaches are going to put you in a position to win. And I'm going to tell you, yesterday, and you said it, Ron Turner put them in a position to win. Bob Babich put them in a position to win. And what they did do, there's no question, but they had maximum protection. They took care of Freeney from the opposite side with a double team. They had the running game going. They had their guys blocking. They used Olsen. They used Desmond Clark out of the backfield as a wide receiver, where a linebacker had to go out and cover him, and they picked that off and got 26 yards. So all these little things. And the other thing, defensively, and then the linemen, they're using some tricks with these guys. They're moving them around. They're not saying, here we are, come and beat me, find me. A lot of times moving around makes a big difference.
Well, I think the subliminal message when Tillman and the rest of these guys say we're going to play fast, what they're saying is we don't want to be sitting ducks. We want to be able to move. We want to be able to dictate tempo. And not only did the defense dictate tempo, Ron Turner with the offensive running game dictated to the Indianapolis Colts the way the game was going to be played. And I think John Madden said it late in the second quarter. He goes, hey, I look up here, and the Bears defense has kept Indianapolis out of rhythm. And that's the one thing that everybody in the league knows when they go in to play Indianapolis, whether it's at home or away. The Colts like to dictate the way the game is going to play as far as the rhythm of it. The Bears defense with the line stunts. And again, there's a difference between line stunts and blitzing. Stunts are basically between the down linemen. The blitzes working with that, coming off of it, create an awful lot of trouble, especially for, any offensive line. But when you had an offensive line like what the Colts did last night, where they're basically having a first-time starter at center and 2 guards, it was brilliant. And the one thing that I think, if you look at this game, there was 3 huge defensive plays. Let's talk about the very first one. I heard you guys talking about Peanut Tillman. He has the unbelievable knack of being able to strip balls.
He's the best in the league. He is the best in the league at doing that.
And normally when it's an appropriate time, it's not like in the fourth quarter when they're up by 3 scores. It's when we need it most. He has a great ability to do that. That was a huge play. But the other 2, I'd like to give a little shout-out to Marcus Harrison, the number 3 draft pick that the Bears have brought in from Arkansas. Think about this.
An Arkansas guy.
Oh, yeah. But let me tell you this. If you go back and watch the film...
Oh, he's from Louisville. But no.
I heard he was from Champaign.
OB, if you go back, the first play that set up the safety, it was a sack by Marcus Harrison. Now, what happened was, and you were alluding to this earlier, the NFL, the offensive lines, they have what they call an east-west call. If they're getting an awful lot of trouble, they'll slant the offensive line east or west so the defense can't predicate what they're going to do. But on that particular play, Dean, the right tackle, it was a west call, and he got down in the gap, and Harrison hit his outside shoulder, forced it all the way into Peyton Manning's left, and got the sack. That was a huge play that set up the safety that turned the tide of the ball.
Wait, one more thing here before we go. And I just said it again. When you have 2 people, one for surefire Hall of Famer and Urlacher, and Tillman, who's about as good a shutdown corner as there is in this league, when they say take advantage of the talent that's on that team, and speaking to the coaches, and for Urlacher to say, we play best fast. We want to play fast. We want to play with speed. There are 2 players telling everybody, let us go, let us have our heads, let us play football, let us attack.
You know what's great about those guys on defense is that when they do get a turnover, they turn into killers. They are trying to destroy the offensive guys who are going to try to get the ball carrier. And you saw it last night. They were wiping people out so that Lance Briggs has an easy way to get into the end zone.
Lawrence, that's Bear football.
Lawrence, and I'm glad you've changed your ways after last week, and I'm kind of ashamed of you, basically.
Oh, you're ashamed of me. You know what? It's good that I'm in the foxhole with Hamp every day because you just abandoned me before.
I just took off. I don't know what you're talking about.
Just follow my lead, Lawrence.
Hey, Doug.
I'll take care of you.
Hey, Doug, when you see Big Doug Friday
I'm going to slap
on Mully and Henry show, what are you going to ask Big Doug?
That moron, I'm going to say, why did you do that?
You tell him, you tell him, get lost?
Get lost, yeah. Why did you pick the Colts? Anyway, guys, coming up next, Holmes and Hampton. Right now, OB, thank you very much.
Doug, it's great. I don't know how many years we've been doing this, but I love doing it with you, and I hope we can do it for a ton more years, my friend.
And our thanks to Jiffy Lube, Miller Lite, 115 Bourbon Street, to producers Jay Zawoski, Herb Lawrence, and Matt Van Peebles. Promotions, Maribel Lopez, Jackie Spencer, Pat Anders, and also Mitch Rosen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Up next, Holmes and Hampton.
And now it's time for the best Bears postgame show on the planet. The Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring 2 fired-up legendary Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich. Presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters Local 281. Only on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. And here they are, Doug and OB.
Askew and Dunn in the eye. Greasy this time from center.
Watch the running game, I formation.
Gilmore tight to the right. Hunter Hillenmeyer now with Stevens to the left side. Snap to Greasy. Throws on the slant. Caught Stevens. Touchdown. Tampa Bay an extra point away from tying the game. He got the matchup on the 6'7" Stevens on the linebacker Hunter Hillenmeyer. He flexed him out to the boundary, and he threw it right to him for the touchdown. 20-yard try now between the hash marks. North end zone uprights. Matt Bryant for the win for Tampa. Good snap and placement. Matt Bryant's kick is through the uprights, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have come here on the road and spoiled the Bears' home opener with a 27-24 win over the Bears with 4:21 left in overtime.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears go down in overtime, 27-24. And Eddie...
Doug, before we jump into it, let's congratulate the United States. They won the Ryder Cup. They defeated Europe.
I really don't give a damn at this point in time. I want you to know that, Ed. I could care less about the Ryder Cup.
All right, we're starting out.
I know you're a golfer. I know you love golf.
Oh, hold it. Yeah. So we're starting out with a lock and load program. Lock and load.
And I'm so pissed about this game.
Well, Doug, what are you going to do?
What?
I'm going to. Too little, too late.
Yeah.
I mean, when did our Bear offense find out that there was basically a second-year rookie cornerback playing for him? They don't find that out till late in the third quarter. Why they didn't go after this kid in the first and second quarter and test him and see what they had against him, I have no idea, Doug.
All I know, Ed, is in the first half, the screw-up fairy visited the Bear offense about 8 times. And about 8 times we had opportunities to score, especially we start out the game. We tip the football. Urlacher on the blitz. We're going after the guy. We get the football. We're on the 11-yard line. 1, 2, 3, let's kick a field goal. Another time, we get the ball on the 38 off of a fumble recovery. Screw it up again. So we settle for a field goal. We throw an interception into the end zone with Forte. Now, Orton underthrew a couple balls today, and that was one of them. But all in all, when it's all said and done with, we are not taking advantage of what is given to us or what we have ready. We could put more points on the board. And that's what I see what's wrong with this team at this point in time. Now, the third quarter, we look damn good. Offense looked good. Lloyd is catching the football.
They finally started throwing a ball over 15 yards, and they went after the rookie cornerback, okay?
Yeah, and there it is.
All right? It was
good.
right in front of you the whole first half, Doug. Right in front of you. And all of a sudden, maybe we had blinders on. Who knows?
Well, you take the overtime, all right? And I see, the overtime, you just think of things. There were so many damn things happening in this football game, but let's just check at the overtime. Do you remember 3rd and 7? Rasheed Davis, the football going right through his hands?
Right through his hands.
Right through his hands. Now, let me tell you this right now. You've got to make the play. I just don't. I won't accept that. Right through your hands. You're a receiver. Receivers catch football. Tackles block people. Linebackers tackle people. Quarterbacks throw stuff. You've got to make that play. It's not made. And that thing that Tillman did was absolutely absurd at the end of the game.
Not only that, Doug, he didn't even hit hard enough to break a balloon.
No, and he comes flying in with the elbow. I mean, it's on a forearm stuff. What for?
What does he think's going to happen?
What are you going to do?
What does he think? He's going to be on top of the pile. They're looking at, what are they going to see? Him, of course.
Yeah, and they catch him coming in. They had stopped him on 3rd down. Now, obviously, Greasy gets the football back, and they move the football down, and they score. I know, and then Vassar gets beat by a 38-yard catch by Antonio Bryant. And so when it's all said and done with, we made so many damn mistakes in this football game. Now, there were some good things in this game, but if they want to be a good football club, the Bears, they've got to do certain things right. And they don't finish, Ed. They don't go after a team's throat and say, "Here, I'm going to rip it out." Last week they were up 17-3. This week we were up by 10.
24-14.
Yeah.
24-14, and
there you are.
Find a way to lose the game.
Not much time left in the football game, and what do? I mean, we listen to these stats. Tampa Bay had 454 yards total offensively. We had 405. Tampa Bay had 47 yards rushing. We had 158. Now, out of 158, let's don't forget that Garrett Wolf ran 38 of those on that fake punt. There's no question about that. We turned the football over 2 times. They turned it over 4 times. But when it's all said and done with, we are not making the plays when we're supposed to make the plays, and yet, again, we have the opportunities to put teams away, and we don't do it.
2 weeks in a row, Doug. Whose fault is that? Is that the players' fault? Or is it the approach, our offensive approach to playing football?
Ed, I'm stunned.
Seriously.
I'm not. So those are good questions.
Yeah, seriously.
Those are very good questions.
Our approach to playing football. It's to score points, isn't it? Touchdowns?
Well, who's to blame?
Well,
when you take a look at this, I understand certain things happen in football games, but I am telling you, Ed, I documented in the first half 8 times the screw-up fairy visited the Bears offense, and 8 times we did nothing. Now, out of those 8 times, we left a lot of points on the board.
Absolutely, Doug.
I wouldn't be happy because when you get the ball on the 8-yard line or the 11-yard line, we averaged getting the football on the 41-yard line that first half. And you come up with 3 points? No, they should have scored. They should have scored at least another 14 points against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I understand it was a tough game, it was a close game, and I know guys tried. But I'm looking at what the hell is the problem and how you're going to correct the problem.
Well, Doug, you could see out there. I'll tell you, on both sides of the ball, they played hard.
Yeah, they did. I'm not questioning that.
You can't take that away from them. I mean, those kids, they played their heart out to the last minute. And I think our defense got a little fatigued in the fourth quarter, especially the back half of the fourth quarter, trying to stop Greasy converting on 2nd and long, 3rd and long, another first down, and you get these stupid penalties. But again, you can't put it on one guy's head. Tillman's done so many great things, but it was another penalty, and it was a very foolish penalty. And as it turned out, Doug, it was a costly penalty.
Absolutely. It was a very costly penalty, and you're right. Tillman stripped the football today, caused a fumble. I mean, guys do certain things, good things, during the course of a ball game. But to win a game, and especially when you're not really, you can't consider the Chicago Bears just dominant, because they're not. You got to consider the fact that you cannot make those kind of mistakes and win if you want to go on and do better.
Doug,
win some football games.
Remember what I said last week? Every game is going to be like this. The next 13 games, just like it was today, just like it was a week ago, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be down to the end. It's going to be tooth and nail, and it's who's going to make the least amount of mistakes. And so far, we make a little bit too many mistakes. And, again, those penalties last week, 12 penalties, Doug, that killed us. We could have been 2-0 going into this game, our home opener, and we let Tampa Bay come in and greasy and take us down. Not good.
And I hope that Forte can finish the season. I mean, they are using this kid unbelievable. Not only running the ball, passing the ball, coming out of the backfield, play action, screens. I understand he's a young kid, he's a rookie, but sooner or later, and I saw Kevin Jones finally come in. I was kind of happy he did come in. You've got to be careful with some of these guys.
27 carries, Doug, and 7 receptions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I'll tell you what, a kid like that, Doug, he's to me, his ability to cut back and gain the extra yards. And by the way, did you see him fighting in the second half? It looked like he was stopped for a 1 or 2 yard gain.
He got the first
He
down.
pulled it out to 4, 5, and 6 yards. He didn't want to go down.
Right. No. There's no question about his attitude. That kid has a lot of heart, and he has a lot of talent to go with that heart. So that's not even questionable. And I think the offensive line is probably doing a better job than most of us thought they were going to do. One thing I'm disappointed in, Ed, though, is our defensive line. I mean, I don't. We had no sacks today. The guy threw the ball 67 times.
Right.
The only time we get pressure is when we come with the blitz, and you and I screamed about that, and they're doing it, and they're going to have to do that, but we're not getting individual sacks. We're not really getting the pressure that we were thinking we were going to get from Magoulier or Alex Brown or even up the middle.
The pressure wasn't there, but I tell you, in the run, they were in their gaps.
They
stopped the run?
They stopped the run.
And
no question about it.
And killed us. The passing game killed us.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jason in Vancouver, Canada. Jason, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hell of a show already, guys. Good job.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, you guys just nailed it. Pressure. In week 1, there was the pressure. Where was the pressure today? Yeah, we plugged some lanes and all that stuff. I don't get this on and off pressure stuff, guys. I mean, someone explain that to me. Listen, guys, Forte, he's a kid that looks like he likes this stuff, okay? Reggie Bush, I'm watching Reggie Bush right now against the Broncos. This kid is like a thoroughbred, and I'm talking about Forte. Give him the ball all we have to, because that's all we got for offense, guys. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, okay? I know they played their asses off today, stupid penalty and all that stuff, but listen, guys, I think, and maybe, guys, I'm wrong. I don't know the guy's the head case, but Garcia, I think he'd be a better quarterback than Orton. Stop the guy at the gate, get Garcia, because we still need an arm back there, guys. This defense can't lose again another year. We've had the best defense for, the last 6-7 years, and we can't score. We need a legitimate quarterback. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Jason, the fact of the matter is, and it comes from the mouth of Lovie Smith, that he wants the offense not to make turnovers, maintain the ball, and we want the special teams to give us field position and score, and we want the defense to give us field position and score. I wish Lovie Smith would talk about the offense scoring points. We're very happy, for whatever the reason or reasons are, I really don't know, to settle for 3 points. And if you could count, Jason, many times that we're in basically the red zone going in, and how many times we do not go to the end zone to score a touchdown. Now that I don't understand.
Ed, this is a problem that came over from last year. And I give you this
same damn thing last year.
And I give you this stat all the time, and I'm going to continue to give this stat. The Chicago Bears last year, when they got into the red zone, they scored 18 touchdowns, and they had 21 field goals. Do you know what it is? We were the last 3 teams in the NFL did that. Now, 18 touchdowns we scored. When you compare it to the best, New England scored 50. When we get down there, we don't score. Today,
Doug, we don't. Here, Doug, we don't.
You should have put that ball in the end zone.
Douglas, we don't even attempt to score. We don't attempt to score a touchdown. It's right in front of you.
I'm telling you, the offense is designed not to score. I'm getting to that damn point. When you get down there, Ed, You played so many damn games. When you get a turnover like that,
Doug,
okay, it's your first down.
Go for the striker.
Go for the damn thing.
Catch him.
Go for the touchdown. Put 7 on the board. Put your foot in his throat and finish these guys off.
You know what, Doug?
You do nothing like that.
That is such an easy call, too.
It's an easy call.
Say if you're on a 20-yard line, a 14-yard line, whatever
Absolutely.
it is, and if you call a couple of corner routes or a post route, the guy's covered, you look to your second or third receiver, they're covered, throw the ball out of the end zone. What have you lost? What if you run a football? What is it?
What?
Second down and 8 more yards to go, you gain 2-3 yards, try to score, try to win the game.
Go for it.
This is called professional football, okay?
They did that the second half. They came out. They finally didn't sit. They started making moves. But when
Doug, they went after a cornerback that's basically a rookie. He's the 7th-round draft choice. They never tested him the whole first half. Not unless I was watching another game.
Well, the fact
Why
is,
the hell didn't they go after him from the outset?
Ed, I don't know.
Make a statement. Set it.
I have no idea. But when I look at this game and this team, desperation says they'll go for it and they'll throw for a pass or go for the touchdown. But when you get the opportunity, here, I'll give you another perfect example, Ed. Okay, it's right before the half. Remember I was talking to you about the fact how the Bears blow it? Right before the half, it's 3rd down and 2, and they don't get it, okay? They don't get it, right? But they come in 4th down, and they come with Garrett, and Garrett runs 38 yards down the field to about the 11-yard line. Do you know, I heard Lovey say this after the game, well, right before the half, we got those 3 points. That's not good enough. You're down there on the 11-yard line. You got time. Why don't you score? Why don't you get 7 on the board for that type of a play?
Okay.
You're not maximizing what you're giving out there on the field.
We're on 7 seconds to go in the game. We have the ball on our 28-yard line. What's the matter with the not flooding the zone, Doug? Flood the zone. Throw the ball up in the air. And if there's a penalty, the game cannot end on a penalty. And try to win the football game. Why not try it? 7 seconds. Throw the ball deep. Flood a zone. Whatever you have to do. Launch the ball up in the air. Kyle Orton's a big, strong kid. Heave it downfield. And give your chance. Even though it's 7 seconds. And are you looking for a miracle? Of course you are. But why not take it? Why take a knee?
Ed.
What the hell is that all about?
I hate to tell you this, little buddy, but that question was asked to Lovey. You know what he said? 10 out of 10 times they do the same thing. 10 out of 10 times they would do the same thing. They would not go for it. They would go down on one.
Well, let me ask you, B, when they played in the Super Bowl, okay, with that passive defense we went through for 4 quarters against Peyton Manning, would he play that same defense again?
Well, we're not. You can see we're not playing that same defense now. And the other fact, too, is when we talk about the defense still, as good as I think they're playing at times, they give up too many long drives. 80-yard drives, 81-yard drives. They got to put the stop somewhere.
Doug, I wonder if we'd have been up 14-0 that first quarter and got a roll going, would we even be talking about this? Would we even be talking about this? We don't know how to. They talk about we don't know how to finish. You don't even know how to start a game and go after a team and get them down and put them down.
Well, I got to tell you, they couldn't have started any better than they did today.
To wait till the last minute or two of every game and think that you're going to pull it out with a miracle play, it's not going to happen.
When you get the football, Ed, on the first series of plays, and you tip the football, and you got it now defensively where Briggs makes that interception on Urlacher's blitz, and he tips the ball.
Tip the ball.
And you're sitting there on the 11-yard line, and you go 1, 2, 3, and kick a field goal. That's not right.
Doug,
it's not right, Ed, because not one time did anybody put their foot in the end zone to catch a touchdown or to make a move down there. When you got big tight ends, when you got guys you could throw it to.
Well, we've got 2 tight ends there, 6'5", and the third one is 6'7". Okay?
Yeah.
Throw the ball into the corner, folks.
It's got to Joe in Naperville. Joe, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, OB.
Hey, Joe.
First I want to say is, Doug, I got an issue with you, but I watched you play. I loved what you did on the field, but I got an issue with you with Tillman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, if you were in that same situation and you saw one of your players down on the ground getting hammered like he was by the Tampa Bay player, you're telling me you would have backed off?
No, Joe.
Would have backed off, OB?
Joe,
would have backed off?
Would have grabbed the guy. Joey would have grabbed the guy and took him off him. He didn't do that. He gave a half-ass little shot to the guy.
Over him and get him off. No. All he did was got what he would deserve. And the second issue I have is we've got 2 world champions here. Who were the coaches? Hallett, Ditka. Lovey Smith is not going to be the coach to ever do anything like that, because I don't care what anybody says. If your coach doesn't show the emotion, you don't have the emotion on the field. And that's what happened here. We saw 2 leads that just went down the crap because this coach does not know how to coach with a lead.
You know, Joe, the fact to me was that emotion stuff, I don't buy into that anymore. The fact is, when you get out there and play, you have to have the emotion. Now, the Bears had the emotion. Look at the fight started at the beginning of the game. It started in warm-up. They got into it. But you got to be smarter than that. You ask if I would do that or OB would do that or Butkus would do that. You do it in a certain way. You get into that mix. You get in there. You just don't go flying into the whole mix-up. You grab somebody. You pull them off. He went in there and just barely hit somebody, which, you know what, at least if you're going to do it, ruin the guy. Do something that's going to cause some kind of havoc. And the fact is the second guy gets caught all the damn time. It's got to be a little smarter than that, Joe. You really have to be smarter than that, because you're talking about the final time. You're talking about overtime. You should just stop them. You're supposed to come off the field. You get the football. They got to punt the damn thing, and instead you give them 15 yards. Now, I know I'm a hothead. I know OB's a hothead. I know Butkus is a hothead. But I will guarantee you that if that situation came up, I'd think twice before I would do something like that. I'd find another way.
I think that was a big mistake on Tillman's part. And again, Joe, I'm not putting anything on his head. I mean, was it a really stupid mistake, and was it costly? Obviously, okay. But Charles Tillman, to me, I mean, if I want a cornerback on my team, I want Tillman playing for me. I think he's a hell of a football player. He's our 1, 2, or 3 top defensive guys, and he plays probably the toughest position in football that I think there is, and that's cornerback. But there's bigger issues than that. The bigger issue is our offense trying to put points on the board. It's been a problem last year, the year before. It's a philosophy, Joe. And to our listeners out there, maybe they know something or see something. They know a little bit better than Doug and I. But I'll be damned if you can go out there at this level and try, well, like Doug likes to put it, not score points. I mean, it's mind-boggling to me how you don't try to score a touchdown. Are we going to run our way to victory? Ain't going to happen, guys. All we're going to do is take Forte in about another 4 or 5 weeks, and if they keep this thing up, Doug, without passing. We only had, in the first 2 games, our wideouts only caught 16 balls.
Hey, how about this? Our wideouts
16 balls.
Caught 1 pass in the first half today.
Yeah, I understand.
Now, here's another situation. Daniel Manning returns the football for 46 yards to the Bears' own 48. Right?
Yes.
Once again, the screw-up fairy visits the Bear offense. 1, 2, 3, and out. We do nothing with that. This is a pattern. This is something that's going on here. Hell, you got the 41-yard line is where you start. Well, they did it last year, too, with Hester. He was putting us on the 45 to 44, and we didn't do anything like that. They're not taking advantage of what the hell's going on there. Now, the third quarter comes, and they look good. And they're throwing the football, and Lloyd's making some good catches, and Orton's throwing. But the opportunity's there. When the opportunities do arrive, we don't take advantage of it. We go into overtime. We shouldn't even been in overtime.
Doug, Tampa Bay started, I think, for the most part, on every
22-yard line.
On about the 22-yard line.
Exactly.
And we started roughly around the 41, if not better, the whole game. And
that's not right, Ed.
If that's not a telling stat of what's going on offensively, in the way we're trying to attack an opponent every other week, Doug, to go after their weaknesses with what our strengths are. And I can tell you something. You want to talk about a telling stat? Tampa Bay, their own 22-yard line, started on their own 14, their own 10, and they win this damn football game. We start almost at midfield, and we can't put points on the board.
Can't score.
And we can't score.
No, I mean that's.
And the defense, Doug, they stopped the run. They're going to. Are they good? Yeah, they're good. But if this is going to go like this week after week after week, you're going to see series, Doug, where they're going to give up 60, 70, and 80 yards. They're not miracle workers, Doug.
No, the fact is, Ed,
it's going to happen.
This game, teams score, and they're going to happen against you. But here, if you got a defense, and we can scream all we want about certain times about the 80-yard drives and whatever happens, but the fact is you got 4 turnovers. You had 4 takeaways with your defense. 4. You held them to 47 yards rushing. Now, you made some mistakes defensively, but that's why I'm saying it's the philosophy of the Bears, Ed. You know it as well as I know it. For years when we played, or even now. The defense will take care of it. Special teams will come through. Don't worry about it. we'll run the football. You got to put points up. And it may take more than 24 points to win the damn game. And the fact you gave him 7 when Orton threw that interception to that guy on the middle screen. So you got to find a way that says, okay, let's put some points up. Not put yardage up, not do this, do that. Now, talk all you want about Greasy. I knew he threw 3 interceptions, but that kid is going downfield. That kid is making some moves and throws, and he did it under pressure a couple times.
Stretching the field. Play action. He'd come with play action.
He had no run game. Did he have a run game?
No, he didn't.
He had 47 yards rushing.
No, he didn't.
Now, I can imagine if that was us, I'd go, oh, geez, how can you expect a quarterback to do anything like that? We only had the ball run 47 times. The kid threw 67 times and did what he did. So all I'm saying is, and I know you're saying it, and we've been saying it, you've got to put points up. You've got to find a way to do it. You got to change this offense's mentality, and no, not an offense that's designed not to score.
Passed for 407 yards.
Yeah. Let's go out to Darryl on West Side. Darryl, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, how are you?
All right, Darryl.
Listen, I want to get red to Lovey, but before I do that, in fairness to Lovey, let's point out, let's stop saying that they don't have wide receivers. Last week, Booker was open for an 80-yard touchdown pass. He was overthrown. This week, number 80 was open all day. And, OB, I have to correct you, they weren't going after the rookie. This guy was going right after Rontae Barber. That's who number 80 was being defended by. They were beating up their cornerback, which makes it worse. We don't have a quarterback. That being said, we knew that coming in. It is the philosophy, gentlemen. The buck stops at the top. For some reason, I don't know, maybe I missed the memo. You can't say anything bad about Lovie Smith. If you talk about fine Lovie Smith, maybe you get hung up on. Your call might be cut short. Not you guys. But I'm just looking at this guy's been here 5 years now. He's continuing with the same philosophy. And as you said, Buffon, he was asked the question, what about at the end of the first half? Why didn't you go for the end zone? Well, 10 out of 10 plays, I would do the same thing. He has the nerve to have an arrogant attitude about being soft. It starts at the top, gentlemen. We need a new coach, and why wait? Let's do it now. I just need to say that, and does somebody out there feel me? Thank you.
You know, Darryl, another thing, too, when they asked him this question, which made me kind of aggravated. I mean, I got real aggravated. They were talking about at the end when Garrett Wolf ran for 38 yards, and he got down to the 11-yard line. He said, well, that was big because now we got 3 points. You shouldn't be satisfied with that. You should have come out and said, the stupid-ass offense, we should have put 7 up. Not 3. You make a great play like that, and you settle for 3 to walk into the locker room and it's 14-9. That's ridiculous.
I'm going to tell you something, Doug. He keeps making those statements, and what he says, he says, well, we come off the bus running and passing, and, we got rid of Bernard Berrien because I didn't think he was good enough. And again, I said last week, and what you see this week, you take a look at our wideouts and our passing game, our total passing game, and do you think that's NFL caliber, Doug?
No, our passing game?
Yes.
No way. No way. And I understand Gordon looked good the third quarter. He made some moves, made some nice throws. Lloyd made some great catches, made a couple good catches. But you can't just turn it off and on like that. When the opportunity arises, when you're there, how easy is it?
Doug, it's basic.
I can't even explain it.
Doug, it's basic football. All right?
Exactly.
When you get them on their heels, you knock them over.
Exactly. And when you get something like that, especially a turnover, you come right back at them, you get in their face, and you go for that end zone, especially if you're on the 11-yard line. They did it twice. When Garrett Wolf ran all the way down to the 11, and when we got the football and the interception, that should have been 14 points. I am not satisfied with 6 points.
And I'm going to tell you another thing, Doug. A lot of times we were stymied, didn't convert on third downs a lot, which the first couple games we did. And they were still doing the same thing. Forte up the middle, a little short pass, Forte up the middle, punt the football. Not one time did I see them, in which they've done before, Doug. They've done a bootleg with Orton, and they've gone from a no-huddle. Look at the rhythm. Look at the rhythm that Tampa Bay got when they went to a no-huddle.
Absolutely,
they took us right out of our defense.
You're absolutely
right. They took
right.
us away from calling all the different audibles and schemes that we're going to do. They knew it. They went to no-huddle. We got disrupted, and that's when I thought, for us to get our rhythm back, plan A is to do this. It's not working. Time to go to plan B. Move the football, convert on third down. We're not doing it. Move the huddle. Go with the no-huddle, Go with a shotgun, and they didn't do it, Doug.
See, I'll say this for the Bears, and I'll say this about Bob Babbage, because Ed and I both got on him last year, especially, what was going on and how they were playing, and there's soft cover 2 and that. He turned a new leaf. And he's got his team now, his defense, coming after you. He's doing everything he can. He said, look, we can't play this thing straight up all the time, so we're going to have to make some moves. We're going to have to think a little bit. We're going to have to do something different. We're going to have to go after him. And he's doing that. And he's going after people, and he's making stuff, and he's getting turnovers because he knew he couldn't sit still. Our offense has not changed. It has not changed. It's the same damn thing. I almost fall asleep half the time watching the damn thing.
Doug,
watching the offense.
Doug, it's all you have to do is just, and I don't know why, at halftime you come and you make the adjustments, but when you're going 3 and out, and your basic game plan isn't working, and they're doing things to counter what you're doing, I mean, that's why you have an offensive coordinator, a defensive coordinator. That's why you have a quarterback coach. That's why you have offensive line coaches. Somebody come up with an idea. Let's go to plan B. Now is the time to do it, and then have Lovie Smith make the decision, Doug. But when you sit in a certain position offensively and you don't change up and you just get stymied,
sure.
I mean, come on. We're not talking about splitting atoms here, guys.
That was the same thing like you said. Well, you talk it over and you come out and say, well, the second half. Well, the Bears did something smart, and they deferred the call. They're going to take the football in the second half. They take the football, they get it, they kick it to them. 1, 2, 3 and out. Now, what did you change? What did you look at? What did you, sat down and say, okay, we're going to do something there. 1, 2, 3 and out. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the imagination sometimes just doesn't, it's the same thing. Come back with the play action, hit Forte on there. Fine. You can do that. They'll pound on the guy, and they'll let you catch it a couple times. Then they'll screw with you, and they'll come up with something different. But the fact is, though, when you look at it, the time they look like an offense is when they did in that third quarter. And they start throwing on first down. They start throwing on first down. Hooray!
They tried going downfield.
Yeah,
okay?
Exactly.
But my point, Doug, is that when you're in trouble and you've got a game plan that's not working, and these are not difficult things to do, to run from a shotgun. Every team on this planet does it. Kids in grade school do it, okay? Move the pocket. Change up their defensive philosophy. If you're not converting on third down, you're not moving the ball, and you're not putting points on the board, change your philosophy. You have to change it. That's why they pay these coaches millions and millions of dollars to sit there and say, well, we come off the bus running, and we want to kick a field goal, and our safeties and our defense and our special teams are going to win the game for us. Come on. Then we're not with high-button shoes, Doug.
Absolutely. And I like your idea, and I always love this idea, too. When you start to feel like you're in mud, pick up the tempo. Go with the no-huddle. Pick it up. Move them. Pretend like it's like the last 2 minutes of the damn football game.
What do you think Greasy did? When they went to the no-huddle, they marched right down. Right. They took the tempo, changed the tempo of the game to what they wanted to do, not what our defense wanted to do, and we got caught off guard.
Let's go out to Rich in his car. Rich, you're on the score. Rich.
Yeah.
You're on, Rich.
Turn the radio down, Rich.
Hey, turn the radio down, guys. Shut up. Hey.
There you go. Give him a whack.
Hey, guy, I'm really sorry, guys. We're 5 of us coming home from the game. Now, let me tell you here. We had a great tailgate. We prepared. We did everything well. We had the Italian beef. We had Italian sausage. We had the meatballs. Doug, I know you like that.
I love that one.
And I expect the same out of the Bears coaching staff. I expect them to prepare the players with a game plan that's going to be effective. And last time I looked, football is a contact sport, and you got to be aggressive, at least on one side of the ball. And I did not see any aggressive play on either side of the ball. Defensively, we played vanilla. We played too deep all day. We didn't bring any pressure. Offensively, we didn't go down the field. I don't know how you're going to win a game that way. We got a Tampa Bay team with no weapons going deep on us. We should have went after Greasy all day long. We don't understand what's going on here. We're an undisciplined team, poorly coached. I think that we all agree that it starts at the top with Lovie. He's a passive guy. He wants to play this Tampa 2 and lay soft, and that's not Chicago Bears football, frankly. We want to go after people, knock them in the mouth, and hit them in the mouth. I mean, even if we're going to be bad, if we're going to lose the game, I want to punish some people. The only guy I saw out there playing today was Lance Briggs, and he was all over the field. I didn't see anybody else playing with any kind of fire. And that's what we're missing. OB, I know you want us to play with some fire. So I want you guys to tell me what's going on with this coaching staff. I want to bring a guy in here like a Mike Tomlin. I want a young coach who's going to get crazy. I want to get crazy. Let's go.
Well, tell me, first of all, I mean, Tommy Harris, guys, the defensive line. I did not see their play. I did not see.
He played a good game, Doug.
You know, but I mean, when I'm saying individual play, individual sacks, individual stuff that you go after people, the defensive ends and whatever. But see, I disagree on the fact that they didn't go after Greasy. They did. They were blitzing guys from the other side.
Well,
they blitzed
you know what
Manny twice on one side, Tillman from another side.
Yeah.
They went after him.
What it was, Rich, they came with a strong side blitz with either cornerback. With either safety, either a free or the strong safety, and on the backside. 55 came all day long, so they did blitz them. They just didn't get to them. Listen, let me tell you something. Let's give Tampa Bay, credit too. They came in here, Doug, and they took our best shot. They took our best shot, and we couldn't win. And we had more opportunities to put this game away, and we still didn't win. So who's at fault? The players, or is it the coaches, or is it all the above?
Well, the fact is, and that's the key, is the opportunities. You have to take advantage of the opportunities. There's no question about it.
You know what's a little depressing there? Joey Galloway, their number one receiver, didn't even play, and they threw for 407 yards. Yeah. So they're all to blame.
You listen to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Rich and all you guys that went to the game, they're heading home. Drive safely, and maybe next week against Philadelphia. We'll be right back.
Chicago Sports Talk in the morning, 6 to 10, only on WSCR. WSCR HD. Chicago.
The Score. CBS radio station. WSCR Scoreboard Update.
5 o'clock, and from the TicketsNow.com update studio, I'm Brian Farouk with a scoreboard update brought to you by Michelin. A better way forward, the new Michelin Latitude Tour tire, the highly advanced tire that helps crossover vehicles do it all. What just happened? That's what Bears fans have to be asking after they watch their guys blow a 10-point lead with under 7 minutes to go in the game, finally losing to Brian Griese and the Buccaneers 27-24 in overtime in their home opener at Soldier Field. Griese was, get this, 38 of 67 for 407 yards against his old team, 2 touchdowns and 3 picks, and Griese said it was interesting playing his old mates.
For those guys in Chicago on defense, and I just love playing against them. It was a lot of fun for me today. Now, they play very hard. They're a great defense, and they gave us everything we could handle today. But I think that they're high-character guys. I know there were some skirmishes today, and that's part of the game, but each and every one of those guys are friends of mine, and got a lot of respect for them.
One of those skirmishes resulted in a 15-yard unnecessary roughness penalty on Peanut Tillman during a drive which would culminate with the Bears losing with a game-winning field goal by Matt Bryant. Bears are 1-2. They'll take on the Eagles next week. On the scoreboard, games in progress. First, Denver leads New Orleans 24-19 in the third. San Francisco all over the hapless Lions 21-3 in the third. It's Indianapolis 14-10 edge over the Jaguars also in the third quarter. And St. Louis trailing Seattle 27-13 again halfway through the third or so. 10-6 Philly over the Pittsburgh Steelers just starting the second half in that game, and Baltimore trails 10-7 against the Browns early in the third. Elsewhere, these are all finals. 38-14 was the final as the Falcons beat the Chiefs. It was Oakland losing to Buffalo 24-23, so Lane Kiffin's job even in more jeopardy now. Tennessee over Houston 31-12. Minnesota over Carolina 20-10, so the Vikings get on the board. Giants over Cincinnati 26-23. Miami all over the Patriots 38-13, so it will be different this year in New England. And Washington 24-17 winners over the Arizona Cardinals. On to baseball, 2 out of 3 in Kansas City for the White Sox, who dropped their magic number in the American League Central to 5 over the Twins. The 3-0 win over the Royals this afternoon. John Danks his 11th victory of the year. Bobby Jenks his 29th save. The Twins also won 4-1 in Tampa. Sox and Twins start their 3-game set in Minneapolis on Tuesday night. On the day after the clinching for the Cubs, a 5-1 win over the Cardinals, with Ryan Dempster picking up his 17th victory of the year. Cubs 1 win away from locking up home field advantage through the National League playoffs. They're in New York for a possible postseason preview against the Mets starting tomorrow night. And in golf, it was the U.S. grabbing a victory in the Ryder Cup over Europe. Get your Chicago sports live on the web. Click the Listen Live button at 670thescore.com, empowered by Take Care Health Clinic at Walgreens. Your Menard Chicago weather on the last day of summer, low down to about 60 tonight, then partly sunny and a high 78 tomorrow. Right now, 75. You're listening to the exclusive radio home of the Chicago White Sox with Ed Farmer and Steve Stone on 670 The Score. The next Sox game on The Score is a big one, Tuesday at 6:35 against the Twins. I'm Brian Peruk on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281, exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Pass Q and Dunn in the eye. Greasy this time from center.
Watch the running game, I formation.
Gilmore tight to the right. Hunter Hillenmeyer now with Stevens to the left side. Snap to Greasy. Throws on the slant. Caught Stevens. Touchdown. Tampa Bay, an extra point away from tying the game. He got the matchup on the 6'7" Stevens on the linebacker, Hunter Hillenmeyer. He flexed him out to the boundary, and he threw it right to him for the touchdown.
No, 2-4 to go for that. To me, only something bad could have happened. We wanted to get in overtime and go from there. We'll do 10 out of 10 times. We'll do that.
This is hard to believe. This is really.
I wish you could have seen the look on OB's face.
Could you just see Rich and about his 4 or 5 buddies saying, "Excuse me, what did he?"
Right now they're up a tree.
This is our head coach. And what did he just say?
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Right now, Eddie, we're going to go with David Schuster, who was at the game at Soldier Field. David, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. You know, my Christmas wish upcoming this year is to watch a Bears game with you away from here, because I think that would be amusing as all heck.
Oh, please.
No,
you won't come out alive, Dave.
It'd be fun.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you what this one boils down to for me today, and it goes back to last week as well, and I'm speaking to you now as former players, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's called killer instinct. Yeah. When you have a team down, like you did in Carolina last week, and like you did today here in front of your home crowd, your opening game of the season, and you don't put them away, you can point to everything else, but you know what? Where's your pride in putting a team away? That's called killer instinct. I don't care if you're at the professional level or if you're at an intramural level or just playing with your friends, on the playground. You put them away, and the Bears didn't do it now 2 weeks in a row. 67 passes by Brian Greasy, and you guys said it. They came with the blitz a bunch of times, and they still couldn't put him down on the ground. The 2-minute drill he performed against them was effortlessly on Tampa Bay's part. It was embarrassing to the defense. Tommy Harris admitted after the game he's nowhere near 100%.
He's not.
He might be 20% for all we know. He's no factor whatsoever. So, the penalty by Charles Tillman, of course, hurt, and the Rasheed Davis drop, that certainly hurt. But you know what? I point to the defense. You didn't put them away.
It's amazing in Houston. You come back with the defense, right? And there were certain times they should have played better. But I got to tell you, we better get ourselves an offense. We better get ourselves an offense for the next 10 years, or I'm going to die of a heart attack, because I can't take it anymore. I'm serious, Shoes. I can't take this crap anymore. I can't take this play action, 2-yard gain here, 3-yard gain here. When you get down on the 11-yard line and you have to set up for a field goal, that's your fault. When you get down there on the 8-yard line and set up a field goal, that's your fault. When you get a guy that runs 38 yards on a fake punt and takes you all the way down there before the half and you put 3 up, that's your fault.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous, Shoes. What's going on is about not scoring points.
Absolutely. You couldn't be more right about that as well. We don't want to blame it all on the defense, of course, although I think they caved in the second half. And actually the Bears had the time of possession factor in their favor today. But you're right. When you get down into the red zone and you continually come up with 3 points, that's going to lose you football games in the long run. Now, that's one of the reasons why they're 1-2. But you know what? You're wishing for your Christmas wish for an offense. Not going to happen this year. We all knew coming into the season. That's why Kyle Orton is the quarterback, although I will say Orton at one point today, 12 of 13 passes for 169 yards. He got hot for a while, but still, David, this is a ball control type team, and you know what? At times, they can't even do that.
David, that's a little too little. It's a little
too late.
Too late, my friend.
Right.
Same thing last week. Little too late, my friend.
Well, David,
that was open there. That was there for them in the first quarter, in the second quarter, especially we're in a red zone. And, boy, I'm going to tell you something. When you only try to get in the end zone, I believe it was one time, and I'm going to tell you something. There's a problem somewhere, pal. Now, it's your Lovie Smith's overriding philosophy or our offensive coordinator or who it is. But I'm going to tell you something. You cannot play football like this, David. In this league, at this time. You cannot.
Yeah, and the fact is, my Christmas wish, David?
Yes?
The fact is this, real simple. If I'm not going to get it, maybe I want a new Santa Claus.
I guess what you're saying is they're not playing to win, they're playing not to lose, and that's a sure way of losing games. Football, baseball, any kind of sport, any kind of level. If you're not going to try and get into the end zone and you're just going to piddle-paddle down the field, you're going to lose games. So, yeah, it was offense, it was defense, it was mistakes. But, I point to more than anything else, killer instinct on both sides of the ball. You got to put a team away when you have that lead.
Well, what's Lovey saying? We heard him talk about the fact. See, what aggravated me, and I think he said this too, and I was kind of aggravated about the fact when they ran that fake punt, on 4th down, and Garrett ran for 38 yards, and they got down there, and he said, well, those 3 points were very important. Well, no, you were down there. It should have been 7 points. You should have been putting yourself into the end zone, and I don't understand this. I'm confused on this. Is the talent there to do it, or is the plays not called right, or what's the story? I know Forte is busting his ass out there. I can see that. There's no question about that. But other than that, guys, and the offensive line, not as bad as everybody thought it was going to be.
Right.
So maybe we ought to start questioning the calls once in a while.
Well, listen, we were debating up here in the press box when they faced the 4th and 1. Instead of going for the field goal, a lot of people thought, well, come on, you're at home. Go for at least go for the first down and maybe take a shot of getting into the end zone. It was sort of 50-50 on that one, but they elected to play conservative. That's what this team is all about. Playing maybe not to win, trying not to lose.
Well, I think that's going to cost them if they're going to go that way.
Already has.
Yeah, and I tell you what, you're not going to pick games off that you can win. Wait till you get to some teams that are better. Tampa Bay's a good team or a decent team, but they're not going to be like Philadelphia. They're going to be, you get some of the better teams, you're going to have a major problem on your hands.
You were about to say something, Eddie?
No, I'll just listen. Go ahead.
No, again, numerous chances to. Actually, I'm looking at the season so far. They played well at Indianapolis, no question about that. Should have won the game at Carolina, but basically threw it away.
They beat
Should have
themselves.
won the game today. This team should be 3-0. They'd be the talk of the town along with the 2 baseball teams, but because they couldn't close, as their coach said after the game, and many of the players echoed that, and I point back to, again, killer instinct. They're 1-2, and I'll tell you what, they're 1 loss away from maybe caving in.
I'm going to tell you something. I look at us defensively and look at us offensively. And I think there's some pretty good talent there, especially on defense. Obviously, we have several difference makers. But what I firmly believe is happening here, and it started the last few years, it's the direction that this coaching staff is taking this team. It's their philosophy. And their philosophy, when they made all these changes to all our wideouts last year, got rid of Berrien and everybody, they believe the guys that they have are the best in the league, or the best that's going to take them to the Super Bowl. We have no speed at our wideouts. They don't threaten anybody, no separation, and we got to hope and pray that our special teams and defense does it. It's not going to happen, David. I'm telling you. What I believe the problem is for the players and whatever, it's our philosophy from the coaching staff. That's the difference, what I believe is going on last week and this week.
And you know what, Eddie, after last week's game, we talked to Ron Turner, and we asked him, the lack of big plays, how much is that killing you? And he said, you have to have big plays to win games. But you take a look, where are the big plays other than Garrett Wolf on that fake punt?
You got Jerry Angelo talking about stretching the field, going downfield. Turner himself last week, yes, we do. We have to stretch the field. Well, we had a hell of an opportunity in the first half of this game, and we didn't do it. And then when we finally went to it late in the third quarter, all right, just too little, my friend, and that's a fact.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue with you guys. I mean, again, going back to what I said now for the third time, you had a chance to win this game. You had a chance to win last week's game. You didn't put them away. I know you as former players, if you walked out of this game, if you were playing today, you would say to yourself, why didn't we put them away? That's what it boils down to more than anything else for me.
Absolutely, Dave.
And Dave, before you take off, Hester, talking about big plays, what's the story?
They were just being precautionary. I think, if they made one smart move today, that was probably it. Because, one wrong hit to that area, and he could have been out for an extended period of time. So they did the smart thing today. He does have the torn cartilage in that rib cage area. They decided to sit him down, hopefully 1 week of rest, and he should be okay by next week, but we'll have to wait and see.
David, thanks a lot, buddy.
Thanks, Dave.
Sure.
Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Yep. Let's go out to George in Nashville. George on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Morning, George.
Just a couple of observations. Obi, I couldn't agree with you more. If anything is noticeable about the National Football League over the last number of years, it has become an offensive game. Every new rule that has been implemented in the National Football League over the last number of years have been implemented to help the offense.
Bingo.
It is not a defensive game anymore, and anyone who follows football knows that. And I want to ask you guys something. You guys played the game. I watched the game today, and between the two quarterbacks, they threw the ball over 90-some-odd times. Can you guys tell me how is it that two teams can throw a ball 90-some-odd times and you have one offensive hold call in the entire game? Can you tell me how that happens? That is almost impossible. It is almost impossible to throw a ball 90-some-odd times and you have one offensive call or one offensive holding penalty for the entire game. But again, it goes back to the idea that is become an offensive game. It is all about the offense. It is not about defense anymore, guys.
There's no question about that. Go back.
It's actually passed 101 times between the two.
Yeah, go back about maybe 5-6 years, and I've always talked about it. Run the ball, stop the run, play defense, pressure the quarterback, make the tackles. But the
rules changed, Doug.
The rules have changed.
Television doesn't want a 10-7 game. It's not going to happen.
Not only that, the fact is they're going to give you every bump, every interference call, everything. Protect the quarterback. Don't hit him low. So they're begging you to throw the football. They're begging you to do that. So what I'm saying is that when the time comes, when you get down, especially down near that 30-yard line or 20-yard line going in, go for that sucker. Go for the end zone. Because that guy can make a mistake.
That's just what I just don't understand. And as minuscule of a thought as it is, and what I'm speaking about with 7 seconds and their own 28-yard line, the game cannot end on a penalty. So what? Might get intercepted. You tackle a guy. Could he catch the ball and run in for a touchdown? Yeah. Could there be a penalty? Very easily, Doug, because when you get them all in a group there, a lot of things could happen, and those referees will throw the flag. But at least if it's 7 seconds and you're really not in harm's way, and just try it, because if it's a penalty, the game cannot end on a defensive penalty. Kick a field goal, you win the football game.
He's O'Bradovich.
Try it.
My phone. Yeah, sure, try it.
Just try it.
And the other thing, real quick, and we'll talk when we come back. You see where New England got beat, right?
They got beat. They got stomped.
Yeah. How important is that quarterback? I said, well, don't worry about it. We got this other kid, Cassie, or whatever his name is in there. Tom Brady's not there. Real important, that quarterback. He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Jim, Dylan, Darryl, the ump, Jonathan, Pat, Billy, all of you. We'll be right back.
Metallica fans, the Score and AT&T Blue Room want to send you and a guest on a road trip to Phoenix to see Metallica kick off their Magnetic World Tour. Go to 670thescore.com now to register. Before the show, you'll be a part of a rare meet and greet with the band. It's all part of the Score Street Date, presented by AT&T Blue Room, courtesy of Warner Brothers Records. Log on now to 670thescore.com to register. Metallica's new album, Death Magnetic, in stores now. And for exclusive footage and a second chance to win, go to attblueroom.com/music.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Sport Clips is something all guys can agree on, a man's sanctuary to sports and grooming. September is going to be a great month for sports. Pennant races on both sides of town, pro and college football underway. It doesn't get much better than that. At Sport Clips, you don't just sit around and talk about sports, you watch sports. Each cutting station has its own flat screen TV, so you never miss a play while getting a haircut from one of Sport Clips' experienced stylists. And with over 30 Chicagoland locations, you won't have to go far to find a Sport Clips near you. And make sure you try Sport Clips' signature signature MVP treatment, which includes hot towel service, a relaxing head and neck massage, shampoo with scalp massage, and haircut, all at an affordable price. Not only will you look great, but you'll feel like you just hit a walk-off home run or caught that winning touchdown. And for a limited time only, stop in any Tuesday and receive half off Sport Clips MVP service. Any Tuesday in September, visit your neighborhood Sport Clips and receive half off when you ask for the MVP treatment at participating locations. Sport Clips, sports on TV, great haircuts, guys win.
S-Wing's solid steel hammers and tools are unsurpassed in quality, balance, and finish. S-Wing tools have the world's best shock reduction grip. Made in America since 1923. Get the tools the pros use. S-Wing.
We challenge people to switch their AT&T to Comcast digital cable with HD for 30 days. Then, give it back.
It's Comcast. Shh, pretend we're not home.
Sorry, time's up. But, hey, your old AT&T service is ready to go.
We can't lose 10,000 movies and shows on demand. With 500 in HD?
And so many more HD channels than AT&T.
More HD channels? We can't go back to AT&T. Oh.
Game over. Comcast has more HD.
Comcast digital cable. Bundle it with internet and phone at a price that's right for you. Starting as low as $79.99 per month for 12 months. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. That's 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Limited to new residential customers. After 12 months promotional period, regular charges apply. HD equipment, installation, taxes, franchise, and telephone fees extra. HD choices vary by bundle. HD comparison to AT&T UVerse service as of August 19th, 2008. Call Comcast for details.
And there's your balance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, and have you heard about our points program at National City?
No, but let me guess. I rack up a huge charge on my credit card, and I get a tote bag.
Actually, you can get more than that.
Like what?
Gift cards, flat screen TVs, plane tickets.
Whoa. How would you ever earn enough points?
Well, by using your check card, credit cards, writing checks, online bill pay.
You messing with me?
Not at all.
Can I still get the tote bag?
Yes, of course.
That's incredible.
If you're used to the restrictions most banks put on rewards, points from National City could take some getting used to. It's not just a tote bag. It's getting rewarded with stuff you actually want. Simply earn points on everyday transactions like writing checks, paying bills online, and using your check card. To learn more or enroll, visit nationalcity.com/points. It's not just banking. It's National City. National City Bank, member FDIC.
A great defense helps the Southsiders win games, and fire sprinkler systems are your best defense against home or business fires and property loss. If you're planning new construction or renovations, call the Sprinkler Fitters, Local Union 281 at 708-597-1800. Look no further for the finest trained professionals to help you plan and build your project. Protect yourself from fire and property loss. The Sprinkler Fitters Union, Local 281, has been protecting Chicagoland against fires since 1901. Call them at 708-597-1800 or go to SprinklerFittersChicago.org.
At Mercedes-Benz of Chicago, giving you more luxury for less money isn't a contradiction. It's our business plan. It must be working because we're the largest volume retail Mercedes-Benz dealer in Chicago. Right now, for a very limited time, save with remarkable incentives like 1.9% financing on select new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz models. Or save with a host of cashback offers valued from $1,000 to $12,000, available to both purchase and lease customers. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago is a Fletcher Jones dealership with a rich automotive history that goes back more than 50 years and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is simply unmatched. Other dealerships may try to duplicate our efforts, but that's to be expected. When you're Chicago's leading Mercedes-Benz dealer, what follows is everyone else. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago at 1100 North Clark Street. Visit us online at mercedes-benzchicago.com. Financing to qualified buyers on select models. Cashback on select new models.
Let's get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281, exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Shotgun with three receivers under a blitz. Orton fakes it left, in trouble, has to throw, and he throws it right over the middle, and it's intercepted by the Bucs, running left to the 15-yard line. Gaines Adams to the 10, to the 5. Orton makes a dive, but he is down at the 1-yard line. Gaines Adams got a gift from Kyle Orton.
No, didn't see him, but I just can't make a mistake like that. I pride myself on that, and that certainly wasn't good.
That highlight right, courtesy of WBBM Radio, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, we got a ton of phone calls. Let's get to them. Let's go out to Pat in Rochester, New York. Pat, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
All right, Pat.
I'm calling you from far back east.
You're way out there.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead. No, I know.
I'm really disappointed. I'll just make a few points and then I'll get off and let everybody else talk. The killer instinct thing. Actually, Lovey actually used the term in his post-game press conference that the team lacked the killer instinct. Well, I wonder where that comes from. It's on both sides of the ball. Right before halftime, they had the chance to, at the end of the game there, when they had 4 seconds left, they had the chance to, after the defensive penalty, they had one more chance. Why wouldn't they have gone deep? Why take a knee?
Not that he was talking about. Yeah, the fact is, give it a shot. You might get a penalty. Do something. Try to mix it up.
And as far as the offense goes, thank God for Brandon Lloyd.
Yeah.
Because there is nobody else.
Well, the fact is, even Brandon Lloyd finally started to come around. He come around the second half.
I don't think it was so much Brandon Lloyd. I think it was they changed the philosophy of the calls to maybe go run a pass over 15 yards, which we don't do.
But he did make some good catches on those two plays.
There's no... Well, damn it, Doug.
Yeah.
How do you know if you don't try it? Mm-hmm. Okay? That's my point.
Well, it's a point well taken. I'll tell you why, Ed. Because when you take a look at this, everything in your mind should be designed to score, not to control the clock. The Bears held the ball 39 minutes today to 31 minutes for Tampa Bay. Controlling the clock is okay, but you got to learn to, when time comes, you have to score and you have to put points up. And the opportunities will come up during the course of a game. I told you, Ed, I counted 8 times in the first half. We had opportunities to really make some big moves, some big plays with the offense. That didn't happen. The screw-up fairy came in, and obviously nothing happened. We decided we're going to take the 3. You become too conservative. You need to put points up. You need to score in case something bad happens, or your defense starts to fall apart maybe in a quarter. But they're expecting your defense to play 4 quarters like they did the first quarter, and it's not going to happen. Let's go out to Jim in his car. Jim, you're on the Score. Jimmy.
Jim.
Hold on just a second. Let me turn the radio down.
Go ahead.
All right, kiddo.
All right, how's it going?
All right, Jimmy.
Oh, I got through to you guys before I got home.
Hey, way to go, Jimbo.
One thing, you guys were talking about Christmas.
Yeah.
And about Santa Claus. Last year I had my sign out there asking Santa for a new running back, new offensive line, and new coaches. Well, obviously he filled one of those. That was the running back.
That was a good one.
The second one is the offensive line. I'm so tired of people talking about the quarterbacks not doing their jobs. We got one of the oldest lines in the league. They were making no holes today. I mean, if Orton had 2 minutes more time, that would make such a difference. And then, like you guys were saying, too, was the coaching. It's just Lovey with his game plan. Like last week, we got a game plan. It was working through the first half. Second half, don't change it. Carolina adjusted. I'm used to Ditka saying, he'd grab the clipboards from the guys, and he'd make the adjustments right then and there. That, game plan works the first half. If it doesn't work, you got to change it during the middle of the game. You just can't go with the same thing. And I'll just leave it at that and hear what you guys got to say.
Well, first of all, you go back to, your running game. Your running game was good. I think, what would they run for, 100 and some yards, 158?
Well, you had Forte. He had 27 carries for 89 yards. Wolf had that one for 38. Then Orton scrambled, carried 6 times for 21. Mm-hmm. And Jones 3 times for 10 yards. Right. Total of 158.
158. And then the one with Garrett, I don't know if I want to throw that in or not.
Well, you have to.
It's a fake punt. It's a running play. But the fact is, when you take a look at it, there's got to be more imagination when it comes to the offense. Now, you talked about Kyle Orton. You talked about protection. You talked about the offensive line. This I'm going to tell you. The fact is, it's not going to be there. You're not going to be able to perfect it where you got all the time in the world to throw the football. That differentiates you from all the quarterbacks in the National Football League. Those who can buy time. Those who can extend the play. Those are the better quarterbacks, or those who can get rid of it quickly. Now, you saw Greasy get rid of the football pretty quick a couple times today because guys were coming. They were blitzing him up the middle. Why? Because they know Greasy can't move around. And so they know that's his spot. That's where he's going to hang out, in the middle of the field, in the middle of the pocket, and he's going to throw the football. So consequently, they came up. Your quarterback has got to make some plays, too. He's got to learn to extend. You cannot have it where you have perfect protection all the time. It won't happen. And it's not going to happen. So the fact is, 90%, 80%, you want that to happen. But when the other times it doesn't happen, you want your quarterback to be able to extend. The other thing is real important is, throw some plays in there that mean a difference or make a difference. Now, is our wide receivers fast enough to do something, to beat somebody?
No.
Well, I saw Booker last week win or go down the sidelines wide open, and quarterback missed him. That's one time. But the fact
Doug,
is,
what you're going to have, but if you're telling me, if you think our wideouts have speed and they can get separation, that's not a chance.
I guess that what I'm saying is that when it finally does happen, hit the guy.
Yeah.
If you can. I don't know. There's a lot of questions out there, and I got to tell you something. I don't know if you're going to answer very many of them when you're going to play Philadelphia.
Well, you know what?
Next week.
The fact we had the lead in the last 2 games.
2 games.
We had the lead in
Absolutely.
the third quarter. We found a way to lose the football game. That's a fact. Found a way to lose the game when we had the game in hand and let it go.
I think what's happening, Ed, is this. They get in that lead, and they're going back to that old philosophy. Defense will handle it. Defense has not been handling it. And so that means that when you do get to the lead, you can't take your foot off the accelerator. You have to get more points because that defense probably, there are times they'll push it on you 80 yards or 90 yards or whatever. You can't count on that all the time. And I think that's what's happening. Instead of going out and try to win that football game, you put more points up.
Doug, I don't think it's a mystery. I think everything you saw out there for 60 minutes and last week for 60 minutes, it tells its own story.
Yeah.
It tells its own story. It tells you, who you're going to do. You're going to blame all the players all the time. Coaches are not at fault with their philosophy and their theory, Doug. It's right in front of you. It's not a mystery.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich, Buffon, 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Hang in there, guys.
Cheesehead Jim, Dylan, Darrell, the ump, Jim, Jonathan, Mike, Billy. We'll be right with you right after this.
WSCR Scoreboard Update.
5:30 and from the TicketsNow.com update studio, I'm Brian Peruke with a scoreboard update brought to you by Plass Appliance and by Land Rover. Visit LandRoverIllinois.com today for an extraordinary limited time offer. So last week it was blowing a 14-point second half lead. How about this week blowing a 10-point fourth quarter lead? The Bears have done both those things in their past 2 games, and today it resulted in a 27-24 defeat in the home opener against Brian Griese and the Tampa Bay Bucks. Leading questions after the game of Lovie Smith as to whether or not the Bears lack killer instinct because they can't put teams away.
No, it's that we had 2 games when we were able to finish the game, and there's a lot of football left to go in the season. That's what it is.
Okay, Griese, 38 of 67. That's right, 67 pass attempts for 407 yards against his old team. 2 touchdowns, 3 picks for the ex-Bear. Kyle Orton, 22 of 34 for 268 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and a 15-yard unnecessary roughness penalty on Peanut Tillman during a drive which would culminate with the game-winning field goal by Matt Bryant was really a killer for the Bears. Bears are 1-2, and they'll take on the Eagles next week. On the NFL scoreboard, these games in progress. Denver leads New Orleans 31-26 in the third quarter. 28-6 is the score, with the 49ers now leading Detroit in the fourth. It's Indianapolis now trailing at home against Jacksonville 17-14 about midway through the fourth quarter. Seattle 27-13 leaders with 10 minutes to go over the St. Louis Rams. Philadelphia leads Pittsburgh 10-6 at the end of 3, and Baltimore leads Cleveland 28-10 nearing the end of 3. These games finals: Atlanta over Kansas City 38-14. It was the Tennessee Titans beating up on Houston 31-12. Buffalo edged Oakland 24-23. Minnesota with its first win 20-10 over the Carolina Panthers. Miami all over the Patriots 38-13. Think they missed Tom Brady. And the Giants over Cincinnati 26-23, and the Redskins beat Arizona 24-17. 14. On to baseball. 2 out of 3 in Kansas City for the White Sox, and the magic number falls to 5 in the American League Central as the Sox beat the Royals 3-0. Twins also beat the Tampa Bay Rays 4-1, and the Sox continue their 2.5-game lead, and they bring it into Minnesota for that big 3-game set starting on Tuesday night. On the day after the clinching for the Cubs, it was a 5-1 easy-breezy victory over the Cardinals. Ryan Dempster, victory number 17 on the year. Cubs are 1 win away from locking up home field throughout the National League playoffs. They could get it tomorrow night against the Mets in New York, as we see a possible postseason preview with the Cubs and the Mets. And in golf, it was the U.S. grabbing a victory in the Ryder Cup over Europe. Log on to 670thescore.com's contest page and roll over the World Hyundai banner for your chance to win a trip to spring training in 09. Enter now, and you can also win a $25 Shell gas car when you test drive the all-new, redesigned 09 Sonata, now priced at only $194 per month. Only at World Hyundai, I-57 and Route 30 in the Madison Auto Mall. You're listening to the exclusive radio home of the Chicago White Sox with Ed Farmer and Steve Stone on 670 The Score. The next Sox game is Tuesday night at 6:35, and it's against the Twins. And I'm Brian Peruk on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Coming up next, it is more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug and Obie.
Audi Truth in Engineering. Feel the performance of the newly redesigned 2009 Audi A4 at Schaumburg Audi. Visit SchaumburgAudi.com and schedule a test drive today. As the first exclusive Audi dealership in Chicagoland, Schaumburg Audi continues to set the standard. Schaumburg Audi, the destination for your passion. Attention football fans, Tom Kennedy from Handicapping Experts has uncovered huge information on tonight's Green Bay-Dallas matchup. It's pro football at its best, and Tom and the professionals at the Handicapping Experts are ready to win big. Tom has never released a game this big, this early for free before. So don't miss this incredible offer. Call Tom Kennedy at 1-800-499-FREE. That's 1-800-499-3733, and he'll give you the winner free in his recorded message. This is a must call, so drop what you're doing and call 1-800-499-3733 to get this blowout winner absolutely free. Make the call right now to get Tom Kennedy's unbeatable info on tonight's Green Bay-Dallas matchup. Call 1-800-499-3733. That's 1-800-499-3733. Don't miss this easy winner. The call is free. The winner's free. There's nothing to lose and everything to gain. Don't delay. Call Tom right now. 1-800-499-3733 and receive the Green Bay-Dallas winner free in a recorded message.
Hi, Doug Buffone here for my good friends at Plaza Appliance, the home of the highest quality brands with the best service, price, and advice guaranteed. Right now, see the latest appliances by KitchenAid and save up to $500 on a brand new KitchenAid kitchen. Pick out your appliances at Plaza today, have them delivered tomorrow, and pay nothing for 1 year. It's that simple. Visit PlazaAppliance.com for showroom locations and other great deals. Plaza Appliance, where service, price, and advice matter the most since 1938.
Brace yourselves, because I'm going to bring up a subject nobody likes to think about. Buying a used car. I know, painful. Well, I've got a painless solution. Honda certified used cars. They're well-maintained late-model Hondas. Each undergoes a 150-point inspection, then is backed with a 7-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty from the original in-service date and a 12-month, 12,000-mile limited non-powertrain warranty. They'll even provide a Carfax vehicle history report. Hey, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
See dealer for limited warranty details.
Hurry in today for the Toyota National Clearance Event, going on now at your local Toyota dealer. There's no reason to wait, so come in now and get a great deal on the 2008 Tacoma, like 0% financing or $2,500 cash back. Or drive off in the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Rugged Tundra, with 0% financing for 60 months, or choose $4,000 cash back. 2 great deals on 2 great trucks. So hurry into your Toyota dealer while selection lasts. The Toyota National Clearance Event is the perfect time to get an amazing deal on the Toyota you want. And who doesn't like that?
Tacoma APR for 48 months with $2,083 per $1,000 borrowed. Tundra APR for 60 months with $1,667 per $1,000 borrowed on approved credit from Toyota Financial Services. Cash back from Toyota Motor Sales USA, Inc. Offers may vary by region. See participating dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/08.
Want to save on gas? Fill your tires with nitrogen. Mention this ad and Cassidy Tire and Service will fill all 4 tires with nitrogen for just $20. Visit CassidyTire.com for locations.
These days, investors don't need hot tips. They need solid facts. You'll find them at FINRA.org. FINRA is the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, the independent not-for-profit that regulates securities firms. They also write rules for brokers and enforce them. But more than that, FINRA protects investors with unbiased information and tools for making smarter decisions about saving and investing. You'll find it all at FINRA.org. That's FINRA.org.
Hey, everybody, stop yourself. Doug Buffone here. One of the reasons I love S-Wing hammers is they remind me of football, and just like football, S-Wing hammers are tough. S-Wing hammers are made with United States steel, and the head and the handle are forged in one piece. The strongest construction there is. And just like football players who wear pads to cushion the blow, S-Wing hammers cushion the blow with S-Wing's patented shock reduction grip. S-Wing, all-American hammers made in Rockford, Illinois since 1923. I only swing an S-Wing, and so should you. For more info, go to swing.com.
Let's get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281, exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Orton goes one back with Forte. Booker to the numbers right. Boyd to the numbers left. Corners giving about 5 yards of cushion. Orton takes on a play fake double move, throwing left side of the end zone, up in the air. Touchdown! Give him the touchdown, will you? Throw him up. Brandon Lloyd! Touchdown, Bears!
And I like courtesy of WBBM Radio. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Darryl in Milwaukee. Darryl, you're on The Score.
Hi, Doug O.B. I got to tell you guys, this was a tough one to swallow. I'm sitting here driving up to the Green Bay Cowboy game tonight, and I'm just simmering over the top. But I got to tell you why I'm frustrated. Well, I am frustrated that we know the offense left some plays out there on the field. I just can't take that. We went into the final 3 or 4 minutes of this game with a 10-minute lead, and we let this guy, the guy we cut because, he's a journeyman and can't get it done anywhere else, we let him drive the field twice to score, take us into overtime, and eventually beat us. How can that be acceptable?
Dylan, you're right, Darryl. There's no question about it. I think what's happened is we're all dependent on that defense to make those plays at the end, and obviously they did make a stop, and then you got what Tillman did, gave him more life. Then Greasy went on to win the game with the drive. So, yeah, I think the defense, could be better. But here's my point. I don't think you're going to see a defense anymore like you guys saw back when they went to the Super Bowl
85.
or whatever, 85. I think those days are gone. And I think what happens here, we all depend, don't worry about it now. We got our lead. We got our 10 points. We can back off a little bit offensively here and let the defense take over. I don't think that can happen anymore. No defense could be that dominant anymore, especially now we got going with the Chicago Bears.
Well, that's because of the rules changes, Doug.
Right, and so it makes
rules are going to change it.
They're going to make, and you're going to score. Guys are going to score. I don't know when it's going to be. Maybe the first quarter, the fourth quarter, the third quarter. All I can tell you is the fact that if you can get a consistent defense. Now, they held this team to 47 yards rushing, Ed?
47 yards.
47 yards, right? They got 4 turnovers. And you're right, at the end of the game, you wanted them to put the clamps to them. Well, they didn't. They did, but they made a mistake. All I am saying is there was a point in time with 2 minutes and 6 seconds left to go in the game. And if Kyle Orton, remember when he got helicoptered?
Yes.
They didn't get a first down. He picks that first down up. If it was 3rd and 2, they didn't do it. So you can go back to the offense and say, well, look, this is where they screwed up. When it's all said and done, we needed more points, and obviously, again, I'll talk about the defense. They got to stop long drives. Let's go out to Dylan in Elmhurst. Dylan, you're on The Score.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
All right, what's up, Dylan?
Hey, I just wanted to say that I'm really sick of seeing Kyle Orton, Rex Grossman, Cade McNown, Chad Hutchinson as the Bears quarterback. I think the Bears need a new quarterback. Try Caleb Haney or use your draft pick and get a quarterback. And also, I saw, I was at the game today, and I saw at least 7 times where Kyle Orton overthrew or underthrew Matt Forte for a screen pass. Mm-hmm. And bottom line is, I just think the Bears need a new passing game, new quarterback.
Well, they would love to. And they're trying to find out about Kyle Orton. And you know what amazes me, though? I always thought he could go downfield, but there were a couple times today. The one, the Forte in the end zone, that was underthrown. There was another one that was underthrown. You know, the fact is, remember when he hit, who was it, Lloyd wide open on the sidelines?
Yeah, Doug.
If he would have threw that football with any kind of mustard on it, then that kid would still be going. So is there a problem there? I don't know.
You're falling on deaf ears with me again. We're into the third game of the season where it counts. Every minute, every second counts, every point counts, and we're trying to get our timing down on all our passing routes, which in a passing game, that is the most important thing. And we're trying to figure it out now. And again, I know I go back, and maybe people are tired of hearing about it, but damn it just happens to be the right thing to do. When you have young, experienced offensive team like that, all new receivers, the most important thing, you have 4 exhibition games to get that timing down. We don't have the best, but you can sure work on your timing. And it never happened, Doug. Never.
Let's go out to the ump in Naperville. Ump, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, I'm hot under the collar.
All right, ump, go get him.
I've been watching the Bears since 1962. We got one championship with George Halas. Thank you, Eddie. And we've got nothing after that except for Ditka. Nothing after before Ditka, nothing after Ditka. I'm sick of the clown car at the quarterback position. Get rid of the whole damn team. Let's clean house. I'm sick of it. I'll tell you who would have caught that ball instead of Rashid Davis. It would have been Mike Haas. The guy could catch anything. I'm sick to death of looking at these bums I can't take it anymore. All right, have a nice day.
You know what, though, Ump? You bring up a point, and Ed and I were talking about it. The fact is, even last week, Rashid Davis dropped an important one on 3rd and 17, or 3rd and 6, and he dropped it. Would have been a first down. That was last week. But it's important. You know why it's important? The fact is that when we were talking about this, we said, well, you know what? Anybody can drop a football. No.
No. N-O, no.
Not in this profession, not when you're up being a professional. No. It's like a shortstop screwing up a regular ground ball. We're not talking about great catches here. These were regular catches that you need to be successful to go forward. It's a routine shortstop catching a ground ball or a third baseman. You cannot do that. You know, somebody says, well, you know, everybody makes mistakes. No. You can't do that. You block the line blocks, you get the right play called, you get open, and there it is for the first down to keep a drive going, and you drop the football.
You know what, Doug, and up has killed us as much as anything in the first 3 games. First game, Doug, we had 7 penalties. Second game, 12. This game, 8 penalties. And of those, 27 penalties in 3 games, a lot of them were very, very critical. That's not smart football.
No. And especially, go back to Tillman. And I know the one guy called in and says, you know, you and OB wouldn't have done that. No. There's ways of doing that. There's ways of not being the second guy and hitting somebody. There's ways of taking a guy off of your partner in there. But there's a lot of the game left to go. You get a shot at somebody, eh? And that in itself.
You got to have awareness of on the field, where you're at, what the down is, what time is it, every play. You must have awareness.
Let me tell you something. If that's in part of the game and you're up by 20 points, yeah, you just haul up and whack them. What's it going to cost you? But you're talking about being overtime. You're talking about third down now. You stop them. You're going to get the football, and now you give them 15 yards for a first down, and they continue the drive. Let's go out to Jonathan on the south side. Jonathan, you're on the score.
Guys, first-time caller.
Hi, John.
Hey, Jonathan. How you guys doing? Tough loss. The previous caller took my thunder about Kyle Orton's misfires on numerous pass plays, one in the end zone to Matt Forte,
right.
One with Mari Booker along the sidelines, and also Rashid Davis. Obviously, the Bears don't have the best wide receivers, but I feel like a good quarterback who at least is efficient with his passing game would be able to complete those passes and would won the game for us. And on top of that, I mean, the Bears' offense obviously failed us again. The defense, to me, very disappointing. They're a top-of-the-line defense, but yet they can't stop, a team near the end of the game. That was very disappointing. Our safety position, to me, is very weak with Kevin Payne. I'm not too happy about that, or Mike Brown's play, for that matter. But the one thing also that I want to mention, lastly, is basically why was it that there was no offsetting penalties with Charles Tillman's penalty at the end of the ballgame?
Because he was the last one to get caught. They didn't see the first one. They didn't see this True Blood on top of whoever he was on top of.
Yeah, the original, and then 2 or 3 guys piled on top of that.
Right. They
a couple other guys, and then Tillman came in so late, I couldn't believe it. And then he threw a powder puff, whatever you want to call it, forearm shiver. And 15, that's the way the referee sees it. First down, all over with.
See, they don't see that. They don't see what Bud was doing and what was going on. That's why you have to be careful when you come flying there. And Ed is absolutely correct. You tell yourself, what is the situation in the game? If I'm up 30 points, maybe I do it. If the fact is that I'm down 30 points, maybe I do it. I certainly don't do it in overtime, and it's third down and we stopped them, and I'm going to give them another opportunity to get the football and take off.
That was really poor.
It really was.
Poor. Hell of a football player. I haven't played for me every day. There's no question about that.
But
boy, I'm going to tell you something. There's only 16 games, pal. Your mindset better be right for every quarter, every play, every minute of that game, and be accountable. The difference makers do. He just made a huge mistake, Doug. And it cost us.
Oh, big time.
It cost.
Big time. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Cheesehead, Mike, John, Joe, Jim, Jonathan, New Buffalo, Billy. We'll be right with you after this.
Where's the Funny at 5? Married with Children on MeTV. Where's the Funny at 5:30? That 70s show on MeTV. Followed by more funny at 6 and 6:30. So if you want funny starting at 5, WWME MeTV is the place for funny on Comcast 223.
Hey, yo, I got an offer you can't refuse. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. Hey, bada bing, bada boom. You got a better way to spend your Monday nights? Forget about it. Blackjack's has 8 big-screen plasma TVs, a 120-inch projection TV, a free Italian buffet, $2 sambucas, Peroni beer, and the beautiful girls you wouldn't necessarily bring home to meet Mama. Pop? Maybe. Mama? Definitely not. It's Blackjack's Monday Night Football with the family and the hottest girls who give a whole new meaning to end zone dance. Now that's what I'm talking about. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or check us out at blackjacks.com.
IRS, Internal Revenue Service. If these words strike fear into your heart, listen closely to the following message. My name is Patrick Sheehan, and I'm a tax attorney formerly with the IRS. 17 years ago, I left the IRS to establish a law firm that does only one thing, protecting Chicagoland individuals and businesses from the raw power of the IRS. Do you have unfiled tax returns? Are your wages being seized by the IRS? Do you owe the IRS $15,000 or more? Then my message to you is simple. I can help. Call me at 877-4-IRS-LAW. Visit our Chicagoland offices and personally meet with a seasoned tax attorney. Get the truth about your IRS problem. Stay away from out-of-state salesmen you will never meet or see. The IRS's budget is up by over $100 million. Audits and seizures are off the charts. Don't be another IRS statistic. Let us personally defend your rights before the IRS. Call 877-4-IRS-LAW. That's the number 4, then IRS-LAW. Call us before the IRS calls you.
Ever wonder when buying a used car if you're just buying a used problem? Not if it's a Honda certified used car. They're well-maintained late model Hondas. Each undergoes a 150-point inspection, then backed by a 7-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty from the original in-service date, and a 12-month, 12,000-mile limited non-powertrain warranty. And now get low APR financing on all Odyssey, Pilot, and S2000 certified used Honda models. It may be used, but it's still a Honda. Problem solved.
See dealer for financing and limited warranty details.
Hey, Kelly. So, who'd you hire to do your emails?
What? You know it's just me here.
Come on, I got your newsletter. Pretty fancy, photos, coupons. Come on, who is it?
Oh, no one, silly. I use Constant Contact.
Really?
With ConstantContact.com, it's so easy. They make me look like $1 million, and the emails really work.
Oh, yeah?
It got you in here today, didn't it?
Touché.
ConstantContact.com. Plans as low as $15 a month with a free 60-day trial.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry, wants to remind you that there's nothing like a Rolex.
That's Jared.
Why just wear a watch when you can wear a crafted work of art? A Rolex from Jared. At Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry, you'll see the most outstanding selection of popular Rolex styles. From the rugged Submariner to the men's President, the Lady Datejust to the stunning Lady Pearlmaster. Jared is the place to shop for a Rolex timepiece. Inside every Rolex timepiece is a precisely crafted symphony of more than 220 parts that compose a Rolex movement. Each is tested, inspected, and cleaned until it sparkles like jewelry. Come see our fine Rolex collection at Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry. We're proud to be your official Rolex jeweler.
It can only be Jared.
Rolex timepieces are available at Jared locations in Orland Park, Aurora, and St. Charles.
He's mad. He's bad. Max Madsen.
Hello, this is the doctor. Oh, hello, Max Madsen. What? The Phenomenal Four? Are you talking about the Beatles, Grand Poobah? Oh, Mitsubishi's Phenomenal Four. 4 high MPG models, including the Lancer, Outlander, Eclipse, and Galant, with 26 to 36 miles per gallon highway. Plus, you're celebrating more than 20,000 Max Madsen Mitsubishi sold with special into-model year prices, 0% financing or cash back from $1,500 to $5,500. Max Madsen, you might be mad and bad, but you're not crazy.
He's mad, he's bad, but you'll be glad when you meet Mad Max Madsen.
See the Phenomenal Four at Max Madsen's 3 convenient Mitsubishi locations in Downers Grove on Ogden East of 355, in Countryside on LaGrange at Joliet Road, and in Aurora on Ogden West of 59 and directly south of the Fox Valley Mall. Shop online at maxmadsen.com. Mitsubishi Motors.
Max Madsen.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back. Cheesehead, Mike, Joe, Jim, Bill, Pete, Billy will be right with you.
Parent Petroleum, the leading fuels and lubricants distributor in the Midwest, is ready to assist your company in reducing costs during these high energy prices. Whether you operate a truck fleet, off-road equipment, industrial machinery, or automotive vehicles, Parent Petroleum has the right Castrol lubricants for your operation. Parent Petroleum will provide a lubricant program designed to exceed your expectations. The unbeatable team of Parent Petroleum and Castrol is ready to serve you. Castrol, it's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering. For all of you gasoline station owners, with all the changes taking place in our market, do you need to rebrand your location? Parent Petroleum has every brand available. Call Parent Petroleum today at 800-331-9763. That's 800-331-9763. Or visit them on the web at www.parentpetroleum.com. That's parentpetroleum.com. Attention football fans, Tom Kennedy from Handicapping Experts has uncovered huge information on tonight's Green Bay-Dallas matchup. It's pro football at its best, and Tom and the professionals at the Handicapping Experts are ready to win big. Tom has never released a game this big, this early for free before, so don't miss this incredible offer. Call Tom Kennedy at 1-800-499-FREE. That's 1-800-499-3733, and he'll give you the winner free in his recorded message. This is a must call, so drop what you're doing and call 1-800-499-3733 to get this blowout winner absolutely free. Make the call right now to get Tom Kennedy's unbeatable info on tonight's Green Bay-Dallas matchup. Call 1-800-499-3733. That's 1-800-499-3733. Don't miss this easy winner. The call is free. The winner's free. There's nothing to lose and everything to gain. Don't delay. Call Tom right now. 1-800-499-3733 and receive the Green Bay-Dallas winner free in a recorded message.
Stop yourself and use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. S-Wing hammers are world famous for their shock reduction grip and unsurpassed durability. Made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Use S-Wing.
Today, let's talk about the good things, about where you can find them. Like when you go into a store and you want the best, what do? You ask the clerk what he's got in the back. And if he likes you, he says he'll be right back. Shoes, cigars, even the butcher. The best stuff is always in the back. So, when it comes to getting what's best for your Buick, Pontiac, or GMC, head to your participating dealer right now and drive around back, down their Good Wrench service lane for Good Wrench and Go Time. For a limited time, you can get an oil change, tire rotation, and a Good Wrench multi-point vehicle inspection all in one package. And while you're there, have them check your tires. Should you need them, they can recommend the proper tires for your vehicle.
I can't stop thinking about it.
So, between now and November 30th, give it a go and make it Good Wrench and Go at your participating Buick, Pontiac, or GMC dealer. One way to know if Good Wrench and Go is right for you, visit goodwrench.com and click on your GM brand.
At Mercedes-Benz of Chicago, giving you more luxury for less money isn't a contradiction. It's our business plan. It must be working because we're the largest volume retail Mercedes-Benz dealer in Chicago. Right now, for a very limited time, save with remarkable incentives like 1.9% financing on select new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz models. Or save with a host of cashback offers valued from $1,000 to $12,000, available to both purchase and lease customers. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago is a Fletcher Jones dealership with a rich automotive history that goes back more than 50 years and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is simply unmatched. Other dealerships may try to duplicate our efforts, but that's to be expected. When you're Chicago's leading Mercedes-Benz dealer, what follows is everyone else. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago at 1100 North Clark Street. Visit us online at mercedes-benzchicago.com. Financing to qualified buyers on select models. Cashback on select new models.
I was talking to my doctor, and he asked me what medications I'm taking.
Taking notes next time. There is so much
information is the key to good health. And with the Aetna online personal health record, test results, diagnoses, and new prescriptions are scanned and can alert you to potential conflicts, helping you and your doctor make better informed decisions.
Helping me better understand
my health.
Learn more about the personal health record at Aetna.com. We want you to know. Aetna.
The personal health record is offered by Aetna Life Insurance Company and should not be used as the sole source of information about the member's medical history.
This is Steve Stone. Talk White Sox and Cubs baseball with me all season long right here on
WSCR.
Chicago.
The Score.
670thescore.com.
WSCR HD. A CBS radio station. WSCR Scoreboard Update. 6 o'clock and from the ticketsnow.com update studio, I'm Brian Farouk with a scoreboard update. It's brought to you by Fletcher Jones Mercedes-Benz and also by Plass Appliance. Finally, it's brought to you by Unisom, which helps you fall asleep fast and into your natural, healthy sleep cycle so that you wake up restored and refreshed. You thought it can't happen again, but sure enough, to the Bears, it did. They blew a 14-point lead last week in the second half. This week, it was a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. And how did they do it? Well, here's the Score's David Schuster with some details on that and on the guy who beat them.
So much was written and said in advance about Brian Griese coming back to play against his old team. So the question, did he savor the victory maybe a little bit more?
I can't lie to you guys. It was really, the game meant a lot to me personally coming back. But at the end of the day, it was all about our team winning. And it was big for us to get to 2-1, to win on the road. Now, to turn the ball over 4 times and not rush the ball very well on the road, and to win, we're very lucky.
And for the record, Griese threw the ball 67 times and didn't come close to being sacked. Not good. At Soldier Field, I'm David Schuster on WSCR The Score.
Thanks, David. So the Bears are 1-2, and they have Philadelphia next week. We'll go to the NFL scoreboard. A crazy one in Denver where the Broncos lead the Saints 34-32 with about 6 minutes to go in that game. Also, Seattle all over St. Louis with about 20 seconds to go. 37-13 is the final with the Seahawks getting the victory. Colts leading Jacksonville by a point, 21-20 with 35 seconds to go in that game. And we mentioned the Eagles. They're leading Pittsburgh still 12-6. on that game with about 5.5 to go. Another game still going on. Baltimore leads Cleveland 28-10 with 11 minutes left, and everything else is a final, at least as far as games that are being played this afternoon. San Francisco all over Detroit. It was 31-13. That game just went final. Also, Atlanta beat Kansas City 38-14. It was Buffalo edging Oakland 24-23. Tennessee over Houston 31-12. Minnesota, its first victory, 20-10 over the Carolina Panthers. Giants get a win over Cincinnati 26-23. So the Bengals now 0-3. New York 3-0. Miami all over New England 38-13. That was in New England. And so the Patriots lose their first game. Obviously, Matt Castle at the helm of that. Washington over Arizona. That was 24-17. And tonight's game, we have the Dallas Cowboys at Green Bay. You can hear that game starting at 7 right here on the Score. Baseball, 2 out of 3 in Kansas City for the White Sox. They needed it, too. Their magic number dropped to 5 in the American League Central because the Twins beat the Rays this afternoon, 2. 3-0 was the final in Kansas City as the Sox got the victory from John Danks, his 11th of the year. Bobby Jenks, his 29th save. Sox and Twins separated by 2.5 games, and they begin that big showdown on Tuesday night in Minneapolis. Nothing doing for the Cubs as far as pressure goes anymore. They've just got to clinch home field, and then they'll have that throughout the National League playoffs, and they need one more win to get it. They got a 5-1 victory over the Cardinals this afternoon at Wrigley. Ryan Dempster getting the win, and it's on to New York to face the Mets tomorrow night. And in golf, the U.S. grabs a victory in the Ryder Cup over Europe. Looking for a real deal? Then check out the Scores Clubhouse. You can buy $50 gift certificates for $25. This week's deal is for Pizziano's Pizza and Pasta. Log on to 670 The Score now and click on the shop tab located at the top of our homepage. Flash limited, and once they're gone, they're gone. You're listening to the exclusive radio home, the Chicago White Sox, with Ed Farmer and Steve Stone on 670 The Score. The next Sox game is Tuesday at 6:35 against the Twins. I'm Brian Peruk on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Back to the Jiffy Lube post-game show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters Local 281. Exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Well, off and on, we lose most of our games in the fourth quarter, during the fourth quarter. So we have to find some way to motivate us to finish them, learn how to finish the opponent.
That was Tommy Harris talking about motivation. I don't know what kind of motivation you would need in the fourth quarter to try to win a football
matter with
game.
the first quarter.
Yeah,
when you got 1st and 10 on a 10, 11-yard line.
Yeah.
And you from a takeaway.
Wouldn't the idea that you're winning and that you could walk away with a win be motivation enough? I don't know.
There's only 16 times you can do it.
Yep. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Obradovich and Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And the 670th person to text the word hammer to 67011 will win an S-Wing Hammer postgame show gift pack.
I heard it's quite a gift pack.
Say S-Wing.
S-Wing. No, you're the one that screwed it up. You're S-Wing?
Those boys are from Rockford. Good guys, S-Wing. So let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Billy and Danville. Billy on the Score with OB and Doug.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Billy?
I've been a Bears fan for the last 20-plus years, and like most Bears fans, I want us to be something special. And to be something special in this league, you have to have the ownership, you have to have the coaching, and then the talent. Of the last 20 years, the 3 teams who defined this were the 49ers, Cowboys, and Pats. Mm-hmm. They had all 3 elements. You look at our team, we have none of the 3. Our ownership, I'm not even going to get started on them, but they have put people in place in the front office that draft offensive linemen who have a history injury. They resign defensive tackles when they are noticeably hurt and are probably never going to be even half the player they once were. Our coaching, they put people in line like that who do not have the killer instinct that was alluded to earlier. Lovie Smith is a great guy off the field, but this team, when you have average talent like the Bears do, you cannot be a player's coach. You have to have that killer instinct. Lovie Smith, the assistant coaches, I mean, everyone says Turner this and Turner that, but Lovie Smith is the head coach. He is the one that still puts up with this stuff. We are never going to get to where a lot of Bear fans want until we get a new coaching staff in here. I know everyone can't have top-of-the-line talent like some of those other teams I alluded to, but at least if we got decent coaching in here, we could take our average talent and have them at least in the top 5 every year, guys.
Hey, Billy, what was the 3 teams, Billy, you mentioned?
The 49ers, the Cowboys, and the Patriots, because the Bartolo, Walsh, and their talent, the Cowboys, Jones, Jimmy Johnson, and their talent, and the Patriots with Kraft, Belichick, and their talent.
Now,
we have none of the 3.
Well, here, Billy, take a look at this, and I'm glad you brought that up. Who are the quarterbacks for those 3 teams?
Exactly.
You know, look at the difference. You talked about the 49ers. You know, you talk about what's going on, how great their quarterbacks were. You talked about, the Pats, how good their quarterback was with Brady. You talked about the Cowboys, and now with Romo and the quarterbacks before them. So what did it suggest to you? The fact that when you start mentioning these teams, the first thing that jumps out at you when these teams are good teams, that the quarterback is the one that jumps out at you. We have not had that here in Chicago. And maybe that's exactly what we should be looking for instead of a middle linebacker.
What I think what Billy is saying is that those organizations with the owners and with those coaches and their ability to put a coaching staff together and a scouting staff together to actually go out and find the top quality people. I think pretty much that's what he's referring to. I mean, how can you have the 4th pick in the draft and you have a kid by the name of Thomas Jones who you paid $12 million to? I've talked about this before, just 6 months prior to. Okay? And the kid is a hell of a football player, still playing today, and we need help everywhere. And what do? They draft this kid, Cedric Benson. And you can go on and on, Doug, year in, year out. And I think, again, Billy, I think that's what he's saying, that their ownership and the coaches that they took and the quarterbacks that they got, it's all a huge part of what developed there.
But wouldn't it be safe to say, though, Ed, the fact that if you could get into the draft or through trade or some way to find yourself a top-line quarterback, that would change a lot of things for your football club? Because it seems to me that every time I turn around...
Doug, the last time I checked, Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, Chuck, don't talk about Romo.
Okay, yeah. Eastern Illinois. And a kid from Northern Illinois, Turner to Burner. All right, where's that? Is that 50 miles from Chicago?
How far is Notre Dame from Montana, from Chicago?
I hear you.
You hear me?
I understand. They're right here. There was a day when those people were around, they would have been a Bear.
There was a time, Ed, I was screaming for Romo to join.
I remember that.
Remember that?
Yes, I do, Doug.
Where were these guys? Why did they didn't see it? You know, I mean, that's the point. The point I'm making is that you've got to be able to find a quarterback. And anything we look at right now, what's happening is you got to have the quarterback to start it out with.
We could go about the draft. They go to the kid, from Central Michigan. They draft the defensive end in the 2nd round last year.
Yeah, please.
And we have 3 top defensive ends, all young kids. And they, in the 2nd round, they draft a defensive end. Whoa.
Yeah.
Let's go to call.
It's mind-boggling, Ed. Let's go out to Jim and Wheaton. Jim, you're on the score.
Good, Ed. I love your passion for the game. How can you win with a coach that talks about a killer attitude when on the radio broadcast before halftime he's being interviewed and he says that, well, at least we were moving the ball in the first half. Yeah. What game was he watching? And also, why did the Bears waste a 3rd-round pick on Garrett Wolf if they don't use the guy? At least some plays out of the backfield, swing passes. The guy has some speed. Why even draft him if they're not going to use him? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, and especially last year they didn't even use him. They didn't want to use him, but apparently today they did. When he goes 38 yards, there's no question I think he has a use. I do believe this, though, that you have to start using 2 backs. We're finding now, look at some of these teams with their 2-back system. And I know Forte's a young kid. He's a tough kid. He's a strong kid. He has a great heart. But be careful with this kid. You know, be careful with him. And so what you need to do is balance it a little bit and change up. Now, Kevin Jones would be a good guy, and they'd start to do some of that, but I'd see more of that. But Garrett Wolf could be a guy you could insert, and do something with him. Now, he's small. I understand that. But the fact is he has some quickness to him.
You know what, Jimmy, when we talk about that, like the draft, Doug, and to all our listeners out there, that's a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother story. Doug, we could do about 10 hours on the drafting, and especially in the last 4 or 5 years. It hasn't been good, my friend. No, and we looked for, and they did a great job with Hester. Hester has helped this club so much. He's a kick returner. He's a punt returner. Is Hester a wide receiver? I don't think. Right now, we say, well, no, he's not, because, he's going to get hurt and whatever. But they definitely, and Doug, Obi talks about this much, about the speed, and we don't have that. Right. But, Hester, special teams, phenomenal. Offense, they tried putting him there last year. So far this year, now all of a sudden in the second game, he's banged up. He got hurt. So offensively, nothing has really taken place. And I hope it doesn't shadow his special teams play, Doug. Well, that's it. You got to figure how weak we are offensively. And again, too, you can look at the first couple games this year, and you can look at last year. Our field position, if you gave our field position to any of these teams out there, any good top 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the story of the day. Sure, we had the field position. All the time. All day long. Not only this game, the game before, last year, 45-yard line, 44-yard line. Can you imagine that? And you still can't do anything with the offense? Still can't score points. And it's still okay with Lovey, still okay with Ron Turner. It's not acceptable, Ed. No, apparently it must be, Doug. Well, it can't be acceptable. It can't be acceptable, because you will go back, like a lot of guys will call in and say, look, that defense of ours is not dominant. I know it's not dominant. I understand. There are no dominant defenses, not anymore. Not anymore. So you better be able to score if you want to win some football games. Let's go out to Mike in Bloomington. Mike, you're on the score.
Fellas, you guys just talked about exactly what I wanted to say. A little bit tongue-in-cheek, but I want to hear a coach and a GM be honest. I want them to blast the defense and say that this game was their fault. Why? Because they paid them all the money. They claim that all they need is an offense that can manage the game and put up 8, 10, 12 points. They want to win by baseball scores. So I want to hear this staff take a little responsibility and say it's our fault. The offense did put up some points, but this defense let us down. I say that somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but that's the way that's the way they've set this game up. And I think it was talked about last year and before the season started, where they said we can win with baseball-type scores. And you guys have hit on it all night so far. That doesn't work in the NFL anymore. And until they can put some points on the board, this team is not going to go anywhere, fellas.
Mike, you're absolutely correct. You missed the philosophy. If you think that your defense is going to hold teams to 12, 13 points or 14 points, you're crazy. You're nuts. Today you gave an effort. You got 4 turnovers. You got yourself 4 turnovers. Not only 4 turnovers, you got them in position to where they could score on the end up on the 11-yard line to 38-yard line. You got 4 turnovers, and you didn't do anything with it. That's where it's going to come down to. You better start changing your philosophy, what goes on out there. Not just the defense, but you better look to score points. Well, the first game, with the Colts, we won in Indianapolis. And for the Bears to win that football game, and I told all of the people, my friends I know, I said, for the Bears to win, can they win? Yeah. But they have to play a perfect game. And I mean, no mistakes. They had to play almost a flawless game to beat the Colts. And they did. You know what? But that fell right into the path. Yeah. Lovie Smith, we'll play the second game the same way. Third game, fourth game. This is going to go from week to week to week to week. And, guys, we're going to be battling, mark my words, every week. It's going to go down to the end, and we're going to be fighting for a victory. Let's go out to Cheesehead. And where's Cheesehead? He's in his car.
Doug, I'm in my car on my way back to Wisconsin. Hey, a couple comments about the game.
Yeah, did you go to the game, Cheesehead?
Yes, I did. It was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Okay, so we had 4 turnovers. We gave up 47 yards and had the ball for 39 minutes and lost. Brutal, Doug. Brutal.
Oh, I know. It doesn't add up, Cheesehead.
Oh, my God. Hey, and then I don't care if it's Grossman, Orton, Greasy, or Montana. Our quarterback position is brutal. It's the system. We had Greasy last year, and he was a dog. We made him look like an all-pro today, Doug. Hey,
well,
I'd like to hear your comments, and good luck in hunting season, Doug. Thank you.
Cheesehead, you remember what Musa Muhammad said? He said wide receivers came into Chicago to die. You know, what did he mean by that? Obviously, he meant by the fact that we don't have a passing game. Now, we got to start looking at this real seriously. What's going on here? You know, we do know that our wide receivers are not very fast. I mean, we know that. But the fact that some of the play calls that are called...
Unfortunately, so do our opponents.
Yeah. I mean, you know, what are we looking at, Ed? What we do? We come back to the same old story. Our defense will do it. We come running off the bus, and we'll do it our special teams. Well, come on. Come on. Get what's going on here. I mean, I'm a dinosaur. I believed in all that crap, too, 5-6 years ago. But I start to see the writing on the wall.
You know, there's going to be mistakes. If you look defensively, when they scored the touchdown, it was a slant inside to the big 6'7" tight end. But guess what? Guess who was on him? 6'5" Hunter Hillenmeyer. And you know what the mistake Hunter made? In a situation like that, when you're down on the goal line, you take the inside away.
All the time.
Okay, because if he goes outside, you can run with him. But you can't let him inside. Hunter, mental mistake. He made a mental mistake. And again, what Tillman did, what everybody did here, for him not taking away, did that cost you the game too? I don't think so. But guess what? Mental mistake.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Metallica fans, the Score and AT&T Blue Room want to send you and a guest on a road trip to Phoenix to see Metallica kick off their Magnetic World Tour. Go to 670thescore.com now to register. Before the show, you'll be a part of a rare meet and greet with the band.
It's all part of the Score Street Day.
Presented by AT&T Blue Room, courtesy of Warner Brothers Records.
Log on now to 670thescore.com to register.
Metallica's new album, Death Magnetic, in stores now. And for exclusive footage and a second chance to win, go to attblueroom.com/music.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
We challenge people to switch their AT&T to Comcast digital cable with HD for 30 days. Then give it back.
It's Comcast. Pretend we're not home.
Sorry, time's up. But, hey, your old AT&T service is ready to go.
We can't lose 10,000 movies and shows on demand. With 500 in HD?
And so many more HD channels than AT&T.
More HD channels? We can't go back. To AT&T? Oh.
Game over. Comcast has more HD.
Comcast digital cable. Bundle it with internet and phone at a price that's right for you. Starting as low as $79.99 per month for 12 months. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. That's 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Limited to new residential customers. After 12 months promotional period, regular charges apply. HD equipment, installation, taxes, franchise, and telephone fees extra. HD choices vary by bundle. HD comparison to AT&T UVerse service as of August 19th, 2008. Call Comcast for details.
Hurry in today for the Toyota National Clearance Event, going on now at your local Toyota dealer. There's no reason to wait, so come in now and get a great deal on the 2008 Tacoma. Like 0% financing or $2,500 cash back. Or drive off in the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Rugged Tundra, with 0% financing for 60 months. Or choose $4,000 cash back. 2 great deals on 2 great trucks. So hurry into your Toyota dealer while selection lasts. The Toyota National Clearance Event is the perfect time to get an amazing deal on the Toyota you want. And who doesn't like that?
Tacoma APR for 48 months with $20.83 per $1,000 borrowed. Tundra APR for 60 months with $16.67 per $1,000 borrowed on approved credit from Toyota Financial Services. Cash back from Toyota Motor Sales USA, Inc. Offers may vary by region. See participating dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/08.
A great defense helps the Southsiders win games, and fire sprinkler systems are your best defense against home or business fires and property loss. If you're planning new construction or renovations, call the Sprinkler Fitters, Local Union 281 at 708-597-1800. Look no further for the finest trained professionals to help you plan and build your project. Protect yourself from fire and property loss. The Sprinkler Fitters Union, Local 281, has been protecting Chicagoland against fires since 1901. Call them at 708-597-1800 or go to sprinklerfitterschicago.org.
At Mercedes-Benz of Chicago, giving you more luxury for less money isn't a contradiction. It's our business plan. It must be working because we're the largest volume retail Mercedes-Benz dealer in Chicago. Right now, for a very limited time, save with remarkable incentives like 1.9% financing on select new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz models. Or save with a host of cashback offers valued from $1,000 to $12,000, available to both purchase and lease customers. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago is a Fletcher Jones dealership with a rich automotive history that goes back more than 50 years and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is simply unmatched. Other dealerships may try to duplicate our efforts, but that's to be expected. When you're Chicago's leading Mercedes-Benz dealer, what follows is everyone else. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago at 1100 North Clark Street. Visit us online at mercedes-benzchicago.com. Financing to qualified buyers on select models. Cash back on select new models.
Football fans, tune in 8 a.m. Saturday morning and 7 a.m. Sunday morning for the most informative sports show in the nation. BlowoutWinner.com. Get late-breaking info, game stats, free winners, and more from the top 3 handicappers in the country. That's 8 a.m. every Saturday morning and 7 a.m. every Sunday morning on 670 The Score. Call 1-800-499-3733 now and receive today's top football winner on a recorded message. That's 1-800-499-3733 or go to www.blowoutwinner.com. Let's get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281, exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Well, you know, the saying is they always see the second man who hits, so they always see the second push, not the first, and obviously they saw that second push, so like I said, it caused a mistake. Shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have put myself in that situation.
That was Tillman talking about the penalty he received when the Bears stopped Tampa Bay on 3rd down. And he got a personal foul, and that was it. And then, of course, 15 yards continued to drive. You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Great food, great sports, and great friends at Finn McCool's Irish Sports Bar. Catch your favorite game at Finn McCool's on Division Street, Chicago, Schaumburg, and downtown Crystal Lake. Check out FinnMcCoolsChicago.com for their daily lineup. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Doug in St. John, Indiana. Doug, you're on The Score.
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Doug?
Question. You know, I've been a Bears fan for almost 30 years, and I'm wondering, how can we not have an offense ever? I mean, we never seem to get a good draft pick. We never seem to get a quarterback, wide receivers, tight ends, anything except for a running back. We get a running back. We're always a running team. We're never a passing threat. What's the deal? Can we not draft good, or what's the problem?
Doug, it's the philosophy, you know, and that's a great question because that's been the backbone of the Chicago Bears for years. In fact, find me a running back, find me a middle linebacker, find me the defense, get special teams, and that formula is supposed to be the one that's going to take you to the promised land. Now, we never, ever really had emphasis on quarterback. Now, the last one was Jim McMahon going back to the Super Bowl, but if you take a look at it, they still put a lot of emphasis on their defense. They put a lot of emphasis on the running game with Walter Payton. But you're right. When was the last time you saw where, I understand, at the end of the game, the overtime, the fact was the offense had an opportunity. They had the football, and that's when it was 3rd and 7, and Rasheed Davis let the football go right through his hand. That would have changed that whole game around, but it didn't happen. The defense comes out. They get the penalty by Tillman. Tillman helps continue Tampa Bay move forward. Basher gets beat for 38 yards by Antonio Bryant. Most of us are figuring that the Bears should be doing something defensively at that time. That dominant defense. Stop. You got to do it. Well, they didn't do it. But also, on the other hand, there are certain plays that offensively you can do so the defense doesn't have to be out there. We never look at that because we are still, including myself until a couple of years ago, was saying defense, stop the run the football, special teams, pressure the quarterback. It's changed, and the Bears have not changed, and that's part of the problem. Let's go out to Dan in his car. Dan, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, ALB.
Hey, Danny.
Love your show.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm coming back from the game. I saw the game today, and one, an embarrassment and a disappointment. And I know I hear a lot of Kyle Orton bashers out there, but I think Kyle Orton and the offense did more than enough to win the game. I mean, I think you lay the blame at either the coaching staff or the defense. I mean, the defense, we had a quarterback that's been with 4 different teams, looked like the second coming of Dan Marino, and he put the ball up 67 times and not one sack. And if I can just say one more thing, here's a guy that the Bears are up by 10. They're not doing it with the run. The Bears defense knows he's going to drop back and throw, but yet we could still not get to him. And so I had that point, and then just one other point. You have Kyle Orton, 3rd and 2, a crucial first down, and the coaching staff calls for Orton to run the ball to get the 2 yards instead of passing off to a Forte. I'm sorry, not passing off, but running a Forte, or maybe even just doing a little sideline pass to Forte to see if he can make something happen. And then lastly, the Bears are wide receivers draft. I mean, for God's sake, we're throwing to a Forte, a running back, to try to get receiving yards. And no tight end to throw to because he fumbled a couple times last week. So I'll hang up and hear your response to all that. I know that's a lot, but defense has got to get better, bottom line, and we've got to find a receiving, someone to throw to other than a running back. Thank you.
Well, see, that's the point I'm making. The fact is you and maybe a lot of us say the defense has got to do it. Defense has got to do it. They got to go out there and they got to stop them, and they got to be the ones to win these football games. What I'm saying to you is if you want to get better as a team, the Chicago Bears, to change what they are doing, you better pay a lot of attention to the offense and what's going on there. Whether it's the calls, whether the fact that, like you said, that 3rd and 2, I remember distinctly. He rolls out, Orton rolls out, and they don't get it. You remember last week? When all of a sudden, the old bad fairy showed up in those last 3 calls? We have 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1, and 4th and 1. Remember those calls? We couldn't get a first down at the end of the game. So there's a lot of things going on out there, and we got to look at Kyle Orton and say, okay, fine, what's going on with him? But all I'm trying to tell you is this. You can't, right now, pick out a defense and say, here, you do this and you stop them. They're not there. And it's not the Bears. They can give you 4 turnovers, which they did today, and they can put you in position 7 or 8 times to score. If they put you down inside the 20 3 or 4 times and you walk away just with field goals, then shame on you, because that's not going to work. Let's go out to Jim in LaPorte, Indiana. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, Doug and Ed. I watched you guys growing up, but all I can say is when a quarterback throws the ball 67 times and he doesn't get knocked down on his backside, there's something wrong, okay? So you can say what you want about the offense didn't do this or the offense do that, but to me, I remember, the smash mouth, snotty nose football, and I didn't see that today. I did for a while, but when a guy throws 6 or 7 times and you never put him on his back, you have 0 sacks, there's an issue.
But I got to tell you, though, I understand what you're talking about, the sacks, and you're absolutely correct. But the fact is there was pressure. There was a lot of pressure. There was pressure coming up on the blitzes. There was pressure coming from the outside. He did get hit. And they also come up with 3 turnovers from the guy, if you remember correctly. 3 interceptions. And trying to put you in position, and they did put you in position to score, which we did not do. I guess we can nitpick at everything, with the offense, with the defense. But when it's all said and done with, the way they're playing right now, they're not going to be able to go anywhere. And they got to improve themselves tremendously, especially coming up against the Eagles. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Tim, Danny, Larry, Mike, Jim, Rob, OB, and I will be right back.
WSCR Scoreboard Update.
6:30, and from the Ticketsnow.com update studio, I'm Brian Peruk with a scoreboard update brought to you by the DQ Hot Dog of the Week, also by Menards and by Beaver Shredding. So what exactly happened out there? Whatever it was, it looked pretty similar to what happened last week. Bears had a pretty big lead and late, and they blew it again. This time it was a 10-point advantage with about half of the fourth quarter done, and the Bears couldn't hold on. They fall 27-24 in overtime in the home opener against the Bucs at Soldier Field. And as Doug and OB have been talking about, 38 of 67 for 407 yards with a couple of touchdowns in addition to 3 picks. Those were the numbers for former Bear Brian Griese. Kyle Orton, 22 of 34 for 268 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. But it's happened 2 weeks in a row, and Alex Brown doesn't like it.
2 weeks in a row. I mean, we got a team. We had last week we were up 17-3, I believe it was, and this week we're up 24-14, fourth quarter. I mean, I don't know. Something's wrong, though. Something's wrong.
And that's obvious. Bears are 1-2. They have Philadelphia next week. Let's go to the NFL scoreboard. All these games are final. It was Denver over the Saints. That was 34-32. San Francisco over Detroit, 31-13. Jacksonville over the Colts, 23-21. 37-13 was the final as the Seahawks beat up on the Rams. Philadelphia, 15-6 winners over the Steelers. It was Baltimore, 28-10 winners over Cleveland. Atlanta upended Kansas City, 38-14. It was Buffalo edging Oakland, 24-23. The Vikings get on the board with a 20-10 win over the Carolina Panthers. Tennessee beat Houston 31-12. Miami all over the Patriots 38-13. That was at New England. Giants go to 3-0 with a 26-23 win over the Bengals. And Washington beat Arizona 24-17. The Sunday night game, a good one, especially of interest to Bears fans too, as the Cowboys go to Green Bay. You can hear that game in about a half hour here on the Score. Baseball, 2 out of 3 in Kansas City for the White Sox, who reduced their magic number to 5 with a 3-0 victory over the Royals. Twins also won 4-1 in Tampa. Sox and Twins start their 3-game set in Minneapolis on Tuesday night, with the Sox holding a 2.5-game lead in the American League Central. And doesn't matter how big the lead is for the Cubs in the National League Central, because that thing's over. Cubs added to it, though, today with a 5-1 win over the Cardinals at Wrigley. Cubs 1 victory away from locking up home field advantage throughout the National League playoffs. They're in New York for a possible postseason preview against the Mets tomorrow night. And in golf, it was the U.S. grabbing a win in the Ryder Cup. The scoreboard update also brought to you by Dr. Recommended Capsaicin and by Icy Hot. And you're listening to the exclusive radio home of the Chicago White Sox with Ed Farmer and Steve Stone on 670 The Score. The next Sox game on the Score is Tuesday night at 6:35 against the Twins. I'm Brian Peruk on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. And coming up, it is the continuation of the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug and OB.
Audi Truth in Engineering. Feel the performance of the newly redesigned 2009 Audi A4 at Schaumburg Audi. Visit SchaumburgAudi.com and schedule a test drive today. As the first exclusive Audi dealership in Chicagoland, Schaumburg Audi continues to set the standard. Schaumburg Audi, the destination for your passion.
Rory Marcus here with Hall of Famer Goose Gossett. Hey, Rory. We're talking AutoTrader.com's Turn 2 online game, and we're taking your call.
Yeah, hi. Rory, thanks for taking my call. Hey, Goose, we actually squared off some years back.
Oh, yeah? When was that?
When we were kids. You struck me out in front of my mom, man.
Hey, why don't you two play a little Turn 2, AutoTrader.com's online game. Plus, you can enter to win some fantastic prizes.
I won!
Check it out right away. He's Turn 2.
Oh, baby.
That was just luck.
Ah, the sweet
taste of redemption.
You too can face off with the Goose. Plus, enter to win daily instant win prizes. And maybe even the grand prize, the ultimate Cubs ride. A smoking hot custom 2008 Chevy Tahoe. So hot, you've got to log on to autotrader.com/Cubs just to see it.
How about 2 out of 3?
Now who wants redemption?
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to win prizes. Residency restrictions apply. See autotrader.com/Cubs for details.
Hi, I'm Doug Buffone here from my good friends at Plass Appliance, the home of the highest quality brands with the best service, price, and advice guaranteed. Right now, see the latest appliances by Genair and save up to $750 on a brand new Genair professional kitchen. Pick out your appliances at Plass today, have them delivered tomorrow, and pay nothing for 1 year. It's that simple. Visit PlassAppliance.com for showroom locations and other great deals. Plass Appliance, where service, price, and advice matter the most since 1938.
Hey, small business owner, let's talk business. Doesn't it seem like the things you need the most end up costing you the most? Well, now Comcast Business Class gives you a better choice. Call Comcast now and get voice, internet, and TV for just $99 a month. That's a 22% savings over AT&T on the services your business uses the most. What 22% savings really means is you can spend less of your money on what your business needs and more on what your business wants, like maybe a conference table that doesn't wobble. Bottom line, with savings like this, it's clear that the value, reliability, and service of Comcast Business Class is the best choice for your small business. Call Comcast Business Class today at 877-4BIZ-YES. That's 877-4BIZYES. Or log on to Comcast.com/compare to find out more information. Comcast Business Class. Turn your office on.
Service not available in all areas. Minimum 1-year agreement required. Call for restrictions and complete details. Savings compares Comcast Business Class 6.0 megabytes per second internet and voice service to AT&T Advantage 6 megabytes per second internet, $79.95, and all-in-one phone line, $46.95 as of 7/21/2008.
Brian Urlacher is a master of the tackle, and Vitamin Water is giving you the chance to tackle it like Urlacher. Lucky for you, that means fishing, not football. Yeah, he's good at that too. Score the opportunity to tackle it with Urlacher from Vitamin Water. Head to Jewel and look for the huge display. That's the big thing with all the Vitamin Water bottles on it. Grab an entry form for a chance to win. While you're there, look for the price of 10 for $10, and you can pick up a few bottles for you, your friends, and the king of tackle himself. For official rules, go to 670thescore.com.
Meet Sam. He's a good guy.
With really bad luck.
I feel like I'm going to throw up.
No, go there. No, don't go there.
The series premiere of Worst Week, CBS Monday.
The best stuff is always in the back. Like when you go into a store and you want the best, you ask the clerk what he's got in the back, right? So when it comes to getting what's best for your Buick, Pontiac, or GMC, head to your participating dealer and drive around back to their Good Wrench service lane. Right now, it's Good Wrench and Go time, where you can get an oil change, tire rotation, and a Good Wrench multi-point vehicle inspection all in one package. With fuel prices the way they are, taking proper care of your vehicle can help you spend less time pumping and more time driving. Good Wrench and Go. We're keeping it simple. Offer ends November 30th.
AutoZone.
Open your wallet. What do you see? If it's not your AutoZone Rewards card, move it up.
Get in the zone.
Right now, each qualifying purchase with your AutoZone Rewards card automatically enters you for a chance to win $10,000 cash. No purchase necessary. See store for details. Sweepstakes ends 9/27/08. Open to AutoZone Rewards members who are legal residents of the 48 contiguous United States and D.C. at least 18 years of age at time of entry. Subject to official rules available at AutoZoneRewards.com. Void where prohibited.
AutoZone.
Let's get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich. Presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281. Exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Second at 6, 34-yard line. Left hash of the Bucs' Forte goes out beyond the numbers right. McKee, the lone back, snap to Orton. He goes back to throw with time. Launches one. Down for Forte inside the 5. Up in the air. One-handed grab in the end zone. Hey, Bruce got it. Oh, the deflection for the Bucs. It's an interception.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. That play that you described there was basically, you know, if Orton throws a little more air into that ball, Orton, I mean, I thought that Forte would have caught that football. But that kid made a hell of an interception, that linebacker, though, on that play. Let's go out to Tim in his car. Tim, you're on the Score.
Oh, hey, Doug. Hey, OB.
Hey, Timmy.
I just wanted to, you mentioned Dan Bazine.
Yeah.
And you even mentioned Tony Romo. I know, Doug, you were real high on Tony Romo coming out of Eastern. And when do you guys think that, I blame a lot of this on Angelo. When does he lose his job? I mean, the only thing he's done is sign our players.
Well,
I don't understand what with the McCaskies and Ted Phillips. I mean, he's terrible at drafting right now. I mean, yeah, he's found some diamonds in the rough, but I just don't see us doing anything if we have a bad year this year and next year's draft that are going to make up for all the mistakes he's made. I just want to get your take on that. That's all. I'm just a little frustrated about the way this team's going. And Angelo, I mean, I know if they fire Angelo, they have to find a new head coach and all that, but it just seems like something's got to happen.
Yeah, Timmy, I think the point is, when you're losing and you continue to lose and make mistakes, especially when you have games in hand and certain people that you're counting on don't perform, don't play up to what you believe they were going to be, somebody's got to pay the piper. And I'm going to tell you something, the draft choices, and, I mean, have the Bears found some diamonds in the rough, they've been good, but, boy, I'm going to tell you something. When you get that first, second, and third round guys drafting, you cannot miss. And we have had not very good drafts. And somebody's going to have to pay the piper for us. And I'm going to tell you something. We're 1-2. We have 13 games left. We better straighten this ship out. And if Lovie Smith thinks that we're going to go and play a very conservative game again and hope that it is mistake-free, because that's what he wants, and have the other factions win the ball game for you, it's not going to happen. I'll tell you that right now. It's not going to happen. And then I think what you're going to see, and I hope it doesn't go that way, but if it starts to go that way, I'm going to tell you something. Lovey's going to be called into question about draft, Jerry Angelo about draft, who they're bringing in here, and Lovie Smith is going to be called in. Believe me, he will be called in for his offensive philosophy of how he wants to attack people in the year 08. That's if it continues. I hope it doesn't, but I'm going to tell you something. A lot of questions need to be answered.
Yeah, the fact about the draft, when the Bears missed on Benson, that was a number one pick.
Oh, my God.
And then also Chris Williams. That was a guy that was going to play left tackle, remember? And all of a sudden he's got the back.
Doug, that kid was a hell of a football player in college. How did all of a sudden, where did he come up with this? I know he had a slight problem, but they said, oh, no, he's fine. Well, he never was.
Yeah, the disc went again. And
how can you not even play it down in training camp and you're gone?
We know this for sure.
Can't make mistakes like that.
A lot of teams passed him up on account of that.
Well,
now you got 2 first-round picks that you're not playing for you right now. And so it starts to wear on you. The guys are supposed to be for you.
And you have a second-round pick that they had to cut?
Yep. Bazine had to go. Oakwo, the linebacker, I think he was a third-round pick. So you had some big guys, and you had Garrett Wolf, who was a third or fourth. So, those guys are supposed to be in there and supposed to help you play. In other words, they're supposed to be out there. Some guys can, especially when you get that number one pick.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what, Timmy, and again, I'm going to tell you something. If this really starts to go bad, I'm going to tell you something. Jerry Angelo, he better batten down the hatches because they're going to be coming after him.
Well, also, too, Ed, I think the other thing you brought up, and I think they got to figure out, or they got to sit down and figure out who they are. In other words, are we going to adjust to what's really going on here in the National Football League? We cannot hear the story very many more times about, running the football, coming off the bus and playing defense.
It's game after game, year after year.
And so things have changed. So you got to find me a quarterback. You got to find me a wide receiver. Now, they drafted Bennett, from Vanderbilt, but he don't even play. I mean, he's not even out on the field. So I don't know what the story is with that even. Let's go out to Mike in his car. Mike on the scoreboard will be and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Mike.
I'm driving back down to St. Louis. Rough day.
Be careful, pal.
I will. Hey, guys, I just want to say the ineptitude starts from the top down. It starts with Angelo, and it goes down to Lovie Smith, and I've got 2 words to describe Lovie Smith. Gutless and I'm sorry, I blanked right now. Gutless and clueless. If I see a head coach look as clueless as him on the sideline, I'm going to lose it. This guy is horrible. And his offensive coordinator, pardon my French, calls plays like he's got his head up as you know where.
Mm-hmm.
offensive coordinator, I don't like. The guy drops 7 into coverage more than he does anything else, and we got picked apart underneath all day. Obviously, Babbage, Smith, Turner, and Angelo are in over their heads, and I'm tired of it. And there's no accountability for them. And then on top of that, if I hear Lovie Smith's comments one more time today, like you were mad about after the game with this, I'd do it 10 more times out of the next 10, I think I'm going to lose it again. This guy is horrible as a head coach. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people defending him. He is gutless. He's clueless. I'm tired of it.
Well, you know, when you say that, the fact is that in this game, the only thing you look at when you get into the professional ranks especially, you look at results. And if the results are not there,
the W's.
That's it. I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of person you are. It doesn't matter. And right now, you know, those W's are hard to find. We're starting to look a lot of L's.
Well, also, what's for Mike and Tim and all our callers, what's frustrating is the last 2 games to have the lead, Doug, just to have it in hand. By 10 points, by 14 points, you're into the third quarter, you're into the fourth quarter, and we find a way to give it up, you know. And are the players to blame? Yeah. But who's making the calls? Who's directing offensively, and what calls are they making defensively in the fourth quarter to maintain and sustain a victory? We're winning. We're the ones that are winning. And by the way, not by 3 points, etc. Okay? Somebody has to be to blame for it. And I don't think it's 11 guys on offense and 11 guys on defense. I don't think it's totally. I think the people steering that ship have a lot to be accountable for. And somebody has to ask those people those questions, Doug.
So basically what it is either we were outplayed or outcoached when you take a look at it. And the fact is that when this is happening right now, and it continues to happen, but the biggest question
Doug, this is when you say about a coach. Doug, if it's not working offensively, you've got to change this. You can't sit there for 4 quarters and let a defense pound on you, and you come from under you don't do a damn thing about it. You don't even change it. Go from a no-huddle. We can do stuff like this. We didn't do it, Doug. We let them jump on us and bury us off. Their defense just ate us up, and you can't do this. Vice versa, defensively, things aren't working. Doug, you've got to have the smarts, the wherewithal to change the game plan up. There has to be A, there's got to be B. There has to be another thing. This coaching staff cannot be that stupid.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
If I told you I could save you $500, you'd give me a minute, right? Well, I've got a surefire way to save you $500. Guaranteed. Unless you're living under a rock, you probably know Chevy's got employee pricing for everyone, which means you pay what we pay. Well, Grosinger Chevy in Palatine will beat any employee price by $500, guaranteed. No matter where you see it, GrosingerChevy.com will beat any employee price by $500, guaranteed. No matter where you hear it, GrosingerChevy.com will beat any employee price by $500, guaranteed. No matter where you read it, GrosingerChevy.com will beat any employee price by $500, guaranteed. Who doesn't want to save $500? It's your money. Start saving some today. Just go to GrosingerChevy.com. That's GrosingerChevy.com. That address again, GrosingerChevy.com. Meet or beat policy on vehicles from all dealers in the Chicagoland market area. Price match within 5 days of competitor's offer.
Hey, yo, I got an offer you can't refuse. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. Hey, bada bing, bada boom. You got a better way to spend your Monday nights? Forget about it. Blackjack's has 8 big-screen plasma TVs, a 120-inch projection TV, a free Italian buffet, $2 sambucas, Peroni beer, and the beautiful girls you wouldn't necessarily bring home to meet Mama. Pop? Maybe. Mama? Definitely not. It's Blackjack's Monday Night Football with the family and the hottest girls who give a whole new meaning to end zone dance. Now that's what I'm talking about. Monday Night Football with the family at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club. 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or check us out at blackjacks.com.
Vitamin Water reminds you to go to Jewel and find out how you can end up fishing with the master of tackle himself, Brian Urlacher.
Hi, folks. This is Jim Swayze, back again from the great opening of the new half-price bookstore in Highland Park, north of Lake Cook Road in the Crossroads Shopping Center, next to Benny's and Guitar Center. You know why Half Price Books calls their store openings great instead of grand? Well, while it might be grand that many bookstores offer discounts on certain items, the fact that almost everything at Half Price Books is at least half price or less all the time is truly great. Same goes for music, movies, kids' books, and more. Hunting for treasures and bargains is always grand, especially these days. But finding tons of it like you do at Half Price Books is totally great. And the fact that they pay cash for your old books, music, movies, and more is even greater. Now, I'll still be visiting all the half-price bookstores in Chicagoland, but this new location in Highland Park is so much closer to me. What a gas, and a gas saver. Half-price books, different stores, different stories, and now with a brand new Highland Park chapter. Find out more at halfpricebooks.com.
Hi, I'm the owner of an auto body shop, and since we added Aflac to our benefits package at no direct cost to me, all my employees say the same thing. I want Aflac. Since we added Aflac, my whole business is running smooth.
Call 1-800-99-AFLAC or go to AFLACforbusiness.com. American Family Life Assurance Company of Columbus. Aflac.
At CC's, you get endless pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert for $5 and change, all without even having to tip. And it's got this announcer taking stock of things. Oh, all the times I've wasted $5 on Valentine's cards and oversized stuffed animals for cheating ex-girlfriends. Cards and stuffed giraffes cannot compare to the yummification of CC's. So I stand before you and pledge my fives to CC's Pizza Buffet. Because if you've got $5 and change, you've got to go to CC's.
Now accepting Visa and MasterCard. Visit ccs.com.
We challenge people to switch their AT&T to Comcast digital cable with HD for 30 days. Then give it back.
It's Comcast. Pretend we're not home.
Sorry. Time's up. But, hey, your old AT&T service is ready to go.
We can't lose 10,000 movies and shows on demand.
With 500 in HD? And so many more HD channels than AT&T.
More HD channels. We can't go back to AT&T. Oh.
Game over. Comcast has more HD.
Comcast digital cable. Bundle it with internet and phone at a price that's right for you. Starting as low as $79.99 per month for 12 months. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. That's 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Limited to new residential customers. After 12 months promotional period, regular charges apply. HD equipment, installation, taxes, franchise, and telephone fees extra. HD choices vary by bundle. HD comparison to AT&T UVerse service as of August 19th, 2008. Call Comcast for details.
And there's your balance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, and have you heard about our points program at National City?
No, but let me guess. I rack up a huge charge on my credit card, and I get a tote bag.
Actually, you can get more than that.
Like what?
Gift cards, flat screen TVs, plane tickets.
Whoa. How would you ever earn enough points?
Well, by using your check card, credit cards, writing checks, online bill pay.
You messing with me?
Not at all.
Can I still get the tote bag?
Yes, of course.
That's incredible.
If you're used to the restrictions most banks put on rewards, points from National City could take some getting used to. It's not just a tote bag. It's getting rewarded with stuff you actually want. Simply earn points on everyday transactions like writing checks, paying bills online, and using your check card. To learn more or enroll, visit nationalcity.com/points. It's not just banking. It's National City. National City Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back to the Jimmy Luke postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Let's go out to Danny in Minneapolis. Danny on the Score.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you guys about Greg Olson and his so-called speed when we drafted him. I haven't seen that at all in the first year he was here and now for the first 3 games. And also quickly, why is Hunter Hillemeyer still starting for our team? He seems to get beat time and time again by even tight ends, and I think Jamar Williams could play the position much better. All right, thanks.
Well, I got to tell you, you talk about Williams and Hunter. I think Hunter does a lot of things that people don't really notice on that strong side. He did get beat today.
Yes,
he was out there man for man. So Jamar Williams did pull a boner in a game. I mean, I thought it was not too good what he did, but I got to tell you, I think Hunter's okay. I think he's all right in his position. I'm not worried about that. But, once again, as far as I'm concerned, if things are not going right, I'd make changes. Wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
When you make changes?
That's what you, either in a philosophy of what you're doing, or if somebody's not cutting the mustard, you have to make changes, Doug. I mean, you take Rashid Davis, right?
Right.
How do you sit there 2 weeks in a row and drop balls and still be on the football field? Okay?
See, that's
receivers paid to do one thing.
Catch the ball.
Catch a football.
And that's
no excuses.
Hey, listen, Ned, I'll be down at the stretch run tomorrow night, Monday Night Football, in Ohio and LaSalle. So if you're in the area, the Jets will be at San Diego. And, Ed, we're going to say thanks to Herb Lawrence, Mark Joliffe, Brian Peruk, and David Schuster, and OB. Next week, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia here.
And
a nighttime
game, right? And I think the Eagles beats the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not quite sure. You're going to see a real team here now. They're going to play. So it's going to be quite interesting how the Bears stack up against Philadelphia.
Well, again, for us to win, Doug, again, like the Colts, mistake-free football. Because I don't think we have the frontline guys to get it done.
Ed, thanks a lot, buddy.
Thank you, Doug.
Up next,
love you.
Dallas and the Green Bay Packers. And we'll be back next week, Eddie and I, right after the Philadelphia game.
Hurry in today for the Toyota National Clearance Event, going on now at your local Toyota dealer. There's no reason to wait, so come in now and get a great deal on the 2008.
And now it's time for the best Bears postgame show on the planet. The Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring two fired-up legendary Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters Local 281. Only on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. And here they are, Doug and OB.
Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670 O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767, and the Chicago Bears whip the Philadelphia Eagles 24-20. And they did some things that OB and I have been talking about for a while, and mainly the main thing I've been talking about is scoring in the red zone. When you get down there, I'm convinced that if you don't score in the red zone, you don't win. The Bears in that first half especially went down there and they scored in the red zone. You had Hester getting a touchdown, and Olsen getting a touchdown, and, of course, Booker getting a touchdown. The other thing that Ed's been harping on, and basically, was the no-huddle. And we saw some of that, Ed.
Right. One of the things, Doug, that of course, have been listening to our show the last 2 or 3 years, especially when the Bears get into the red zone, is the inability of this team to go for the touchdown.
Right.
Okay? And things have to change. I mean, it's year after year, game after game, and nothing's happening. You know, it would have been a tragedy, Doug. The halftime score would have been 14-9, us settling for 3 field goals. So we got into the red zone, and there was a change of philosophy. We did go for the striker. We did go for the touchdown. And again, Doug, a change on the offensive philosophy was quite evident when they came out to a no-huddle. Thank God. Instead of coming from under center for 4 quarters and getting crushed to death, you gave an opportunity for your offensive line and your receivers and your running backs to actually do something. Why? Because when you go from a no-huddle, as I explained last week, Doug, that's what they should do, is that you don't give a team that really blitzes a lot, like a Jimmy Johnson Philadelphia Eagle defense, all the opportunities in the world to get all their blitz specialists in and all our different packages. That eliminates pretty much most of it, which I said last week, Doug, and that's what they did. They went from a no-huddle, they went from a shotgun, and they bootlegged a couple of times, and you've got to give the defense some headaches. You got to make them plan for you, and I hope this is going to be a continuing philosophy, Doug. Red zone, go for the touchdown. Let's split up our offense and from different formations, Doug.
Well, there's no question, Ed, the fact that the offense has to start going vertical. And they're going downfield, which they did do. Now, the running game was not there because, let's face it, the Eagles are pretty damn good against the run. Come back with the pass, which they did very well. The first half outstanding. Orton, 3 touchdowns. The only drawback in this football game, I would say, would be the fact there's 2 things happened. Number one was that, in the third quarter, we only had 2 yards offense.
Right.
2 total yards of offense. And the other thing that kind of bothered me a little bit was the fact that, remember when Hester returned the ball 51 yards off the kickoff? We do nothing with it. We had a 1, 2, 3, and out. And we got to get better at that. But all said and done with, I don't have too much gripe about this football game. I'll tell you why, because there was hitting going out there. This was a good football game. It was just a very good football game.
Yes, it was, Doug. And I'll tell you, the one thing also that they improved upon, which I've been harping on for the first 3 games, is the amount of penalties. They only had 1 penalty.
For 5 yards.
For 5 yards and 60 minutes of football. Kudos to the coaching staff. Kudos to the players for the concentration, because that's what it's all about. But again, Doug, I hearken back to them coming out and going with that no-huddle offense. That was so important for them to do, to take the Eagles out of the best defensively what they do. It was a good plan. It was a good plan for the Bears to come the way they played that game, and a good plan, Doug, again, to go into the end zone and let's get a touchdown. We can always kick a field goal. Let's get into the end zone.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win. And not only that, guys, the NFL is up for grabs in my mind. In fact, take a look at the North Division. Packers lose. They're 2-2. Obviously, the Minnesota loses. The Bears are right there knocking on the door. And once again, we saw yesterday the Washington Redskins knock off Dallas. We saw Kansas City knock off Denver. So what's happening here is the fact that week to week, it's going to be games that are going to be matchups. It's going to be whoever is hurt. This thing is right there for everybody. And you want to talk about parity. It is really here now in the National Football League.
After 4 games, Doug, that I agree with you. That's what it looks like. And Doug, there's the old, the hunger factor. You call it Neanderthalic, the hunger factor. I'm going to tell you what. We're after 4 games, 2-2. Was looking very much like it could have been 1-3, Doug.
Sure.
Going into this game, especially playing against the Eagles, they were so much more powerful than the Bears, and the Bears had to play a hell of a game and change some things to do it, and they did. And what they have to do now, Doug, is just keep after it. Just keep after it. Keep going after people.
Well, the important thing, too, again, let's get back to the offense and the fact that, I've been complaining about the offense, for a long time. But the defense made they held on that 4th down. It's 1st and 4 yards at the end of the game in a quarter, and defense, 4 downs they hold, which is outstanding. But I got to tell you can't expect that all the time. It's not going to happen. Our defense is strong, but it's not dominant. It's a good defense, but it's not a dominant defense. So that means then you have to go look at your offense and hope that Kyle Orton gets better and better as we go. That first half was just perfect. The second half, not. The second half, we couldn't get our own way in the third quarter, but there were situations that we picked up first downs when we had to. That one situation where Kyle Orton, but Forte ran for a first down, huge.
I think
big time, huge.
We were 7 of 17 on conversions, and as a matter of fact, the Eagles, which is really hard to believe, they only converted twice
out of 13.
Out of 13.
Right.
So again, the Bears defense, did they have a couple of laxes? Yeah, they did. But I'll tell you what, when it came down to the nutcracking on those 4 series, Doug, that was big time. That's big time football.
And I'm going to still throw kudos out to that defense. A few things that Lance Briggs is
what a year he's having.
Football. Lance.
He's so good. He stands out like you can't believe.
Just unbelievable. And the 2 hits he had, Ed, the 2 smacks he had, he's coming. He's bringing it. He's playing downhill. He's playing tremendous football.
Oh, God. Tillman, I hope he doesn't have a shoulder separation, Doug.
Tillman's another good good one.
Yeah. I mean, there's several good ones, but the only way that defense can be really effective and be a powerful force, Doug, is to be aggressive. If they play Lovie Smith's cover 2, forget about it. Every team they play, they'll throw under the coverage, convert on 3rd, go down, and then go for the end zone, and it'll be disaster. So I think Babbage, hopefully, will keep them very, very aggressive. Why? Number one, you've got the speed on defense, and you've got the talent on defense to be an aggressive defense, Doug.
Right. What I've been noticing, Ed, and I watched a couple games again, the National Football League is going to that exactly what you're talking about. They're no longer sitting back with the cover 2s now because they're getting chewed up. what they're doing is saying, look, we're coming after you.
Especially when you have the talent, Doug.
We're going to make you pay for it. We're going to got speed. You got speed, I'm coming after you. I'm sending my linebackers. The first 3 plays for the Bears on third down. Remember the first series?
Yes.
Mike Brown comes from the outside, gets the sack. Then we turn it over right away, and we score in 3 plays. The fact was you got a defense that's going after somebody, and it's aggressive defense. Now, you're going to make mistakes. You might get carved up a couple times. But you're not sitting there taking a beating. You're not letting the team take the football and shove it down your throat. You're saying, look, I'm bringing it to you. That's why Jimmy Johnson, your buddy, is outstanding. He's been doing this for years.
For years. But, Doug, you know what? The other thing, too, we never gave Donovan McNabb, the Eagles quarterback, the chance that when he drops back, is he good? Yes, he's good. When he's really good, Doug, is when he escapes out of that pocket, either wheeling around or cutting under the end between the end and the tackle. And they pretty much had him engulfed.
They contained him.
Which is huge, Doug. And that's one of the keys to victory. They had to contain him, and they did one hell of a job in doing that, Doug.
Let's take some calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Mike in Lombard. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up, Mike?
A couple things that I observed last night. You know, we are 2-2, and particularly a couple plays here and there away from being 4-0. You know, there was some great hitting going on last night. But 2 things that I'd like to bring to your attention, and then I'll hang up and ask for your feedback. A couple numbers here from the third quarter: 2, 0, and 3. 2 total yards of offense. No first downs and 3 turnovers. And then, defensively, yes, they were bringing the lumber. Lance Bridge with some big hits. Even Mike Brown made a big hit near the goal line and a nice sack, as you guys spoke to. But looks to me like Mike Brown lost a step here with all these injuries. His pass defense, he was exposed there. Urlacher made a great play in the end zone, just missed the ball. Where was Mike Brown on that play? I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
You know, Mike, the fact is that we can't compare this defense to what it was a couple of years ago. We have to look around the league. The Bears are not as strong as they were a couple of years ago as far as defense is concerned. They're not. Let's admit that. But I'm going to tell you something. I'm not so sure that the rest of the NFL is not down, too. And so it all equals out. So what you try to do is get your best guys out there and get the best play out of them. Now, you're talking about the third quarter, and Ed and I talked about it. Yeah, you're right.
But
2 yards in the third quarter?
Yeah, but, Doug,
they start out 1, 2, and 3 and out.
Yeah, Mike, the one thing that was impressive to me, with that happening with our offense, with not moving the ball at all, not really doing anything, we only gave up 3 points in the third quarter, Mike. And that's huge.
And that's defense.
Yes, and that's huge.
Yeah.
That was great.
So, but when you take a look at this, there's been an improvement. We've seen an improvement on philosophy more than anything about what they want to do.
Yes.
And I think that makes more sense to you and I than anything, is they want to look, we want to score, and we're going to do some things offensively that they're going to help us score.
Right. I'm going to tell you something. Again, it was so wonderful to see last night when they got into the red zone, immediately went for the touchdown. Immediately, they went to Olsen, to Booker. They did a post pattern. They did fly patterns to get into the corner of the end zone. If he's covered, throw it out. How many times have you heard me say that? And they finally went for it. They went from a no huddle to try to screw up the Eagles' defense. And that's something that you've got to do on a weekly basis. And, Doug, and I think if they can do that, maybe we can be in the hunt. But I'll tell you this. Us winning a football game, like I said, after the first week after the Colts, 42-10, not going to happen, Doug.
No, it's going to be tight games.
It's going to be tight.
But see, the thing about it, here's another plus that I saw with our offense. I got to tell you, for years I've been screaming about this play, screens. Get those screens in. Get those damn screens in. Boy, they starting to run them to perfection now, because you know as well as I know, to kill you, those screens. You got linemen flying down after the quarterback, linebackers, dropping back, and all of a sudden they're dumping the football. The lineman's out in front of you, and you're getting buried. So I think their screening has been outstanding, and it really helps against the blitz.
I think what you brought up, Doug, looks like the philosophy changed.
Yeah, it's got it.
Especially on offense. On offense, the philosophy has changed, and that's a good thing. And defensively, you've got to be able to recognize the talent that you have on that football field. And for this defense, Doug, to play a cover 2 for 4 quarters or a 3 or whatever terminology you want to use. Not with this talent.
No.
Not with this talent. We'll win football games by them being aggressive. Will they get burnt? Will they make mistakes? Yes. But we will not get buried playing a cover 2, and them coming up underneath us and rolling up the points on us, Doug.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. Randy, Danny, Johnny, Alana, Jack will be right back.
Let's get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281, exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, stop yourself. And use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. Texter number 67 of the word Bears to 67011 will win a prize pack brought to you by S-Wing Hammers and 670 The Score. And they're jammed on the lines. Let's go out to Danny in Madison, Wisconsin. Danny on the Score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
And nothing would thrill me more than to talk defense with you guys, but I had an offensive thought. And
go ahead.
What would you say if we were to take Lloyd, put Lloyd out on the left and put in a trip set with Austin, with Hester and Booker, and try to run that damn screen out on the right side? I think you've got Booker who can block. You've got Greg Olsen. He can block. And then now you've only got two guys between Hester and the end zone.
Dan, are you talking about that quick out screen?
Yes, I am.
Now, what do you have? You have them all bunched up on the strong side? Is that what you have?
That's what I got. I got them opening trips on the right side.
All right.
You got Olsen, you got Booker for blocking, and then you got Hester with two guys before the end zone. That's it.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That thing will work. You know, the thing about it is every time Hester's in a football game, and when they come up and they
point to
play
him.
it. Yeah,
Dan,
they play it.
Wherever he goes, you watch on the screen, Dan, you'll see they're pointing to him. They know exactly where he is on the field.
But, Dan, that's not a bad idea. If you can pull that off, especially I would pull off in 3rd and long. And if you can get some guys out to the block for him, because it doesn't need much to break him loose. But I'm sure they're going to find ways for Hester. And I like that slip screen, but the people have been playing up on him. And every time he takes that one step back, they're right on top of him.
Yeah.
And they're dropping him right there.
He creates a crowd.
Oh, boy, doesn't he?
He creates a crowd.
That touchdown he had was unbelievable.
But I like what Dan said, too.
Yeah.
I like to try it. Why not?
Hey, put it this way. You do everything you possibly can do with your guys that you have and your best guys. And if you want to bunch them, and then split off from there. And then see if you want to do screens from it or run a regular pattern from
it.
Let's go out to Johnny in Lakeshore Drive. Johnny on the Score.
Hey, fellas, there's nobody better in the business than you two guys.
Well, thanks, Johnny.
Hey, I just wanted to say it's, this NFL, for all the criticism that they get from a fan standpoint, it's unbelievable how exciting it is because every week nobody knows who's going to win. I mean, you look at Washington winning, you look at Kansas City beating Denver, and then, of course, the Bears. I talked to 10 Bear fans yesterday before the game, and these are guys that wear Bears jerseys 6 days a week, and they didn't think that the Bears had a shot. And I just, for all the criticism the NFL gets, I just think it's phenomenal. The parity in the league, and like you guys said, it's wide open this year, and for all the criticism the Bears get, they got just as good a shot as anybody.
John, you couldn't be more right. I mean, you could not be more right. I picked them to lose. Ed picked them to win. You talked about maybe 90% of the people in town and the writers, and Ed picked them to lose. But the fact is, when it comes down to matchups, who's playing, what's the situation. I'm going to tell you another thing that helps. It's a little thing, but it's very important. The fact is, when they wanted to play Tampa, you remember that fourth quarter? It was extremely hot. They were tired. They were beat out. They were dragging. Not when you get weather like you got last night, because then it's almost refreshing to play that game, and now all of a sudden you have an extra energy in you. So there's certain things that will happen in the course of a football game could turn it around. And we're going to see this the rest of the year. Ed called this game as a very tight game. Ed also called this season as a very tight season. He couldn't be more right, because you're not going to be able to blow people out anymore. It won't happen. And so the fact is, especially in our division, Minnesota, we play Minnesota, it's going to be a tight game. The Green Bay is going to be a tight game.
Game.
Only chance we have maybe is Detroit, but even that, what they've been doing up there and getting rid of Matt Millen and turning things around. So it's going to be a very difficult, tight year.
Doug, and again, Johnny, the philosophy changed. And I think if there was one word from the first 3 weeks to the fourth week, what was the difference that we saw last night? It was a philosophy on offense. They changed. They came prepared to run, pass from different formations. They were prepared to go into the end zone on first down, second down, and third down. That's a philosophy change. Instead of it being 14-9, it was 21-14 at halftime. Kudos to the Bears for that.
There's no question about that. Vertical team, score when you're in the red zone. Don't settle on a field goal. Put points up when you can do it.
Doug,
and they did it all the first half. They got 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, Johnny, Dan, and Mike, and the guys listening out there, you know what? It's going to be tight every week. I said that a month ago after the Colt game. Every week, we're not going to win games 42. That's out. It's not going to happen. And I'm going to tell you something. They stay with this philosophy offensively, and we be aggressive on defensively. Somehow, some way, we get a little luck on our side. We're going to be in the hunt at the end of the season. But if they go back to scared-to-death offense, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the offense designed not to score will not work.
It'll not work.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312, 644, 6767. Edward, Big Lou, Phil, Alina, Jack, Rick, Jonathan, Ellen, all of you.
Hang in there, guys.
We'll be right with you.
Let's get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281, exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich, Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And Ed, tonight I will be at Stretch Run.
Beautiful. Monday Night Football, Baltimore and the Steelers will be going at it. And Stretch Run, a beautiful place, great food, valet parking, just tremendous. All the TV sets you want to see. So come on by and say hello to me. And also I had a hamburger there. It's one of the great hamburgers I've ever had.
Outstanding. Next week, you and I will be on after the Detroit game. See, right now, obviously, the game was late last night, so Ed and I usually go on the next day. We were supposed to be down at Bourbon Street, but that got canceled on account of the White Sox. And now, next week, starting Sunday for sure, we'll be after the game.
I believe we will, right after the game. So you folks come and join us because we'll be ready to lock and load, rip and roar.
Illini Jack, Bishop Ford. Illini Jack on the Score, buddy.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
All right,
What's up, my friend?
A couple of quick questions for you. Do you know the status of Brandon Lloyd is the first question. Second question is him being missing in the second half, how did that affect the offense? And then the last question is I've noticed that the holes are not opening up for Hester on the kick or punt return team. So what has changed on that special team between this year and last year? And I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Let me jump on the special teams thing real quick here. I think if you're going to kick to Hester, there is a thing. When you have the 11 guys going down and there's somebody it'd be 10 people because you'd have a safety hanging back. There is a thing called lanes when they go down. And what I saw with the Eagles, and if you could tape the game and go back and take a look at it, they were in their lanes. They did not deviate. They did not try to close in. They didn't try to cut the angle to get to them. Everybody stayed in their lanes. And if you can do that, you'll have some success. It was pretty good success against Hester for the most part last night. But, believe me, if he doesn't get hurt, he's going to break some. But the way to beat a great return team, whether it's punts or kickoffs, is have your people have to be trained to stay in their lanes, and that's a fact.
Yeah, and what's going on with Lloyd, I do not know. I know this.
We checked a little bit ago, didn't we?
Yeah, they're checking right now. We don't know how serious it is or what's going on, but we do know that's turned out to be Orton's favorite receiver at this point in time, and so obviously that's going to be important to find out if he can come back and play or not. So, once again, too, you get that down that field. Now, we see Hester coming in now on offense, making the touchdown
We
play.
see Olsen out a little bit more in the slot. We see him out at the flanker back, at the wideout. We're seeing so they're mixing it up.
And Hester, too, I thought should have made that one catch. There was a throw from Orton. It was a little bit high, but you got to make that catch as a wide receiver.
There's no question. He should have went right through his hands. Come on.
Exactly right. Let's go out to Edward in the south side. Edward's on the score with OB and Doug.
What's going on, guys?
Hi, Edward.
I'm doing good. I just want to say I think you guys are dead on when you say the Bears got to leave the cover 2 alone. In 06, Mark Anderson would get pressure. Wale would get pressure. When Tommy Harris was healthy, he'd get pressure. Right now, this quarterback can sit back and he can kind of pick apart that defense. And you guys are right. They have very good athletes on this defense. Why do they not blitz it more? You see Philadelphia, they can do it. They have less athletes than the Bears defense does. And I just want to see your comment. And I think you guys are dead right, where the cover 2 is a dying defense, and the cover 3 is more effective, if anything else. And I just want to hand up and hear your comment. Thanks a lot.
The cover 2 really is predicated on your 4-down linemen. If you don't get the pass rush,
that's the key to it. There's couple other keys, but that's the main thing.
You're dead meat if you don't get it.
Yeah, the 4-down linemen, can they get up into those gaps, and can they put the pressure on the quarterback? And if they're not, bad defense.
And they read it, they understand it, because it's easy to see. Both the safeties are going to the outside, so now you start work the middle, or in between the cornerback and the safety that's playing deep. Yeah, there's no question about that. Me, myself, personally, I always loved aggressive defenses where you go after people and force the issue. And I think that's what the Bears are trying to do right now, and that's what they're doing. Now, like I said, and you said it, I've known it. You can get beat, and you will get beat. You'll get scarred once in a while, but I got to tell you, you'll make that offense think, and you'll make that quarterback think.
There's no question about it. You come after him, somebody's going to make a mental mistake, or could you get beat? Yes, you could. But I tell you what, I'd rather be doing that and aggressive with the talent that we have, that's sitting back and having a guy like Peyton Manning eat you alive, throwing underneath you, and then hit you with a fly pattern.
Let's go out to Big Lou in Chicago Heights. Big Lou, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
My issue is with John Tate and John Sinclair. They should get jobs in a different sport. They should become bullfighters, because all they do is Olay blocks.
Olay!
Oh, I'm telling you, Meg, I throw more look-up blocks than anybody I've seen in my life. And you watch that third quarter, that guy John Sinclair got beat like a bum the whole quarter. I mean, and I blame that on the fact that you won't go out and spend money in free agency and offensive linemen, and that's why they're in the situation they are now.
Well, Lou, what they did, they got the kid from Vanderbilt,
Shiplock,
to come in and fill that big tackle spot, and boy, I'll tell you something. Then that opens up a whole nother story, Lou, about drafts, and then that brings to the name Jerry Angelo. And I'll tell you something, the Bears drafting with him at the helm has not been spectacular, to say the least.
And the other thing it does, too, Lou, when you talk about Sinclair, you saw in that game also, then they'll start chip blocking with the back. So that means you're
taking... Or the tight end.
You'll take some guys out of the passing situation. In other words, you got to keep them in as long as it becomes maximum protection.
Right.
And
which is not good.
It's not good, because the less guys you have out there, the tougher it is to throw the football. But yeah, the line's got to be changed. And Williams was the guy that was supposed to be come in here.
He was the guy.
He was the man. He was going to be it. And it just didn't work out that way at this point in time. So what they're going to have to do is adjust. It's like every team. There's not a team out there that doesn't have a problem, Ed. They really do. All of them. You take a look at them. Whether it's somebody in the offensive line, you come into the Eagles lost a couple players on the offensive line.
And their best running back didn't even suit up.
Right.
Didn't even suit up. So it's going to happen with the other teams. So I think the big thing, Doug, that we talked about when the opening of the show is what the hell was the difference? It was the philosophy on offense.
Absolutely.
My God, to go when you're in the red zone, score a touchdown. Try to score a touchdown, instead of waiting for a field goal and letting it be 14-9, and we're on the back end because we could kick a field goal. To hell with that.
And not waiting. I mean, getting right after them right away, setting up the tempo of the game. I love your suggestion. I've always loved the suggestion about the hurry-up offense.
Absolutely,
defensively is you get yourself together, you're getting used to routine. You call the defense, you get out there, you catch a little breath, but now all of a sudden they're coming. They're coming at you. So you have a tendency to make mistakes and tendency not to get your best.
Absolutely, Doug. And you saw and you saw a couple of guys that were going to run on the field, and they had to turn around and run off the field from the Eagles, to our listeners. And that's what it does for you. It gives you a chance, especially against aggressive defensive. You can't sit for 4 quarters in today's game and come from underneath the center. You just can't be sitting ducks like that anymore. You've got to go from the no-huddle. You've got to move the pocket to shotgun. Doug and I, we've been saying it for the last 2-3 years, and finally, finally we saw a little bit of it last night, and hopefully it continues.
Doesn't it look more refreshing to it? Doesn't look like you're I mean, it looks like you're going to really get going. When you take the full time and they'll go, walk up to the huddle, look around, sit there. I mean, I love to see action right away, and I think that's really important.
And they have to prepare for that no-huddle offense. If you throw that at Urlacher, he's got a whole nother set of audibles and a whole nother set of red dogs and blitzes that he has to use because they're coming from a no-huddle.
No question. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, our phone number. 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Let's get back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Jiffy Lube and brought to you in part by Sprinkler Fitters, Local 281, exclusively on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, our show's going to be abbreviated today.
Right.
Because of the Sox, and, of course, Lawrence Holmes and Dan Hampton are up next. And then, of course, the Sox will be playing, and hopefully they win that one, and then we can go on to the Minnesota game tomorrow. So it's a really exciting week. Take a look at it.
You know what, Doug, whatever sport it is, you pay a lot of people out of money to be the difference makers, and the Sox coming up here in a couple of hours, these guys got to step up, so to speak, to the plate, and they've got to take care of business defensively and offensively. And you got to get Tomei. You got to get these people, Konerko. I mean, you're paid to do a certain thing, and you better do it. And now's the time to do it. Let's not wait for next year or whatever happens.
Yeah.
You're paid to be a difference maker.
Right.
You're going for a World Series championship. Now's the time to be accountable.
Hopefully that's the case. We already got the Cubs sitting there waiting to go against the Dodgers. Now we get the White Sox in, and all of a sudden now maybe the Bears make their move. The Bulls come in. The Hawks come in. It's going to be a hell of a year.
Could you just imagine, just quickly here, Doug, I know Mitch Rosen's probably having a heart attack.
Yeah, he died.
What the hell are they talking about? They're talking about baseball.
Talk football, you moron.
Yeah, you two morons.
There, take this, Mitch. We're talking Sox.
Yeah. Come in, get two slips tomorrow. Anyway.
You'll like Peoria.
Could you just, imagine. The hope, not only Chicago, but throughout the whole country, because the Cubs haven't won it in 100 years. It's this time. It's 100 years, and they do it. And we get the Dodgers, and the Dodgers beat us in the first round.
Don't say that.
My Lord.
Don't say that.
Oh, my God.
Let's go out to Jason in Vancouver. Jason, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
What are you talking about over there, man?
We have no idea, Jason.
We have no idea. Hey, I don't know, baseball from softball.
Hey, guys, let me just quickly say this. The Blackhawks are going to be a good team. They got Patrick Kane, or they got Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane.
They're moving.
Those kids are going to be good. But listen, guys, I want to talk about last night. Look, I'm glad the Bears won, okay? But don't throw me offline for saying this. Turner's got to be chucked off the Hancock Tower here, okay? Because you guys know, in the first half, what happened? Did he find a new faith or something? He took the handcuffs off Orton. Mm-hmm. Let the kid play. I know the kid's not a Cutler, okay? I know the kid's not a Romo. You guys know that. But for 2 yards in the third quarter, guys, are you freaking kidding me? Guys, he's a quarterback. Let him throw the freaking ball, because the Bears offensive coordinator, I think that's Mr. Turner, which I said he should be thrown off the Hancock Tower. He had 3 touchdown passes, or he had 3 touchdown passes. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
And then in the third and the fourth, we're struggling. And then which means, in hindsight, the defense confidence goes down. If you let this kid throw the ball, okay, we know he's not Johnny Elway, okay? But at the end of the day, you have confidence in your receivers. Then you have confidence even maybe, possibly, guys, which I highly doubt on this O-line, but you might have confidence on the O-line. Then the defense comes out. Urlacher and Briggs are going to be fired up. What the hell is wrong with Turner? And, guys, let me just say this real quick here, okay? Well, I don't understand Sinclair there. He made a subpar decent block on that. I think it was the big 3rd and 7 there on Forte, and he ran up the middle there. Man, he could have took out 2 guys, and he pushed an eagle. I don't know who the eagle was. If he would have pushed, if he would have hit that other guy hard, he's going to take out the other guy. Forte's gone. Guys, Turner off the Hancock Tower. Thanks, boys.
Well, the philosophy, Ed and I talked at the beginning, there's no question that first half philosophy was what we're looking for 4 quarters.
Right.
We want that for 4 quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to have it.
You got to have it. And to win in this league, you need to do that.
And you got a defense, basically, hopefully that can keep you in the game, because I tell you what, is there really the world-beating offense out there? I don't think so. Is there the world-beating defense out there? I don't think so. So if you can game plan it from week to week with a smart game plan and be an aggressive football team, at the end of the day, at the end of the season, I think we'll be in the hunt.
Eddie, thank you. And also thanks to our producers, Steve Goffman and Matt Von Peebles.
Yeah, good luck tonight at the game.
Stretch run.
Yeah, stretch
I'll
run.
be at stretch run, and then I thought you were talking about the Sox game.
Yeah.
That's coming up. So coming up next will be Hampton Holmes broadcasting from U.S. Cellular Field, followed by White Sox baseball as the Sox fight to keep their playoff hopes alive against the Tigers. Tune to us next week, OB and I.
Yeah.
Next week, Sunday from 3 to 6, after the Bears-Lions game right here on the
I'd love
Score.
to have 3 hours and just let it rip.
Yep. Go Sox!
He winds up. He throws to the end zone. The pass is caught. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Rashid Davis! Touchdown and a miraculous catch of 17 yards with 11 seconds left in the ballgame. Left hash, angle right. Schneck will send it back to Michael Keenan. Spot, kick. Jason Elam's kick to the uprights, and it is good. Atlanta wins.
And now, live from real-time sports in Elk Grove Village, it's time for the best post-game show on the planet. The only show featuring the football wisdom of 2 legendary Bears. Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich with the Jiffy Lube post-game show on 670 The Score.
Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Obradovich and Buffone. Let's hear it for Real Time Sports. Come on. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Chicago Bears lose 22-20. And basically what happened here, that the Bear defense taking stupid pills. How can you, in the last plays of the game, knowing that a kid could kick a 48-yard field goal, that's where your goal line should be. You can't play back and let them do what they want to do. That's what they did the whole damn game, the Bear defense. All they did was play back on third down situations, 3rd and 16, 3rd and 14, didn't do a damn thing but played soft and passive.
Let a rookie quarterback.
Did the same thing at the end of the game, and it cost them.
Let a rookie quarterback.
A rookie quarterback.
There's a cardinal sin. And we committed defensively. The coaching staff. Why don't you put it right on their head, Doug?
It's their head.
You know what? For them to let that quarterback,
the dumbest plays I saw ever.
A rookie quarterback, dictate to us. And we do have we've got some pretty darn good defensive football players. But I'm going to tell you something. Does not go after this kid. And it doesn't matter if it's him, whoever a rookie quarterback might be. The Cardinal rules, you go after him, eventually he'll make mistakes, he'll cough it up. We let this kid dictate to us, and that's why one of the reasons why it went down to the end. And by the way, I said in the first week, approximately 6 weeks ago, I said every week, folks, for the next 10 weeks, mark my words, this is what you're going to see. It's going to go down to the wire, unfortunately.
The fact is this, the beginning of the game, this kid goes 5 for 5. He moves the football down the field, right? Well, the Bears had him in 3rd and 16, 3rd and 14. There's not a rule in football that says you can't go after a quarterback with a blitz or something.
Never went
if you
after
think
him.
you're going to sit back and let them do what they want to do. This is the dumbest play call all year that I've seen. And especially at the end of the football game. That's not the way the game is supposed to be played. The offense come through to get the touchdown. They make the move. It's 22-20. It's 20-19. And the fact is, you got 7 seconds left in the damn ball game. 7 seconds. And you kick off, and what do? I mean, I can't, this is, you gave the damn game away.
One other thing, when we're on an offense, if we've got Forte, who's more than a quality back in the National Football League, I can tell you what, this kid's going to be something if he stays healthy. This defensive team of Atlanta Falcons, especially their front four, they've got 2 very aggressive ends. And if there was ever a team that you could sucker, that you could trap all day long, it was this team. And when we tried doing it up the middle. We never went to the 6 gap, the 5 gap, the 8 gap. We never truly all they had, basically those 2 guys were running themselves out of the play. And did we try to attack those 2 areas on the strong and the weak side? No, we didn't. It was there all day for us, folks.
And if we're a team that's supposed to be running off the bus, when you get down near the goal line, a yard to go or less than a yard to go on 3rd down and you can't score, and you come back on 4th down and you can't score, then you're not running off the bus. You're not running off the bus. You had an opportunity right then and there. Again, in that play, maybe in 3rd down situation, you pull the string, you blew the fake handoff, and you throw the football. Do something else to score. This whole game was unbelievable. Then on top of that, you let Norwood return kickoffs against you for 80 yards. I mean, this whole game was wrong. There's no way in hell the Chicago Bears should have lost this football game. No way. Blame the coaches, blame who you want to blame, but this is it. They should have not have lost this football game. That means now they're 3-3. I said when they went down there, if they win this football game, they will be contenders. If they don't, they're pretenders. And right now, they're pretenders.
Well, one thing I thought they should have done, Doug, on Friday when we did the show with Dan Hampton at the 11 o'clock hour, I thought for us to win the football game, running the football, run Forte all day long, use the trap system, again, which I just mentioned about. And number 2, throw the football over the middle. Throw the football over the middle. We have 2 tight ends that are 6'5", and one of them can run like a deer. Utilize the talent that we have. The middle was wide open all day, as you saw it late in the 3rd and in the 4th quarter.
Once again, the opportunity was there for the Chicago Bears to make the move. They did not make it. I questioned what they did at the beginning of the game. I questioned
for them not to go after him, Doug.
It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
You will not be to pound it enough. To let that kid stand behind there, that rookie quarterback.
It looked like Johnny Unitas.
Absolutely. And dictate to us. What the hell was Bob Babbage thinking about?
I don't know, because I know Carolina played him, Ryan, the same way. Tampa Bay played him the same way.
Or is that...
He couldn't get out of his own way. You know why? Because they went after him. You've got to go after a guy, a rookie quarterback. They got a rookie left tackle. You can't sit back. Our defensive line did not get any type of pressure whatsoever. So if that's not going to get it from the defensive line, then you've got to go after him with your blitzing and stuff like that. And that means on 3rd and 16. That means on 3rd and 14. You can't step back and say, okay, fine, they're going to throw it short. But they didn't. And they picked up those 1st downs. That, to me, was crazy. And then that last play, the last play of the game, stop yourself.
Going to Jenkins on the last play of the game, obviously they had to go deep enough. They basically had one play to get it there, okay?
That was it.
So it's going to go deep. Now, if you're playing a 2-deep zone, or if you're playing any kind of a zone or a man-to-man, where you pick him up is when he comes into your zone, not in the middle or not in the back of the zone. That is another cardinal rule. You pick him up when he enters your zone, and you run with him. You cover him. You shade him. You don't pick him up in the backside of it. That's basic football, folks. Basic.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Doug in Hanover Park. Doug's going to score with Opie and Ed.
Yeah,
I know who the hell I am.
I've had it with Bob Babbage, his stupid-ass cover 2 defense. I'm fed up with it. If the ownership doesn't want to do something about it, then a lot of fans should stop going into the game because it's pathetic, this cover 2 defense. I've had it.
Well, first of all, you should never, ever give anybody up that much yardage. You know, you should never do that. You should. The last play of the game, 7 seconds. Consider in your mind that they don't need a touchdown, guys. They need to get in field goal range. We know that Elam can kick it 48, 50 yards, 52 yards. So that's where you draw the line. Instead of playing soft as a grape back there and say, okay, go ahead and catch it. They did it all damn day defensively on 3rd down and long all day. 3rd and 16, 3rd and 14, 3rd and 12, and gave it up. And no pass rush whatsoever. It's not going to work that way. And to blow this game like that is ridiculous. Let's go out to Ed in Naperville. Ed's on the score. Ed,
are you there?
Here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I completely agree with you guys that the defense allowed way too many yards and we didn't pressure the quarterback enough. But two things I have a couple questions on. One is, why in the world, with 11 seconds left, would we do a squib kick at the end of the game? Yeah, I mean, with 11 seconds left, or 7 seconds left after the actual kickoff, they had to go 80 yards instead of 40 yards. I don't get that. And
well, first of all, they got nailed. They got burned by Norwood for 80 yards one other time, and I don't understand the coverage. Squib
coverage.
Kick,
that was very simple, Doug.
Cover the damn thing.
They weren't in their lanes.
How tough is that to do? Go down and cover it. Stop them right there. You don't give up 80 yards to a guy returning a football, or at the end of the game when you know everything is on the line. When you made a terrific play, Orton made a terrific pass to Rasheed Davis to win this football game. I didn't like some of the calls during the course of the game, but they came out. They finally finished up on an up note. And you have an opportunity now. It all counts. The kickoff counts. The playing that last play counts. It's not over just because there's 7 seconds left. It's not over. They're all on their sidelines. Lovey's smiling. They're jumping up. They're throwing Gatorade all over themselves. When they got to realize the game is not over.
Till it's over.
Things could happen. And that's what could happen happened to them. And we're never going to learn that. That's why you play the full damn game. Because there's strategy involved. Somebody said, what are you going to do with 7 seconds? Well, I showed you what they could do with 7 seconds.
With 9 seconds. Exactly correct, Doug. There's doctors and there's doctors. There's lawyers and there's lawyers. Well, guess what, pal? There's coaches and there's coaches.
Let's go out to Billy in Danville. Billy on the score.
You guys are right on again. I mean, this coaching staff, we continuously week after week after week play the game not to lose rather than to win. The fact that this kid didn't get touched once today
not once.
Goes to show. It's unbelievable. You know, Philadelphia showed, and what the Giants showed against the Pats in the Super Bowl, that is what it takes in the NFL today. You have got to pressure the quarterback unmercifully. I don't care if it's Tom Brady. I don't care if it's a rookie quarterback. You have to go after the quarterback unmercifully. And what do? Week in, week out. We drop back into coverage. We fake blitz. We drop back into coverage. We get killed underneath. We play soft. I've absolutely had it with this coaching staff.
You know, Billy, you couldn't be more correct, especially in crucial parts of the game. The crucial parts of this game was that first drive. I understand they've just been kicking field goals, but you look at the time of possession. By doing that, they took over the time of possession. They held the football. You do not let a rookie quarterback sit back there.
Let him set the tone.
Touch him. That's exactly right. You set the tone.
You set the tone. You go after him.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Ed and I will be right back.
Shotgun snap to Matt Ryan. Under pressure. Hit as he throws down the field. Jenkins the catch at the 29-yard line of the Bears with 1 second left. Are you kidding? Left hash, angle right. Schneck will send it back to Michael Kanan. Spot, kick. Jason Elam's kick to the uprights, and it is good. Atlanta wins.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Today, live from Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Farah announcing. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Taking a look at some of the stats we just got. We take a look at Matt Ryan for the Atlanta Falcons. He was 22 of 30 with 301 yards. 1 touchdown, no interceptions, but here's the killer. 10 yards per attempt. 10 yards per attempt. That's Hall of Fame stuff. No one does 10 yards per attempt. If you do a 9, it's terrific. 8 is good. 7, you're going to the Super Bowl. 10 yards per attempt. That's number 1. Number 2, no way in hell. Ed and I was talking about that last play of the game. You know there's about 8 or 9 seconds left to go, whatever it is. You don't let them get out of bounds. You work that sideline in, force everything into the middle. He catches the football, not only catches the football 26 yards to set up the field goal, but time enough with 1 second left to go to kick the damn field goal. That's inexcusable. That is inexcusable.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug, I couldn't agree with you more. And they had one thing that they could do. The other thing they could have done was try to Hail Mary and to see if that would have worked, and that would have been almost, the game would have been over. But the only thing that they could have done was a deep out. They knew it. We knew it. We did not have it covered. We had the wrong defense, or if we did have the right defensive call, then Mike Brown had a brain lock or something. Because you don't let somebody come into your zone, run free to the sideline, and that in any situation, and you don't pick them up in your zone, and you don't run one. This isn't I'm going to tell you something, folks. This is an actual fact. That is, you talk about a cardinal sin, big time, big time.
Well, the fact is that all of us expected, obviously, the Bears were going to win this football game. There was no question in our minds. But then again, if you're a defensive coach, the first thing enters your mind, so wait a minute, there's 7 or 9 seconds left in the game. If they take a good reception and they move the football down the field, they got a field goal kicker that can kick at 52 yards. Gear up. Get yourself ready. Tell them, explain what the hell's happening. Forget about the celebration.
You know what's coming.
You know it's coming there.
You know, that's not a guessing game at that time. You know exactly what the hell play is coming.
Please. Let's talk to Chris in Woodstock. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, I couldn't agree with you more, but really quick, that game should be a Bears win because when they snapped that ball to that sideline pass, 2 seconds ran off before they even started the game clock. I replayed it 5 times on my TiVo. 2 seconds ran off before they even started the game clock.
So what are you saying? We got cheated out of 2 seconds?
Well, you take the 2 seconds off, the game's over. They don't got a chance to kick the field goal. Bobby needs to send that in the league, and he needs some protesters. This needs to be reversed.
Well, they won't reverse it, number one.
Yeah, Chris, they won't reverse. There's not a chance in hell.
No chance. But you know what? They should never even got down to that. That's the point I'm making. I understand you may be right. You may be right about that whole thing about the 2 seconds. But it should never even got down to that. And then on top of that, we should have scored when we were down there on the 1 yard line, the half-yard line with 2 downs to go and to get a score touchdown when he ran twice with Forte and couldn't score. Now, if you take a look at this game, and situations were given to us for us to win, but there's things I can bring up. How many touchdown passes did they drop in the end zone? How many were called back by Atlanta? One kid dropped one, was a touchdown. They didn't get it. The other one, they called it back because of men downfield. So there were situations there and say, wait a minute, did the Bears really deserve to win this game? I don't know, but I do know this. When the opportunity is presented to you, you got to grab the damn thing. And they had it. They had it in their hands to grab it, to take it, and to win. And you will go no further than you're going to get and be a 3-3 team, a 500 team. And this goes to the coaches also. Get your head out of your ass because it's time to get going. You get sick of it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you look at the coaching staff and Doug and I, and, when they do a great job as they did the opening game, boy, what a game plan they had against the Colts. And you know what it was? To get in Peyton Manning's face on every play. Keep him guessing. Get him out of his rhythm. Whether it's a handing off the ball or it's a pass, get him out of his rhythm. That's what you do to a good quarterback. And again, I can't say it enough. A rookie quarterback, what was Lovie Smith and Bob Babich, what in the hell, what game were they looking at, or what team were they coaching against, Doug? I'm going to tell you something. You know what? I hope the hell they take it right on the chin this week. Because you want to know what? That's exactly where it should go.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at this, and I don't know how many sacks we had, I'll bet 0. I can't. Anybody remember a sack? Well, maybe we got one because of the fumble by Alex Brown. But Ed is right. We had no pressure whatsoever. I don't know, where was Tommy Harris? Where was he? Where was the guy inside? Where were the guys supposed to be coming from?
Hey,
Alex Brown.
Dusty Dvorak played a hell of a game.
Yeah, well,
I got to tell you, he did.
They stopped the run. But the game's not over because you stopped the run. Okay, you stopped the run. You know damn well what's going to happen when you do that. They're going to pass. I mean, that first quarter, I'm going to tell you right now, Tillman got ate up alive on the corner by this kid Rodney White. And so we could not come back. We had no pressure whatsoever on that quarterback. So that means to tell you have to go after the guy. Ed and I talked about this game plan last week, and we knew it. You take especially a young quarterback, and you turn him inside out. You don't give him a chance to breathe. You bring everybody on him. You don't give him the time to throw the football, even though it's 3rd and 16, where he can sit back there and have a smoke and a drink and say, okay, I'll take my time, but I'll throw the football. You just don't do it.
And this was a team, folks, that you could have ran on. You could have ran on this team. There are some
everybody else did.
Everybody else has run on them the prior 5 games, and I'm going to tell you what, it was there. This is what I said about 20 minutes, a half an hour ago. 2 big active ends. They love the outside rush. You could trap them. You could sucker trap them. You could sucker toss trap them. You could do that all day long to those guys, and never once did we even try it.
Here, the Bear defense took Michael Turner, okay? He had a total of, I believe, about 54 yards. He averaged 2.2 yards a carry. That's shutting down the run. They did do that. I mean, that's what they set out to do, and they did do that. But these stupid plays, these stupid thinking, this 3rd and 14, this 3rd and 16, you let Matt Ryan go 5 for 5 on the first drive. You can't do that. And then especially, the final stupidity of it all. The last play of the game. Come on, you didn't play that whole damn game to come up stupid at the end of the game to give them an opportunity to kick a 48-yard field goal.
When we needed our guys, our difference makers, Doug, to make a difference.
They didn't make a difference.
They didn't make it. But I'm going to tell you who played a hell of a game here. And I'll tell you what, folks here, a lot of people out there, I'll tell you what. You talk each week, the guy that's improving on this football team is this kid, Kyle Orton. I'm going to tell you something. He stood up today, and in that second half, he came, and the adjustments that were made, he made a lot of the adjustments by himself. You darn right. You darn right. I'll tell you what. He had the presence in the pocket. When to move up into the pocket, when to move up and go to his left or his right, and his reads and his accuracy. And I'll tell you what, Kyle Orton looks like he's going to be the real thing, folks.
And the fact that last play he had, that was a perfect pass. I mean, he had to put that right there. There wasn't any room for error whatsoever.
He put a little fire and brimstone on that one.
Put some fire to it and took it down to the end of the game. That's what I call crunch time. He did what he had to do to win that football game during crunch time. The defense did not. They did not do it. Let's go out to Tommy in Lombard. Tommy on the score with OB and Doug.
OB, thanks for taking my call. I was listening to a previous caller before talk about how there were 2 or 3 seconds left in the game. That should never have come down to that. I agree with your analysis too that about Matt Ryan, how they made him look like a Pro Bowl quarterback. I mean, come on. This game really came down to 3 plays to me as I was watching it. The one was the fumble recovery by Tommy Harris, and then it just seemed like he just let it go. It was no big deal. And then the second one was the goal line stand with, I still don't understand why they don't do the quarterback sneak. It makes no sense to me to hand it backwards when you're trying to go 1 yard forward. It just doesn't make sense. And the third part was that last kick. It frustrated me so much to squib kick, not get it at least deep into their zone. And I agree with you, OB, that Kyle Orton had a great game. I thought he really showed some poise. And I was one other person with Mike Brown, who I've been kind of watching, and it seems like he's playing a little bit, I don't know if he's tentative or hurt or what, but he seems like he's coming just a second short. So I just wanted to hear your guys' analysis. It's great to hear you guys talk about it, and you guys know the game better than anyone. So,
when we come back, we're going to take a break. But the one play that's still sitting in my mind is Tommy Harris laying down on the football. And he gets up, and he lets it float away. What is that?
Could it possibly have been he thought it was, up and he's going to get up and just throw the ball out and walk off and the offense comes on?
What did you think? You're laying on the football. If it's a fumble, you got it. So the main thing is to stop it. I don't know. Possible? Not probable.
Whatever, it falls under the dumb factor.
Exactly. It falls under the dumb factor.
Dumb factor.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at the Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Football at the 29-yard line. The Bears Bears. And Ryan's in the shotgun with 9:48 left here in the second quarter. He direct snap it to Jarius Norwood, and he bobbles the football. The Bears recover the football. It's still loose. I thought Tommy Harris had it inside the 25-yard line. It matters on who and where they're going to put this football.
The defense recovered the ball, fumbled. The offense got the ball back. Therefore, Atlanta has the ball, 1st and 10.
Oh, no. 4th and inches. 8:08 left to play in the ball game. Inverted wishbone behind Kyle Orton. He gives to Matt Forte. Makes the dive, but not the touchdown. Turned away by Atlanta.
Tough. And I wish I could give you a couple more words to really show you how bad it really is, but I can't. That's life. You have setbacks like this, but this one hurt. You know, we had victory there right within our grasp, but we couldn't pull it out.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670 live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And getting back to what we were talking about before the break, when Tommy Harris had that football, when they fumbled, we recovered. And, of course, what happened was no one touched Tommy Harris. He's laying down. He gets up, and I don't know how the ball just scoots out of your hand like that, but it did.
It did.
It just scooted out of his hand. They recover. They get first down, and, of course, the rest is history. So there were so many damn plays in this game that just didn't make sense. You know, when you look at it, you say to yourself, where's the football IQ? A lot of times I understand about being physically tough and doing a lot of things you need to do, but there's also a football IQ, and we flunked that one today, buddy, big time. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Slab in Mount Prospect. Slab, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug O.B., it's a pleasure to talk to you guys.
What's up, buddy?
Well, I just wanted to comment on, well, you already touched on there's so many issues during this game that wanted to make you vomit. The reason why I was really calling was the Tommy Harris fumble. Now, I've been watching football for quite a long time, and I can't ever recall seeing a play such as that where, the guy came off of a long week. He had a lot of issues and everything else, and I thought he was going to come out and actually show something, be the Pro Bowler that he was. What I saw today was an inability to have his head still put on straight. He's still not there. He's not the Tommy Harris of old, and nor do I think he'll ever be.
You know, Slav, real quickly, you cannot turn it off and on. Like you think that you can, all of a sudden you're going to be great like you were. It doesn't work that way. It's called grinding. It's called working at what you do every day. And so if you take a week off or 2 weeks off, you honestly believe that you're going to come back in top form like you were when you're all pro? No chance, no way, no how. You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Snap pull down to spot the kick by Jason Elam. The kick is no good. Are you kidding me?
No.
Kyle's in the gun. 2-by-2 formation. Takes the snap. Pocket holds. He winds up. He throws to the end zone. The pass is caught. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Rashid Davis! Touchdown and a miraculous catch of 17 yards with 11 seconds left in the ballgame.
Just that you got to play a full game. If you don't play a full game, you can't win on the road.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak making the call. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We're live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Be the 55th person to text STRETCH to 67011 and win a free appetizer buffet for yourself and 3 guests to join me, Doug Buffon, at Stretch Run Sports Bar and OTB, located on Ohio and LaSalle on Monday night, October 13th, from 7:30 to 10:30 p.m. I will be hanging out and watching Monday Night Football from Stretch Run, Chicago's newest sports bar and OTB. Make Stretch Run your home to watch the playoffs, Monday Night Football, pro and college football, and more. Join Dusty Dvorak of the Bears Tuesday night at McGee's in Lincoln Park for the Miller Lite Top Draft Show. Dusty will be part of a live broadcast with me, Doug Buffone, and Matt Abaticola from 6 to 8 p.m. McGee's is located at 950 West Webster in the Lincoln Park neighborhood.
Doug, is at Stretch Run, am I to understand that if I come down with my family, all I have to do is use your name and I sign it and you pick up the tab? Is that true?
You understand wrong. Right. Once again, you understand wrong.
Okay.
And that's not the way it goes.
Well,
but if you do come down,
what part about wrong don't you understand?
But I will get you something, though. I mean, you know.
I'll tell you, I know you would, Doug. You go to that. You get a hamburger or a cheeseburger. Okay, I know. Speaking about places, this place is, my God, I think you could stick a football field in this place. Wow.
This is one of the most beautiful bars I've ever seen.
What a huge place here.
You know, to watch a football game. Outstanding, and I mean this sincerely.
A lot of Bear fans out here. It's great to see.
You couldn't find more TV sets, more big TV sets, spacious area, great food. I mean, you guys did a hell of a job with real-time sports here in St. Charles. Congratulations.
It's incredible.
Let's go out to Tom in Orland Park. Tom, you're on the score.
Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Tommy?
Unbelievable. I'm so upset at this game. A couple things. You know, all year long they've been in this 8-man front, and they would go to the quarterback or they would get back into coverage. And then today they did it maybe 10 times, if that. And then my biggest question is this, though. With 37 seconds left in the first half, when Orton had the ball, not once did they call a timeout when they could. And it just seemed to me, and I could just hear Lovie Smith saying that, you know what, we could have fumbled the ball and they could have got the ball back and got another field goal. And then the last thing is, on the touchdown, just before that, when Marty Booker, he was obviously pass interference in the end zone, and they didn't call it. And I don't understand why a play like that would not be called.
Well, no, you can take a look back at many things that happened in this football game. You know, what could have been changed. Some guys claimed the fact they got cheated on 2 seconds on the clock. But the opportunity stood out for us. When that does happen, for example, if you're on the 1-inch line and you're known as a team that comes running off the bus and you're on the 1-inch line on the goal line ready to go score and you can't in 2 downs, shame on you. And at the end of the game, you're supposed to have a defense that's dominant. You got a defense, everybody says, boy, this defense of the Chicago Bears is outstanding. This is an outstanding defense.
If they play aggressive.
Right. But at the end of the game, with 5 or 7 seconds left to go, or 6, whatever it was.
9.
You let it happen? You let them catch the damn football with a 26-yard catch, and all of a sudden put them in field goal range? And like I said before, where's your football IQ? You know the whole thing has changed now. You move everything up. You know that kid can kick a 52-yard field goal, so now you know where to draw the line in the sand, and you don't do that. And then on top of that, you know if you keep a guy in bounds and you work the outside in, that the game is over, the clock's going to go. I just don't get it. They pulled some real stupid things today.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Real dumb things.
You know, if you go back to that first half, and sometimes games some of them are over, you know, in the first half. And not saying that this one was, but I'll tell you what, passing the ball, we had 104 yards. Rushing the football, we had 20, and we only converted twice on 3rd down. And I was really looking forward to them coming in at halftime and making some adjustments and trying to come at them with some different gimmicks or different angles. And I thought when they would come out in the third quarter that to go to a hurry-up offense, but a no-huddle offense, try to catch them off guard in the beginning of the third quarter. Instead, who comes out and goes with a no-huddle? Atlanta.
Exactly right.
Atlanta, Doug.
Right.
And we didn't do anything because the game plan that we had in the first half, the stats tell you look at them, you were going nowhere. So you got to make adjustments. And I thought one of them could really be a positive way to move the ball, keep them out of their different defenses, is to go with the no-huddle, and we opted not to do it, Doug.
Yeah, because they come out the second half, they go 1, 2, 3, and out. And I agree with you 100%. I saw Atlanta get up to hurry up. I said, well, maybe we'll probably do that. We're going to do something different. We didn't do anything.
Doug, we only had 9 minutes and change to their 20 minutes and change.
In the first half.
That's right. So that's why I thought we would change our philosophy at halftime of how we're going to Plan A was not working, okay? So let's try to move it up. Orton can handle a no-huddle offense. We've seen that with him. And that should be standard operating procedure every week, Doug. And I thought that was I'm talking about timing now. For them to come out and start the third quarter with a whole different offensive look and a whole different set of runs and passes, I thought it would have been unique and positive. Opted not to do it.
You know, I can't get that. I can't get this vision out of my head. With Tommy Harris laying on that football, and we recovered a fumble, and he knows he has the ball.
You know what, Doug? I thought he was going to have a hell of a game.
Ed,
I really did. I thought, because let me tell you something.
Can
he get the job done?
Like that, Ed.
Can he get the job done? Can he be a one-man wrecking crew in that line? He can. Be. And I thought, with all the problems that he's had, now I don't know what the hell they were, but obviously he's had problems on and off the field or whatever. But I thought that he would come back and be reinstated after the one-game suspension. And I mean, just go out there with fire and brimstone and just and take no hostages. Well, I didn't see that.
No, you didn't see that.
I didn't see it at all. The kid that played a hell of a game was Dusty Dvorak.
He's been playing a hell of a game all year.
That kid, they can't move him off the line of scrimmage.
Yep. And so, once again, you're right. I mean, we didn't see that from the defensive tackles, from Tommy Harris. But I kind of expected that because, like I said before, prior to this, you can't turn it on and off. You can't go out there and think you're going to be an all-pro because you once were an all-pro. And I'm going to throw my helmet out into the game, and here I am. I'm the best ever. The best can't do it.
I thought he was very capable of doing it, Doug, but he didn't show up.
No. But the part is, it was so lackadaisical with the football. I'm laying on top of a football. I recovered a fumble. That's good enough. I don't need to pick it up and run with it. And the ball just basically just squirts out of his hand like he absolutely threw it. Did he throw it out of his hand? Did it pop out of his hand? What the hell happened there?
It looked like it, Doug. It just flipped right out of his hand sideways. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to make a real quick move and lost control of the ball. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't have a clue. And the other thing is here, defensively, when you play that Tampa 2, that Lovey 2 defense where you got your two defensive safeties where nobody can get behind them, that defense is predicated on, and when you use that defense is predicated on, listen to this, folks, the front four getting to the quarterback, getting in his face or sacking him. That is what makes that cover 2 an effective defense. Not the linebackers, not the defensive backs. It's the front four. And the front four, they were not there today.
Did not show up.
No, they did not.
Did not show up.
But that's what that's predicated. That's what that Tampa 2 did. It's predicated on 4 guys without blitzes to get to the quarterback. That's why you've got your 3 linebackers dropping back in the center and into the flats to take everything away, intermediate and deep, and nothing happened.
He's Obradovich on Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're at Real Time Sports, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose 22-20 to Atlanta.
To really do either one of them. Had opportunities, like what our offense was able to do at the end of the football game with all we had gone through during the game, of putting ourselves in a position to win the football game. Kyle, Rashid, the rest of the offense did a great job with that. Defensively, third downs really hurt us. Matt Ryan had a heck of a day passing the football against us, and we're normally pretty good on third downs, but today just didn't happen for us.
That was Lovie Smith talking about third down, and he said that the Atlanta Falcons hurt the Chicago Bears. They didn't hurt the Chicago Bears on third down. They murdered the Chicago Bears on third down. And just maybe, you better do some better defensive calling on third down.
It's called coaching. That's right, Doug.
No.
If you can see, for whatever the reason, if there's maximum protection or the guys are just getting beat at the line of scrimmage and they're not getting there, Doug, then you've got to go to the line tricks, which, again, they didn't try again this week. I didn't see any Lexes or Rexes or any twist between the 2 tackles. I didn't see any of that. If it did, it was minimal. And if it doesn't, then you've got to blitz, Doug. You've got to be able to change. You can't go with 4 quarters and let a kid back there beat you to death.
It's hard to believe.
I mean, for folks, you can't believe that. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Right, it is. A rookie quarterback coming out. And I know everybody say, well, geez, Matt Ryan looked good. Here's Lovie Smith. Matt Ryan looked good. You made him look good. I'm not saying the kid doesn't have talent. I'm not saying that one day he's going to be a hell of a quarterback. I saw what Tampa Bay did to him, and I saw what Carolina did to him. And why they did it to him was the fact that they went after him. He didn't sit back and at 3rd and 14, 3rd and 16 at the end of the game and give the kid all the time in the world to throw. He was comfortable back there. We had 0 sacks. Our defensive line was not pressuring the quarterback. And so consequently, you go to the defense, you go to the fact you can blitz. That's what you do. It's exactly what you do, and that's what they did not do. Let's go out to James in the southeast side. James, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, man? Love you guys.
What's up, James?
Hey, what? I mean, in that fourth quarter, they had 11 seconds left. Why would they kick a squib kick when they could have just kicked it deep and then let your defense fail let them cover it?
Right.
I mean, that was the worst coach I've ever seen in my freaking life. I've never seen that. And then Mike Brown just bring the guy back in bounds, pushes him out of bounds, and gives him 1 second left on the clock. How much did they get paid? I mean, my friend wants to know, how much did the Bears get paid for losing this football game?
I got to tell you, James, I mean, the football IQ in the last quarter was just brutal. Absolutely brutal, except for the offense, what Kyle Orton did, and OB mentioned the fact I thought, you know what, this kid has a ton of potential, and he's really starting to live up to what everybody thinks he can do.
He had a lot of heat coming on him, guys.
Sure he did.
In the third, especially in that fourth quarter, and he had the wherewithal. That's right. Those ends came in wide. He stepped up in, and then he stayed in the pocket, didn't still let it happen, and then his peripheral vision gave him either the move out, Doug, out under inside to the left or to the right. And I'll tell you what, he really impressed me. This game, that kid really showed me something.
He did, and you're right. Do you think Atlanta stepped back and said, look, you know what, have a nice time back there? No. They went after him. Because Atlanta, you only had one sack.
Absolutely.
You know, that's the name of this game. The name of this game was put pressure on the quarterback, and that's it. And especially, you know, I keep saying this, but especially a young quarterback, and we all know that. Let's go out to Jeff in Whiting. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug and OB? You guys are great, man. First of all, I want to say that. Look, you know what? 3rd down in inches, and they don't get it. 4th down, 8 minutes left. Come on, you know what gets me is, what about a field goal? A high school coach would have made the right call. Okay? Then a squib kick a few games ago, you know, that was 2 seconds before the 2-minute warning. They on 3rd down, they go for a lousy line of scrimmage pass, and then they try it on 4th down. Of course, they have to. They don't get it. They should have went for it both times. The coaching staff is morons, and that makes Lovie Smith head moron. You know?
Well, he's in charge. I mean, he's in charge of that, and the clock management stunk, as far as I'm concerned, even on the last drive. That clock was ticking and ticking and ticking. They didn't know what the hell was going on. We wasted a hell of a lot of time on that last drive. But all that said and done, okay, fine. Orton comes up and makes the play, and I say to myself, okay, all is forgiven. But yet again, you know there's 7 seconds left to go or 9 seconds left in the game. And what happens? You forget about the whole damn thing. It's football IQ. You say to yourself, this is where they have to go. This is where they need to get the football. What could happen? They got a guy that can kick a field goal. I know we go over and over this, but they should do that. They should go over and over it in their mind that after we did score, they should have been prepared to understand, here comes the other part now. Next part is we got to kick the extra point, and the next part is we got to stop them. And I don't care how much time is left.
Doug,
they didn't do it.
The reality of it, Doug, is they basically only had one play in the reality of it to go to. I'm talking about Atlanta with 9 seconds left, and that is the deep out, okay? Whether it's an up and out or up and back, whatever it is, they had to get in when striking distance. And we knew that, okay? We knew that with 9 seconds to go.
Do you know what you do on that play? You know how simple that is? You take and double up on the outside guys. You put the nickel defense in. The nickel guy covers the slot guy. Then you have one guy coming back deep. And that's what you do, because you know you want to keep it in the middle of the field. If they want to hit the tight end for 20 yards or 30 yards, be my guest. Here, get the football. Game over. You make the tackle.
Game's done.
You protect the sideline.
That's the only play that they had that would work. And they pulled it off.
And there you are. He's sitting there with Brown sitting man for man on this guy. I don't know what the hell defense. Were they in a cover two? It didn't look like it.
To me, Doug, it looked cover two, and he's playing in his deep zone, deep outside zone, where he should have been up in the zone. He knows damn well what the hell's coming. And he was either in the middle or, again, all the way back he had to be all the way back in his zone, Doug, because by the time he got to the ball, it was game, set, match. It was over with.
Yeah, see, what it was me, I'd put the guy in the corner right on top of the guy and run with him, and then I'd have backup help on the outside. That way you take care of a lot of things. But, once again, that's what these guys are paid for. That's why, it's so important in a football game. It's so important that these little minute things that you have to look at to win a game. They struggle. The Bears struggle. They got some breaks. There's no question. Here it is. All of a sudden, they make a great play. Orton. Now it comes to the football IQ. This is what we have to do. This is where the smarts come in. This is where you make the difference between teams winning and losing. And we did not make the smart move. Let's go out to Mike and Madsen. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, listen to Lovie Smith on that press conference. I mean, that epitomizes the Bears. He's always talking about we couldn't finish at the end. Well, it starts and ends with him, with that bland, unenthusiastic, same scripted speech he gives after every game. It carries on to the field. The players come out, and that's why they can't play 60 minutes, because they go through what I call Lovie mode. Bland, unenthusiastic, no sense of urgency to get things done. It's a reflection upon the coach. And he and Ron Turner are two of the most conservative people I've ever seen in coaching. He let a first-year coach with a first-year quarterback come in and kick his butt. He deserves whatever he gets. And I'm going to say one thing, I'm going to get off the phone. Bill Cowher, come on, baby.
Well, I got to tell you, Mike, first of all, we said this at the beginning of the game. In fact, Obi and I talked about it last week. Give me a rookie coach, give me a rookie quarterback, give me a rookie left offensive tackle, then we should do something about this. The fact that the Atlanta Falcons gave up 9 touchdown passes, meaning their defense was in order to be beat.
Oh, and Doug, you could run on them, pass on them.
Anything you want to do. In fact, the Green Bay Packers, who lost to them, their tight ends tore up, and which Ed brought up during the course of the week. The middle's open for the tight ends. The Packers caught 9 passes against them. So it was all there. Everything was in front of you to make this win.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. You don't have to be a genius to figure that one out.
You got it. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Real-time sports, that's where we are. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Of course, they hurt. When you lose three DBs that would have played, it hurts. But, again, we had ourselves in position. Injuries are part of the game. I'm sure they lost some guys, too. Well, a lot of times guys think they're 100%. He was never 100%. He wasn't ready to go. We'll play guys when they are ready. We never put an injured player out on the football field. We didn't feel like Nate was ready to go. We had a lot of opportunities to make plays before that. We didn't execute as well as we needed to at the end of the game.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real-Time Sports in St. Charles. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And how does tickets to the game? Food and beverage plus transportation for up to 20 inside the Blues Bar Stretch Hummer Limo Sound. Blues Bar in Mount Prospect can make it happen. For more information, visit blues-bar.com, Eddie. That's what we need right now. That's what you need. A stretch limo. A blue stretch limo.
No, you know what I need is a Bear win. You know what? Even though what are we now? We're 3-3.
Yeah.
And the way this our division is, and the way this league is going.
Please.
Doug, I think this thing is going to be. It's going to be anybody that can actually get there with some kind of a win, some kind of wins at the end of the season here. I mean, I don't think you're going to find somebody be running, 15-1, 14-2.
I don't think so either.
I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be in it. So, right. I mean, the coaches can't give up, the players can't give up. But I'll tell you something. But if I was ownership of this team and management of this team, I tell you, Doug, I would have Lovie Smith and his staff in here. We've lost 3 games. 3 games. That not if we could have won. We had should have won 3. We played 6. And in those games, we found a way to lose based on decisions.
And see,
I would want them in my office, and we would have a hell of a conversation.
There's no question that this is where coaching comes in to help you when it gets to the fine line. You know, that thin line of winning or losing? And it's happened. This is the third time it's happened where the Bears had it, but let it get away from them. Why is that happening? A lot of it had to do with the defense at the end of the game. If you really think about it.
It's just like the Eagles. When they came in here, Doug, how do you stop Jimmy Johnson's defense, the coordinator of the Eagles? They come at you, with everything. They crush you. And what do? The one way. And how many times have I said it, Doug? The Bears have to come out with a no huddle. They've got to take away what they do best, either different blitz packages. And we can do that, Doug. We don't do that.
Yep.
We don't come with a no-huddle offense. It's there. It should have been there at the start of the third quarter. Nothing worked the first 2 quarters. It should have been there. We should have had the smarts and the wherewithal to go to the no-huddle, test it out, and see how it worked.
You know, Ed, I've been all over the offense, but I've seen the offense getting better. And I've been on the offense, and I kind of laid off the defense saying to myself, the offense has got to do better. They got to put points up. They got to score. They got to do a ton of things. But I'm starting to get
Doug, I don't think the players are giving up. I think these kids on both sides of the ball, I think these guys are giving everything they've got 100%, whether they're hurt or not. And, these kids, obviously they want to win. But, Doug, damn it, sometimes things are what they are. They've got to be put in position to win. Somebody has to direct them. Somebody has to come up with a game plan that works. If it doesn't work, then we've got to go to something else that can work against whoever we're playing against and the different defenses that they have.
Here's something that's reoccurring. We talked about the offense getting better, and we're seeing some of that. Here's something that's reoccurring. What is that? You know what it is? It's the defense in the fourth quarter losing football games and blowing leads. So it's there. So we might as well face it. What the hell is going on? Are you making the right calls? Do you have the right guys in there? Are you doing the right thing? Because it's happened. This is not something that we've picked out of the air. 3 games lost. 3 games the Chicago Bears were ahead, and the defense could not come up with clutch plays. Now, I've been all over the offense saying they got to score more. They got to do certain things.
The defensive makers on defense, Doug, in those situations,
who are they?
They're not there.
Yeah.
The Urlachers.
Who are they?
Okay? The Tommy Harrises.
Is it? But here, push that back a little bit. I still think there's part of that is, and you hit it right on the head. You've got to put me in position to win.
Oh, yes, you do.
You've got to do that. You can't say, just because I'm so-and-so, I'm going to do it. Give me in a position so I can win the damn football game.
That's exactly correct.
And that's what's happening. And that goes back to coaching. Let's go out to Jim in LaPorte, Indiana. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, man, I got like 5 quick points. James covered the kickoff return and the squib and then letting them get their position. Jeff covered the 1-yard line, but I don't understand why they didn't do a couple of quarterback sneaks there and the guys in the middle just push them back. Doug and Mr. Ed here, about time you gave Kyle Orton his kudos. He's proved he can play this game.
You bet he has.
The pass defense on the offense, they stepped up a little bit in the second half, but I only heard the game on the radio, parts of it. Sounds like they weren't there in the first. But then the last time you guys clicked me, last time I called, was when I was complaining about 67 passes with no quarterback sacks. And today you both acknowledge the same thing, where they need to put some pass rush with the front 4. And it was very evident in the last part of the game. And
it's worked for them before. Why wouldn't you do it again? Did they not start a couple games? Did you see where the linebackers were coming in? It was hell bent for leather, and they were going after the quarterback?
Coupled with the line twist.
Right. What did the game start out today? If you watch the game today, they went to that stupid bend-don't-break defense where Ryan went down and hit 5 in a row, and they put the points on the board, even though it was 3. The fact is that they went away from it again, and they decided maybe they'll come back to it again. That's who they are. They might
That's
understand
the philosophy of the coach, Doug.
They got to change that philosophy.
He's looking at their offense and what they do with their rookie quarterback, Ryan. Here's what they do. So we're not going to go into our blitz package. We're not going to go into our camouflage deal. We're going to be basically cover 2, or we're going to have our 3 linebackers drop back. Big deal. What does he do? Throws underneath. He had all day. And the defensive line, no line tricks. And when you see you're not getting the rush, Babbage doesn't come up with a blitz package, which should have been designed and ready to go if Plan A wasn't working. And it never happened, folks.
And see, that's the key. The key is, and you're right, if you're not getting a pass rush,
you got to generate one.
You cannot go cover 2. You will get skewed. They will come up
because it's predicated on the 4-down lineman.
Exactly. You get no pressure.
Right.
You're going to get fried. And that didn't happen. Let's go out to Ramblin' Rob in Rockford. Ramblin' Rob.
Hey, OB. Hey, Dougie. What's happening?
All right, Rob.
Hey, listen, I just got a couple of points. I can't echo the thoughts of your callers any better. I mean, what a great group of people. Here's the deal. We need to be prepared, and we need to make adjustments. None of that happened today. There was no preparation, came out lethargic, and there was no adjustments. One of the things I wanted to speak about, though, I heard down the dial, I'm not going to mention it, but you guys talked about Tommy Harris very often, and he was interviewed and asked about that play, and he said, how did that lose us the game? Okay, where's the accountability?
Please, don't start. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that crap no more. How'd that lose the game? It didn't help to win the game. You're right, Ramblin' Robin. This is starting to aggravate me with this guy. The fact is, you make plays. You're out there to make plays. I'm not saying it cost them the game, but it could have helped them win the game if he'd have got that football. And besides that, it was the dumbest looking thing I ever saw in my life. You guys have played football. A lot of you have played football. It doesn't have to be pro ranks or whatever rank. Little League even. The fact is you jump on a football, there it is, and then you decide that you're going to try to get up after everything is gone, and now the ball squirts out. That's only part of it. The other part of it, he's not playing defense what he can play or should be playing.
He goes in on a nickel package now.
And my point is very simple. You don't turn it on and off, and all of a sudden you think you're going to become that all-pro again. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Real-time sports in St. Charles. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767.
Hang in there, guys.
Kathy, Greg, Matt, Mark, Karen, Kevin. We'll be right back.
Hang in there.
A 48-yard field goal try for Jason Elam to try and win it for the Falcons over Chicago. The snap, the hold, and it is
I
good!
get sick every time I hear that. Highlight courtesy of Fox TV. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are at Real-Time Sports in St. Charles. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767, and be the 10th caller to the contest line at 312-591-6700 and win an S-Wing Hammer postgame show gift pack. Stop yourself and use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. Made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Go to swing.com for more information. Prize pack brought to you by S-Wing Hammers and 670 The Score. Eddie, let's get out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Karen in Sterling. Karen, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, I'm great fans. I just have a question. The defense, hey, they played good today. We held them to, field goals. But, what else did they do? It was like all of a sudden they're like ready to go, and they couldn't even, they were like 3rd and 16, and they got a first down. So It was like, what happened to our defense?
It's a good question because it's happening now every game. And see here, the defense played well, and you're right. But they didn't play well when it counted in crunch time. They didn't play well the 2 games we lost, remember? And we had the lead. They didn't play well then. They didn't play well in this game at the end with 7 seconds or 9 seconds left to go and to make a stand to win the football game. So, yeah, they played some good ball. But the fact is, it always comes down, what do you do in crunch time? This is why I take my hat off to Kyle Orton. Because he did it in crunch time. He took the football and drove it down her and made a pass that was said, here, this is it, and he scored. That's what I'm talking about, being a professional.
And the way he did it, too. Karen,
absolutely.
It's the way Kyle Orton did it. He was under immense pressure in that fourth quarter, and especially that last drive. to get us to 20 points. I'll tell you something. He was cool as a cucumber, stepped up into that pocket, read where the pressure was coming from, waited, and then had the wherewithal to get out and to make things happen. That's a big-time quarterback. That's what big-time quarterbacks do. And you know what, Doug, maybe, hopefully, finally, we might have a big-time quarterback on our hands. We've got 10 more games to go. I'm not ready to put him in the Hall of Fame yet, but he's showing signs. He's got the height. Signs. He's like 6'4", 6'5", and looks like he's got the wherewithal, Doug.
But you want a big-time quarterback? Yeah, we're all looking for that, but I got to tell you, we need a big-time defense, too. I'm tired about throwing accolades all over the place, and, yeah, we're ranked 8th, and we got this and we got that, and third down situations. The key in this game is what do you do in crunch time? And we're not doing it. Let's go out to Kevin in New Lenox. Kevin, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
What's up, Kev?
Hey, I'm a diehard Bear fan. I said I'm going nuts here. 11 seconds. There's no way you can get them 2 plays off. So I rewind it. I check it out. He takes the kickoff. He runs 10 yards before they even start the clock. Nobody's seeming to think looking at this. It's going on. It's driving me nuts. They turn around on the snap to Ryan on the last play. They didn't start the clock until he's 2 steps into his drop. There's no way, Doug. There's no way, OB, you could get that off in 11 seconds, them 2 plays. And the NFL should be embarrassed for this because they should have reviewed it. There's no way that can happen.
I'm sure they're going to check it, Kevin. I'm sure they're going to try to find out what happened there or what kind of seconds, but that's no excuse in my book. In my book, it doesn't matter. I mean, I understand that if those things were called into it, that's no excuse. The Bears should have made their stand. They should have made what they had to do. It was 2 seconds off, and the fact is they completed that pass, the 26-yarder, and we did a squib. Why are you squibbing? Kick the damn football down there and cover the thing. And that's what they didn't do. And the fact is because no one ran back against them one other time, what are we, facing Hester? Go down there and make the play. And so now all of a sudden, I understand about the fact that it was 2 seconds, and probably you're right. And probably home teams, somewhere along the line, get an advantage of 1 or 2 or 3 seconds. But you got to be better than that defensively to give up that 26-yard line pass. He's Obradovich on the phone on the score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score, Sports Radio 670 in St. Charles. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767.
Miles on the go. 2-by-2 formation. Takes the snap. Pocket holds. He winds up. He throws to the end zone. The pass is caught. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Rashid Davis! Touchdown and a miraculous catch of 17 yards with 11 seconds left in the ballgame.
Had the defensive back with his head turned, and I saw Rashid's eyes, so I tried to throw as hard as I can and get it there before the guy, turned around and got his head turned. So Rashid made a great catch on it. It was a great drive as an offense. Everybody stuck in there, and it was a good drive.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak making the call. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Obradovich and Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Atlanta, 22-20. Hey, let's go back out to the phone lines. They're lit up. Let's go out to Kathy in Villa Park. Kathy on the score.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I always need to listen to you two after a Bears game to give me my Doug and OB fix and tell us all the realistic and unbiased picture of exactly what happened during the game. So thank you guys very much. Don't want to regurgitate what Ramblin' Rob said, but as a woman, I have to say this, that the Tommy Harris fumble recovery, fumble play, in the post-game interview with Zach Zaidman, Zach asked him about that play, and Tommy's first response was, what does that play have to do with the outcome of the game? Hello, Tommy. I'm a woman. Let me tell you in 2 words. Missed opportunities. You're the professional. I'm a woman watching. I'm tired of paying your salary. And also, guys, do you have the opportunity to offer any advice to Lovie Smith and his staff? I'll get off the phone and listen to your response.
You know, Kathy, well put, because the fact is it is opportunities. That's what you look for. And you look special opportunities to take advantage of it. And you expect guys on your team, you expect who are your leaders or your better ball players to go after those opportunities and make something happen. As far as us talking to Lovie Smith, no. Ed and I don't do that.
Kathy, let me tell you something. The term difference makers. Last 3 years, Tommy Harris has gone to the Pro Bowl, and I really thought he was going to step up to the plate today. I truly, really believe that he was going to be the guy to make the difference. To get up in the middle of that pack, getting that rookie right in his face, right in Ryan's face, either sack him or make him throw the ball out into the stands, and I really thought he was going to be a force. Instead, he was a no-show. Now, as far as his remarks goes, that's his personality, and there's nothing I or Doug or Kathy you can do about it, but you can have your own opinion about it. But I just tell you, there's enough opportunities in these 3 losses for us to find a way to win instead of finding a way to lose. And I don't see the players quitting, Kath. I see the players hustling on both sides of the ball. Do I see them playing some dumb football? Yes, making some bad decisions. But what I'd like to see is more responsibility from this coaching staff on both sides of the ball to put these kids in the proper position to make the plays.
And that's what it comes down to. It really does. Why do you have coaches? I mean, why have coaches?
Doug, you got a head coach making $5 million a year. You got offensive, defensive coordinators making $1.5 million.
They make decisions. They make difference in game.
26, 30 coaches, and they can't figure it out.
And why are some better than others? We got a trend going here. We got a trend going with the defense that can't hold the lead, that can't go out there during crunch time to either make a stop a field goal or stop a touchdown. It's a trend. That is wrong. What is happening is wrong. The offense, again, I've been all over the offense. But
Doug, you can change that.
No, they can do that.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. To change what?
The philosophy.
Well, sure they can. They're starting to change some of that with the offense. Well, I'm seeing it. They're starting to do that. But the fact is, when it comes down to crunch time, when it comes down, who do we talk about winning football games?
Our crunch makers are not making the crunches, pal.
Yeah. Could our crunch makers maybe be coaches also?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what I'm looking at, because like I'm saying, I see trends here. And I see things happening that should not be happening when you got leads and your defense is out there. And I see defenses that shouldn't be called that are out there. There's something going on here, and they're going to have to correct it. You can't battle your ass off a whole game, and when it comes down to it, that you can go out there and during this time and period, this is where you expect your defense to do that. You expect your defense to do that to hold. How many times have you played and you hold? How many times in 6
Somebody's coming into my territory when I'm playing. I'm going to tell you, talk about a game like this when there's basically one play on the line. You know what? What's my responsibility? I'm going to do my responsibility as I hope everybody else is. And if you do your responsibility with due diligence, you more often than not, you can make things, you can stop things, okay? To let Jenkins run out there, Doug, for a 26-yard pass, and that ball will be thrown 20-some yards in the air, and Mike Brown not be there, on whether it's a zone defense or a 2-deep, there are no excuses.
That's exactly right. And
none.
Then when you take a look at it, you say to yourself, this is not the first time this has happened. This is not the second time this has happened. This is the third time it's happened in 3 games. That's what you have to look at, and that sends up a red flag. It says something is damn wrong.
And the damn thing about it is we could be 4-2 right now, even with 2 losses, Doug, that we should have had, and we'd have been right in the hunt. We're not out of the hunt by any stretch of the imagination yet, but I'm going to tell you something. This bend don't break defense. This Bob Babich and Lovey, will you stop it?
Yeah, get rid of it. I don't really want to hear about bend don't break. You know, the fact is they end up playing at the end of the game that way too. When they have to make a stop, when they have to make a legit stop, because if field goal counts to beat you, now you're bend don't break. What kind of defense is that? That don't work. Let's go out to Mark in Dyer, Indiana. Mark, on the score.
Hey guys.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, I don't want to regurgitate like the other lady said, but you guys have covered every pathetic angle of this whole game. We should be, in my opinion. And, kudos to Orton. My God.
What a game, huh?
A long time we've been talking about quarterbacks. It isn't a quarterback this year. Lovey, what a disappointment. This whole coaching staff. But, Doug, as a player, I got to ask you a question. As a player, the Tommy Harris thing, if you watch the Tommy Harris play, he threw the ball out of his hands. He didn't fumble the ball. He threw it out of his hands, not even being touched. But my biggest concern is this kick. And as a player, because 2 hours later I'm sick, what was the objective, or what was this coaching staff thinking, and what was their strategy to kick to practically the 50-yard line? This wasn't an onside kick. What were they thinking, and what did they think they were accomplished with 10 seconds left? Why not kick it deep? And what do you think they were thinking? Did they not have any faith in their special teams to stop them down deep? I got to know about this kick, because that's really killing me.
All right, Mark, in a critical situation like that, and Doug, you can either agree or disagree with me. In the 11 years that I've played and been a student of this game for a damn long time, and Doug's played for a long time, and Doug is probably one of the best analysts, if not the best, in the Midwest, period. And I'm going to tell you this, Mark. When it comes to that, Dave Tobe, the special teams coach, what he should do, in that situation, he goes and he checks with the head coach. Should we kick it deep? Kick it out of bounds or whatever, or should we squib it? Okay? He goes to the head coach, and the head coach makes the decision. And I believe that still holds true today, and I believe that's what happened today, that Tobe went to Lovie Smith. How do you want me to kick the ball? How do you want our guy to kick the ball off? Deep, or do you want him to squib it? And I believe Lovie Smith told him what to do. Doug, you buy into that?
I believe you're right. Because those main decisions
That's
come
what
from
I think
the head
happened,
coach.
Mark.
And I don't understand why they would want to do that. I understand the nowhere to run one back on him, Ed. But
right.
The fact is, you gather your crew together and say, look, you guys got your ass fried one time by this guy.
Doug, they weren't in their lanes. They weren't in their lanes.
They went nowhere.
You can correct that.
Right.
Okay?
And so you send them down and say, look, we're kicking this deep. Get down there, or you guys are going to be, put it this way, if you don't do it, a lot of you guys are going to be out of here. Because that's all they're doing is covering kickoffs. Just going to cover the damn thing.
You talk to anybody that plays special teams.
They know
you stay in your lane 9 times out of 10, not unless the guy's a super. He's not going to go, okay?
Exactly. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
The kickoff before, we kicked it deep, and they were able to get a long run. The guys are a little bit tired, so we felt like, a squib would be safe, get them down, and, they'd have a chance at maybe one more play. We keep it in play, the game should be over.
That's right, Lovey.
What does tired have to do with this? Ed.
Tired? Six game into a 16 game.
What's tired have to do with to make a coverage, kicking the ball down?
And guys that are on a special teams.
They were a little tired.
That never play it down, and they run down a few times, and they're tired?
They're tired.
I tell you, this guy, I
don't know where the hell that came from, because that doesn't add up whatsoever.
No, doesn't make sense.
Tell me that you were afraid of Norwood, okay, I'll buy into that.
He's saying the special teams guys are tired?
Give me a break.
You got to be.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. That's right.
Doug,
312-644-6767.
When he comes up with these statements, when he's having this thing,
I don't know
doesn't any of these reporters say, excuse me, Lovey,
what?
You mean to tell me that your guys on special teams, how did they get tired?
Right.
This is the 6th game, and it's not even over with yet, and they run down on a couple of 3 kickoffs, 4 kickoffs, or a couple of punts. This is exactly, how is it that they get tired?
I don't know, Ed. I mean, you could tell me you're scared of death.
I would want him to answer that question.
And you're not going to answer. He'll say, well, the hot and the heat, and we were there, and we thought if we squib it, and they wouldn't catch it, they wouldn't get into, formation to make the blocks, and we saw what Norwood did to us, and our guys are tad tired, so what, they break one? kick the football into the end zone, and go down there and cover the guy.
That's right.
Is something wrong with that? You've done it all this year. One time in this game, Nord returns it. So maybe you come up to the occasion and you make the big play and you go down and do it during crunch time.
Well, basically run it back one time in all these games,
exactly.
and all of a sudden, then he switches to plan B of all times.
I can see if this team was getting gnarled every time they ran down there. Geez, the kickoff is killing this team. That's not the case.
Doug, again, it just goes back to what the hell we're talking about. There's 3 games, and I don't believe the 22 players that are out there, given that they're all lost the games.
Exactly.
Okay, I just really don't. I think there's a lot more responsibility that should be going around.
Let's go out to Bill and Hunley. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. I like the show.
Thanks, Bill.
You guys, I guess you already went over this.
Yeah.
There's no way you can run a 26 down and out in 5 seconds. There's just no way you can do that. And I'm curious, is there any way that Lovey can protest this?
Oh, sure, he can protest. What they'll do, they'll get the official time. Obviously, the official time is kept on by the head official. Am I not correct, Doug?
Yeah.
On the field, the official time is kept down there, and I'm sure that they will go over this. And what you do, you make the film, you cut out the sequences and all that, and you send it in to the league, and then the league sends you back. You are correct, sir. It was a mistake, and the referees did make an error. Too bad. On to the next week. That's what they do.
Go home and eat the film.
Yeah.
That's about exactly what they'll say to you, Bill. They're not going to change a damn thing. You know, and
they will not right or wrong.
No. And you're probably right. There probably was. You know, they had some extra seconds on or something happened. There's no question because we've had about 4 or 5 calls.
It shouldn't have come to that anyway, Bill.
No, but it didn't matter. I mean, that should not have happened. Let's go out to Phil in Arlington Heights. Phil, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello.
Hello, you're on, Phil.
My name's Lance. I'm sorry.
Oh, Lance, sorry, buddy.
That's okay. Hey, thanks for taking my call. You know, you and OB, you guys always been heroes at our house when I was a kid growing up. And all I want to say is the last time I talked to you, Doug, we had got an argument about whether the Cubs should keep Kerry Wood or not. And I wound up being right about that. You know, and you know what? Whoever called that squib play needs to be fired. And that's all I got to say. And I'm going to hang up and listen to your comments.
It's squib play.
I can answer that one.
Yeah.
His initials are Lovey Smith.
He had to give his okay for that.
That's it. Obviously. Because the reason why he has to give his okay, because in a situation like that, you think that Tobe, the special team, is going to make that call on his own? That ain't going to happen.
No.
He has to go to Lovey, and that's the way it's been done in the past, and I'm sure it's done now. He had to go to Lovey, and Lovey made the call. That's what happened.
Let's go out to Stanley from Byron. Stanley on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. I really appreciate you having me on. I've got 4 really quick points. Some of them have brought on before. I've been waiting a while. First of all, I've been watching the Bears for, 40, 45 years. And the first thing is, why is it that the Bears have time left on the clock, timeouts in their pocket in the first half, and they don't do anything? Now, given that, second, when I was in football my freshman year, we were told that when there's a fumble, you fall on it. You don't do anything else. You fall on it, secure the ball. Third of all, when you're down there on the 1-yard line and you've run 2 running plays and nothing has happened, you know, college teams do this. Everybody does it. You roll out, and if the receiver's open, you toss it to him.
Well, the fact that the last one, you know, I thought that the Bears, when they start stacking up on you, I don't care how good your running game is unless you're outstanding offensive line, which we're not outstanding offensive line. They're pinching in. They're pinching everything inside. So consequently what happens is they blow everybody back. And Ed saw the play where Garza tried to pull and couldn't get out of there in one of the plays. So, you know, you come up with something else. maybe you fake in there to Forte, and then what you do is you go back and the tight end will be wide open. I would guarantee you could throw the tight end for a touchdown.
I'll tell you what, Stanley and Doug, didn't they try running those plays over Beekman?
Right. You remember the game
going
was a couple weeks? It was 4th and 1, and they tried the same damn play.
He's the smallest lineman we have.
It didn't work. And once they find out and they figure out that's the part you're going to do, well, then you got to come up with something differently. I thought they definitely, especially on 4th down.
Well, what happened, Doug, when they tried that, the one, Garza, it was a switch block up the middle, the center block to the right, and Garza back up and comes around and kick it out. The running back was already, the hole was plugged up before Garza.
They were right there.
Garza never even got there.
Yeah, they forced him back.
Never even got there. And that Beekman, he's just that would be a guy, if it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, he would not be the guy I'd be picking to run behind.
No, and they tried.
Not saying he's a bad football player. He would just not. No. I mean, I want somebody try to get blown off that line. I'm going to go by Big John Tate.
Besides that, especially when they're stacking up in there, they're putting everybody in there.
And it's happened to them before, Doug, where they've stopped it. Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of questions to be answered.
That's what happened.
Well, sure, that's exactly what happened.
They went right at Beekman.
Let's go out to Joey in Wisconsin. Joey, you're on the score.
Hey guys. Hey,
what's up, Joey?
All right, Joe.
Pleasure to talk to both of you guys. Hey, I got like 4 things, so I've been holding since the 3rd quarter. Let me know.
All right, go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. With that tired stuff, were they playing in a dome?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it hot in there? And were they play about 35, 45 minutes?
It's like 72, 74 degrees.
Yeah, that's really tough to play in, isn't it, Ed?
Oh, yeah.
There's no sun beating down on you unless there's somehow the sun got inside the dome. I don't know. But I think you're referring to the fact when Lovey said that the special teams were tired. And they had couldn't get down. I never heard anything more ridiculous in my life.
That comes into the, what did he say, Kyle? What did he just say? That falls into that category.
Yeah.
They were tired. The special teams guys were tired.
They're a little tired, so we squibbed them. I don't get it.
Doug, how could our listeners, we have a great listener.
Buy into that.
We've got people. I love these people. Doug, that listen to our show. I'm going to tell you what.
You don't think they buy into it?
We do not tiptoe through the tulips. No. I tell you what. For him to make, does he think everybody's that stupid?
Must.
Does he?
I mean,
special teams guys were tired. Give me a break.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767.
Football game. When she caught the touchdown, it was still 11 seconds on the clock. So, emotions, I don't know. I don't get excited until the game is over with yet. And we still had another chance to go out and finish. And fortunately, we didn't. I picked up the ball. I didn't hear a whistle or anything. I was laying on it for quite a while, and I didn't hear a whistle, so I just got up, not to run, but just to get up, and the ball flung from underneath me.
That was Tommy Harris talking about the fumble he lost and basically got up and the ball scored away. And, of course, Atlanta got the ball back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone line. Ed, they're still lined up. Let's try to get some of these calls before we leave. Let's go out to Russell in Orland Park. Russell, you're on the Score.
Well, I think we've already covered the defense and we've detailed their faux pas. But I just want to make a comment. How sick, disgusted does Kyle Orton have to be? And Matt Forte, in that 4th down and basically a long one, made it happen. And they were in the backfield. I mean, they were there.
They were all over him, yeah.
Oh, it was terrible. And I just want to comment on how terrible those two players have to feel right now at this time. I'm listening to your comments.
I'm sure even Rasheed Davis, too. Imagine how he feels. I mean, he makes a nice catch, a great catch. Orton had to put that ball, exactly. I mean, there was no room for error. He did do that.
There's any question about the strength of his arm, that should have answered it right there, boy.
Yeah, and Forte, he made a nice run for the touchdown. But when it's all said and done with, when they come back to it, the Bear defense didn't hold. Could not hold. And they should have hold. And so I guarantee you now, like I said before, this is a trend. And they're going to have to start looking at what's going on and what calls are being made at the end of a football game that's been costing the Chicago Bears, basically, this year, 3 games.
That's an excellent point, Doug. It's a trend.
It's a trend. And so something's wrong. And so they're going to have to get after it.
They go to the bend, pray to God defense.
Yeah.
God's got a few more other important things to do.
For sure. There's no question.
Right.
Let's go out to Phil in Arlington Heights. Phil, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I just want to say, for Bears fans, you're the gold standard of post-game commentary. And,
thank you.
Yeah. I just want to say, we could sit here and we can analyze all day what went wrong and this and that, and people are going to say it was the squib pick at the end. But all day long, when Matt Ryan had to make a pass for long yardage, he made the pass. And he didn't have a way to defend that all day, and that's what he did. And when he got the ball back with 11 seconds left, he needed a big pass, and he did it, and that was it. That's what he did all day long.
That's summarizing it, Phil, because you're absolutely correct. And
Phil is correct.
If you take a look at Matt Ryan, his average yardage per attempt, 10.0.
That's unbelievable.
That is Manning. That's above most quarterbacks, to all-stars. 10.0. So that means every time he wanted to throw it, he was going to throw it and be very effective. And that also means the Bears defensively couldn't come up with anything to stop him.
Let us say again, he was a rookie.
Yeah, a rookie yet also on top of that. And you say to yourself, what the hell is that? Let's go out to Michelle in Springfield. Michelle, you're on the score.
Hi there. Great show as always.
What's up, Michelle?
Well, I have a question. In the last few seconds of the game, could Lovie Smith have said something to one of the referees about either doing a booth review or something, since he can't do an official challenge within the 2 minutes of the time that was on the clock? Because us viewers couldn't see the time that was running down. Was there really a second left for them to pull out that last play?
Well, first of all, the coaches can't make any kind of, attempt to review anything in the last 2 minutes. That's got to come from upstairs. But I will guarantee you, I'm not so sure that you can look at that, Ed, as far as when the referee calls it and said, here it is, and we're talking about there's some question there about 2 or 3 seconds. And, guys, I got to be honest with you, I didn't see it. I was just screaming and yelling about certain things I've been seeing on there in that script kick.
Well, apparently we had 2 calls, Doug. There were a couple of times they saw something like that. And so it'll be interesting. I don't know. Let's wait and see if
I'm sure
if in fact that somebody in the Bears organization spotted it, or they're hearing about it now and take a look at it. But again, I tell you what, Michelle, it doesn't mean a diddly damn, because they can take whatever they want, send it in the league office, say, come back and you're right or you're wrong, and thank you very much. Have a nice week.
Maybe if they brought it up right then and there on the field, there could have been a difference. I don't know, but that would have ended the game. If that was a fact, right? Because there was 1 second left on the clock for them to kick the field goal. Michelle, I don't have the answer to that. Now we'll find out more about it in the next couple of days.
You know what the one thing, Doug? Let me just throw something here right now. You know that Lovie Smith called for the squib kick, okay?
Right.
Now, you play 16 games, Doug, and I'd say 99.5% of the times you kick off and everybody gets in their lane. Sometimes they're not going to be in the lanes. They're going to get blocked. These other guys on the other side are paid to do their work too, okay? But wouldn't you be more efficient and have a little bit more confidence in kicking the ball deep and having your team do it, because they do it almost 100% of the time? And then all of a sudden, what you're going to do at the end of the game is call a squib kick, okay?
Ed,
I would be a little leery of that, Doug. Why? I mean, do they practice squib kicks during the week? Yes, they do. But during a game, the mindset is to kick and go get them, stay in your lanes. I would have opted for kicking the ball down the field, telling the guys, stay in your games, and whoever the safety is, you make sure you stay, your 11th guy, you stay behind. I wouldn't have tried the squib kick. That's not second-guessing. And the reason, again, why I would do it, because you don't do it 50% of the time, 75% of the time, almost 99% of the time, you kick the ball deep, and your men go down in their lanes.
Ed, that's a great point.
That's what they do.
If you had a problem with that,
I wouldn't chance it to a squib kick.
If you had a problem kicking off, and you look at your stats and, geez, this team is terrible. The Chicago Bears.
You don't have a problem.
I know. That's why I'm saying, why would you do something like that? You know why? Because Norwood, the play before that ran for 80 yards.
Right.
All right, so it happens.
Then you throw up the surrender flag,
exactly.
Forget about it.
You forget about them, back off and say, now, first of all, you got to get a good squib kick. That's number one. Number two, you got to cover the damn thing. And so I'm saying to myself, and I agree with you 100%.
I think that what I just said, Doug, I'm just sitting there, I'm just thinking about it, and I mean, that thought of squib kicking would never come into my mind.
No.
Because we don't cover it.
And the fact is, you can kick down there. He's kicked all year without a problem.
Right.
Except for one time before that. Now because Norwood hadn't returned, do you think it's going to happen again? Kick the damn ball and cover it. And don't tell me your guys are tired either.
That's playing not to lose, Doug.
That's right.
You can call it any way you want it, but I'll tell you what, you can't play scared to death football in the National Football League. You got 16 damn games to get it done, and you better let go for it.
Let's go out to Chris in Champaign. Chris, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Chris.
Hey, I tell you what. Hey, look, I love you guys. You guys have, I really respect the game and the guys that have made the game what it is. But let me just tell you, I'm not a big Bears fan, but let me just tell you, I listen to all the games and all that. But I know a lot of people have been, complaining about this 2-second, 3-second thing at the end of the game. But if you listen to the game, and I did, I listened to it on 780. About 24 seconds, there was a play at the end of the game there where Kyle Orton rolled out, and he kind of rolled out and kind of scrambled a little bit, threw an incomplete pass. There were 24 seconds, and at the end of that play, there was 23 seconds. And I heard Joniak and Thayer at the end of the game, or during the game, say that play only took a second. And so it's they got their few seconds there, and they got a few extra seconds there, and it was great. If they needed those seconds, that played for them. But when the game came down to the end, everyone's complaining about, a couple seconds, hey, they should have took them off. So it's if it works for us, hey, but if, then they want to complain at the end. The game is what it is, all right? You play it, and things happen, and it's what it is, and it just all comes out in the end, So I haven't heard anyone say, hey, you know what? We got a few extra seconds on that play. But, when we needed those extra seconds, it's oh, man, we got ripped on those.
Chris, if what you're saying is true and what these other two people said is true, that's 3 times that clock was mismanaged, I'm sure.
Somebody should have caught it then, one of the coaches.
Somebody should have caught it.
Yeah,
somebody should have been looking after it if it had just happened one time. And now it's too late, boy. The horses are out. Cattle are out.
Or the cows.
Cattle, Doug.
Cattle?
Oh, cattle, yeah.
I always mix that up, Paul.
No, cattle doesn't.
The horses out of the barn?
Horses are out of the barn.
The cattle's out of the barn?
Cattle are
the
out
dogs
of
are in.
Cattle are out of
ducks left.
The ring, yeah. I don't know. The dog doesn't love you anymore. Whatever the hell it is.
Please, Obradovich, I'm a phone on the score. Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show live. That's right, live at Real Time Sports. Ed and I will be right back. Postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Great food, great sports, and great friends at Finn McCool's Irish Sports Pub. Catch your favorite game at Finn McCool's on Division Street, Chicago, Schaumburg, and downtown Crystal Lake. Check out Finn McCool's, Chicago.com for their daily lineup.
That's
Eddie,
old Freddie Hoffman.
Freddie Hoffman.
Freddie Hoffman.
Well, we're done, Eddie.
Yeah, we're done. And I'll tell you what, this was what a wonderful crowd here. And to our listeners, Doug.
Yeah, we're finished. Put a fork in it. We got to thank you, Dad.
I tell you what.
Right.
Just quickly, thank you to the people and thanks to our listeners. I'll tell you what. God love them. They're the best. They come with some questions, don't they?
We got to thank all our callers for all the questions, all the phone calls, and Ed and I really appreciate it. Our producers, Chris Tannehill, Matt Peoples, and Herb Lawrence back at the station. On-site producer Dave White keeping us together out here. Engineer Nick Hebner keeping us together. Promotions, Maribel Lopez. Ourselves, Jeff Fritz. Our updates with Brian Peru. Up next, Hub's got a lot of stuff he can tell you. Hub Arkish will take your phone calls. So Thank you for calling, and Habarkish is up next.
Starts left, now goes right, now goes back as Rolofsky on the shotgun with 8 on the play clock. 3rd and 7 from his 36. Snap for the throw down the middle. It's intercepted. Mike Brown comes up with it running left. Crowley to the 40 of the Lions. Run in the middle of the field to the 30. He's got an escort. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! 8th of his career. 51-yard. Pick 6. Brownie comes up with a big play, and the Bears are on the board. 3rd down and goal at the Lions 5-yard line, left to right, headed for the south end zone. Hester is right. Forte now empties left side. They slot Booker to the right. 3rd down for Kyle. 4:40 left first quarter, 3-0 Bears. Snap to Orton. Looking to throw his time. Now flush left. He's got it left to the 5. Ball in the air to the goal line. Almost a little taunt to the linebacker, Ryan East, but it's a touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Rudy Johnson alone back. Orlovsky on the takeaway under a blitz by Mike Brown. Stands in, throws left side of the end zone. The pass is caught for a touchdown. Touchdown Detroit, and they expand their lead. Sean McDonald makes the grab on Nathan Basher. 2nd and goal for the 1. Quarterback sneak, Rex Grossman. Did he get in? No indication on the quarterback sneak. Nope. There it is. There it is.
And now, broadcasting live from Hawthorne Racecourse, it's time for the Jiffy Lube postgame show with our 2 legendary Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak making the calls. Welcome to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Stickney. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears, 27. Lions, 23. Bears win.
How about this one, Dougie? How about this game?
Well, you know, Ed, this game... it started out like I thought it was going to be. The Bears go up 10-0. They're playing their football game. I said, this is exactly how we all planned it out. And then the Bears fell asleep. But they came back in the second half. The defense didn't give up any points. The offense started running the football. The bad news, and I don't know the situation with Kyle Orton, what happened, though he did go out of bounds. Somebody landed on his ankle. And,
on his knee, Doug. It was his knee.
You sure it's his knee? I thought it was his ankle.
No, it was a knee. It was
you
a knee.
Sure?
I'm almost positive. No, am I totally sure?
No.
99.9, okay? Is that good enough? Will you buy into that?
I just thought,
will you?
I thought it was his ankle.
No, get the heck out of here. No, it wasn't.
That's my guess. I don't know.
No, I'm telling you it was his knee.
You sure now?
Yes, I am.
You're positive?
I'm close.
Anyway, the Chicago Bears win 27-23, and basically, I'll tell you, not a game that I thought in my mind would be like this. I thought the Bears would come out, take it over, it'd be all over, done with, it'd be run all over everybody. And it started out, though, the way I thought it should because of Mike Brown. Mike Brown, I knew was going to come into this football game smoking, ready to play, because they sort of been keeping him away from the action, kept keeping him back in center field, out of the pictures, so to speak. He starts playing. I mean, he comes up, he makes the first interception. They're coming up, he's in the box, he's blitzing, everything is going well. And the reason why they didn't want him to do all this, obviously, was the fact that they probably thought he might get hurt. Well, that's exactly what happened. I can't blame the Bears for that. I mean, Mike himself had to try to turn himself loose. I don't know what the problem is. They say it's a calf muscle. I'm not quite sure. Then Kyle Orton gets hurt. Greg Grossman comes in, takes his team in the second half. And really, if you want to take a look at the second half, Forte was the guy. All of you who thought Forte couldn't run and said, what's going wrong with Forte? Well, you saw what's wrong with Forte. Nothing. He was out there, and that kid had over, 118 yards or something like that on the ground.
Yeah, we haven't got that.
That one drive that they got to 7 points, he ran it 3 times, he got 40 yards. So that in itself was something good. There was no question about that. Now, where are the Chicago Bears going to go? I thought, the first play, You and I have been talking about 1, Brown playing closer, 2, blitz a little more, and 3, do some stuff, some tricks with the defensive line.
Exactly. And Doug, I've got it right here. I believe the first series was 3rd and 7. And we came with a blitz. That's when Mike had the interception.
Right.
And and the blitz that they came with was the MAC blitz, or the middle linebacker blitz. What they did, they incorporated it with Tommy Harris. They had Tommy Harris knife in across the center, and then Urlacher came around. And basically Tommy Harris really made a heck of a charge, Doug. Lowered his shoulder, came up inside the right offensive guard, drove him right back, and it was a great blitz. And they did that, Doug, I would say probably 4, 5, 6 times.
And they did it with Adonijay. Adonijay did the same thing. All they did was a twist. Instead of doing the twist with the tackle, they did the twist with the middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker, exactly, Doug.
And Urlacher came in, Adonijay went around, and, of course, they started putting more pressure. In the second half, they put more pressure. But I got to tell this to the Chicago Bears. Don't put Mark Anderson in the football game unless it's a passing situation.
Ever again.
When Mark Anderson comes in, they're going to run right at him because he takes that one move. It's to the outside, and it's a pass rush. They kick him out. There's a hole there 5 miles long, and obviously they run the football.
Passing situation, yes, bring him on, okay? But anywhere inkling where it's going to be a run, no, do not send him in the game.
And a lot of other problems, too. I mean, there's no question.
Well, Doug, where was the fire today?
Well,
Doug, it didn't look like they were ready to go today.
The second half, they came around. The first half, they didn't. But
that was a dose of reality. Yeah. They went into halftime. They know they're playing Detroit, the worst team in the National Football League. Defensively, folks, they're last almost in every category of the 32 teams. And we struggled today after a 2-week layoff preparing for Detroit. We're a 4-3 team. We should have never been looking past them to begin with. That's if we were. That's the players and the coaches, because you have the Titans coming in next week. But the fact of the matter is they should have taken care of business. And in that second quarter, we give up 23 points. They went to zone blocking. I'm talking about the Lions. And they blew us off the line of scrimmage. And Kyle Orton going down, and somehow we managed to win the football game. Why? Because I think in the second half, Doug, the critical third downs, our defense stopped them. We got them we got our defense off the field, and Forte ran very hard, knifed through the holes. There was good blocking, a lot of trap blocking by Garza, and it worked. And I tell you what, Doug, we're playing any other team but Detroit.
We lose.
We're 4-4, pal.
Yeah. And this is, I don't know how good the Bears are. This game doesn't tell me anything.
Nothing.
Doesn't
Matter
tell
of fact,
me a damn
it's scary.
thing.
Even though we won, I mean, congratulations to the coaches and the team and ownership. They won it. But, Doug, that was, could you put that under the win and ugly column?
Yes.
So to speak?
Yeah, and the fact is, though, we still put up 27 points. But when you look at it, Hester blowing that return, fumbling the football, that caused, right away, the first play of the series defense, we give up a touchdown. But this game doesn't tell me who we are and what we are. Now, maybe the Tennessee game obviously is going to be the big one that's going to tell. But the idea is still win the football game. But I wanted to win the football game, Ed, and say something definite. Now, the second half,
Doug,
tell me a little bit more about the Bear defense. Yeah. They didn't give up any points. But we're talking about the Detroit Lions here.
Right.
We're not talking about the team, number one team in the NFL, or somebody that's 7-0 or 8-0. We're talking about the Detroit Lions, who are brutal, absolutely brutal.
And playing in our living room, by the way.
Exactly. Eddie, great food, great sports, and great friends at Finn McCool's Irish Sports Pub. Catch your favorite game at Finn McCool's on Division Street, Chicago, Schaumburg, and downtown Crystal Lake. Check out Finn McCool's, Chicago.com for their daily lineup. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's head out to Sean in Oak Lawn. Sean, you're on the score.
Hey, it's Big Doug from Oak Lawn.
What's up, Sean?
Well, you know what? I just saw Grossman came in and took care of business, but Orton's still our guy. Nothing to spread about that, and defense can't pick it up at all. That's all I got to say.
All right, Sean, I don't know exactly what's going on with Kyle Orton. I don't know how bad the injury is. I don't know. I thought it was a knee. I thought it was the ankle. Ed said it was a knee, but whatever it is, the fact is they carried him off in a cart. And usually that's some kind of indication of what's going on here. But Grossman did come in, but still had some of those problems that he normally has, that the balls are batted down. And that's because I don't think he can see. I mean, that's just the point. The fact is he's really not tall enough, and a lot of times it happens to him. But he come up with some plays. He looked cold sometimes better. But don't forget, too, though, he didn't have the football all week to get ready for it. Even though it was 2 weeks preparation, Kyle Orton probably got most of the snaps. I don't know where they're going to go from here. I know, but if Kyle Orton is okay, obviously they'll go back to Kyle Orton. He will be our quarterback. But if he is not okay, Ed, then what choice do you have? You're going to go with Grossman.
Well, there's no other way to go. And I'm going to tell you something. That injury, that didn't look like a put an ice pack on it and maybe take a shot or two during the week. He was in a lot of pain, didn't it? And come back. I think he was in a lot of pain. And I hope I'm wrong, Doug. I hope I'm wrong. But it looked a little bit more serious, I think, because of the weight that the defensive back came down on that knee and forced it back into that position. It looks like something very well could have broke or snapped or popped. And I hope I'm wrong. But we should know here, I assume, within the next hour or so of if there's anything that the Bears can release, obviously. But I tell you what, you got to batten down the hatches now, because if we got Grossman, Doug, the ranks are a little thin there, my friend.
Well, sure, and the fact is, too, we still got Forte. And, again, those of you who doubted Forte and said he's only slipping and he's slipping and he's slipping, he came back. But once again, we're talking about the Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions are brutal.
They're last against the stopping the run.
And everything.
Dead last.
32nd and everything. Defense, everything, the whole 9 yards. So we should have taken advantage of them. We should have beat them up. I mean, this is something, it's not like you took Tennessee and whipped them and slapped them around. This was the Detroit Lions. But we did it in the second half. Okay, fine. Now we'll see what happens. What happens is, of course, of this week, where the Chicago Bears can go from here. But there were some things that happened in that football game just were not good. Now, I will say this. That defense come up with some big plays, and there was none bigger than Stouts coming up with the interception on the goal line. That was huge. He takes the football and takes it and runs it back probably to about the 43-yard line, and then we do something stupid. Well, Donajay gets a penalty for a personal foul, for unsportsmanlike conduct or whatever it was, roughing and whatever, 15 yards. That pushes us back 15 yards. So a lot of things, still are not done here. My biggest concern is this. We had 2 weeks to prepare for this team, Ed.
Yes.
It wasn't like it was, we come up, we played it, and we had 2 weeks to get ready for the Detroit Lions and put our best foot forward. And here's this. We got all our guys back, basically. Basher was back.
Doug.
Basher got beat a couple times.
Doug.
But I don't know.
I'll tell you what.
I didn't see it. Put it that way.
If we'd have been in short numbers at the end of this game, do you think that the press, the local press, the fans, everybody was going after Lovie Smith and his coaching staff?
Well, I think
2 weeks to prepare for the Detroit Lions.
I think
and
they
if they
all
would
got
have came
it.
on the short numbers here,
I think they all would have got it.
Oh, my God.
And the fact is, you're going to say, well, hand it to Marinelli, hand it to Detroit. I don't want to hand them anything. The team is not a good football team. Now, Orlowski made some good throws. But the fact that Bears started out that game, and this is what I wanted to see. They played tighter with the corners in that. They came up. Brown was up. They were playing their football. They were playing their defense.
They blitzed. They camouflaged a little bit. Yes, they did.
Right.
Yes.
But then they fell apart on the run. Now, I don't know what the hell happened there, but like I said, don't ever put Mark Anderson in the game if you think it's not going to be a pass, because you're making a huge mistake, because they're going to run right at the guy. So when it's all said and done with, the Bears come through and win this football game, and I don't know, maybe Ed, you can help me here, but that field was brutal. I mean, it looked like ice skating.
I don't understand.
They were skating all over the damn place out there.
That's supposed to be the super-duper field in all of football.
They said they didn't cover it last night, so in the rain, I don't know, but they were slipping. Everybody was going down. In fact, that extra point was huge.
That's how you get hurt.
Yeah,
on a field like that, my friend.
That extra point that Hansen missed was huge, because now they only had to get a field goal instead of a touchdown at the end of the game.
Exactly. Detroit, you had, Doug, they had Smith. He had 14 rushes for 37 yards for a 2.6-yard average. Johnson, 8 carries, 19 yards for 2.4. Whereas our guy, Forte, I believe, Doug, he had...
he was averaging 6.6 the last time I looked, but I don't know if he ended up that way. And he was coming out, and last I saw, he had 118 yards. Now, he would have got probably more than that, because at the end of the game, he picked up some more.
22 rushes. 22 carries, 126 yards.
Right.
5.7-yard average.
That's not
with the longest
shabby.
of 20 yards or 26 yards.
See, that's not shabby. I mean, that itself is telling you what he is. But again, too, it was against the Detroit Lions. But again, too, he did do it.
Doug, I don't think he would have been the problem. Because if you sit there, so they were blocking up the defensive line. The kid wasn't getting his yardage. But he was catching 3, 4, 5, 6 passes out of the backfield.
Yeah.
And making up for it.
Well, there's no question. That was all. That's logic. We talked about this. It was logical because the fact is, if they're going to come up and try to take the runaway, you pass.
Right.
And the time they came up and tried to play Orton, or Grossman, and they didn't have the guy in the box, we ran the football, and we were successful. That's what you do. I mean, this is not. You don't have to be Einstein to figure this damn thing out.
But I tell you what, you said the thing. You thought you know a little bit more about this team after this game?
I don't.
Now it's a bigger question mark, my friend.
It sure is. Well, Bradovich and Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube post-game show. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Ed and I will be right back.
Forte now empties the backfield left side. Pass over the linebacker. Grossman with an empty set goes back to throw. It holds. Throws over the middle. Caught. Rasheed Davis lunging for the goal line. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Nice throw by Rex there. 3rd down and 8 with 13 minutes left to play. 1 back and 3 receivers. Orlovsky on to take away. Payne blitzing. He's picked up. They throw. It's picked off at the goal line. Stelz running left side. 10, 15, 20. Left sideline 30. Stelz to the 45-yard line. 2nd and 2. Again, the shotgun snap to Orlovsky. Coming clean, the tight end of the 49 of the Bears. Gains to the left side. Puts the ball on the ground. Bears say they've got it. They do. Bears have it. Huge turnover. Gains the tight end. Coughs it up. Lance Briggs recovers the fumble. Snap to Orlovsky. 5 seconds left. Winds up. Throws it deep. Hail Mary pass. Broken up in the end zone. Incomplete. Bears have hung on. And they've knocked off the Lions. Amen. Hallelujah. And Charles Tillman, this one's for you, baby. Fade to black.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number. 312-644-6767. Eddie, if you look at the stats a little bit, first downs, Detroit got 21. The Bears got 18. And the fact that, they had the ball 75 plays, Detroit did. The Bears had 64 plays. Now the final thing is the time of possession. 32 minutes, 11 seconds belong to Detroit. 27 and 49 seconds belong to Chicago. So that in itself tells you that, Detroit had the football a little bit longer, had more plays than the Chicago Bears. And probably the proof of the pudding came from the fact that the first time I think that Detroit punted the football was like in the 3rd quarter with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. And that's the first time they punted the ball. So obviously they were holding on to the football, but the game started out just like everybody thought it would be. They thought this thing was going to be a rout, including myself.
Including me, too? Absolutely. I didn't think, because this team was so bad, Doug.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't stop anybody doing anything. And I'll tell you what, they came into our town, our living room, and they took us all the way down the road, pal.
In the post-game press conference, Lovie Smith said Mike Brown is a day-to-day with a calf injury, and Kyle Orton is also day-to-day with an ankle injury. They'll be evaluated on Monday.
Well, I could swear, Doug, it was his knee.
Yeah.
That's the way when I saw that replay about 4 times, it did look like his knee.
Yeah.
The guy, his weight came down on his knee, so maybe he might have hurt his ankle before that guy, because it looks like that guy didn't hit his knee.
It looked like what he did, he caught his cleats on the other guy, Dwayne White, who jumped on top of him. It looks like he caught his cleats. And I hope it's not broken or anything like that.
Well, let's hope it is something minor, or it was just they didn't want to risk him coming back and let him get a lot of treatment, get a couple shots, and get ready to go for the Titans.
But he looked like he was in a lot of pain.
Yeah, he did.
You can get an ankle injury and still be in a lot of pain, too.
Yes, I understand that.
Let's go out to Nicky in Des Plaines. Nicky on the Score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug and OB?
All right, my friend.
Hey, I don't understand how we prepare for 2 weeks against the Lions. The Lions. And this Bradovich, is he got pictures of Lovie Smith or something? Because he's the worst defensive coordinator. Ted Cottrell got fired for less than this guy. He is the worst defensive coordinator we've had in a long, long time. Wouldn't you agree?
The only thing I can say this about him at this point is the fact that he tried to change some things differently. And he started out the football game, and Ed and I have been talking about this for the last 2 weeks. We thought the defensive backs were playing too deep. We thought they were giving too much of a cushion. We thought Mike Brown was out of the picture. We thought our defensive line wasn't doing enough tricks. Well, the first play, the interception, all those things came into fruition, and they did all of them at one time. So that was a big plus.
But we pointed that out a long time ago. Weeks ago.
But the fact is, though, those guys, Babbage and them, are still under the gun at this point in time because, once again, it was the Detroit Lions. That's what you have to look at. So we'll find out about it when you go against Tennessee. We'll find out what the Bears are really made of. And the fact is, you had your guys come back. Basher came back, who I didn't think played a particularly a good game. And you had some problems back there. But once again, guys like Stouts come up. A young kid makes that interception on the goal line. That was huge. The other big one was talking about Lance Briggs making that tackle and also the fumble recovery on that last drive they tried to make. So there were some things there, but yet again, I'm not happy with what I saw. I mean, that's a fact.
Doug, it just didn't look like they showed. I mean, when I looked, it looked like they were flat to me. I don't know what our listeners thought. The people who were at the game, they just looked flat to me. There was like no sense of urgency. I didn't see. Brian Urlacher is starting to, I'm a big Urlacher fan, and it's starting to puzzle me here, Doug. I'm wondering how healthy he is, because I watch him sometimes when he'll make that lateral run where he's coming real hard, and normally he would crash and run through a blocker or run through the tackler and take him down. Doug, I saw him coming, and he'd hit, and he kind of like he winced a little bit or something. I'm wondering if that neck surgery, or I wonder if he's 100%, because he sure does. As hell doesn't look like the Brian Urlacher when he is in good health. I think there's got to be something wrong with him physically.
Well, the thing is,
he's a lot better football player than he's showing.
I think so too, Ed.
More aggressive than he's showing.
But even that, though, Ed, I think even just though he is the leader of this team. In other words, maybe even be a little more vocal. Remember the Arizona game, how he took it over?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're looking for that here. And you're not seeing it. You're not seeing it. You almost it's like a survival thing. He's trying to get out there and make sure that he just does his job, plays his position, and, nothing happens.
The thing which separated Brian Urlacher, Doug, to me from all the other middle linebackers was his great quickness, but that speed to get out past the ends and run the ball carrier down, Doug, or run a receiver down. If he was dropped in pass coverage, he could do that. I mean, but I don't see it. I just see looks like he's kind of tentative to me.
Well,
I don't know.
He did come up with a big play in that blitz up the middle when he and Lance Briggs, and he got onto the quarterback. He did do that. But let's face it.
You can usually do that when nobody blocks you.
Well, that's it. You're exactly right.
Right.
But let's face facts, and let's be honest about this. You're surely going to have to play a hell of a lot better than you did today, defensively, if you think you're going anywhere. That's a fact.
Well, here we're 5-3 now. We're on top of the division by ourselves, and we've got the Titans coming in, and this game I really expected a heck of a lot more. When you play a team as bad as this, Doug, I'm glad we scored more points than they did, but I'll tell you what, it never should have been this close. Not in the first quarter, second quarter, or even in the fourth quarter. This game should have been a no contest thing for the Bears, and it still brings up a lot of questions, Doug.
Let's go out to Kelly in Bloomington. Kelly on the score with Ed and Doug.
Hey, fellas.
What's up, Cal?
Hey, as a great linebacker, Doug, you got to be a little sick about those guys not stepping up and picking the right holes to step up. But what I really want to talk about is Alex Brown, the best player on the defense, not being there on the field on the last. On that last set of downs.
Series? Let's set it down series. Yeah, go ahead.
Why isn't he out there?
Kelly, first of all, Ed and I talked about this. This was even not on the last series, but it was in the series in the middle of the game or the third quarter or whatever. You're not going to put Mark Anderson out there. You're putting Mark Anderson out there and you're asking for trouble. So I understand they want to get him maybe in the passing situation to give Alex Brown, a little rest and a little blow. But you don't want to. You do not want Mark Anderson out there if a team can run the football, because they're going to take it as soon as they see him on the field.
The light's going to go off, and they're going to fire. They're going to do everything. They're going to go right at him.
Because he's just going to come out with that outside rush. He's going to take himself right out of it. The tackle's going to blow him sideways. They're going to come right up there, and all of a sudden Kevin Smith is running for a lot of yardage. Alex Brown played a pretty good game, but here's the one thing, though, I will say. The Chicago Bears, and Ed, I'm going to address this to you. The Chicago Bears, when you talk about the quarterbacks that can roll out, they're killing us on the rollout. Where's the defensive end? Where's the containment?
Doug, it's just a basic rule when you play at this level. And I mean, college, they have different rules and regulations. But when you play a basic 46 defense, okay, and there aren't any blitzes, any strong or weak side or corner blitzes or whatever have you, more often than not, the defensive end has to go as deep as that quarterback does, okay? And if he rolls away from you, when you pursue him, you go as deep as he is. You don't take an angle and come up at him. You go as deep as he is and come across so he doesn't wheel out and back around you. And that is a rule that's a steadfast rule in this league. You never let the quarterback wheel out around you.
And that's what I saw today a couple times. You can't do that. It's called, containment. It's called working. And sometimes even on
especially when the ball goes away from you, Doug.
You don't do that.
If you've got the backside containment, if it's the running back or a quarterback, you don't take that cutoff angle. You've got whoever's playing inside you. He has that angle. You've got containment coming back to your side. And that's standard football.
I saw Goulier do that on the reverse. He was out there. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
You're standing out there and you're waiting for the play. I mean, that's what you got to do. And that's everybody's got their part for defense to work, all 11 guys. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 27, Lions 23. Give us a call. Let us know what you think.
Second and goal for the one. Quarterback sneak, Rex Grossman. Did he get in? No indication on the quarterback sneak. Nope. There it is. There it is.
It was a big play when we needed to get a touchdown, not a field goal. After that false start, it kind of put us back a little bit. It was just, that was a fun play, I guess.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
That was Rex Grossman talking about him coming in and making some big plays, and he did do that. There's no question. And obviously, Tune didn't probably practice that much as far as a starter. Kyle Orton held that the last 2 weeks. So come in, a couple bad plays, a couple bad throws. But once again, though, the fact is that he did come in there and he held that drive, that one big drive for the 7 points. But a lot of that basically was Forte, what he did. He carried 3 times for 40 yards. And set the Bears up, Ed, and they went back to their running game. They're all critical, every one of them, picking up first downs, too.
Absolutely, and we'll see what happens when they take on the Titans next week, because I'll tell you what, you talk about a huge, massive defensive line and a massive offensive line.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, folks, what do you see the Titans? What do you see what they show up with?
You take a look at the Bears and take a look at the stats, and the passing yardage was only 166, compared to what the Bears were giving up before that. They were in the 200s, so that was better. And obviously, I guess the runs, yardage, what they have?
We ran for 154 yards.
What they have, Ed?
They had 53.
So 53. So you held them to 53 yards rushing.
Right.
You held them to 166 yards passing. What happened? I mean, you take a look at this game.
Doug, they had 200. They had 280 passing, Doug.
280?
Yeah, 280. Yeah, they had.
That was the first half.
Yeah, they had a total of 333 yards for 280 passing. Yeah, absolutely. We had 166 passing.
Yeah. So the fact is, when you take a look at this, did the Bears get better in your mind? Do you think they are a better football club with 2 weeks? Did the defense look better to you? Now, obviously, they were better in the second half. I'm going to tell you why they were better in the second half. Tommy Harris decided to play, and he played in that third quarter. Adonijay played all 4 quarters. Adonijay, I thought, was outstanding.
He hustled well,
worked,
yes.
Hustled, came off the ball, did everything he had to do. And when Tommy Harris is on, when he's playing in that middle, when he's getting that pressure up the middle, changes the whole damn thing. And he did do that in the third quarter.
You know what, Doug? The thing that's been a little puzzling, again, are sacks. And I believe today we had 1 sack.
He slipped them, remember?
Yeah, and that was by Tommy Harris. And again, and one of the things that's bothered me a little bit about is Goulier, our left defensive end, who is a talented pass rusher. He's a talented football player. And so far this year, Doug, I haven't seen him be a difference maker in truly almost any part of any of the games. I don't see him really getting to the passer, putting the pressure on. And what bothers me today, no sacks. He played against a rookie, Doug. He played against a rookie, and the rookie, he had his way with him all day.
You know, you talk about the defensive line, and, I'm an Alex Brown favorite. I like the way that kid plays. I know there's certain times, but you like to have more of a pass rush. But he came from the offside one time and made a tackle, and it was on a third down situation, just closed down real tight. But what happened another time, too, Ed, and you know this as well as I, you have to be in conjunction with your linebacker. Both he and Lance Briggs played the inside. They both come down tight. And then all of a sudden, Kevin Smith runs to the wide, goes outside, and goes for about 14 or 15 yards. So one of them's got to be in the outside. If you tell your end, look, crash down, make that crash, because the linebacker's got to cover for your ass.
Right, Doug.
He's got to play outside.
He has to play outside, but not way outside. Why?
Right.
Because there's a blitz formation, and the only reason why you blitz is to get to the quarterback. That's what basically they thought that they were going to do, but they had to run. Anyways, the two blitzers were inside him. So what Anderson had to do was containment, not bow out and leave an alley we could drive a Mack truck through.
Right.
Okay? And that's something that has to be understood. Talk to him that's basic and simple stuff. Because you're not the main guy. You're maybe the third or fourth guy you might be involved because the blitzers inside of you are the main guys to make the tackle or get it done. Got to be smart enough to understand that.
See, the other thing I like too, Ed, you remember the Lions were coming out. And it was like second down, 2nd and 10. Well, once again, I saw Tillman do the cushion bit, and he ran the slant, and he picked up 7 or 8 yards, right? So now it's third down. The Lions are thinking, hey, hold it. The Bears are stupid. They do this all the time. They give you that cushion. Well, they came back with it, but this time Tillman gets up on the wide receiver, and they go try to do that slant again, and he knocks that baby down. That's when he got hurt. But the fact was, though, now we're seeing a little more of that, a little more being aggressive, more being on top of those wide receivers.
But we're not consistent with it, Doug.
No, not yet. No.
We're just not consistent.
We're seeing some of it, but we're not seeing all of it.
Yeah, and then like our listeners, and they want to know, is it Bob Babbitt's a defensive coordinator, or is it Lovie Smith? Because, again, how do the plans get approved? When it gets all said and done, before they go out to practice, the plan is in, and it's got Lovie Smith's stamp of approval on it, Doug. So... I don't know. Who do you want to blame? Who, whatever. But when they're aggressive, they're good. They make things happen. When they don't,
they don't.
They don't.
Let's go out to Mike on the south side. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB.
What's up, Mike?
Big fan of the show. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm commenting about Bob Babbage. A buddy of mine was saying about him during the game that he's not too sure he's the guy. We're talking about Ron Rivera, and I have to agree with him. I gave benefit of the doubt for this game, making this game being that close against the Lions. That's one of the worst teams in the NFL. I mean, we all know our defense is better than that. I mean, I think, I don't think Babbage is the D coordinator, and I think Lovie Smith should take a preactive role on the defense of maybe calling the plays, because we all know this defense is better than what it showed today.
What do you think, though, Mike, the fact that, that Lovie Smith is a defensive coordinator, that was his baby and his thing? Do you honestly believe that he will give Bob Babbage, to do what he wants to do? Don't you believe that Lovie Smith has something to do with this, or something to do with that defense? The guy's a defensive coordinator, and a good one. I mean, the guy was an outstanding defensive coordinator coming into this. How would it be just Bob Babbage? And that's how I think that Lovie Smith still is a part of this, Ed.
Well, Doug,
think about it.
Listen, I know how things go down, and if it's, when they come through, again, just like I just said, Doug, and whoever they're playing, they get to finalize the game plan, and then they go through with the head coach. He says, yay, nay, take it out, put this in, I want this, and it's always his final stamp of approval.
I think a lot of things would have been accepted today if it was any other team but the Detroit Lions.
Oh, Jesus.
I think that's the problem here, because you're facing a team that's that bad, and you're saying to yourself, wait a minute here, stop yourself. Don't go tapping yourself on the shoulder saying because you won the game 27-23 that you did an outstanding job.
There are more questions are brought up now about how well they were prepared, exactly. and personally how well the players, and seriously, they took this game. I mean, we won it, but I'll tell you what, there was a lot, not too much, not a lot of desirable stuff happened today, Doug.
He's Ed O'Bradovich.
Passing either way.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube post-game show. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Stickney. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, Graham, make sure you take care of Brittany and driving back to Purdue. Be careful.
All right, Mike, Matthew, Mike, Ray, General Ben, John, Michael, Roberto. We promise you when we get back, we'll get right to you guys.
I always thought, odds are I was going to play a little bit, and so we'll see what happens. I never figured that I wasn't going to play at all. Odds are that at least two quarterbacks play some. Especially here in Chicago. During the bye week practices, we split them up pretty good. It's kind of like training camp. It's like a training camp number 2 quarterback. Probably go 6-4-2 with all 3 quarterbacks.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
That was Rex Grossman talking about coming in and playing and being the quarterback. We'll talk to David Schuster coming up a little bit. Maybe ask him what's going on with Kyle Orton, because Rex Grossman may be your quarterback next week against Tennessee. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Stickney. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to David Schuster, the Score Bears repeater. Repeater of the report.
Hey, whatever you want me to be, I'll be.
Well, here's what I want. What's this echo going on?
That I can't tell you.
Okay.
I'm not an engineer. I'm a repeater.
Ah, we got it. I guess the whole thing we want to talk about is Kyle Orton. Mm-hmm. What do you know so far?
Well, obviously the Bears never give away the information exactly what the injury is. You got a better chance of getting the combination of their safe up at Hallis Hall than you do of injuries after a game. So we'll find out officially what the deal is on Monday. But I did talk to Ron Turner literally just moments ago, who told me he talked to Orton, and Orton himself did not think it was that serious. So usually it's the player himself who knows how bad the injury is, and Orton is saying that ankle injury is not that bad, but I'm sure they'll do the MRI and everything else before Monday, and then they'll make the announcement what his status is. Brown had a calf injury. It didn't look that bad from our vantage point. It actually looked like he was walking it off, but then again, we're not the players. I'm certainly not, so I can't tell you how bad it is. Again, the Bears never will release how bad the injury is. Didn't look bad. Didn't look like it was limping that bad, so we'll just have to wait for Monday on him as well, and those are the only injuries that were noted after the game, guys.
Shoots, we come out of this game winning 27-23, but it's a win. We all cherish that. We did win, but there's some parts of this game that still there's a lot of questions about this team, especially on the defense.
Well, there's no question. I'm sitting here wondering which direction are we going to go with this conversation that we're having right now, whether they win or they lose. The bottom line is, yeah, they did win. They came from behind with a scoring drive, and Grossman did lead them to a couple of touchdown drives in that second half. But the defense, especially in that second quarter when they gave up all 23 points, looked bad. And through the game, I was watching the defensive line more than anything else to see how they were faring against Detroit's offensive line. On pass rush, they weren't obviously getting anywhere close to the quarterback most of the game, and on the running plays, even though the linebackers and the safeties were coming up to make a lot of tackles, it just looked like the defensive line was being pushed back by Detroit's offensive line. For me, that's a concern. Yes, you win the game. Yes, you're all alone atop of the NFC North, but obviously there's a lot of things that you can point to that needs a lot of improvement here.
Yet again, you take the third quarter, and all of a sudden it seemed like the reverse. I mean, the second half was the reverse. I don't think Detroit scored in that second half. And the fact is that you saw Tommy Harris really coming to play. I mean, he was out there making some move with Donajay. So, are they turning it off, turning it on? But you're right about that second quarter. The Bears jump on 10-0. I thought, here it goes. This is going to be what everybody expected. They're going to wipe this team right out and going to call it a day. But they fell asleep in that second quarter.
And you know what? Also, I never thought anything of Dan Orlovsky. I never even seen him play literally until today. And then his first couple of passes, he looked like Cade McNown, where he couldn't hit anybody 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. He threw one to Johnson that missed him by 10 yards when he was wide open. But then he finally completed a pass at the beginning of the second quarter, and there was no rush on him whatsoever. He started looking like Steve Young. He was just pinpointing from that point on in the second quarter. He had one point, I think he completed 8 in a row, and he had all 4 on one of his touchdown drives, so he started looking like a decent quarterback. The whole key is, obviously, in any defense, certainly the Bears defense, you got to put pressure on the guy. You got to put him on the ground. You guys know that more than I do. You put him on the ground a couple of times, you make him think a little bit. He's not going to be half the quarterback that he potentially can. They didn't do that in the second quarter. They started doing it a little bit more in the second half, but not enough. They have to do it a lot more.
Well, the good news is people were talking about Forte and how he's slipping and how he's not the running back he was at the beginning of the year. The kid rips off 126 yards, and in fact, that final drive, he had 40 yards and 3 carries. So Forte is the running back for the Chicago Bears, and a damn good one.
And you've always said, both you guys, you've always said, stop the run, be able to run the football. If you can do both those things, you're going to be a winning football program. In the first half, he really didn't do much. I think it was 7 carries, 25 yards. In the second half, 15 carries for over 100 yards in the second half alone. Certainly in that fourth quarter, that offensive line, it was Tate, it was Garza, it was St. Clair, it was Olin. They were opening up some pretty big holes, and the kid had a burst of speed that we didn't see earlier in the game. And they needed it because you really wanted to take the pressure, obviously, off Rex Grossman, not ask him to win the game by himself. He did have a touchdown. He did have an interception, but he had Matt Forte, most importantly, behind him in that second half to run the football, and I think that's what won the game for them.
Well, go ahead. The good news, the Bears 27, the Lions 23, but the bad news, Tennessee next week.
Yeah, but you know what? I think they're going to step up. You know, you guys know you played. Sometimes when the best team came in, certainly with the best record, you stepped up and in class and faced them down. And I got a feeling, I don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be, and I don't know if Mike Brown's going to be back, but something tells me the Bears are going to step up next week. And I'll say this right now, no one will remember it. I think they're going to hand Tennessee a loss here next Sunday.
Well, if you really believe that, huh, David?
Well,
I'll tell you what, David.
Are you smoking that stuff again, David, or what?
David, Dave,
I haven't even been drinking yet.
The only way the Bears are going to have a chance, the only way they're going to have a chance is if they go back to the offensive, and especially the defensive way they played against the Colts and the Philadelphia Eagles. And that's everybody up in that line of scrimmage, whether you blitz it or not, camouflage it, drop back, move people around. That's the only way you're going to beat this team. You sit back and play defense the way we played today and the week before, and it's not going to happen, sir.
Oh, I agree with you. That cover, too, is basically, not covering anybody most of the time, and especially when you don't get any pass rush whatsoever. You couldn't be more right about that, Eddie, but if you're able to run the football, certainly like you did in the fourth quarter, and you can stack the line of scrimmage, as you alluded to, and slow them down. I know they're a tough team. Listen, Fisher is probably one of the best coaches in the NFL right now. Certainly from all his days here as the Bears, he learned what it takes to be a winning football program, but I think something tells me the Bears are going to step up in class next Sunday. We'll wait and see. I could be totally wrong.
Real quickly here.
Yeah.
Forever this game has been won up front. It starts with the offensive and defensive line.
Yep.
Bears probably have their biggest challenge all year coming up this coming Sunday in Soldier Field, and I'm going to tell you what. They got a huge offensive line that are quality players, a huge defensive line that are quality players. We'll see what the Bears are made out of. We hope they can meet the challenge.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. I think they'll step up to the challenge, but you could be right. Maybe they don't, but let's just wait and see.
David, thanks a lot, buddy.
Okay,
thanks, David.
Sure.
David Schuster, the Score Bears beat reporter, and you talk about the Bears, and one thing we're talking about here defensively, and once again, they gave up 280 yards passing, but think about it, only 53 yards rushing. So they handle the run. They're not capable of handling the pass right now. They got to figure it out. If you want to talk about Tennessee, and that is correct. The fact is that they got the best defensive line, I think, in the league. Their offensive line is unbelievable.
Massive.
And what they do is they beat you down. And you can take this to the bank. That Jeff Fisher will come into town and tell his ball players one thing, which they're extremely good at. We will not let the Chicago Bears run the football. So that means whoever that quarterback is, he's going to have to throw the football. Guaranteed, he's not going to let you run the football. That's exactly who he is and what he does, and Tennessee's damn good at doing that.
And I tell you quickly, Doug, what we better do is go back to that no-huddle offense, Doug, and bootleg and roll out.
Hey, why did we do that in the first half, by the way? Why did we do it? We didn't do it at all.
No, we didn't. But I'm going to tell you what, Doug. This is a game where you redefine those situations, those offensive sets in a game against Detroit. Because when the Titans come in here, Doug, and if they think they're going to play football the way they did today,
it'd be a massacre.
Oh, my God.
It won't even be close. Moretti's Restaurante and Pizzeria, your neighborhood sports central with lunch, dinner, delivery, and catering. Home of the $7 16-inch pizza football special. Moretti's in Edison Park, West Loop, Schaumburg, Fox Lake, and Bartlett. Check out Moretti'sChicago.com. We're going to take a break. He's Old Bradovich on Buffon on the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffon.
You got to get your callers, big guy.
Now we'll get to the callers. Sorry, we'll get you Johnny. We'll get you Ray. We'll get you General Ben. John, Michael, Roberto, all of you guys. 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Third down and 8 with 13 minutes left to play. One back and 3 receivers. Orlovsky on the takeaway. Payne blitzing. He's picked up. They throw. It's picked off at the goal line. Stelz running left 5, 10, 15, 20. Left sideline 30. Stelz to the 45-yard line. 2nd and 2. Again, the shotgun snap to Orlovsky. Coming clean. The tight end of the 49 of the Bears. Gains to the left side. Puts the ball on the ground. Bears say they've got it. They go. Bears have it. Huge turnover. Gains the tight end. Cuffs it up. Lance Briggs recovers the fumble.
Second half, though, when we had to shut them out defensively and had to get some points with our offense, we were able to step up.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the first half, which was disastrous, and coming back that second half, what the defense did do, they did shut them out, and they won the football game, but I imagine he's not too happy what happened in that first half. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Stickney. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Be the 67th person to text HAMMER to 67011 and receive an S-Wing Hammer post-game show gift pack. Stop yourself and use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing, made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Go to swing.com for more information. Eddie, let's get out to the phone lines. They are jammed. Let's go out to Clinton in Watsika. Clinton, you're on the Score.
Watsika.
Hey, thanks for having me, folks.
What's up, buddy?
I was calling because, from what I recall at the beginning of the year, they said that Mike Brown was not going to be playing up in the box because every single year he gets injured because he's coming up trying to stop that run. But right in the first quarter, right away, probably 2-3 plays, I'm seeing him up in the box, being the first one hitting the running back, and what do you know? He gets injured.
I got to tell you, Clinton, real simple. I mean, if you can't do it, then you can't play. You can't play exactly that defense the way he was playing it. I know you don't want to get him hurt, but your defense is no good that way. You have to have that free safety. They can come up here and make plays. And Brown wanted to do it. He said it. He knew he wasn't the same ball player by not doing that. And he was playing deep. They were protecting him. So today they took the gloves off. Said, come on in. And he went in. And
Doug, the third play of the game, he
interception.
Came on a corner blitz.
Yeah, blitzing, tackling, doing everything. He got hurt. I understand that. But you're going to have to sooner or later tell the guy that he's going to have to go up there. And Brown wanted to go up there. The next thing you know, he ends up with a calf injury. But I don't think there's any other way. You can't consistently play your free safety that deep. I mean, a lot of times I used to look on television in previous games. I couldn't even see them. They're playing so deep on
Doug,
the
we talked about that.
Yeah,
we talked about that last year.
Yeah.
When you cover, you have certain areas, Clinton, no matter if it's a two-deep zone or a Tampa 2, whatever terminology you want to lose, and everybody that drops back in coverage has a zone, has an area, an imaginary area, and they know exactly where it is that you have to cover. Now, where do you play it? Up in front of your zone, the middle of your zone, and the back of your zone. Unfortunately, our two deep guys, when we go to the Tampa 2, they're playing all the way back. The other people, Doug, we pointed that out last year, beginning of this season, and what did he do? Start peppering the ball up underneath them.
Real easy. The quarterback takes a 1, 2, 3, drop, and there it is.
And now all of a sudden they're finding, oh my God,
what happened?
Yeah, those guys are playing 20-some yards back. Mm-hmm. Well, hell, we pointed that thing out a year ago.
I know. Let's go out to Ray in Rockford. Ray on the Score. It'll be in Doug.
Hey guys, how are you?
What's up, Ray?
Not much. I just wanted to hear about the last call. I mean, I agree with you guys 100%. You can't play conservatively and worrying about injury. But and I guess that caller hadn't been listening during the bye week because I know Brown was talking about being a little more aggressive. And but going to my point, one thing I noticed is the average yards per carry for Matt Forte, a lot of people have been concerned that he hadn't been averaging as much lately. And one thing I can say about Grossman is everybody knows, especially people in the NFC North like Detroit, they know Grossman can throw the deep ball probably better than just about any quarterback in the league. So I wonder, in the second half, if you look at the yards per carry and how Matt Forte just exploded, do you think anything on defense Detroit did they make any adjustments? I couldn't tell. The safeties dropped back deeper to defend, the deep ball or what? Because I don't think it's a coincidence that Forte was able to average, just have that big of a change from not only first half to second half, but also in the last several games, So I just wanted to get your take on that and see if you noticed anything.
Well, what they did, our offensive left guard and left tackle, they took their right defensive tackle, blew him off the line of scrimmage, and it was a trap play. Garza came around, and you know what? And guess what they did? They didn't stop it, so you keep on running it until they stop it. And that's exactly what they did. They double-teamed the tackle, and they came around with the offside guard, and it was a trap play. Whoever was in that hole, Garza took on and moved them out of the way, and then Forte, with that great balance, peripheral vision he's got, he makes things happen.
And, Ray, you're absolutely correct. The fact is they were playing a lot of cover two, meaning there was nobody in the box. And the smartest thing to do when there's nobody in the box, and I'll keep saying this, you run the football, and that's exactly what they did. So they're outside. Maybe they're thinking Grossman's going to go deep. Maybe they're worried about the outside position. I don't know. But there wasn't a guy in the box. As soon as the Bears saw that, they took advantage of it. No guy in the box, we're going to run it. You put him in the box, we're going to throw it. That's exactly what happened. Plus, like Ed said, they got that great blocking from the offensive line.
Yes, they did.
For those guys to break it loose. But when that other guy's not in there, there's no one else to make the tackle. If you make all your blocks, there's no one left to make the tackle. When the guy's standing in the box, there's one guy that is not accounted for, and that's the strong safety. So consequently, what happens is the fact that, they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run it, and Forte did it. And like I said, in the last drive, 40 yards now, this kid had three attempts. And in those 3 attempts, that was a big part of that drive. So you got to do that. Now, the one thing about Rex Grossman, and I'll go back and say it, and I'll keep saying it, is the fact that I still believe, he doesn't have the size for a quarterback. You see that happening when he tries to go to throw, Eddie, he's not tall enough a lot of times. And I see that ball batted right back in his face. And we saw that happen. And, and then you got to say to yourself, okay, fine. Maybe some other things you're going to do, but see, you won't roll him out. They don't do anything like that.
Well, they're going to have to roll.
They don't move the pocket.
He's got to do it, Doug. Let me tell you, if Kyle Orton can roll out and we can put these plays with a no-hurry offense and everything, and Rex Grossman, he's got to be able to do it, Doug. And if he can't, he's playing in the wrong league.
Well,
all right.
There's no question. The thing about it is that if you want to get to Grossman, you put the pressure on, and especially when you try to throw outside sometimes or pressure up the middle, I don't think he can see. And then when he does try to make a normal throw, well, these guys, these are big guns, and their hands are up in the air, and they come up and they block the football.
Doug, you got to move that pocket. I don't care. Detroit, they moved it. Who lets you see it every weekend? You see the National Football League. And you think you're going to come under the center with Grossman for 4 quarters? You're going to win a football game? I don't think so.
Let's go out to, we're going to take a break. Yeah, we're going to take a break. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack. 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Lions. Bears 27, Lions 23. Next week, Tennessee 8-0. Bring them on.
Snap to Orlovsky. 5 seconds left. Winds up, throws it deep. Hail Mary pass broken up in the end zone. Incomplete. Bears have hung on, and they've knocked off the Lions. Amen. Hallelujah. And Charles Tillman, this one's for you, baby. Fade to black.
Well, that's how we're supposed to play. So, in the first half, some of the passes, we can't allow them to catch some of the passes that they did. We're better than that. The second half, that's what you should see from a Chicago Bear defense. I'm proud of our football team for hanging in there and finding a way to win the football game at the end.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Jonick on the call. Joniak, I'm sorry. And also the other thing, that was Lovie Smith, and he's proud of his football club, and that because of the second half, not the first half. He's proud of the way they played to the second half. This is the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Our phone number, Obradovich Amba phone, 312-644-6767. And Ed, I haven't been looking through the stats and seeing about the tackles and all that. But it is, I don't know. These are stats that come after the game. This is what we get. And I'm looking at Urlacher. It said he had 3 tackles and 0 assists.
3 tackles, 0 assists, right.
The assist is the one that bothers me. In other words, when you're playing middle linebacker, you should have assists. But again, too, they had Lance Briggs with 9 tackles with 0 assists also. So
Graham,
really,
6 tackles with 2 assists.
Right. So I don't know. But you know, I think the Lions only had, 56 yards rushing? Or what did they have rushing? 53, 56, something like that. So they didn't have many yards. But you would expect more assists out of our linebackers, both linebackers, and Briggs, and also Urlacher. But a lot of times, too, when you get these stats, a lot of times they don't know what an assist is. Let's go out to Gentle Ben in Portage, Wisconsin. Gentle Ben, you're on the Score.
Ben.
Show so far. All right. You know, the thing is kind of weird. Is like it seems like the defense is almost kind of lackadaisical and counting on the options that they haven't really seen before. You know, and it almost seems like psychologically Grossman comes in after Orton gets hurt and they're thinking, oh, crap, we're going to get a bunch of turnovers. Now we better step it up. So what I want to know is how do we start with that intensity immediately at Tennessee with Tennessee next week, you know, because we can't keep getting Orton hurt each week for the defense to show up. So let me know what you think.
Ben, we started that way. I mean, we started out that way. The third play of the first series for Detroit Lions, Mike Brown makes a
corner
interception.
blitz.
We had a corner blitz on. We had blitz that we were going after him. I said, here it is. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. In fact, the first offense, the first 2 possessions, we had scored 10 points. You would think that would be enough for a defense to get fired up and say, okay, now let's finish him off. Well, the reverse happened. They go and score 23 straight points. How in the hell does that happen? Then I know you come back in the third quarter and you play a hell of a lot better. There's no question we shut them out in the third and fourth quarter or the second half. But we were right on top of them. We were right there. I mean, they started out and I said, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at the Bears. This is what we do best. Brownie now is coming up. He's being a part of the whole situation. He's going to play. He's going to be up there. And he was doing all that. Well, then he ends up getting hurt. Backs out. But I got to tell you, that Stelz made one of the biggest plays that I've seen in a long time for the Chicago Bears with that interception near that goal line. Because if he doesn't make that play, there's going to be a lot of problems if Detroit went on to score.
This would have really been an ugly show.
Oh, please. Stop yourself. You and I both have been going crazy.
Yeah.
William in Iowa City, you're on the Score with Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone.
Hey, thanks for having me on, and I love you guys. So keep up the great work. And, well, I just wanted to give a shout-out to Garrett Wolf, because every game I watch, he's just all over the field on special teams. It seems like he makes tons of tackles, and I just want to know if there's any way to get him more active in the game. I feel like he's sitting and making tackles and just doing the best he can, and he's barely even noticed or talked about. So I'll get your take on Garrett Wolf, maybe even trying to work him into a nickel package or something. Thanks.
You know, William, I admire Garrett Wolf for what he's doing. The fact is, you know, when he first got here, he was thinking about he would be the back to come in, the change-up back, the guy to use with third down or give Matt Forte a rest. They actually got Kevin Jones in that position, and what they did with Garrett Wolf said, okay, fine, you go to special teams. Most guys will just sit, pout, and say, oh,
right,
yeah, right.
Exactly.
You know, here I am, they put me on special teams. This kid is really hustling. He's working hard. He's playing those runs. He's going after people, tackling people. And he's not a very big kid. This is not a big guy. But he's in there, and he's putting his head in there, and he's making those tackles.
Yeah, William, I think if we ran a two-back system, instead of maybe just basically we've got the one featured back and we've got McKee, all he does is block. It's like he's like a third offensive guard. But I think if you had a two-back system, if we ever went with it, I think you might see more of him. You would see more of him in a two-back system, maybe like in motion, you know, going out into the flats, et cetera, et cetera. But since we run a one-back system with Forte and we have a big tank up there blocking for him, I think you very seldom see him. If you do, it might be in some some phenomenal wide-out passing situation,
right,
that's where you probably might see him. But you really won't see him on offense.
Let's go out to John and McHenry. John, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to vent a little bit. Today, as far as I'm concerned, was a loss. It was as good as a loss. Really nothing to get excited about here, as other than Orton and Matt Forte if your defense doesn't play well. And I get a kick out of people that call in and they're bad-mouthing Babbage. Now, Babbage is no prize, but this defense is just a direct indictment on Lovie Smith. I can go back to the...
You okay, John?
Johnny.
Oh, he's gone. Well, he's talking about Lovie Smith, but there's no question.
I think, would you say he was maybe gone back to the Super Bowl game?
Well, probably you might say that. They're back to, they try to blame that on Rivera, but then whatever it is, Lovie Smith is involved with his defense. If you don't think that, then there's something wrong with you. The guy was a defensive coordinator before he got here. He was the number one guy, and he's looking into that defense. I mean, it's impossible to say that Bob Babbage is doing all this and calling all this. What happened was somebody did something to that defense in the second half. Tommy Harris started to play football in the third quarter. I mean, I saw that. The first two quarters, you couldn't find him. And the fact was the defense started out good, but Mike Brown got hurt. He got knocked out, so all of a sudden I thought they were trying to be more aggressive. But, yeah, I won't go as far as what you said about I would rather have lost and is a loss to me. No, I can't buy into that. It's football. And the fact is, if you can come back and still make that move, and after you're down, and all of a sudden you come back and win a football game, that says something for you as an individual and as a team. But it also says to me there's a lot of questions that are not answered. There's a lot of questions about this team that will have to be answered. And I think a lot of these questions will be answered when they play Tennessee. Let's go out to Roberto in Homer Glen. Roberto, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Love your show. A couple of things. This coaching staff constantly shoots itself in the foot and loses games in the late fourth quarter. And the players also need to use their heads a little bit better, too. With 3 minutes and 58 seconds left, when the Detroit punted the ball to Hester, he should have called a fair catch for that ball. The punt was great. It was high. There was good coverage. And if he'd have turned that ball over, we were winning by 4. We weren't losing by 4. So possession was key. And then we get the ball twice with 3 minutes and 58 seconds left. We couldn't run the clock out. We got possession of the ball twice. The coaching staff just, they didn't run the ball. They tried to throw it, and we didn't burn up the clock. It was ridiculous.
And I'll tell you how lucky we were, too. And I'm going to tell you this, Roberto. And Brad Maynard, of all people, right at that particular time that you're talking about, he comes in, they stop us. He comes in and shanks the punt 12 yards.
At a 42-yard line.
At a 42-yard line with 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go. Unbelievable.
Roberto, that's a great point. It's an outstanding point. The fact is that when you get an opportunity, maybe you won't do it the first time. You got 3 minutes and 58 seconds, but you got a second shot at it, and you don't kill the clock. There's something to that. Now, I don't know what. The one time they went deep to Olsen, and I didn't cut. It's okay, fine. I mean, he tried to surprise him. That was, and if the pass would have been good, he probably would have made the reception. It would have been a big play. It did not happen, so we had to force us to punt. But you had a second time to do it, and that's when you have to try to route these guys out. And that Detroit's going to stack up. I mean, they're going to stack up in the run. And again, too, you might have to try to throw the football. But the fact is, though, when you did do that, when he did go to Olsen on third down long, incomplete stops the clock. So if the other way, if you're running it and they do still stop you, the clock is still going. So that's a good point, Roberto. You got 3 minutes and 58 seconds, whatever it was, and you got the football twice on your offense, you should be able to really run that thing down. Let's go out to Jeffrey in Oswego. Jeffrey on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, fellas. First-time caller for your show. Great. I want to make a point about the quarterback situation. We finally get a quarterback who I think is probably a premier guy since, if you want to call it bona fide quarterback, in Jim McMahon. And McMahon played hurt. But Orton, to me, I liked him when they drafted him. Then we get this 99 falls on him, and we get a bad break. And I didn't hear what the outcome was for his knee or ankle or whatever it might have been. But I just can't believe how the city of Chicago can't get a quarterback to where we can just hang our hat on this is the guy. And here we are. Now we got to go back to Grossman. I never was a fan of Grossman. I know there's a lot of players, fans that are out there that want to see Grossman succeed. But in the end, the guy that we need is Orton. And at 6'3" or 6'4", whatever his height is, we can't get this thing right. But anyway, I know you guys are big promoters of it, and I just want to hear your comments on the thing. I hope the guy ends up being right for the city of Chicago, because this thing is who we need to have. And the other thing I want to say about it, Ed, I know a good friend of yours. His name's Joe Rutkins, and I know him from way back. I'm from LaSalle, Peru area too, but I live in Oswego. But anyway, I'm going to hang up, listen to your comments, and thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Joe was an All-American in Illinois. As a matter of fact, Joe played defensive tackle for the Redskins. Same year as I was down at Illinois, and he was the third player chosen in the draft, Doug. Back in the day, third player chosen.
At Illinois?
He went to Illinois. He's got an S on the end, doesn't it? I-L-L-I-N-I.
We used to do that to Butkus all the time. Illinois?
Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois, you know. O.B. and Dick Butkus, obviously both from the University of Illinois.
That's it.
Pretty damn good,
Fighting Illini. I'll tell you what, I think this guy Zook is going to zook them all and bring them back.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Ed and I will be right back.
Third down and goal at the Lion 5-yard line, left to right, headed toward the south end zone. Hester is right. Forte now empties left side. They slot Booker to the right. Third down for Kyle. 4:40 left first quarter, 3-0 Bears. Snap to Orton. Looking to throw his time. Now flush left. He's got it left to the 5. Ball in the air to the goal line. Almost a little taunt to the linebacker, Ryan East, but it's a touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Olsen in there with Hester to the right. Booker and Davis to the left side. Lions load up the line of scrimmage. Third down and 2 from his 35. Orton, the shotgun snap. Here comes White getting past Beekman. Orton shoves himself out of the way, runs right, breaks the tackle of DeVries, tries to run to the first down, but he's going to fall short. He's shoved out of bounds, and he is not giving up.
Our starter went down with an injury. That's never good. But, you know, our other two quarterbacks, Rex came in today and led us to a big win. And Caleb Haney did a lot of good things when he was there. But I'm still hopeful that Kyle will be able to come back soon.
And now, back to Doug and O.B. with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Jiffy Lube postgame show. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Michael in Green Bay. Michael, you're on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's a great day. The Packers lost and the Bears won. So.
And you live in Green Bay, don't you, Mike?
Yeah, it's brutal, but...
It's got to be brutal, buddy.
It is. I think the personality of the team changes, though, when Rex is in. And this is where I'm confused, because our personality is just so schizophrenic. We have a running team, and then all of a sudden Rex comes in. He goes deep. It opens it up. Our defense comes in and plays great in the second half. What is going on with this team? Why are we so all over the board?
Well, I got to tell you, don't put stock in the fact that just because Rex came in the second half that the defense went out and played. You know, I don't buy into that whatsoever. You know, there's no question about it. Part of that reason was obviously that Forte took over that football game in the second half. The defense finally started to get some play out of their defensive line, and one guy was Tommy Harris. Now, Donajay played that whole game, I thought, outstanding, going after the quarterback and making some moves. But just because Rex came in, don't feel that the defense got stronger. The fact is Forte got stronger, and they were playing some defenses to cover too, so the Bears took advantage of it. I thought Rex did a good job coming off the bench and doing what he had to do to move the football, being it handed off or make some pass plays. But a lot of times, he looked a little rusty. Other times, he hit some nice passes. But the fact is, if I had to take a guess at this, and I don't know if you guys saw the same thing I saw, but it doesn't look like to me that Kyle Orton will be the quarterback next week. I don't know. It looked like he was in a lot of pain. It looked like that ankle was, maybe you can get a severe sprain, but it may be the fact it could be Rex. So they got to go back to that. And then once again, they have to go back to their defense. And they have to go back to their running game. And they have to go back getting certain plays, short yardage plays, play action plays. Rex is the best at play action plays. That's what he does the best. So all you can do right now is, first of all, let me say this. You got to expect Rex to be in there one time or another during the course of this year. Very few quarterbacks go and take all 16 games. So you knew he had to be in there and had to be to play. Now, I heard Rex say this, which I think is a tribute to the Chicago Bears, that during the bye week, they split it up pretty good with the quarterbacks each taking, a good number of passing attempts. Usually that doesn't happen. But it sounded like, they said, fine, okay, Rex, you'll take so many, and they gave him enough reps that when he did go in there, that he did a decent job. Now, what's going to happen down the line, I don't know. But I think what we're looking at here is the fact that, okay, fine. If we can't run it, can Rex throw it against Tennessee? Because here's what's going to happen. Tennessee will not let you run the football.
Well, I tell you, what should have happened in this game, Doug, is that it should have been Forte all 4 quarters. Okay, I mean, they are dead last in stopping the run. And Forte only had 7 touches. He rushed the ball 7 times for 25 the first half. He wound up with 22 for 126 yards, Doug. So only had 14 more carries. They were in the second half. Against a team like Detroit, you should have set the tone in the first half, run the ball, ram it down their throat, and then wind up with the passing. We didn't do it. He just touched the ball 7 times.
I guess what happened, Ed, they started doing the same thing, though. They started taking what the defense gives you, and then when they saw, like I said, when they saw the guy in the box, they threw it.
Doug, this game shouldn't have been a contest.
Oh, no, I agree 100%.
If you and I believe we think the Bears are a little better than what they showed today, this should not have been a contest.
There's no question about it.
My Lord.
The Washington Redskins said the same damn thing last week. The Washington Redskins let the Detroit Lions get on top of them 10-6. They fell asleep also. What is it when you fall asleep? These are good teams. The Redskins are a good team. Why do you fall asleep? How did the Bears fall asleep after going up 10-0? They shouldn't fall asleep.
You got to take a look at the coaches then, my friend.
Well, that's right.
Who the hell has 2 weeks to get this team ready? And then you're going to put it while the players didn't?
Right.
Sure, the players, to me, they didn't show a lot of fire, Doug. I just didn't see them. They were like they were going through the motions. Okay?
You expected more defensively.
But when it boils down to it, my friend, 2 weeks to get ready, that falls right on the coach's head. You got to have these kids ready. You got to see it in practice for 2 weeks while the tempo's going in practice. If it's not, you got to kick it up.
Let me say this, Ed. Let's see how they get them ready for Tennessee when Tennessee comes up here. Let's see what they do there. I mean, when you're going to go out there, that game is going to be a lot different than the Lions because they could take your life. I mean, they beat the hell out of you.
I want them defensively to be just like they played against the Colts and the Eagles, and that's what I want to see against the Titans.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767.
One little thing here, just before we break quickly. Marcus, the candy we're eating here, Doug, I'll tell you what. They're homemade candies. They're in Palatine.
Sugar-free, though.
Yeah, we're eating sugar-free.
Yeah, right.
But Marcus, my friend Mark, what a great family. The best chocolate around town.
It's outstanding. It
yes,
really
it
is. And Ed knows where to get it.
Marcus.
Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We will be right back.
Third down and 8 with 13 minutes left to play. 1 back and 3 receivers. Orlovsky on the takeaway. Payne blitzing. He's picked up. They throw. It's picked off at the goal line. Still running left 5, 10, 15, 20. Left sideline 30. Still to the 45-yard line.
You know, you just practice every day for an opportunity like that. You know, if something ever happens to Michael Kevin, you want to be able to step in and make plays, and you want the front seven, you know, tonight you look back and realize that something changed. And, you know, each week we practice like that, you know, so when a guy was saying step up. I think they went, you know, 2-by-2, 2 receivers on both sides, and I was in the middle field coverage, and I think he pump faked to my right, and I don't know how much I took the pump fake, and he just kind of came back and threw in his blind, you know, trying to hit, you know, a receiver up the seam, and just having to get a good break on him.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and Craig Stelz, a great interception, which really turned the football game, I think, around. But the only bad part of that thing was, he ran it back to the 45, and then we get a personal foul on the Donajay, which costs us 15 yards and pushes back. You just can't do that in that kind of situation. He'd been great spot at the 45-yard line. But, Ed, I wanted to ask you about something real quick. Hester, we saw him make that fumble. What do you see? Do you see anything different? You're talking about, in his returns, and it's, I don't know, it just doesn't feel the same.
Yes. Do I see anything
You're
different?
Right, yeah.
If you take his films from a couple years ago, Doug, okay, and on his punt returns, and especially his kickoff returns, and watch with the conviction and the speed. As soon as he caught that ball, he made where he was going to go pretty much, and he was in fifth gear. He was flying. Now, when you see it, you see him hesitating, you see him steering a little bit, and you don't see him with that great burst of speed. It's there, Doug. That's what I see. I don't see that burst of speed. I don't see that dedicated route that he takes, and his speed, he just makes people miss. Now I see him a little hesitant, a little picky-unishy kind of, so to speak, but I don't see that burst of speed that he had when he first came up.
Ed, that's a great point, because basically I think that's what's happening. And then you remember the fumble.
It's not there,
remember the fumble he made?
Yeah.
He come in and he started dancing. He danced to the left, danced to the right. When you do that, you set yourself up. You stand there, and somebody comes in and knocks the football out. Normally, he's on the move. He's taking off. He's doing something.
Absolutely.
And he's making those decisions by instinct, by moving. Sometimes now it's just like he's trying to find a spot to run to. But, he was basically better when he hit it 100 miles an hour. Then made his decision.
He didn't care. He dropped it from first to fifth gear
and took off.
In half a second and was gone. Yeah. And that was the difference. And that is the difference, Doug. You don't see that now.
Let's go out to Tennessee Ernie in Wakanda. Tennessee Ernie, what's up, buddy?
Guys, I'm certainly not a football expert, but my wife and I are watching the game. I've watched the Bears all season. And the fact that Urlacher never rushes the passer anymore, he's constantly covering short passes. I can't believe what the devil, the defensive coach, why they've got one of the best linebackers in the league, and they're not utilizing him. Is it me, or am I nuts?
Well, no, you might be a little nuts, Ernie. I'm not sure.
No, you're not, Ernie. You're not nuts.
Well, I saw Urlacher going today.
Well, he
went today. Let's be honest about it.
But I think what he's talking about, Doug, is that you don't see enough of it.
Well, maybe, but he was going today, and I saw him many times. In fact, that we talked about the first interception.
Blitzes with the defensive linemen.
Yeah, making the crosses and doing all that. But, Ernie, the one thing is for sure, though, Ed and I talked about this. We love the guy. There's no question about it. But I take a look at the stats. He had 3 tackles and 0 assists. So, it's a middle linebacker. I don't know if these stats or who chalked up these stats, and probably when the coaches look at it, it's different. But, it's not the same Brian Urlacher you saw a couple years ago. And that's just probably what happens. But the fact is, on that cover 2, that's probably why he doesn't like it. And they play about 34% of the time. This kid's got to get deep, and he's got to go deep, and he's got the deep middle.
So does Lance Briggs. Dellamire, that's what they do. They just drop back.
And they shoot the little one underneath, or they hit the outside.
Run the ball, or they shoot it up underneath, all right? Because it's all predicated on a 4-down lineman getting there, and a push up front by especially like with Warren Sapp. When it was at Tampa Bay, nobody could block him for about 7 or 8 years. It was a hell of a defense. Not today.
Yeah, and that defense also is predicated when you play it on the strong safety. And Jim Lynch, when he played,
take your head off.
Take your head right off. Now, the fact was that's what Mike Brown started to do at the beginning of the game.
But he can't. He gets hurt.
Exactly. I saw the difference. I saw the damn difference. You and I both saw it. We both were talking about it. He went up into it. He started getting up there. The interception, if it had been any other time, he'd have been back. He wouldn't have got that interception.
Absolutely.
He just would have tagged him down. He started coming up there. They put him on the blitz, like you said.
Do you think, just wonder if he might have went to Babbage or went to Lovey and said, hey.
He did.
I got people.
I guarantee he did.
What? People are starting to look at me. I'm sitting here playing back. I'm playing in back of the zone.
Right.
And I'm an aggressive player. You got me playing back. Now people are taking pop shots at me. and that's not Mike Brown. Mike Brown is somebody that's aggressive or whatever. I'm just guessing here.
Yeah.
I think he might have done that.
It's a great guess. I'm going to tell you why that was a great guess. I saw a quote that he made in the paper, and he said, I am not playing the way I'm supposed to be playing. He said, you're going to see a different Mike Brown this week, talking about the game. He says,
I think he must have instigated the conversation.
Exactly. And what happened was he said, okay, fine, enough's enough. I got to get in there and mix it up. And he started out that way, and that's why the Bears jumped on top, got the interception. They were going good.
Right.
Then bingo, out he goes. Let's go out to Frank and Lombard. Frank on the score.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. How you guys doing?
What's up, Frankie?
All right, Frank.
You know what? I could not agree with you more, and I pointed this out to my brother a couple of weeks ago. Devin Hester, and you guys can relate to this. Anytime an athlete starts putting a lot of pressure on himself and he wants to try and dictate what he wants to do, he becomes mechanical instead of playing instinctively. And that's exactly what Hester's doing. He's trying to pick his spots instead of just going and letting the flow and let the game come to him. He's trying to make things happen instead of just letting things happen. Do you agree with that or not?
Right. You're 100% right.
And he did it with his speed, Frank.
Right.
Yep.
And I don't know why that happens to return guys. I've seen it happen to everybody I know except for Gail Sayers. Gail never did. I mean, Gail did the same thing all the time. But you're right. All of a sudden now, all the things you did do before in the past, and all of a sudden now you want to try to do something different.
But here's one of the things, too, Frank. You wonder how much, Frank and our listeners out there, how much of switching him to being the wideout
receiver,
the wideout receiver, how much has that affected what he does there? I mean, does it affect him a little bit? Not at all, or whatever? I think it seems to affect him somewhere along the line because, again, Doug, and not to talk in circles here, but what you said to me was, what's the difference between them? It's speed, man. He'd get it and he'd go. Man, he was gone. Now, you don't see that, Doug.
He made some nice plays today on catching the football. There's no question
and he will
about
because he has the talent.
Right.
But if you're asking me the single biggest difference, that's what it is.
Yeah. There's no question about it. I mean, you take a look at it and you see it now. Sometimes injury causes that, but the fact is he's still running the wide receiver spot, coming off the line of scrimmage and making those plays. I don't know. I mean, again, I guess the expectations are really so high with him. Maybe he thinks in the back of his mind every play's got to be that way. But the fact is, Doug, run up in there.
Let me tell you something. If they're going to utilize him, what does he have? He's got speed. When do you ever see him on a fly pattern or a deep post pattern?
No.
Or a corner route? Do you ever?
Now, did you see the one play where you thought and I thought?
Now, if he's got the burning speed we think he has, why the hell don't you try to attempt that?
Right. Did you remember the punt return? I thought he was going on that one. You want to?
Yeah.
I never would have caught a guy would have caught him like that from behind.
Right.
Remember he grabbed him around and got the horse collar?
Yeah,
on top of him?
Right. I didn't think it was a horse collar because I think he
grabbed
had a handful of shirt there, Doug.
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
But normally, that kind of thing, and you're talking about that split second, taking off and going, that's exactly what he does. Let's go to Hoops in St. Charles. Hoops on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, it's Sean. Hey, listen, great comments on Devin. That's just outstanding insight on your part. Hey, listen, my question is this. Do you think there's going to be a difference in Rex's ability to throw the ball based on the fact that we now have a running game, which we didn't have last year? I mean, let's face it, Cedric did not fill the void, and now we've got Matt, and I think that makes for a better quarterback. I'm not saying his accuracy is the best or his precision is the best in the league, but you know what? I think we got to be fairly optimistic about the fact that the guy's going to be able to put the ball in play with a better running game. What do you guys think?
That's going to help. Every quarterback is helped by that running game. If you got a guy who can run the football like Forte, it certainly is going to help Rex Grossman. And I think it helps him more in the fact that Rex is the best. He is at his best when he does play action. When he puts it in there, pulls it out, then everybody piles up, and now he steps back away from the pile, and he can see the whole field. I still contend that Rex Grossman is not tall enough, but the fact is there's ways of getting around that.
Here's Sean. Sean, when Rex comes in at quarterback, and when you've seen him with Orton, we've gone from a no-huddle offense, a hurry-up offense, we've gone to a shotgun, and we've bootlegged a lot with him. Okay, have we really seen that with Rex Grossman? A couple of times, maybe, but not a whole lot. And I'm going to tell you what, if Rex Grossman is going to be our quarterback and they come from him under center for 4 quarters and we're going to run an offense that way, it's not going to happen, Sean. They'll come after him and they'll crush him. They'll crush our offense.
Eddie, great food, great sports, and great friends at Finn McCool's Irish Sports Pub. Catch your favorite game at Finn McCool's on Division Street, Chicago, Schaumburg, and downtown Crystal Lake. Check out Finn McCool's, Chicago.com for their daily lineup.
That's Freddie Hoffman.
Is that Freddie Hoffman?
That's Freddie. Nobody does it better than him. Nobody.
He's been doing it a long time.
Has.
This is the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Stickney. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Out. Here comes the blitz. Wilson throws. Complete. Touchdown. Rasheed Davis. Wilson. The ball headed up in the air, and it is caught. Intercepted by the Lions. Dwayne White with the interception. 3 tight ends in again. Quarterback sneak. No signal yet. Touchdown. Orlovsky gets time. Goes short to Michael Gaines. Pulls his way forward. He lost the football. Bears have it. Lance Briggs recovers. It's Stelz, Urlacher, and Payne that are back deep right at the goal line. Here it is. Orlovsky throwing it up for Calvin Johnson, and it's batted away. And the Bears win it, 27-23.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of Fox TV. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack, and it's beautiful here. If you love to bet on horses and think you have a good shot at it, what a great spot to come and just watch the races. It's just outstanding here. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Ed, real quick question about the defensive line.
Yes.
We saw them doing a little more twists and turns than they have done in the past.
Especially with the blitzing linebackers.
With the blitzing linebackers.
Yes.
But a lot of times, too, I saw them when they were trying to do it with the defensive end and the tackles. A lot of times it was too slow. The defensive tackle trying to get outside possibly just wasn't quick enough to do that. If it's not quick enough, then sometimes you get lost in the shuffle on that deal.
Well, you mean what can they do different?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Well,
do it with the linebackers, like you said. I mean, that's one way to do it.
That's one way to do it. And also another way of doing it, Doug, is shifting to the stronger to the weak side. Go to an odd set and run your trick.
The 56, 54?
That's right. Go to an odd set and then run your tricks.
Right.
Because a lot of times, then if you're not up on the guard and you're up, your nose up on the center, you know, who's going to take what guy, which guy's going to go which way. So what you do, you put a guessing game in the offensive lineman's heads, who has to take who. So that's one way of beating is shift it to an odd or to a stronger and odd line. And also, Doug, you can go what they call a lecture or Rex change where the defensive end goes first. He knifes in through the 2 or 3 gap, and then the tackle goes around.
Yeah, I can tell you,
but the best way to do it, Doug, would be overshift the line.
Yeah, and I think that's the point you have to do in the National Football League. I mean, it's not...
Doug, if it's not doing what the hell in the standard 46, then you got try it.
There are a few guys can line up like that. Maybe the Tennessee Titans can do that, where they just line up in 4 guys, or maybe a couple other teams. But I'll tell you, basically, trickery and deceit. The old trickery and deceit.
Right.
Let's go out to Ramlin Rob in Rockford. Ramlin Rob, you're on the Score.
Pleasure to talk to you guys again.
What's up,
Bobby? Say that, hey, I've always been a Rex Grossman supporter, but I will say that I've been excited about the evolution of Kyle Orton, and I thought it was a shame to see him go down today. That being said, all Rex has done is come back after rehab to try to play in the NFL, and the hatred of the kid, it's been pretty tough. If it does come down to the fact that he has to play, let's give him the support. I love to see Kyle Orton finish up the season, but like I said, if it does not happen, let's give Rex the support.
Rob, you're absolutely 100% right, buddy. That's the way it should be. And nothing against Grossman, because Grossman's a gamer. You get out there and you get the best what he has. Now, I understand a lot of times they said, well, the fact that maybe physically doesn't have what he needs. But that kid's a gamer. He's still got a strong arm. And certainly, if he is the starting quarterback, you certainly get behind him. I don't know what's going on with Kyle Orton. We don't know how serious the ankle is. But all I know is the fact that he was in a lot of pain. Now, he claims he figures it's not. But they won't know until they take an X-ray of it, maybe an MRI. But it could be enough, a severe sprain, where, Ed, he can't practice all week and can't play.
That very well could be, and I'll guarantee you all 50-some-odd guys will be behind Rex Grossman.
There's no question
Believe me, they
about
will, Rob.
Yep. Let's go out to Miguel in South Beloit. Miguel.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, this game, I knew I was scared coming into it, nervous about coming off a bye week and everything. But, this Bears defense and this front four not getting any penetration. And then all of a sudden there's, we're playing that Lovey cover 2 again. And we allowed the Detroit Lions, for Pete's sake, to, score, 20-some points unanswered?
23 points in 15 minutes.
Yeah. And why, I don't know. I mean, take a look at this. How can you shut a team down in the third and fourth quarter and then all of a sudden go on, a dry spell where a team scores 23 points against you when you're leading 10-0, when you're on top of it? That's the time you really feel like you're going to put somebody away, that something's going to happen. But it didn't happen. There's no question about it. So we'll see. I mean, the fact is, the good news is the Bears won. The good news is the Bears defense in the second half, came alive and didn't give up any points. The bad news is, once again, we gave 280 yards passing. And the bad news is in the first quarter, like you said, in the first half, we gave up 23 points unanswered. So there's somewhere along the line, they have to get something done right. Because now we're getting in the thick of things. Now when we start playing teams like Tennessee and we get into Green Bay and stuff like that, we certainly got to be a lot better than we are today.
Right, we got to play Green Bay twice, so it'll be a pretty good back half of the season.
Let's go out to Butch in Freeport. Butch on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you guys doing?
All right,
Butch.
I was calling about, everybody talk about the coaches being wrong. That may be true, but I'm thinking, what about the players? Sometimes they just get beat. I don't know. Urlacher's invisible sometimes, and the defensive line, you can't show up. But sometimes they got to rely on themselves to get it done. You know what I mean? I'll hang up and let's see your answer. You have a great show, guys. Thanks.
Well, Butch, let me tell you something. Especially in this day and age in football, you talk about, and it's all because of the monies that are involved. With the head coach, the coaching staff, your general manager. I mean, you have head coaches making $4, $5, $6, $10 million to teach a 50-some-odd man squad for 16 games of how to win. And you got players making millions upon millions, 5, 10, 15, 20 million, guaranteed bonuses, okay? And should there be accountability? You're damn right there should be. You know what? Don't be looking at the guy next to you. You got to take a long look at yourself before you do anything else. Make sure you take care of your business, your assignments on offense, your assignments on defense. Let everybody else take care of it, and things will come together because you're paid an awful lot of money to do it right, and we're only asking you to do it right for 16 weeks. It gets enough with the excuses, with injuries, with this, with that. Sometimes enough is enough. Be accountable as a coaching staff and be accountable as players. And give every damn thing you have for 16 games, because that's what it's all about.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. It's the Jiffy Lube postgame show, and we are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Stickney. Ed and I will be right back.
We got some plays there early. They scored on 3 straight possessions there. And then the second half, we finally figured out what they were doing and made some plays. We made some adjustments at halftime. Bob did a good job of getting us in some better positions to make plays, and guys did their job.
We just got to hope that he'll be back. And, just now we just got to look forward and get Rex prepared and ready to, face the Titans.
And now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
That was Brian Urlacher talking about what they did at halftime, the adjustments, and also Forte, talking about how he and the team came back and played a good game as far as running the football. You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. What?
Speaking of adjustments,
what?
Did you fall with this chair?
No, I didn't.
Why are you about a foot taller than me now?
Well, because you almost fell off backwards, and I was trying to save your life.
No, you weren't. You were pushing me.
Well, maybe a little bit. But seriously, you almost went down.
I know.
You were going down for the count.
I had to bend the chair. Look at this.
You did. You busted the chair, not bent it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Where was I? Oh, I was talking about where the Jiffy Lube postgame show.
Doesn't matter.
Hawthorne Racetrack.
Got it.
312-644-6767 Obradovich and Buffon, and be the 67th person to text HAMMER to 67011 and receive an S-Wing Hammer postgame show gift pack. Stop yourself and use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. Made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Go to swing.com for more information.
That's a pretty good package, too.
Oh, it's a great package.
You bet.
I got that S-Wing.
Yes.
Hockey fans, join Field of Dreams inside the Woodfield Mall, Schaumburg, Wednesday, November 5th, for a special autograph session with Blackhawk Jonathan Taves. Jonathan will be signing autographs from 6 to 7:30 p.m. To reserve your spot, call Field of Dreams at 847-995-9095. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone line. Just go out to Jeffrey Giraffe in San Francisco. Jeffrey.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Jeff.
I want to start out with a rhetorical question, so don't answer it. But the Bears are now alone in first place, so why don't I feel good about this team? And I'm going to answer that. The reason I don't feel good about them is because even though they're alone in first place, they're in a very weak division, and they're not playing. You could generally say they're not playing good football, but what they're not doing is they're not playing up to the level that they should be playing, considering the caliber of the individual players on the defense. I mean, thank God for Ron Turner. We'd be fighting with the Lions for last place as far as I'm concerned. But I'd love to see them. I know this is my fantasy. I'd love to see them fire Lovie Smith at the end of the season and get Bill Cowher, who I think is ready to come out of retirement. Teams take on the personality of their head coaches, and Lovie Smith's laid-back personality, I think, is just destroying this team. And I just don't say anything positive about him being a head coach here, except for, I know he got into the Super Bowl once, but I think this whole thing is fading, and this team is just not doing what they should be considering their personnel.
Well, Jeff, I can tell you this. After this year, he has, 3 more years left, Doug?
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's not going to go anywhere. They're paying him I don't know, what is it, Doug, $5 million?
I think it was $4.5 million or $4 million a year, something like that. But I think he was signed till 2012, I believe.
And it graduated, so it's going to go to $5-6 million, and they're not going to fire him and give and pay him an extra $12 or $15-16 million and pay somebody else, Jeff. That is just not going to happen.
Well, the fact is, you take a look at this, and maybe we'll take better as the year goes on. But so far, I'm not happy either. What's going on up there?
Doug, 2 of the 5 wins are against Detroit, the worst team in the league.
Right.
Okay,
you can
look at it from a lot of different ways.
Right, and almost didn't get the last one either, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. So, I mean, some people say we shouldn't have lost the game. Well, let me tell you something. Out of the 5 wins, folks, you think about it. 2 of them came against the worst team out of the 32 teams in the league. And so there's different ways of looking at it.
We'll see. Tennessee coming up. We'll find out more about the Chicago Bears when that does happen. Let's go out to John on a Dan Ryan. John, you're on the score with O'B and Doug.
How you doing, guys?
All right, John.
Great show. We're living in an era of spin doctor. Yep. You know what I'm saying? These fans that I'm on my way to work. The game almost put me to sleep. Literally, I was laying down. I woke up. I thought the Bears had lost. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, against the worst team in the league. These fans that are sitting in the stands today, these are the fans that you guys put in the seat. I mean, now we got agents, we got coaches making $5 million, $4 million, whatever. This is sick. You know what I'm saying? These guys ought to be kicking back to you and OB for the things you guys did when you played. I know there were coaches that players in high school and college would run through brick walls for. But like you say, Lovey's laid back, and we're living in an era where there's so much money thrown around. Who wants to really go out and put out? I'm going to get off now. I'll let you guys answer that.
Well, the thing about it is the fact, also not only the player, and Ed put it well, you have to be accountable. You have to, when you go out there, you have to be accountable for what is being taught to you or during the course of the week or what you practice with. That's why I had no problem, none, when Mike Singletary went off on Vernon Davis. I had no problem whatsoever when he did that. Because of the fact is, sooner or later, these guys got to understand that this is a game, and you're paid to play this game, and so go out there and do that, and not make stupid mistakes, and not be, as Mike Singletary said, when Vernon Davis walked off the field, nonchalant about it, like you didn't care about it. And I'm sure the Bears got their ball players that do care. I listen to them talk. I listen to them understand what's happening out there. But when it comes down to it, when it's all said and done, the final line is you have to do it.
Yeah, well, here, John, the big thing is, see, just in coaching, being accountable. The defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, the line coach, the defensive back coach, the receiver coach, the tight end coach, the running back coach, all these different coaches. They have to come up with ideas. And if things aren't going well, just take a defensive line. We are not getting to the passer. We have talented people. And these people on our defensive line are making, John, millions of dollars. They're making $3, $4, $5, $6 million a year. We have about 3 or 4 or 5 of these guys. And it's not happening. Now, if I'm a coach, and Doug asked me, what would you do? I would do more line tricks if we're not going to blitz. And if that wasn't working, then I'd overshoot the line or undershoot the line and still try to do the line tricks. Switch the line tricks up in the odd defenses and even defenses. We don't see that. We don't see that. And I know they work. I know they work.
See, there's no question that players have to be accountable, but so do coaches. And like I said before, a coach is not to be out there to put a whistle around his neck and get his photo on the guide, on the media guide. He has to do something. There's a reason for a lot of times, schemes and what you have to do. Now, I got to say this. That second half, the Bears did come through. We'll see now. We'll see what happens when we go to Tennessee. But I certainly wasn't, no, my questions were not answered. Put it that way about the Chicago
There were
Bears.
more questions today after this game than anything.
Exactly. Let's go out to Donald and Bishop Ford. Donald, you're on the score.
Donald.
How you doing, guys?
All right,
Donald.
Hey, listen, I'm Don, and I'm the biggest Bears fan in the Auburn-Gresham area. Listen, I called to initially speak with you guys about the Bears' offense, and I wanted to make a comment about former Bear Cedric Benson having a 100-plus yard game today. However, since you guys have turned it to defensive, I just had some comments to make about the defensive unit. The defense is not as aggressive as they used to be since Ron Rivera has left. Ron Rivera was a coordinator that was a former player. He played by instinct. He knew how to call plays by instinct. Bob Babbage is a textbook type of coach, and he does it by textbook or by playbook, and that's when the defense has lost their aggression since Ron Rivera has left. Am I right in that?
Well, Donald, let me ask you a question, okay? Are you there? No, he's gone. Well, if that's the case. Oh, you're here. Okay, listen to me. If that's the case, then why did Lovie Smith let him go?
Oh, I don't know. I'm asking the same question. I don't know if they wouldn't. I don't know.
Well, the answer is very simple. Everybody's blaming Babbage. Then why did Lovie Smith let Ron Rivera go? Because that's what it came down to. There wasn't a fact. Ron Rivera wanted to come back as defensive coordinator. Lovie Smith said no. We're going in a different direction. That different direction was he didn't want Rivera back because he didn't want Rivera's defenses. That's a fact. That's exactly where it is. And so he wanted to lean toward what he does. And what he's doing right now is not working. As far as covering the passes, we gave him up another 280 yards against the pass today. So we'll find out down the road what happens. But that's your answer about Ron Rivera. There was no way they was going to go here because they clashed. Rivera, like you said, had more ideas about being more aggressive and doing certain things. Lovie had more ideas about that cover, too, and that's why we're blaming Bob Babbage. But I will guarantee you Lovie has a lot to do with that defense.
There's no question about it.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. It's the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
Now, back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show live at Hawthorne Racecourse on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. That's right, we're live at 312-644-6767. We're at Hawthorne Racetrack, and right now we're going to talk to Tim Carey, the president and GM of Hawthorne Racecourse. And Timmy, this place is beautiful. I mean,
Thanks.
You guys have really...
Welcome. It's great having you guys, that's for sure.
It's terrific. I mean, everything about the place is nice, and Ed and I doing the show here, they were
you're
really
always
nice.
welcome.
The food was outstanding.
Thank you, Tim.
Everything was going great. But the one thing, I wanted to talk to you about, and I know, hey, listen, Tim, I've been to Horseshoe. Mm-hmm. I've been to Hollywood. I've been to Four Winds. I've been to Elgin. I've been to all the casinos. I've been to them all. And I know you're trying to put one in here.
Correct.
Correct. But I got to tell you, I saw the plans, and I also saw what you guys are thinking about. You're not putting in the casino. You're putting in the city.
Yeah, a city within a city.
I'm telling you. I've never seen nothing like this. I mean, it's unbelievable. Tell them what
there's no question. I think what we're trying to do here is rejuvenate the area. And that's the whole intent behind the law, is to really redevelop areas of need. And this area is just starving for entertainment. And we can see it in our numbers through the years, in terms of a declining industry. Horse racing is a declining industry.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've been working with the legislature on for, close to 10 years now on. We truly, if we want to be competitive in racing, we have to do something. And so the 10th license was out there, and I just thought it was the smart thing to do in terms of applying for it. I think we can generate the most revenue for the state of Illinois. We can do it quicker than anybody else can, and the racing industry benefits because of that.
Tim, I tell you what, you put together, going over a couple of the, basically, for lack of a better term or terminology, brochures. It's quite a resume here that you put together here.
Thanks. We've got a great gaming partner, Merit Management, Joe Canfora and Ed Pillars from Ultimate Development really have come together. And it really took us, these guys, other applicants have been working on this for years. And we put this together literally in 2 months and announced it on the 14th of October.
Yeah. You're not only talking about a 40,000 square foot casino, you're talking about a bowling alley, you're talking about movie theaters to put in, you're talking about 10 to 12 restaurants also to put in.
Right.
You got 136 acres out here.
A hotel, too.
And a hotel.
Actually, we have 2 hotels.
Two hotels.
Yeah, we have 700 rooms and the 2 combined. And, of course, the coach is a part of our deal. Literally, it took us about 10 minutes, and, man, the light bulb, and he just loved it. He loved the idea. And so he's going to be a partner of ours in the venture as well. But truly, what we're trying to do is like you're saying, that we have this facility. We burnt down in 1978 as a racetrack. And so we rebuilt. And at the time, we would have 35,000 people come out on a Saturday. Yeah. So we have this 400,000 square foot facility that we just don't need anymore. With the advent of the internet and everything like that in terms of racing, people don't need to come to the physical track. We wish they would, of course, but they don't. And so because of that and OTBs and everything along those lines, we've got this property here that we can develop a great, great entertainment center.
Boy, I'm going to tell you something. With the amount of, 136 acres here?
136 acres.
Yeah. Wow. And this location, you talk about a location. It's all about location. And, Tim, this is absolutely beautiful what you have here. And you go along with the Carey name. 100 years?
Yeah, that's the amazing thing that people aren't catching on to is the fact that it'll be 100 years that our families own this in 2009. So we've been around, and so that will help us, I think, with the gaming board in the sense that we've been in this industry, regulated by the Illinois Racing Board, their sister agency to the gaming board, and literally for 100 years now.
I'll tell you how long the Carey's been around. Tony Carey was my roommate when I was with the Bears.
That's right.
He played at Notre Dame.
He played as defensive back at Notre Dame, and yes, he's the chairman of our board right now. So yes,
Tony
in fact, yes, he is. He's very active in the business.
Here's the other thing too,
and that's got to me. I don't know when you're looking at a license. I would look at that and I would think that would have to loom large. Wouldn't you think so, Doug?
Absolutely.
I mean, you're talking about 100 years of in this city, in this state, in the Midwest, generating billions of dollars worth of tax revenue.
Well, that's the uniqueness about this, is the fact that the big boys, because of the state of the economy, the Harris of the world and the Boyds of the world and Penn Nationals of the world and MGMs of the world, they're not playing right now. So to have a 100-year-old company like ours to be able to come into the game, it's a very unique time to be able to do that, and it really allows us to play in a marketplace where typically we wouldn't be able to do that.
See, what would happen, too, obviously, I mean, we talk about all this. We think it's grand, it's beautiful, there's no question about it. And Midway's just right over here, and you got Chicago's only 7 miles away, but you're going to create some jobs here.
That's the unique thing about this, is 3,500 jobs.
Yeah.
We literally, and the thing about it is, we can be up and running in 6 months. So we can get the construction jobs going as of January 1st. We can get literally 1,200 casino jobs up and going by May. And as long as the licensing happens within a reasonable period of time, we can be up and running by June.
Tim,
and so those are permanent jobs. And then as Phase 2 takes place, as Phase 3 takes place, there's 3,500 jobs that we can create with this
What's
project.
the procedure, Tim? I mean, how's the procedure work? I mean, who say yay, nay, or no? Or there's the 10th license you're looking for, right?
There's a 10th license. There's a 5-member gaming board that's appointed by the governor, and that's actually going to decide either as soon as tomorrow or the Monday before Thanksgiving the 3 finalists. And then once you have the 3 finalists, then we have to make a formal presentation. Those 3 finalists have to make a formal presentation in front of the gaming board, and they're going to render their final decision by the end of the year. So they're going to put this license in place.
Real quick, back in Pennsylvania where I'm from, and I go back, and I love going to all the casinos.
My partner, Joe Canfor's from Pennsylvania.
Is he really?
He is.
Joey is?
Yep.
Well, then he knows about the Meadows. The Meadows did that. The Meadows put in the gaming inside the Meadows, the racetrack there.
Yep.
Can't get in. Unbelievable what they're generating for Pennsylvania.
And there's 40 million cars that pass Cicero and I-55 right a block.
Keep it in our state.
Absolutely. Keep it in Chicago. Chicago guys.
Yeah, why don't give it to somebody else?
That's
right. Good luck with all this.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very, very much.
Family. God bless you.
If you ever need 2 dealers, Opie and I are ready.
Yeah. Of course, you're more than welcome. But thank you guys for being here. We really enjoy it.
I enjoyed it,
too. Thank you, Tammy. Best of luck to you.
Opie, thanks a lot, buddy.
You too, Douglas. And one week from today, let's hope we're celebrating a victory against the Titans. I'll take it, even if we do play a bad game.
I'll take bad game,
any game against the Titans. I will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got to thank our producers, Chris Tannehill, Matt Peoples, and Herb Lawrence, and updates with Brian Peruke on site. Brian McCaffrey, our engineer, John Carey, and I believe up next is Habarkish.
The Hubster.
The Hubster is coming up here, and our promotions, Pat Anders. So, on behalf of Obradovich and myself, and all of you, and all the phone calls, trust me, OB and I just really appreciate it. And Hawthorne, we thank you so much for Racetrack. Tim Carey. It was a beautiful time out here, and I ate like a pig. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Swing.
3rd down and goal at the 5-yard line of Tennessee. Hester trots to the right. They park Booker in the slot to the right. Left side, you've got Greg Olson. Grossman from center with 5 of the play clock goes empty now with Forte matched up with Bullock. Outside the numbers left. Back to throw Grossman. Has time, throws, left side, caught, touchdown. Matt Forte, touchdown Bears. Scaife engaged to the right. 1 back. Bears showing blitz again. They're coming. Collins with a pump fake. All kinds of time. Winds up to the end zone. Over the middle touchdown catch. Collins hits Bo Scaife for the touchdown. Again, the blitz picked up beautifully by Tennessee, and Collins delivers a 10-yard touchdown throw to Bo Scaife. Collins on the takeaway. Short set in the pocket. Throws left down the slant. Caught by Gage of the 5. He's in for the touchdown. Tennessee moves right down the field by their passing game. 12 yards. Gage with a touchdown catch against his old team. Hester to the right. Davis left. Grossman on the sneak. Not in yet. Now he is. Touchdown. Grossman, touchdown.
It's time for the best post-game show on the planet. The only show featuring the football wisdom of 2 legendary Bears. Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich with the Jiffy Lube post-game show on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Tennessee 21. The Chicago Bears 14. A tight game. A game that when you take a look at it, you say to yourself, what happened? If I told you in the first half that the Chicago Bears would hold the Tennessee Titans to -5 yards rushing and still come up with 7-7 tie in the first half and then, of course, lose it in the second half. Part of this problem, guys, I will take a look at the fact that I thought the no-huddle didn't come quick enough offensively. They didn't move it quick enough. You take a look what the Bears did. Poor field position the whole day offensively. Then they had too many 1, 2, 3 and out offensively. I think 6 out of the first 10. There was a major problem there. Also a problem, too, guys, with Rex Grossman. He had two drives in and touchdown, but I got to tell you, he misses Hester for a touchdown. Rasheed Davis was wide open one play, missed him. Booker, another one was wide open, he missed him. But what you see when you watch Rex Grossman, this is what you see, this is what I see. That anytime those hands are up in the air, that ball's going high, and he's throwing them high. There's no question about it. On the sidelines, also behind people. So
it floats.
It floats because he can't see, and he has to go up in the air with it. That being said, they had a shot at it. I mean, they had a shot at this at the end of the game there. And hey, hold it, Eddie. It's second down and 1. And it's hard running against them. Why don't they just go with a short pattern?
Here, Doug.
The guy turn around, throw a quick hook pass. There, you got a first down.
Here, Doug. To beat this team, the Bears defensively the main thing they had to do was stop the run, and they did it for four quarters. Okay. Now offensively, okay, what did they have to do offensively with Rex Grossman? Which I said earlier in the week, Doug, what they had to do was go with a no-huddle offense. They had to move the pocket by rolling or bootlegging out, Doug, and go to a shotgun. Now, did they roll out? Yeah, late in the game. They ran a couple of times from the shotgun, and a couple of times they went, I think twice they went with a hurry-up offense, I believe earlier in the third quarter, and then at the end of the game they went to the hurry-up offense. Doug, you're not going to win football games doing this, okay? And a key here offensively, folks, is what I saw. We did not throw the ball over the middle, not until the late to a post pattern to Devin Hester. We had 2 tight ends. Greg Olsen caught the ball. He had several catches today. We're getting the stats now, but I can tell you this. He caught him. He was either in a slot or at a wideout. Des Clark, I believe, had 1 reception. The middle of the field where the seams are and throwing over the middle, we've been using our tight ends all year long. They were a non-entity today. We did not go to them. We did not go over the middle. You take a whole area of play out, Doug. That whole middle area to pass in, we never did. And his last pass of the game, Doug, when Grossman dropped back, he looked down the receiver, the wide out, all the way. He never looked one way to the weak side or the strong side. He looked them down, and he did that all day today. So, Doug, the inability to utilize the tight ends in our offense, the inability to move that pocket, the inability to go to run from a shotgun or hurry-up offense, and you want to talk one of the reasons why we lost the game, that's part of it right there. But I will say this. These kids played their hearts out. Nobody gave up out there. I was hoping Devin Hester would break something loose on special teams, but that didn't happen. But I think basically what I saw was the inability of our offense in the passing game to utilize all the areas that you get, the strong, the weak side, and over the middle, and we didn't take advantage of it. We didn't take advantage of our tight ends, who have been very instrumental in us converting on third downs, moving the ball down the field, and putting points on the board. Okay, I think in third down conversions, Doug, in the first half, I think we were, 2 of 7, something like that?
Yeah, there's no question about that. That's the major problem. The major problem when you take a look at that game, and you talked about it, the fact, too, here is that there's a flaw here. We know what the flaw is. The flaw is in Grossman as far as seeing somebody to hit him with the football. That is why they started the no-huddle with 12 minutes left to go in the third quarter. This kid is better when he runs out of the shotgun, when you turn him loose and say, okay, let's go down the field, let's make a move. When you start going up to the line of scrimmage with 25 seconds in between, it's not there.
That's the only shot we had to win this football game, was make him a mobile quarterback and get in a hurry-up offense.
And we didn't do that. And the other thing, too, our pass rush, we don't have a pass rush, okay, number one. Number two, I see our defensive backs playing and giving a hell of a cushion all the time. So that's a major problem. But we did sell out, and I'll tell you, we sold out to stop the run. We did stop the run. They did a hell of a job doing that.
Kids played hard.
They played hard.
There's
no
they
question
played their
about
hearts
that.
out.
So when you take a look at all of this, we go back to the quarterback, go back to the position where you're not putting points on the board, and I'm telling you, he has Hester for a touchdown. You can't miss that damn play, Ed. He has the kid on the outside, Rasheed Davis, on a slant. He misses him. He misses Booker. You can't miss that. And then the times he did throw the football, even the time he threw the interception, that ball should not have been there. But you see how high that ball went? The fact is he can't see
Doug,
once they come in their hands.
Why don't you tell the listeners what your theory, and I believe you're dead on. Why don't you tell them why that ball floats?
Because he can't see. The guys come in with their hands up in the air. And he goes up. He has to go over top of the defender.
He has to throw up over the defender to get a bigger arc, and that makes the ball
go high.
Float. Go high and
exactly
float.
What it does. And that's why you ask me about going over the middle. It's tough for him because how does he see these guys coming across the middle? He just can't. I mean, that's just a fact. Because the fact is,
Doug,
if you don't move the huddle.
I can tell you how you can do it. You know,
if he moves the pocket.
Just because you move the pocket. Just because you could call it a short bootleg or a short rollout, whichever way you want to do it. But move the pocket, Doug. These are not tough things to do. Believe me, this is something you could put in an hour with an offense, okay? We're not talking about the first game of the season. This was the 9th game of the season, and there were things that we should have done that we just did not do. And the question to Ron Turner should be, why didn't we do that? Why didn't we go from a hurry-up offense? Why do we always have to wait to the latter part of the game when almost all is lost to try to figure out, let's not as a sense of urgency. Let's go with it. Why do we have to wait? Why do we have to wait for a shotgun? Why do we have to wait for this kid to bootleg or roll out? Why can't we implement that in the first quarter, in the second quarter, and give whoever we're playing, give their defenses a headache? Let them try to figure out what the hell it is that we're trying to do.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, you take a look at it. When this kid gets in rhythm, 2 ways he gets in rhythm. One is with the no huddle, and 2 is with the shotgun. When he comes out there, now he can see better. I mean, the ball is now snapped to him. He's got a better chance of taking a look at what's going on. But I saw the way he was throwing the football. You can't throw it that way because you can't see. I mean, I understand that. He has got to go over top of the defenders. So try to find a way to get the football down. You try to find a way to where he can throw the football. That's number one. Number two, you know it's going to be tough to run against Tennessee. That call about when was after they got 9 yards, now the second down they try to run it again. You know, go to the air. Do what you can do throwing the football, especially with those short passes. I see this whole game, and defensively, I look at the guys when they're playing out there. There's no question we've got to really take a look at what's going on with our pass rush, and I don't know what the hell's going on there. I do know, too, also, the defensive backs are giving too much cushion. Ed, if I see one more slant, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to put a pencil in my neck and just carve myself up. Play the damn inside on the slant. What is wrong with you? Why do you give them so much room on a slant?
Doug, I'll tell you what, it was third down and 3 yards to go, and I believe, what were they on, about the 7 or 8 yards, somewhere around the 7 or 8 yard line. They're going in, okay? It was about 11:35 to go in the third quarter, and you could see we're camouflaging. We're going to come with a blitz, so our cornerbacks are up. They're up tight on where they should be, but they weren't positioned correctly, and you could see Vasher, Doug, was lined up between his head and his outside shoulder, not on his inside. Why on his inside? Because there's 3 basic patterns that they can run, wideouts can run, folks. When they're in the 8 yard, 7, 8, 9, 10 yard line, they can run the little short up and post pattern, which is an in pattern, or they can run a slant. That's why when you line up in a tight situation, your cornerbacks are up on the wideouts, they have to shade the inside to take those 2 passes away. Now, basically 2 other passes could come. The corner route, where the quarterback lobs the ball to the corner, or he can go an up and out route into the end zone. But when you're inside, you can run with him when he goes to the corner. You can run with him. You can run if it's going to be an out. But when it comes to the inside, you have to be positioned. You have to shade. You have to take it away. And when they showed it again, Doug, on replay, I saw it and I said, no, he's positioned wrong. And they come back with the replay, and where the hell is he lined up? Now, folks, this is basic stuff here. I mean, this is basic stuff. I mean, to not to do that, that's a huge question. And that was a huge play. That's 7 points, folks. That should, maybe they should not have gotten, maybe they might have gotten it on another play. But I'm telling you, when you're a cornerback and you're in that yardage situation and you come up on a wideout, that's how the hell you play that position.
The only way you do when you're down there. And again,
Vasher's not a rookie here.
Let's talk about basics. But here's the other thing that's bothered me. I don't know if somebody's teaching this or what. The only time you line up on the outside of that wide receiver is if you have help on the inside.
Absolutely.
I made a living doing that with the slant passes, the linebacker making interceptions. Because all you do is tell your linebacker, take the slant. Take the slant. I'm going to take the outside. It's that damn simple. And if he has no help on the inside and the safety is gone and the backer's not there, then you line up inside.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not being a genius. And I see this all the time. And I'm saying, what the hell are they teaching these kids?
You know what, Doug?
How do you take the outside when you don't have inside help? If you have inside help, then you can line up inside because Then you take away the corner because you're out there and you know you have inside on the slant.
Doug, and you know the routes that they can run. I mean,
sure,
you know that going. You know exactly where they're going to go.
I don't know.
And you know something, and I don't know, you may listen to other pundits around here and however they see it, but I'm telling you what, folks, I don't think that Doug's wrong or I'm wrong. I'm telling you what, folks, I think we're dead on.
Football.
You're damn right it is.
That's not being two geniuses here talking.
And I'd ask Bob Babbitt. You know, I get Vasher and I'd ask Babbitt. If I'm the reporters down there,
you know what?
I would say, hey, guys, what happened on this play?
Yeah.
That was a huge critical play, Doug. That was 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3, my friend.
And the other thing, too, is what tight ends. Nobody touches the tight end. This kid skates. I mean, he just tore us up. If you got a guy you know that's coming out there and doing a lot of receptions on you, you work his butt over out on the line of scrimmage. Man, has the game gone by us that fast? Is the game changed that? Are they teaching differently? I don't know. But I look at these games, I said, this is impossible, just like you said what happened with Vasher.
Yes.
I said, wait a minute, what happened? There was no inside help, and so you're going to line up outside the guy? What kind of sense does that make? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Doug, he was almost head up, but he looked like he was shading to the outside.
But he gave him the inside.
He totally gave the inside away. The two pass routes that kid could run would be the short post or the quick slant.
That's it.
They let him do it. And again, and I can't say it enough because it's incredible to see a player of Vasher's ability and intelligence not handle this in a proper situation. To line up inside because you know you're taking that away. So there's only two other places you can go, the corner or an out into the end zone. Right. Okay? And you're on them because you can run with them because you're positioned to run with them. And it's difficult to understand. And then, Doug, going back to offensively, to not utilize basically the middle of the field in your passing game. And we've been so successful with the use of our two tight ends, Des Clark and Olsen, who are two guys 6'5", and both of them can run, especially Olsen can really fly. That's why you see him in the slot and at wide out. And to go start out the game going to those people, utilizing like we've done the past 8 games, I don't know, did somebody fall asleep at the switch here in the game plan or whatever?
Well, yeah, you know what?
It's so damn frustrating.
It's not like, and please, they really tried today. They
played their hearts out.
They went after this game. They went after to win this football game.
They didn't want to lose this football game.
No, they wanted it. You could see that. I have no question about that. I'm not going to put my finger on that.
Kudos to the players.
Absolutely. But there's certain things you got to know your players. Just like with Grossman. I'm telling you, this kid is better. When you're moving the football, when you're running up or with no huddles and you're coming from the shotguns, you're letting him throw. As soon as you slow it down, the fact is it slows down. We went one time out of 10 possessions, 6 times offensively, we went 1, 2, 3 and out. You can't do that. You can't do that on an offense, especially like a team against Tennessee.
Well, just to back up what you're saying, Doug, in the first half on third down efficiency, we were 2 of 7, folks, on third down. We wound up the game on third down efficiency. Listen to this one. 3 out of 14. We converted 1 time on third down in the second half.
Yeah, well, think about it. Think about what the hell that does do with your defense, number one.
We were 3 of 14 in the total game of converting on third downs. And again, what I had mentioned earlier, Doug, about utilizing the strong side, the weak side, and especially the middle of the field and the tight ends. Again, why, Doug? Because you move the change, you convert on third down, you eat up the time, you go downfield, and you put points on the board, and that's what we've been doing. What happened to that game plan? What happened to that game plan?
And the other thing, too, Ed, was bothering me, the defense, and I know they come up there and they wanted to stop the run, and they did. They sold out to do that. But it became like pitch and catch after a while. I never saw anything like this. In fact, I saw Mark Anderson playing left defensive end a lot today trying to get a pass rush. We can't find a pass rush. Now, there's a combination of the backs are playing too much cushion. They're not playing tight enough. And also then with the defensive line not getting to the quarterback. But we're not putting that pressure on. Now we have to come with the blitz. The only time we're successful is we're going to come after him with the blitz. And that is a problem. There's no question about it. I don't know how they're going to do it, what they're going to do. They have to get another player. Is it, the calls, whatever. But when it's all said and done with, when you get in this football game like this and you can take a team that runs the football 150 yards a game and you can take them in the first half where they have a -5 yards rushing, and I think total, what was their total at Tennessee?
Total net yards rushing, Doug, was 20 yards.
20 yards. They had 20 yards rushing.
For an average of 0.7.
Now what happened was Tennessee got smart in the second half and said, hey, hold it. We're not going to run on first down anymore. We're going to throw on first down. And they start to be more successful. So maybe you adjust to that. I don't know all the answers to this, but this team right now, when you looked at it today, there was ways to manipulate this team to make them better, for what they did out there. And the one thing I look at offensively, I tell you that this no huddle, this moving out, this quickness, the sharpness, that's what I wanted to see more of. When they start doing it,
Doug,
they were more successful.
We said that to beat this team, that's what you're going to have to do. Okay? And we've seen where we can do it. I mean, we've seen where we can do it.
Every time we do it, we're successful.
Yeah, but what we did here was the old too little, too late. Too little, too late. I don't know why. I mean, maybe our listeners out there or the people who are at the game, maybe they saw something different. But I didn't see that ball really going over the middle except for the Hester on the post pattern. But we didn't utilize our tight ends. And, again, our only tight end, Olsen, he caught him. He caught him as a wideout. Why we didn't go with our tight ends. They've been such an integral part, Doug, of us converting on third down on our offense for the first 8 games. And they were lost in space today. Lost in space.
Let's take some calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oakland. Mr. Sharp, you're on the score with Obie and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Obie.
Hey, Sharp.
Sharp.
How you doing? Hey, it was their game today. It was their game to take, and they might have stopped the run, but in any defense, you got to stop the quarterback, and they made Collins look really good.
284 yards.
Yeah, and he had 180 in the first half. He has not all year reached 200 yards for a game, for a game. Never reached 200.
He hasn't reached 200 yards passing.
Passing,
yes,
right.
In 8 games.
In 8 games.
You got to pressure him, either defensive line or there's got to be pressure where he's got to thread the ball, through the needle to, if the corners are covered, they got to make them, you got to put pressure on them one way or the other. So.
Well, the thing about it is, Mr. Sharp, there's 2 ways of looking at it, and I agree with you about the pass rush. I still believe that a lot of times we give too much cushion, when we're in the middle of the field, with that bend, don't break routine. And I think they got to get better at that, and they got to get better at getting after that quarterback. There's no question about it. I mean, it got to a point where Kerry Collins, it looked like he was pitch and catch. I mean, every time he threw the damn football, there's a guy not only open, Ed, wide open. And everybody's behind the damn guys. Instead of coming up and pressing and trying to make something happen, we're playing defense. We're playing behind them. And so, in fact, sure, I could quarterback. If you're not getting a pass rush, your defensive backs are playing cushion-wise, you can go all day. 280 yards he threw for? 280 yards. He had 180 yards in the first half. Now, they did a hell of a job, stopping the run. There's not even a question about that. There's just 2 or 3 things here. And the other thing, too, and I want to get back to Grossman. I'm not booing. I'm not saying bad quarterback. What I'm saying is that he is limited. He's very limited, Ed, to what he can do. His ability. Exactly. His ability is limited. And you can see when he was throwing that football, when that thing would just float up to the outside.
Right.
Because of the fact once they came in, the time he threw up with double coverage, really, to Booker, they had no business throwing that football. He just tosses it up in the air. Of course, they batted down and they intercepted.
Well, Rex is he's a smarter quarterback than what he's shown. Because I tell you what he did a lot of times, folks, he was locking on to the receiver, and they knew damn well where the ball was going. And you know what? I've seen Rex play a hell of a lot sharper. I lead him. If the pass is going to the weak side, I see him drop back, and he's looking to the strong side, and then all of a sudden come back to the weak side where his primary receivers. I've seen Rex do that. I really didn't see too much of that today, if any at all. And again, the players, I mean, they wanted this game so bad. We'd have been dug 6-3, and to have this team come in 8-0, and that would have been a big feather in your cap. And I know these kids played their hearts out. I could see it in their faces. I could see how they hustled, and it was just not to be. Could it also be, Doug, that Tennessee's just a better football team?
Well, they are. I mean, they're a better football team.
Could it be just a better, all things
no question
being equal, a better football team?
Would have been a difference if Orton was in there? I would think so. I mean, I'm telling you.
There's no question about it, Doug.
Exactly. The fact is, when you see guys, you only get so many chances in a football game to make plays. Yeah. That one with Hester, that should have been a touchdown. I don't give a damn. Don't talk to me. Anybody talk to me about, well, geez, you just missed them. No, you don't get those opportunities. When that opportunity comes in a football game, very few times you get it. That's when the good quarterbacks make the strike. He should have hit Hester for a touchdown.
Well, the difference, what's happened this year with the offense is they're converting on third down, moving the ball down the field, and putting points on the board. Okay, and what we did today, we didn't convert on third down. And the difference that right up in front that is right in front of you, folks, is that Orton uses the entire field. Strong weak side over the middle.
You can see the entire field.
Utilizes the tight ends in his passing game. So he's got a whole field to work with. With Rex, it was either strong or weak side. Basically, that's what I saw. I don't know what you saw, but that's what I saw.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Talking about the Chicago Bears lost 21-14 to the Tennessee Titans. We'll be right back.
Tonight, the unit has a code. Break it and pay the price.
I know what you have to do. Maybe you should just do it now.
An explosive new episode, CBS Tonight.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
In the movies, fire is often shown as a cool special effect. From the explosions to the action star who jumps from a burning building. What fire isn't is kind to you, your home, or your office. It's Fire Prevention Week, and it's time to learn about how a fire sprinkler system will save you and your family. Visit SprinklerFitterChicago.org to use a union contractor and to download their educational Sprinkler Man coloring book for the kids. Fire is one of life's most destructive forces. Learn to prevent it today. Visit SprinklerFitterChicago.org.
Have you heard? Walgreens has generics for less than $1 a week. That's less than $1 a week for a 90-day supply on over 400 generic medications when you sign up for Walgreens Prescription Savings Club. Plus, save on 5,000 other brand name and generic medications. See how much you could save and get $50 in coupons free just for asking about the club.
Program is not insurance. Membership fee required. Membership may be canceled within 30 days of issue date. See store for complete terms and conditions.
Saved by Zero.
Waiting for the perfect time to take home your new Toyota? Well, there's no better time than right now. Because right now you can get 0% financing on 12 different Toyota models.
Saved by Zero.
Financing just can't get any lower. Get 0% financing on the new 2008 Sienna, RAV4, Highlander, Yaris, 4Runner, Sequoia, Tacoma V6, Tundra, and FJ Cruiser. Or the new 2009 Corolla, Matrix S or XRS, Camry, Sienna, 4-cylinder Tacoma, and Tacoma V6. No other car company can offer you 0% on as many models. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, moving forward.
0% APR financing for 36 months or more with $2,778 per $1,000 borrowed or less. For qualified buyers with approved Tier 1 Plus through Tier 3 Excellent credit through Toyota Financial Services on qualifying new 2008 and 2009 Toyotas excluding hybrids. Down payment may be required. Does not apply to other offers. Offers may vary by region. Subject to availability. See participating dealers. Offers and 12108.
WSCR Scoreboard Update.
At 3:30 and from the Score Update studios, I'm Matt Rodewald with a scoreboard update, and it's brought to you by WAMU, also sponsored by Plass Appliance, celebrating 70 years of serving Chicagoland. It looked good early for the Bears.
Third down and goal at the 5-yard line of Tennessee. Hester trots to the right. They park Booker in the slot to the right. Left side, you've got Greg Olsen. Grossman from center with 5 of the play clock goes empty now with Forte matched up with Bullock. Outside the numbers left. Back to throw Grossman. As time throws, left side caught, touchdown, Matt Forte, touchdown Bears.
Yep, Joniak on our sister station, News Radio 780 WBBM. Of course, plenty of chances for the Bears today. It does get away from them, though. The Titans escape with a 21-14 win at a windy and sometimes snowy Soldier Field. Not a pretty day for Rex Grossman. 20 of 37 for 173 yards, and that touchdown pass to Forte early. He ran one in the fourth quarter to keep the Bears within striking distance, but they just could not put a final drive together. Forte ends up with 20 carries for 72 yards on the ground, 126 total yards when you add in his 7 catches as well. But the offense just never got on track after that opening drive. 8 punts on the day for Brad Maynard. Defensively, the Bears held the Titans' rushing attack to 20 yards, but Kerry Collins began to throw it around. 289 yards total and 2 touchdowns. Justin Gage caught one of those. The ex-Bear with 47 yards from the receiving, and Bo Skate the other one. Now checking around the league, the Vikings hold off the Packers 28-27 the final, so that means the Bears and Vikings are 5-4 and tied in first place in the NFC North, and the Packers fall to 4-5. Jacksonville pounded Detroit 38-14. Lions are 0-9. Jets destroyed the Rams 47-3. Thomas Jones with 149 yards and 3 scores. Patriots doubling up the Bills 20-10. The Dolphins hang on to edge the Seahawks 21-19. Falcons 34, the Saints 20, and the Ravens all over the Texans by a score of 41-13. Willis McGahee with 112 yards and 2 scores on the ground. The late games, 3 of them in progress right now. The Panthers with a 7-0 lead in Oakland. Kansas City and San Diego are scoreless, and the Steelers with an early 7-0 lead on the Colts. All 3 games are in the first quarter. Giants and the Eagles tonight. We'll have that for you at 7:15 right here on the Score. Hockey, the Blackhawks at home at the United Center taking on the Calgary Flames. And college football, Penn State sliding to 7th in the new AP poll. Alabama and Texas Tech still going 1-2. There's a place just around the corner where you'll always find good things in store for you, like preferred card savings, mealtime ideas, and fresh produce. At Jewel Osco, good things are just around the corner. And get your Chicago sports live on the web. Click the Listen Live button at 670thescore.com, powered by Take Care Health Clinic at Walgreens. I'm Matt Rodewald, and you are listening to Chicago's #1 sports radio station, 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Coming up next, more postgame with Doug and OB right here on WSCR The Score.
Attend the Ileana Golf Merchandise Sale November 7th through the 16th at Balmoral Woods and Crete. 20 area professionals have combined their merchandise under one roof to pass drastic savings onto you. Call 708-672-7448 or visit balmoralwoods.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Also on the web at carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. We're a recognized 501c3 charity organization, so you'll receive a maximum tax deduction. What's more, you'll receive a free vacation voucher of 3 days and 2 nights.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
The Illinois Center for Broadcasting's Broadcast Dreams contest offers you the chance to compete for a free MacBook laptop. Call 630-916-1700 or go to beonair.com for more details.
You know, it was spotty at times. There were some opportunities out there to make some plays, and they weren't made, and for whatever reason, you know, that was the difference in the game. That's one of the plays that I'm talking about were missed opportunities, and, you know, I get out of my play-action fake, and my job is to see the safety and then lay it to the near hash, and for whatever reason, it didn't time out.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And you heard Grossman talking about missed opportunities, and there certainly were. If you take a look at Grossman, and you take a look at his quarterback rating for this football game, it was 64.4.
What was it at halftime, Doug?
Probably about 50. And now it end up at 64.4. And then Kerry Collins is 108.7. But here's the other stat. And I always look at this stat. The average gain per pass. And that in itself, what Grossman was 4.2. You can't win a grade school game with a 4.2 average gain per pass. You take a look at Kerry Collins, he was 6.8. So there's some major problems, obviously, in the quarterback situation. The missed opportunities you were talking about, yeah, there's no question. You see, when you're a quarterback and you're involved in this league, you don't get that many opportunities. As soon as it shows itself and it faces itself, you have to make that play.
When you're called on, Doug,
you got to do it.
16 games, you got to step up. That's what wins jobs, and that's what loses jobs.
And that's why you play in the pro ranks. That's why you're called a pro. Not happening today. So that was all gone. That went out the window. But beyond that, then I don't understand why maybe the Bears didn't help him out a little bit and say, okay, we'll go more no huddle, move, like you said, move that pocket a little bit,
Doug.
Get to the tight ends, let's do certain things, let's go out there. Now, our rushing was 78 yards, which I figured that's about what you would get. I figured 70 yards, we got 78. But when it's all said and done with, you got to make plays. The quarterback has to make plays. And we knew coming in that Jeff Fisher said, we're going to go after the run. We're going to force that quarterback to make plays. Well, we had the same game plan. We're going to go after that run against Tennessee and force Kerry Collins to make the plays. Well, guess what?
Guess what Kerry Collins did?
Made the plays.
First time in 9 games, he's thrown over 200 yards. Almost 300.
And that's the difference when you play these damn games. A lot has to do with your personnel and what's going on. Let's go out to Jason in Vancouver, Canada. Jason, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Guys, love the show as usual. Hey, listen, guys, I just want to quickly reiterate, and I don't want to reiterate everything that you guys have just said, but everything that you've said, doesn't it come back down to freaking coaching?
Well, sure it does.
I mean, this is absolutely horrific, guys. And in the fourth quarter, with 10 minutes left, you had Soldier Field on there. They're going absolutely animal-like. And what do? We start running the ball. We start giving the ball to Forte. He starts finding some open alleys and all that. We're moving the ball. And then when we get down to, the 30-yard line, we start passing. Are you freaking kidding me? That comes back to the coaching. And the inside slants, not moving the pocket for Rex, that comes down to coaching. And you know what? You guys said it. The guys played their hearts out. This is on the coaches, this game.
I got to tell you, there's certain times you got to help out coaching-wise. There's certain things you have to do out there, and there's no question about it, that can make the game easier for a player. And I looked at this, and I mean, going into this football game, Ed and I sat down and talked about this, but Ed's been talking about this every time Grossman plays, that you have to move the pocket because you can't see. That's number one. But I got to tell you, I've seen him at his best, talking about Grossman. I've seen him at his best when you do move, have a quick huddle, and you move the pocket. And also the fact that
he gets in a rhythm.
You get in the shotgun.
Hot. Streaky.
Exactly. And that's what he does. I mean, that's what you need to do, and that's what you had to try to find at the end of the game. It did not happen. Now, the other thing about the pass rush, we don't have it. I mean, I looked at it. I saw Mark Anderson playing left defense quite a bit, trying to get some pass rush out of him. But normally out of pass rush, you need that inside guys to come up there. We didn't get that. We didn't get there. And even on the blitzes, Ed, we started out good. Mike Brown coming up, making a lot of plays, but still we didn't get to him on the blitzes. So I think we had, one sack? Is that what we had for this game? One sack. So that's a problem. And number two, the other problem is going along with sacks, and I said this before, sometimes we give too much a cushion as a defensive back. And that gives the opportunity for the quarterback to throw the football where he wants to, when he wants to, and make them real comfortable. A lot of things have to be done with this team. Let's go out to Mark and Gurnee. Mark, you on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, Big Doug and Big O. You guys are like old John Wayne movie, you're black and white, but you're always classic. You guys are the best.
Don't write a stagecoach, Mark.
I wish you were with the Bears again. But anyways, I'm trying to talk to you guys about the quarterback situation. I know Doug Flutie, Boston College guy. He's only 5'9". He gets out there, does what he's got to do, and does it really well. Who's coaching the quarterbacks? This is what I want to know. if he's only 6 foot tall, why can't they move him out, do something to get him open, to get him some playing? I mean, Doug Flutie was great at this.
Mark,
how come?
Yes, sir. I don't want to interrupt you, but quickly, there's a difference between Flutie and Grossman, and it's called footwork.
Yes,
he doesn't have it, Mark. I mean, that's part of it. So you can do half of that. Maybe you can do some of that. But, Flutie had the ability to move around. He doesn't have it. Grossman doesn't have that. He's not. His first year, I saw more of it. Then he got hurt a couple times. That's gone away from him. So he doesn't have that ability that Flutie had to get out of there to try to find those passing lanes. But still, you can do some things to help him out.
Oh, absolutely, Mark. Let me tell you something. This isn't tough stuff, Mark. And to our listeners, this is not tough offensive strategy or things physically for an individual playing a quarterback position to do. Okay? To move that pocket is simple. You can get a semi-rollout or a semi-bootleg and open up a couple lanes, or you can go the full rollout, full bootleg, go to hurry-up offense. We are not talking about difficult things. And I will, on this radio station, I'll tell you something. If you take Rex Grossman, and if you're dedicated to him coming every snap from under center and win a football game, it's not going to happen, folks. It's not going to happen.
You would think that they would understand that, they being the coaches there. I mean, we've watched Grossman enough to know what his faults are. We know what his strengths are. We know, he can get better at certain things, but he can't grow. He can't get bigger. He can't get taller. I can't tell you how many times that football went up in the air because he couldn't see when guys were jumping up and blocking his view.
Well, I think what you're saying, Doug, when they get their hands up,
it's over.
Because of his size, he's got to launch the ball at a higher angle, and when you do that, the ball does float, folks.
And then it goes out, goes up high. Next thing you know, you're not accurate. You're not making that play. Let's go out to Sam in South Holland. Sam, you're on the score with Obie and Doug.
Hey, what's up, Obie and Doug? How you doing?
What's up, Sam?
I'm highly upset. I'm a Bears fan. I've been one from back in the day. Man, I'm just upset over everything. All 3 phases of the game. I don't know where to start at. Can we just roll the pocket just a little bit? Move Rex out the way. We know he can't hit nobody, but just move him. At least we could do a little bit of something. At least just do something what Tennessee did. What they do? Change their whole game plan when we shut down and run. Why we just couldn't throw the ball? Just do slants. You ain't got to throw them deep. Just do slants. Do something.
Well, I got to tell you, the thing about it is let's really call it like we see it here, guys. I mean, this is a different football club when Orton's not into the quarterback. And a lot of people would probably not have said that at the beginning of the year. But we see it a different offense when Kyle Orton is in there. But you got to understand, you got to adjust to who your ball player is that's going to be playing.
Absolutely.
So you got to work around him what his best assets are. And I'm still trying to tell you. And Ed tries to tell you. And Ed's been talking about this pocket stuff for 2 years, when Grossman was playing. My thing with him is the fact that he is best, I'm telling you, out of a shotgun, and when he can move, and that huddle is moving, and it's crisp, and everybody is flying around, is the rhythm he gets. It seems like when you pull him back, and all of a sudden you're playing in molasses, he doesn't look as good. He doesn't feel as good. So I'm just saying things could have happened better if they would have done that. And I thought they were going to do that, be honest with you. I thought they were going to do more of that no huddle and move the football from the shotgun.
Yeah, you know what, Sam? What I think when I saw it today, when the game was over with, and watching it, and just trying to read the looks on their faces and how hard they played. And I tell you what, those 53 kids, Doug, they got to be sick to their stomach. I think they knew that they could beat this team. They thought that they could beat this team, and I think a lot of people thought they could beat this team.
I did.
And I'm going to tell you what, Doug, that's a beautiful thing to see and to feel, and for those kids to play as hard as they did. And I know their heart's got to be breaking right now because they could have been 6-3 and started this back half of the schedule off with a flying start. And to let this ball game, when I know these kids think they could have won, that's got to really hurt them. And I hope that after tonight, let's let them go out, have a good time, do whatever they got to do, be safe. And I'll tell you what, because we got to go up to Packerland next week. And that's going to be a tough, bruising football game. And they've got to be as physically sharp. They got to be as mentally sharp. And I hope by them losing this game today, Doug, that it doesn't affect them in the long run. And I mean this week. I hope it doesn't. I hope they can get by this one and regroup up in Green Bay because they will be playing for first place in the North Division.
Yeah, the other problem, too, they had offensively was the fact that they had piss-poor field position. They were starting inside the 10 twice. They just were bad field position. They never got out of it. But part of that reason belongs to the offense because what was third down efficiency, Ed?
They had 2 out of 7 the first half, and they wound up a total 3 out of 14.
You can't do that.
30 minutes of football,
that's how you're going to get
converted a third down one time.
That's exactly
You're
right.
not going to win a football game,
and
people.
that's why you end up with bad field position because you're not moving. At least fight for the field position.
Right.
You punt and you battle that out. When you go 3 for 14, it was 3 for 14, right?
Yep.
On third down position?
Yes.
3 for 14, you asking for trouble, and you're going to get it. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show.
Hang in there, callers.
Frank, Jeff, Douglas, Richard, Nate, all of you. We'll be right back.
All right, we are back. Hey, I read something I did not know. Listen to this. There's this thing you can do to help your heart, your brain, your skin, joints, even your memory. One thing. It's not exercise. It's Arctic Essentials Omega-3. Seriously. And all you have to do is take it. So we've arranged for you to try a bottle free before you buy it. So call right now. 1-800-400-9917. This article, and it's from a major medical clinic, says that omega-3 in the form of supplements lowers triglycerides, lowers blood pressure. It even reduces the risk of heart attack and strokes. And then I read the Arctic Essentials bottle on the kitchen table and realized, well, that's what my wife gives me every morning. She loves me. Who knew? Seriously, this stuff is good for your heart and everything else, people, and you can try it risk-free. Feel the difference and try a bottle free before you buy it. Here's the number for your free trial. 1-800-400-9917. It's a limited time offer, so call now. 1-800-400-9917.
Get the hot or get the mild, but make sure you pick up a jar of the best giardiniera in town from Marconi Foods. Give them a call, 312-421-0485, or go to marconi-foods.com.
If you've ever struggled with a sick kid while trying to get his temperature, you'll love the new Temporal Scanner by Exergen. It works like magic. Just press a button, gently scan your child's forehead, and get an accurate reading, just like that. It's safe, quick, effective, and used by doctors in premier hospitals. Imagine no more sticking thermometers in ears or rears. You can even use it while your child is sleeping. The Temporal Scanner from Exergen, a better thermometer for your family, and the best money you'll ever spend. Available at the pharmacy at Walmart, Walgreens, and other fine stores.
Prices are up. The cost of running your business is up. Everything's up, except your marketing budget. So what's a small business to do? Email marketing to your current customers with ConstantContact.com. With Constant Contact, you get professional-looking email newsletters that keep your customers coming back. Plus, there's a free 60-day trial with plans as low as $15 a month. So even if the economy's down, your sales don't have to be. Put your marketing on the upswing with ConstantContact.com.
You know, the first drive we didn't go no huddle and went right down the field and scored, so it wasn't as much of an urgency to get to that because we felt pretty good. And then like midway through start of the second quarter, we started to get to no huddle, and we were backed up, and that's not really an area where you'd like to do that, but. So we couldn't get that first down to get into a rhythm, and we would have gone no huddle.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. You just heard Rex Grossman talking about the no huddle, and they were backed up, which they were. Backed up quite a bit. I don't know why that should change your fact about you can come out and start running a play real quickly. It doesn't bother me that you're on your own 12 or 13-yard line. I understand that. And you know what? You want to go out there and just go up and go loud, 1, 2, 3, and out?
Well, I think that's exactly what he was talking about. They should have went to the no-huddle earlier is what I think.
Well, the thing about it is, though, he said because they're in bad field position. But my point is that you can run the no-huddle anywhere.
Doesn't make any difference.
Yeah. You come out, you run the play. Next play, you come out, you run the play. Next play, you run the play. And you put the pressure on the defense. And so, that's the way I look at it. Of course, we're not coaching this damn thing.
What does that have to do? Run it in the training room.
Yeah, I don't care. Run it coming off the bus. It's called to Richard and Mokina. Richard's on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, fellas, how you doing there?
All right, Rich.
Hi, Rich.
Hey, last time I touched base with you guys was after the Tampa Bay loss, and I was very livid on the phone, and I think I made a mistake this week. Actually, I'm a season ticket holder, and I had to work night shift last night. I decided that I would watch the game over at the commissioner's house of our fantasy football league. I thought that would give us some good luck. So I get over here, and me and the commissioner are talking, and we think that one of the main points of the game would be for the Bears to stop the run. Okay, I figured if we stopped the run, we made them one-dimensional, we would really be able to get on them and make them, throw some interceptions, this and that. And it didn't happen. And I just don't understand how you can hold these guys to this kind of a running game, negative running game, and lose the game. And then we come out offensively, and we're not running the ball. We're not smashing them in the mouth. And we're letting Rex get back there and throw 3 passes in a row, 2 passes. It was just out of control, and the commission is very upset. He's an old gray-haired boozer. And I said, I'm trying to settle him down all day. I said, Commish, maybe it's bad luck I came over here since you haven't seen a Bears win since 2004. And he says, well, I'm the kiss of death. Well, I said, it's not your fault. It's Lovie Smith's fault. And the commission wants to know, when does Lovie Smith become accountable for these kind of losses and these kind of game plans? I got to hang up and listen to what you guys have to say, because we stopped the run and we still lost. I just don't get it. I don't get it. We did not run the ball. We didn't play Bears football today at all.
Well, let me hold it, Doug, before you. Let me give you a real quick answer.
Yeah.
Mine be very quick. How long was this go on?
Forever.
Well, this will go for 3.5 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, go ahead. Take it over, Doc.
The thing about it is that when you take a look at today's football game, there's no question what you need to do. But here, this team, Tennessee, beat the Baltimore team, right? They beat Baltimore. I think it was 13-10. Baltimore held them to 46 yards running. The Minnesota Vikings held them to 76 yards running, and they still won both those games. So that's one part of it. One part is shutting them down. This is why you have to give credit to Jeff Fisher. If you're going to do that, then they find another way, any kind of a way, to beat you. And that's what they did. And Kerry Collins, we're all talking about, well, he just manages the football game. Well, I got to tell you, I wish I had a guy who manages it that way, too. Because, first of all, the one thing they have going very strong for them, and talking about Tennessee, is their offensive line. He's got an outstanding offensive line. And they got a great defensive line. So you shut down their run, which a lot of other teams have done. Like I told you, Baltimore shut their run down 46 yards. Minnesota shut their run down, gave them only 70 yards. We gave them only 20. But they found a way. They came out, and this kid, he's 38 years old. Collins throws for 280 yards. He threw for 180 yards in the first half. So, first of all, we're not getting the pass rush. We know that for sure. Number two, I don't think we're covering very well defensively with the cushion we give. We don't give enough time for the defensive line maybe even get to this guy because we play too loose. But when it's all said and done with, you would think, if I told you prior to this game that the Chicago Bears held the Tennessee Titans to 20 yards rushing, would you not say in your mind, I think they probably won that football game? Well, they didn't win it. There's a lot of things happen here, and in fact, it has to go back to the offense, too. You need to put points on. You need to do certain things, and we didn't do it.
Well, one of the things, Doug, you look at the passing game. Olsen, who was a tight end who played in the slot and at wideout, he caught 5. Rashid Davis caught 1 pass. The only other wideout we had was Devin Hester, and he caught 4. Our other wideout, Rashid Davis, caught 1. Our 2 tight ends, Olsen caught 5, and Clark caught 3. So you wonder where the passing game was?
Nowhere.
That's right.
Because you got an average of 4.2 yards gained per pass.
When you have your wideouts,
you can't do that.
You have 3 wideouts and basic wideouts, so bona fide wideouts on your team, Doug, and you play 60 minutes of football, and they make 5 catches.
But here's the other thing, though, and you're right about that. But I'm going to tell you, and I heard Rex talking about opportunities that were missed. You cannot miss the opportunity. When that opportunity shows itself, which it did show itself today at least 4 times, I saw, and one was a big one with Hester, you've got to take advantage of it. That's why you worked your ass off to try to get yourself in position to call certain plays that will work, that will cut down that defense.
Not at this level, not at the amount of money that these kids make, Doug.
You've got to do it. You've got to do it.
You don't overthrow guys 5, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a game. I don't care how, when, where, or what. You just don't do that.
You don't get that many opportunities to score, especially with a team like Tennessee. So we didn't take advantage of that. And that in itself There was 4 plays I could just tell you that if made those 4 plays, this game would have been different. He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Frank, Isa, Frank, Vito, Jeff, Douglas, Mark, all of you. We'll be right with you right after this.
Territory. 3 to go. It's a 2. Collins out of the eye. Lindale White, the deep man in it. Collins takes turns, gives Lindale White looking for the goal line. He's got it up the middle. Touchdown, Tennessee, and they extend their lead now. Up 2 scores on the Bears.
Offensively, the field position game hurt us the entire time. We played down, close to our end zone most of the time. And eventually, if you don't get the field position, it'll end up leading to points for the opponent, and that's what happened today. There's only so much you can do. You can blitz, you can play a 2 deep, you can play 3 man, and then from there you have to make some plays. You got to be able to cover them sometimes. That'll help the pass rush. So it's a combination of both.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. You just heard Lovey talking about the fact of field position. Ed and I talked about it at the beginning of the show, and they had bad field position. But to get out of that, you have to get first downs. You can't be 3 for 14 and get out of bad field position. If you're going to go 3 for 14 on third down situations, you're going to be in bad field positions. Let's go out to David Schuster, our Bears beat reporter. David.
Well, Doug and Eddie, there's a lot of ways of looking at this game. And if I would have told you, and I'm sure you probably have already said this, if I would have told you that you hold Tennessee, one of the best, if not the best, rushing team in football to 20 yards, you win this game running away, right?
Exactly what I said.
But if you don't get a pass rush in today's NFL, kiss it goodbye. It's over before it starts, and this is a theme that I've seen in person, all the games that I've gone to this year. You just can't get to the quarterback, and maybe even worse than that, you don't cover the wide receivers after you don't get to the quarterback. I mean, the quarterbacks are just looking like they're playing in the park week after week with no pass rush whatsoever, and it's killing the Bears' defense.
David, where is the coaching in there? And just to bring you one thing, Vasher in the third quarter, when it was 3rd and 3, he lined up head on, even almost shaded to the outside when they were going 3rd and 3. They were inside the 10-yard line, and he gives them 2 different pass routes to go inside. One takes the slant and goes right in. And this is a veteran. This is the 9th game of the season. And is Vasher? Is he having problems? I mean, is he physically?
Well, none of these guys are ever 100% halfway through the season. I mean, he had the thumb problem, the Tillman, of course, with the shoulder. But I'm looking at these guys as they're lined up. I'm thinking, well, okay, they line up with them on the line of scrimmage. Then there's no pass rush, and then the ball goes down the field. And then these defensive backs are 5-7 yards behind the guy who's wide open. And I just don't understand that. I'm no football savant. I don't even begin to think that I'll ever be. I just don't understand how these guys are so wide open. It's almost like they go into some kind of zone coverage after these guys get off the line of scrimmage. And, of course, it's all made worse because you don't get to the quarterback, and these guys are just having a ton of time finding whoever they want. It's not just the wide receivers. It's the running backs. It's the tight ends. It's whoever they feel like throwing to, and it's killing this team. The defense, again, great protecting the run today, terrible on the pass. Terrible.
There's no question there's a double fault here. Both the pass rush and our coverage sucks. In other words, when they try to cover out there, they don't cover. A lot of times you'll get sacks when you get good coverage in that defensive backfield. There's too many holes. There's too many holes. The guys are wide, not open. I'm going to use wide open. It's like pitch and catch. It's almost like you're doing 7-on-7 drills in practice.
Right. And, we talked to Alex Brown, who early in the season was getting a pass rush and had a couple of sacks, but, he, like everybody else in that line, has done nothing over the last 5-6 games now. He says the 3-step drop that the quarterbacks and offenses are using nowadays just makes it impossible almost to get to the quarterback. Well,
then get your hands up.
Yeah, you could at least put some kind of rush on and get your hands up, like you say. And then he said, well, look, if we're not getting to the quarterback, we need help. And he sort of stopped short of, throwing some further blame. But, I think if he would have, I'm putting words in his mouth maybe here, but I think if he would have gone on with his sentence and he stopped himself, I think he's saying that if the DBs would cover a little bit better, it would make their job a little bit better.
No question about it. The fact is you cannot do a 1, 2, 3-step drop and think a guy's going to get to him, a defensive lineman, when you got a cushion on a guy and you're letting him wide open. You could be back there throwing it. I'm telling you right now.
David, if it's a 3-step drop and you watch the films the entire week of all the breakdown, of all the footage, of all the 3 or 4 games they played before, and if it's basically a 3-drop team, we're talking about a quick pass here, okay?
Yep.
So your coach has got to understand that. And if you're going to play a 2 deep or a 3 or however you want to play it, or a zone, everybody has their zone area, David. And where are you going to play? There's 3 places you can play in your zone: up front, middle, and then back. Well, this is a defense that doesn't want to let anybody get behind them.
That's right.
And if you're going to play that, David, then you've got it's almost like man-to-man coverage, so to speak.
Right.
You better be up in your zone, and as soon as that guy steps anywhere near you, you got to be on him. And if it's a 3-step drop, that's smart football.
Yeah, it's smart football on the offensive end. On the other end, I'm no football savant. All I know is that these guys line up with them on the line of scrimmage. Then the quarterback takes his 3-step drop and has no pressure on them, and then he looks for the receiver, and the DBs or the safeties, I'm telling you, are consistently 5 yards behind the wide receiver. It's just picking off like fish in a barrel. For the quarterback, he's got it too easy at this point. I don't know what they can or what they will have to do. All I know is they better do it because it's embarrassing.
Well, here's the other thing, and here's the other problem you have. The fact is you're not going to win very many football games, especially teams that are 8-0 with a quarterback with a rating of 64.4 and also an average gain per pass of 4.2. Impossible to do. So that's something else you're going to have to straighten up, because in this football game, there was at least 4 times the opportunity was there for big plays, and the one big one was Hester.
Yep, he was open, wide open.
That was wide open. And you've got to make that damn play.
Yeah, and Rex said, if he could have 3 or 4, maybe about 13 or 14 passes back, he would have done a better job. But, he started out on that first drive. He was 6 of 9 for 51 yards, and we're all sitting here going, wow, here's good Rex. But then, unfortunately, for 2.5 quarters, he was bad Rex again, because then he was 6 of 16 for 22 yards, and some of his passes just reminded you of Cade McNown. They were nowhere near the wide receiver. Some of them behind, some of them like 20 yards over the head of some of these wide receivers. So it was bad here this afternoon. A lot of flaws. I will tell you that, we talked to Kyle Orton, and actually I was surprised at least by what he said. He said it was left up to him today to make a decision whether he could play or not. The coaches left it up to him. He came to them and said, you know what, I just can't do it today. It's too sore, but hopefully by next week he thinks he might be back.
They come out of this all right?
Yeah, there was no injuries today, and it was a hard-hitting game. You guys had to appreciate that.
Absolutely.
But still, the defensive scheme, something's got to be done to change this, because I'm telling you, week after week after week, you just see these guys, and, average quarterbacks. Kerry Collins did not have a 200-yard performance until today, and today he looked like Y.A. Tittle.
He almost threw 300 yards.
Yeah, a quarterback rating of 108. I mean, when Dan Orlovsky or whatever his name for Detroit looked good last week, then you know something's wrong here.
And they bench him, too, by the way, and they put Culpepper in.
Yeah, well, I guess...
after the game he had against us.
I think he hurt himself also. I think so. He's out for a while.
But here, the point is that when you come down to it, the fact is this, you need Orton back there. There's no question about it. You can take a look at Grossman, great guy, backup. That's as far as Grossman's going right now as a backup guy, because I can see it now and I see it happening. But you would think your defense, after a while, with the problems you have giving up that pass, and the problems that's going on, or be it the defensive backs or defensive linemen, somewhere along the way, they have to correct that.
I just would think that in your guys' heyday when you were playing, if you had held another team to 20 yards rushing, you're probably going to have 5 or 6 sacks on top of it, because the other team, all they can do is throw the ball, and you're going to just go after them because you've already stopped the element that they already do best. So to me, it's surprising when you have one end of your defense play so well and the other part of it just looks so awful. I don't get it.
Shoes, thanks a lot, buddy.
All right, Doug and Eddie.
Thanks,
Take care. Well, here's the deal, too. The fact is that when you start next week, it's the Packers next week, correct?
Yeah, we go up to Green Bay, and that's going to be That's going to be a hell of a game, Doug. And
I'm going to tell you, we need, we need Kyle Orton for this game, though. We need Kyle Orton for this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, Doug.
It's so obvious, But Ed, you know what? I didn't think it would be that obvious, but it was obvious today. In the certain plays that we saw him make, Kyle Orton make, that made that offense better. Today, there was 3 or 4. Again, I'll go back to it. We defensively, I think our pass defense sucks. I mean, there's no question about it. But at least you had some offense that would go on top of that, and we didn't get that.
What you saw today, sometimes, like, perception is reality.
Yeah.
I mean, what you see out there,
Exactly what it was. Let's go out to Jeff in San Francisco. Jeff, you're on the score.
How you guys doing?
All right, Jeff.
I called last week, and I was really upset, and even though the Bears won, because I can't stand it. I used to watch you guys, like I told you a couple of years ago, in Wrigley Field, and I can't stand watching bad defense. And so even though the Bears won last week, I was not happy, and this is exactly the thing I was talking about. And I said that I would love to see the Bears replace Lovie Smith with Bill Cowher at the end of the season. I know they won't do it because they won't spend the money. And after your show, Hub Arkush, mentioned me just in passing very quickly. Say, well, you get the crazies calling in, like people asking for Lovie Smith to be removed. Well, here's why. The Bears have 8 starters on the defense who've been in the Pro Bowl, and yet this is the best defense they can play. This is coaching, 100%. They've got the talent to be a top 3 or top defensive team in the league, both in scoring and yardage, and yet they're below average. There's no excuse for this. This is terrible coaching. This 2-gap defense that Lovie Smith plays, forget the cover 2 on the pass coverage. I mean, I don't like that either. But this passive 2-gap defense that he plays with, is trying to shoot the gaps instead of taking on your guy directly, just screws up everything. It's a passive defense that doesn't allow for good blitzing, and they're getting, like everybody has pointed out time and again, they're not getting any pass rush. This is the reason. They've got talent, but their coaching is horrible, and that's why they're not getting any. And when I say the coaching is horrible, I know that Lovie Smith can motivate players and all that, but there's more to it. His X's and O's are terrible. This scheme is awful, and he won't dump it because he's too stubborn. So the only way the Bears are going to have a good defense is to get another coach.
Hey, Jeff, let me say this to you, and I'm speaking for Doug when I say this too. You can call this show anytime you want, and you can make your voice be heard on what happened out on that field. If it's the coaching or the players, because that's what the show is about. It's about what happened on that field today. And you can call this show anytime you want, pal, and express your opinion about what went on in that field. And I don't have a problem with neither do you, Doug, right?
No way. Yeah, you call them because there's so many things to look at. I mean, when you talk about today, you cannot say that the defense was totally healthy and good today. They weren't. The fact is they did shut down the run, but they certainly gave up the pass. They gave up 280 yards total passing the football?
Yeah, 284.
284.
Here. They played a good football team. They played a well-coached football team. Are they really in a juggernauts in the national out of the 32 teams? I don't think so. There's no super-duper quarterback, throwing 300-400 yards a game. There's a lot of equal things being on in here, and we had a team that has the best record that came in, and our guys played their hearts out today, and it wasn't to be. And they got to get over it because we got to go up to Green Bay. And I'm going to tell you something. That's going to be a hell of a football game, boy. I'm going to tell you what. Bears really have to make a statement this coming week, Doug.
He's O'Bradovich on Buffon on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644. 6767 is our phone number. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
Monday on the Mully and Hanley Show.
Will it be a victory Monday? We're talking Bears and Titans. Doug Buffon joins us at 8:30. Our Bear Report with Zach Zaidman at 7:30. Plenty of football talk.
Mully and Hanley talking Chicago sports mornings from 6 to 10. Right here on The Score and 670thescore.com.
Okay, why are you watching 3 TVs at once? I'm watching my shows. Again, why are you watching 3 TVs at once?
I've got a lot of shows to watch. Back off. And my DVR can only record 2 at a time.
I'm telling you, AT&T lets you record 4 shows at once on 1 DVR. So you don't have to do this. Which show are you laughing at?
I can't tell anymore.
It's easy to beat Comcast with AT&T. Record 4 shows at once on one DVR. Get Uverse TV for $30 a month for 1 year with purchase of select internet and home phone plans. Call 1-800-PICK-ATT or visit att.com/UverseTV. AT&T, your world delivered.
4-program recording only available with AT&T Uverse. Geographic and service restrictions apply. Other terms and conditions apply. For full details, visit att.com/TV bundle. Offer ends 1/31/09.
Ever wonder about the girl next door? Or the girl who works for your doctor or dentist? Ever wonder what they look like out of uniform? I mean, way out of uniform. Maybe you'll find out. Come join me, Erica, this Tuesday at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, where I'll be hosting Amateur Night. Come out and see the good girls you know by day being very bad at night and living out their fantasies before your eyes and mine at Blackjack's this Tuesday. And girls, come join me. Have some fun, show it off, and maybe even take home $1,000. Bring your sexiest lingerie and your girlfriends to cheer you on. And guys, are you looking for a place to have a bachelor party? Call 888-791-6100 and book your free bachelor party now. And don't forget, Blackjack's is the only gentleman's club in the western suburbs with a full liquor bar. Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, just 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or come visit blackjacks.com.
S-Wing solid steel hammers and tools are unsurpassed in quality, balance, and finish. S-Wing tools have the world's best shock reduction grip. Made in America since 1923. Get the tools the pros use. S-Wing.
His jack-o'-lanterns are on permanent display at museums around the world. He has over 3,200 skeletons in his closet. The Ouija board asks him questions. He sees dead people, but only while squinting. He once beat the Grim Reaper at gin rummy. If confronted by a werewolf, he'd know exactly what to do. He fears nothing except unicorns, and with good reason. 1 year he tried to go as uninteresting. It didn't work. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer. But when I do, I prefer Dos Equis.
Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Tonight, one racer hits the road. Literally.
Oh my God, are you okay? No!
Will she be sidelined?
I'll seriously die.
New Amazing Race CBS tonight.
In the movies, fire is often shown as a cool special effect. From the explosions to the action star who jumps from a burning building. What fire isn't is kind to you, your home, or your office. It's Fire Prevention Week, and it's time to learn about how a fire sprinkler system will save you and your family. Visit SprinklerFitterChicago.org to use a union contractor and to download their educational Sprinkler Man coloring book for the kids. Fire is one of life's most destructive forces. Learn to prevent it today. Visit SprinklerFitterChicago.org.
Have you heard? Walgreens has generics for less than $1 a week. That's less than $1 a week for a 90-day supply on over 400 generic medications when you sign up for Walgreens Prescription Savings Club. Plus, save on 5,000 other brand name and generic medications. See how much you could save and get $50 in coupons free just for asking about the club.
Program is not insurance. Membership fee required. Membership may be canceled within 30 days of issue date. See store for complete terms and conditions.
We didn't have a good day. I mean, I can talk offense, defense, special teams. We haven't gotten the production from our special teams. Brad has been good for the most part throughout. We just haven't gotten the type of production that we need. In the big picture of things, if you have to have a loss, an ideal loss, if there is one, is an AFC game on the road. Home game. Doesn't matter who it is. You have to be able to defend your home turf. It was a big loss for us.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Yeah, hey, love you if you're going to call out your players, pal. Let me tell you something. First, take a look in the mirror at yourself and take a look at your coaching staff. What, like you guys are flawless? Give me a break.
And I think he said I guarantee you he's got to be looking at himself and looking at what they're calling out there and what's going on as far as that whole team is, because that's exactly right, Ed. You got some players out there that can play, and they have to take a look at what's happening. You got to dissect your defense, especially. I understand this about, Grossman. I can understand about the quarterback situation. You can't play that way. You can't have a 64 rating and a 4.2 average gain per pass and win football games. That won't happen. But that's the second time out playing this year. This defense has been doing this all damn year with this pass thing.
Here.
So somewhere along the line, you got to figure out what the hell the problem is.
Here, let me tell you something. Now you've got 8 games here, and you've got your quality control people that can break down 8 games defensively and why we aren't getting the pass rush. What are the calls? How many line tricks are we averaging a game between the tackles and the ends? Or are we even doing that? How many MAC blitzes are we doing? How many strong side blitzes? How many weak side blitzes? How many times are we coming with cornerbacks and we're not getting there? Have somebody put this together for you so that when you look at it as a head coach, a defensive coordinator, and your staff coaches and see what's happened for 9 games. Why aren't we getting to the quarterback? Why are we 10 yards, 5 yards playing a soft zone defense? Look at it, break it down, and then you're smart enough as a defensive coordinator and a head coach and assistant coaches to devise a plan to change it.
Absolutely.
Change it. Listen to me, folks. I'm telling you, let them break it down. Get it. This isn't working for us. What can we do? Put it in front of you. Well, we might be able to move the line to a weaker, strong side set. Maybe come with this blitz. Start picking them up in the front of the zone. Start playing more man-to-man. Start playing a revolve. Okay? A little more corner blitzing. But break down these games, see what you got while you're not doing it, and be smart enough to come up with some kind of a game plan for next week against Green Bay or whomever you're going to be playing, and try to change things around, because what you're doing is not working. We have a hell of a time stopping long drives, and we're having a hell of a time stopping the passing game. So that's a way of looking at it, folks, and breaking it down. And can it be done? Yes, it can be.
See, the thing is, it can be done for one reason. If you honestly felt, and I'm going to ask you this question, that we don't have the personnel to do that. If you say to yourself, we just don't have the personnel.
I never would have made the statement I just made.
Exactly. So in other words, the personnel is there. You've got to put the pieces together. Talking about you being the coaches.
Right.
You put the pieces together and find a way to make these guys play.
What you're doing is not working. Find out another way. And there are other ways. Okay?
That's not a genius statement.
Right, there's things to do. But, Doug, that's one way of looking at it after 9 games. Why isn't it? Break it down, get all the tendencies, and then make your changes from there. As a head coach, as a defensive coordinator, and the defensive assistants, sit down, put the brain trust together, and devise a different thing, because this is not working.
When you got 8 games worth and now 9 games worth of trouble like this, and with the same problem of giving up that many passes, the same problem of giving up that many first downs, the same problem with all those drives, somewhere along the line, you have to solve the problem. You have to come up with something. Now, if you tell me...
Doug, it's solvable.
Well,
I believe it's solvable.
So do I.
There's talent. There's enough talent on this team. But you talk to anybody around the league, Doug, and you have your people, I have my people in the league, and I'm going to tell you what, we have some talented people on this football team, and I'm just saying what I just said, and I'll say it again, what I just said, that's one way of doing it. Get the stats, work it out, find a different way to attack from a different formation or a different position, and see if it works. Don't keep doing the same thing you're doing.
Because you keep losing.
That's right.
You keep losing. When I say losing, you keep losing defensively. You didn't have an offense today because of the fact that Kyle Orton did not play, so they couldn't pull you out of the fire. You got to give them kudos for how they played, how they hustled, how they hit, they stopped the run.
They played
defensively.
tough. They gave their hearts out today, I tell you what.
So, but you know as well as I know, Ed, a couple calls here or there changes the course of a game, changes the course of what a guy can do. And there's got to be a reason why these guys are all wide open. Why?
In today's game, you get these guys on both sides of the ball making big money. And that term difference maker, we're the difference makers. We're somebody stepping up, making that spectacular play. All right? You pay a lot of these people, my friend, a lot of money. And that's not happening.
Could it be that they're not put in the position to make the play? In other words, defensively, you know as well as I do.
Yes.
You can call certain things that that's not going to benefit a certain player the way he plays, they can make a big thing. Here, I'll give you another example. The fact is, if I'm playing defensive back, and I've not seen our guys do this yet, and they talked about Tennessee's guys doing this to their cornerbacks, jumping the route. Play some football. Jump the damn route once in a while.
Exactly.
Go for the ball. You know what I mean, Ed?
But if you're going to do
part of the game.
But if you're going to do it, if you're going to jump for the route, what you're talking about, Doug, what you do, whoever is, if it's your linebacker or your cornerback or your other safety, and you think you got this play and you know what's coming, then you got to alert the linebacker or your co-defensive back that, hey, I'm going to do it. Watch my backside. I think they're coming with this play. I think I can do it. But you always got to make your people aware of it.
You know, and that's a great point. And I don't want to get back into, how we play defense and that. But you know how much I should talk to my corner? I should say this, turn around, talk to him and say, listen, I'm going for the slant. I'll take the slant. You take the out, okay? I mean, that's clockwork. And, when you're talking about the zones, you're absolutely correct. See, they go to an area and they stand there like statues.
Exactly.
Pick the damn guy up. It's called the zone, but it's man for man.
They'll stand in the middle or in the back of the zone because, boy, they don't want them to get behind.
I'm in my zone. You're not in your zone. You pick the damn guy up like it's man for man.
There's a couple of defensive backs. There's one for Pittsburgh, one for Green Bay, and I'm going to tell you something. If they play zone, it's more of a man.
It's a man zone.
Then slash maybe zone, even though it is zone.
It's called the zone.
You damn right.
You pick a guy coming up into your end zone, and what you do is you crowd him. You don't let him catch the damn football and say, look, hey, I was in my zone. Hooray for me. That's exactly what that quarterback wants. Now, you jump on a guy, and you play him tight like it is man for man when he comes into your zone. But I don't think they teach him that. I really don't. I really don't think they
Well,
teach
it's
him
obvious, Doug.
Yeah.
We got to get to the callers here.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. We got a break here.
Talking.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
It's your fault, Doug.
I know. It's all my fault.
Possibly be mine.
I'm going to be fired.
Yeah, right.
312-640.
Mitch is out there having a heart attack.
Mitch is here. He just ran into a telephone pole. Oh, glad I get a hold of him. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
Crane's Chicago Business Report, powered by Crane's Chicago Business and ChicagoBusiness.com. Listen Monday mornings at 8:15 and Monday afternoons at 3:45. Brought to you by Business Class from Comcast.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Hey folks, Jesse Rogers here. I've been telling you all summer about some of the great deals at Elmhurst Toyota, and those deals have extended to the fall as well. I've been driving a car from Elmhurst Toyota for several years now, and they do a great job in taking care of people over there. They understand about the hard economic times and have some deals that should help, especially if you're interested in a certified pre-owned car. Let's face it, you may not be able to afford a new one, so certified pre-owned is the way to go. Right now, till the end of the year, they have 3.9% financing on all certified pre-owned 4Runners, Tundras, and Sequoias for up to 66 months. That's unheard of. And on all other certified pre-owned cars in which there are no specials, you don't have to make your first payment for 90 days. That's 3 months before you pay a single dollar. Again, unheard of. You can check them out on the web right now at elmhursttoyota.com or call 800-266-3000 and ask for Mike Wishney. He heads up the certified pre-owned car department, and though he's in mourning for the Cubs, he'll take good care of you. And when you head out there, located off of I-290 on Lake Street, make sure you tell him Jesse Rogers sent you.
WSCR Scoreboard Update.
It is 4:30, and from the Score Update studios, I'm Matt Rodewald with a Scoreboard Update, and it's brought to you by Menards, dedicated to service and quality. Menards, a game against an unbeaten team is always a good measuring stick, and after a 21-14 loss to the Titans, there's still plenty of work for Lovie Smith and company to do. And he's turning the page on today.
Let's look at the big picture. Tough loss today, but of course, we know who we have up next. Division opponent coming up next.
Yeah, the Packers are up next after their 28-27 loss in Minnesota. Bears could not move the ball after a solid opening drive. Rex Grossman threw for 173 yards, missed a lot of opportunities. The defense held the Titans to 20 yards on the ground, but couldn't get any pressure on Kerry Collins, and the Titans moved to 9-0 on the year. The Bears will share first place with the Vikings after their win today. Adrian Peterson with 192 yards and the go-ahead score for Minnesota with 2:22 left. Mason Crosby could not convert a 52-yarder in the final seconds for the Packers. Elsewhere on the NFL today, Jacksonville pounding Detroit 38-14. Lions are bad. They're 0-9. Jets blew up the Rams 47-3, the final in that one. Thomas Jones with 149 yards and 3 scores. Patriots beating the Bills 20-10. The Dolphins hang on to edge the Seahawks 21-19. Falcons 34, Saints 20. It was the Ravens all over the Texans 41-13. Willis McGahee with 112 yards and 2 scores in that one. 3 late games closing in on halftime. Carolina with a 14-0 lead in Oakland. It's Kansas City 13, San Diego 6, and the Steelers tacking on a field goal to their 17-7 lead in Pittsburgh. The Giants and the Eagles tonight. We'll have that one for you at 7:15 right here on the Score. Hockey, the Blackhawks at home at the United Center taking on the Calgary Flames. And the Bulls are trying to get used to life without Kirk Heinrich. He'll have surgery this week to repair a torn ligament on his right thumb. He will miss 3 months. BCS rankings just coming out. Alabama and Texas Tech going 1-2. Text VIP to 67011 to join the Score VIP texting club, where you will receive exclusive updates, contests, and breaking news straight to your phone. I'm Matt Rodewald, and you're listening to Chicago's #1 sports radio station, 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Coming up next, more on the postgame show with Doug and OB right here on WSCR, The Score.
Welcome to the IBM drive-thru. How can we help you?
This is IBM?
This is IBM.
Not quite what we expected, but since we're here, we got a problem.
Big problem. What's the problem, guys?
Business is booming.
Really booming. Really booming. Really. And you're not sure how to accommodate all that growth?
Not sure.
A bit foggy. Why don't you call one of our local business partners in your area, ready to solve problems and able to customize solutions to help your business?
In our area.
In your area.
Ready to solve problems?
Ready to solve problems.
And customize solutions.
And customize solutions.
To help our business?
To help your business.
And they're local?
Really local.
How local?
Right behind you.
Oh, she's good.
You're really good. Please pull up.
Welcome to IBM Express Advantage, offering hundreds of innovative solutions for the mid-sized company. From the people and partners of IBM, call our concierge at 1-877-IBM-ACCESS or visit IBM.com/IBM Access. IBM Express Advantage. It's that simple.
Stop by Dunkin' Donuts now and get an egg and cheese and an English muffin for 99 cents when you buy a medium or larger hot coffee. Price and participation may vary, plus applicable taxes. Limited time offer.
Saved by Zero. Waiting for the perfect time to take home your new Toyota? Well, there's no better time than right now. Because right now, you can get 0% financing on 12 different Toyota models. Saved by Zero. Financing just can't get any lower. Get 0% financing on the new 2008 Sienna, RAV4, Highlander, Yaris, 4Runner, Sequoia, Tacoma V6, Tundra, and FJ Cruiser. Or the new 2009 Corolla, Matrix S or XRS, Camry, Sienna, 4-cylinder Tacoma, and Tacoma V6. No other car company can offer you 0% on as many models. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, moving forward.
0% APR financing for 36 months or more with $2,778 per $1,000 borrowed or less. For qualified buyers with approved Tier 1 Plus through Tier 3 Excellent credit through Toyota Financial Services on qualifying new 2008 and 2009 Toyotas excluding hybrids. Down payment may be required. Does not apply to other offers. Offers may vary by region. Subject to availability. See participating dealer for details. Offers end 12/108.
No, I mean, we at the end of the football game, we're in a position to win. So with Rex there, that's what we're able to do. You have to let him work through some of the things. I mean, there were a lot of things going on today. Rex had a little bit to do with it some of the time, but there were so many other things that we could have done to help ourselves. He's made a lot of progress, and he's been able to do some things. We have a little bit more time before our Wednesday practice, and hopefully he'll be ready to go this week.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears losing to Tennessee. And Ed, I was comparing quarterbacks here, and I was looking at this. And let's just start out with Grossman's quarterback rating. He had a 64.4 rating. Kerry Collins for Tennessee had a 108.7 rating, okay? Now, how about average gain per pass? And it ended up that Grossman had 4.7 average gain per pass, and Collins had 7 yards per attempt per pass. How about completion percentages? Grossman had 54% completion. Collins, 73.2%. And the final yards, 289 yards for Collins, 173 yards for Grossman. That was one of the main problems today also. On top of the fact the Bear defense could not stop the pass, the fact is we didn't get any offense out of our quarterback. And you need to do that to win. A 64.4 quarterback rating won't cut it. There's no question about it. And if you're going to beat the Packers and if Grossman is at the helm next week, then he's got to do a hell of a lot better than he did today. And obviously, too, the fact that the Bear defense with the pass, with Aaron Rodgers, you're going to have to do a hell of a lot better, with the pass defense.
And you know what they do, Doug? They stretch the field.
Yeah.
The Packers will stretch the field.
See, they got way better receivers than this team does, by the way.
Listen, let me tell you something. We tried Hester one time, really on a deep pattern, I think, all day today, except for late in the fourth quarter when we hit that post pattern. But really on a fly pattern or anything, we really don't even attempt to do that.
Packers will do that. Let's go out to Frank in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Frank, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, OB, it's an honor and a pleasure.
Thanks. What's up,
buddy? I've been a Bear fan for a long, long time, and I was never a Grossman fan. And when you whine about bad field position, you're a pro quarterback. You work yourself out of that. You don't sit there and complain about it. And we could have picked up Pennington to back up when Orton got hurt. Why did they do that?
Well, I don't know. Pennington's already down there. I mean,
I know that. But at the time when they released him, they could have picked him up.
Well, I got to tell you, I never was a lover of Pennington, and I always thought that he threw hand grenades. But you're right. He's doing a hell of a job. I was wrong on that. I mean, right down there in Miami, he's doing an excellent job. But the thing about it is this football club that we're looking at, the Chicago Bears, there's no question that they made the right choice with Kyle Orton being the quarterback and the plays that he can make. And I am telling you, and I will keep saying this, that has a lot to do with the size of the quarterback. And I'm telling you, you need to be 6'4", 6'5", to be able to see what's going on down there. And I've seen it more than I wanted to today when that football just took off out of the Rec's hands when there was pressure on him that he had to throw above the defensive linemen with their hands in the air. Consequently, the football took off, and it was high. Let's go out to Frank in Lombard. Frank, you're on the score.
Hey, OB. Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call. Otherwise, you would have found me on a milk carton somewhere,
Welcome home, Frank.
Hey, you know what? I was going to ask you about how the defensive backs are playing so far off the ball, but I wanted to go in a little bit different direction and ask you this. Is it possible that the coaching staff is just too stubborn to change the scheme, meaning that they're not exploiting the strengths of our players where you'd be able to have Urlacher blitz more? You'd have different. I think that's where Lovie Smith and Rivera busted heads, because I think Rivera wanted to go one way, and Lovie Smith was so committed to his systems that he's not getting the very best out of his players. Now, I may be wrong on that, but when you're stopping the run and you're giving up 20 yards on the ground, but you're giving up almost 300 in the air, that's the system. Am I right, or am I looking at something wrong here, guys?
Well, and Ed put it very well. Ed was talking about the fact that if this is happening to you, and with this caveat, you have to say to yourself, do we have ball players that can play? When you look at your defense, you say to yourself, wait a minute, didn't we have how many all-pros we had in that team one time? 8 or something like that? 7, 8,
that, yeah.
So if you say, yes, we do have ball players. Now, we've been into this thing for about 9 games now. And when the same problem keeps popping up, if you own the business and you had the same problem popping up, now, if it happens once or twice, you say, well, that could be a coincidence. This is a trend, fellas. We're in a trend now about our defense, about what's going on with the passing game. They've got to figure this thing out. They meaning the coaches.
That's who has to figure it out.
They have to figure it out.
And it can be done.
Well, sure. The thing about it is that you have to be flexible in your mind that this is the problem, this is what's not happening, and we're going to correct it. 9 games into the damn season, you should be able to correct it. if you have the players to do that. So what I'm looking at is I'm saying, well, maybe it's a system. It's maybe where you're teaching these guys how to play certain things. And then I talk about maybe different ways of playing. And I always was taught differently. Maybe you should start saying, listen, you know what? We got to start picking guys up in the zone. We start covering the slant. Maybe we start jumping on certain plays, certain slants, doing certain things. But there's got to be something that has to be done because you cannot go the rest of the season like this because we'll be all in a casket. It's over with.
What they have to do, Frank, is, again, and what I just mentioned about 10, 15 minutes ago, and very quickly again, is break down the last 9 games. And it can be done. You've got quality control people, and that's all I do. Get all stats and see why it's not working. And then you can figure out what were we in when it wasn't working this time. What was it in when it wasn't working this game? What position? What defense was called? And then you have the ability to make a change. And I believe that's what they have to do. Let me tell you this. If I was the head coach of this team, that's what I'd be doing. We'd be burning the night oil all night, and because we do have some pretty damn good personnel on this football team, especially on defense. There's a lot of money paid to these guys, Frank. And I'm going to tell you what. Can it be corrected? I believe it can be corrected, and Doug believes it can be corrected. But if you're going to stay in the scheme that you're staying in, then every game is going to come down to the last 2-3 minutes or minute of the ball game, fighting and slugging it out to win. It'd be worth the effort to see if you can do it a little different.
That would be the fact that wouldn't you have not done this already? I mean, when you take a look at this, because this is a problem, like I said, this is like what we call a trend, and a trend being the
Doug,
fact
by
that
the third game it would have been done.
Sure.
By the third game it would have been done.
I understand what we're doing. And so when you take a look at this, he said, how am I going to correct this? And still, when this is all said and done with, think about this. The fact is we gave up how many points today? 21?
21.
21 points, right?
21 points.
We gave up 21 points. We held a team to 20 yards rushing. And we can't seem to go out there and stop a passing game. You know, figure it out.
We gave up 280 yards passing last week.
I mean, every week it's the same thing. You want to take a look where we rank as far as passing? We're 30th in the pass. And so that's a major problem.
And it can be corrected.
Sure it can.
It can be corrected, folks.
Let's go out to Isaiah in South Holland. Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Hi.
Hey.
OB and Doug, thanks for having me.
Yes,
you got
sir.
it.
Yeah, hey, listen, just about the Bears, offense and defense, I think it's just ridiculous. First of all, Mark Anderson, he should be on a milk carton. Where is he?
Well, they played him all in the defensive end. Did you see him playing left defensive end?
I saw him playing.
Yeah, but you didn't get anybody near anybody.
He never got to the quarterback.
No.
He doesn't stop the run.
No,
he doesn't stop the pass.
Won't stop the run.
He doesn't get anywhere near the quarterback.
You know, and they
what is the problem?
Well, I don't know. I mean, first of all, the problem was he always should be a pass specialist, not playing every down. That's in my mind. And they had him on the right side. They tried to, blow Alex Brown out of the picture and move this kid in, and it didn't work. But it was working when they were using him just on third down situations. But I noticed today, I saw a lot of him playing that left defensive end, and it didn't do any good because he never got to the quarterback. So, again, too, part of this problem is not only the defensive line, I'm telling you, the other part of the problem is the fact that we're not covering close enough to give the time the defensive end to go in there. There's too many damn holes out there when that defense, pass defense, the guys are not picking guys that come up in the zone and making it tougher for the quarterback to throw the ball.
Doug, here is it. Defensively, let's talk about defensively. There's obviously a problem. Is it injuries? Is it of the 11 guys that are out there? Are they not good enough to play in the National Football League? Or is it the coaches who are coaching them? Are they the problem? Is it injuries? Is it the players? Or is it the coaches? 3 things why it's not getting done.
But when you look at
I think you start at the coaches, don't you?
If you got a problem,
and then you go to the players, you're always going to have injuries. So the middle one, and the last one are the important ones.
Here's the deal: if you have a problem, like I said, and I'll refer to a business, and it's not working right, the first thing you do, you identify the problem. Then next thing you do, you correct it. Now, correcting problem.
What did I say half hour ago?
Exactly. Same thing.
This is what you do. 9 games, damn it. This is what you do.
And the thing about it is this, though, Ed, then, the fact is if it's the players' fault, then go get some new players. But when you take a look at this
is what I'm saying.
You're going to say to yourself, just maybe, it's not the right call. we're not doing the right thing at the right time, and this is what we're doing wrong.
That's exactly correct.
Right. I mean, that is logical to me. And you and I, sometimes get a little crazy, but that is logical.
Coaching, a little better. Let's get a little better. Let's get a little smarter, coaches.
I would think so. We're going to take a break. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. John, Ron, Ramsey, Fred, Matt, Mark, all of you. We'll be right with you after this.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Also on the web at carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. We're a recognized 501c3 charity organization, so you'll receive a maximum tax deduction. What's more, you'll receive a free vacation voucher of 3 days and 2 nights.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
Menards is getting ready to move to a bigger new mega store in Hanover Park. And that means big savings of 40% off at our current Hanover Park and Hoffman Estates locations. That's right, Menards is expanding to serve you even better. And to ease our transition, you can take advantage of huge savings of 40% off all remaining regular price merchandise. Save 40% off all remaining floor coverings and wall coverings. Save 40% off all hardware, electrical, plumbing, and more. Good while supplies last. Hurry in for best selection. Get 40% off all remaining regular price merchandise at our current Menards in Hanover Park and Hoffman Estates as we get ready to move to our bigger new mega store in Hanover Park.
Save big money at Menards.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
You keep pictures of your family on your desk, your wallet, even on your cell phone. Everyone knows how much you love your family. What they don't know is that you are living without life insurance. You're not alone. Most people think life insurance will take a lot of time and money. But eFinancial makes getting life insurance affordable and easy because a free quote is yours in just minutes when you call 1-800-700-9805. Depending on your situation, we can help a 40-year-old man in good health get up to $500,000 of life insurance for less than $20 a month. $500,000 of quality life insurance for less than $20 a month. At eFinancial, we've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you get the life insurance they need quickly and affordably. So come on, protect the family you love and get your free quote. It only takes a few minutes because it's free. Call 1-800-700-9805. 1-800-700-9805. 1-800-700-9805.
The Illinois Center for Broadcasting's Broadcast Dreams contest offers you the chance to compete for a free MacBook laptop. Call 630-916-1700 or go to beonair.com for more details.
So John's doctor told him it's time to get serious about his blood pressure. Eat a healthy diet, exercise regularly, which I've been telling him to do for years, and take a dietary supplement called Amil BP every day.
The naturally derived ingredient in Amil BP has been clinically shown to help maintain healthy blood pressure. Amil BP is safe and has no side effects.
And it's so easy, he's actually doing it.
Maintain healthy blood pressure with Amil BP. Available at Walgreens, CVS, and other retailers near you.
Genuine Ford and Lincoln Mercury Parts and Service presents a word from your gas gauge.
Oh, my needle is asleep.
What's wrong, gas gauge?
For some reason, I haven't been moving.
Oh, well, that's probably because I got the Works Fuel Saver package at the dealership.
Oh.
Yeah, it's an oil change, tire rotation, and more. Just $29.95 or less after a $10 mail-in rebate.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to stop for a sandwich. Do you want anything?
No, thanks. I'm full.
Oh, good one.
Taxes, diesel, and disposal fee extra. See your participating participating Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealership for rebate details through 113008. Genuine Ford and Lincoln Mercury Parts and Service presents A Word from Your Wallet.
Now, are we at the gas station? Now?
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling these gas prices, too.
I'm the wallet down here. Head to a Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealership.
Why?
Proper vehicle maintenance. A new air filter could save 41 cents a gallon. Correct tire inflation up to 12 cents a gallon.
Wow, that sure adds up.
Fat wallets are very in right now.
Get the Works Fuel Saver Package. A Motorcraft synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, multi-point inspection, fluid top-off, and more. Just $29.95 or less after $10 mail-in rebate.
Well, done. That was easy.
Maybe you should listen to your wallet more often.
Well, you're typically pretty quiet.
Well, I didn't want to be a pain in the...
Hurry in for the best deals we've had in years. Money-saving rebates on brakes, batteries, tires, and more. For great prices, convenient hours, and Saturday service, see participating Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealers. No appointment necessary. Taxes, diesel, and disposal fee extra. Fact source, fueleconomy.gov. See participating dealership for hours and rebate details through 113008.
Imagine a travel package to Milwaukee that had gaming and dining offers at Potawatomi Bingo Casino. Tickets to a Milwaukee museum, a hotel stay in downtown Milwaukee, round-trip transportation, and a travel certificate. Would you be interested in taking a trip north? What if you could get everything in the package for free? That's right, free. Potawatomi Bingo Casino is now offering premier travel packages to Milwaukee that you can get on the house. There are 6 packages to choose from, or customize one to best suit you. Want to spend more than just one night in Milwaukee? Add additional nights at the hotel for a special rate. Traveling solo or with a friend? Packages are available for both single and double occupancy. For qualification details on how you can escape for free to Milwaukee, visit paysbig.com or call toll-free 1-866-257-0094. That's 1-866-257-0094. Must be 21 and a Firekeepers Club member to participate. Membership is free. Management reserves all rights.
Look at the big picture. Tough loss today. But, of course, we know who we have up next. Division opponent coming up next. Well, they, made some plays. The second half is kind of simple as that. I mean, they're a good defense. We had a chance in the first half to do a few good things. But, eventually, when you're a good defense playing the run, you can gang up on it, you'll be able to shut it down.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mark in Joliet. Mark on The Score.
Hey, good show, Doug. And Ed, listen, our play calling really cost us game momentum today. If you remember, we started out real good. The first quarter and a half, we're up 7-0. Things are looking good. This reminds me of the Super Bowl. I called you guys right after the Super Bowl. All of a sudden, we decide we have to pass the ball when we should be running. And I'm telling you, Doug, I'm sitting there watching my 3 sons, and I said to myself, please, don't start passing. And what did they do? They're deep in their own territory. There's only a few minutes left till halftime. We have Tennessee pretty much shut down. It's called game momentum, and that is a big deal. What do? We cough up a stupid interception deep in our own territory. Tennessee scores. It's 7-7, and from that moment on, this game went down into the toilet. So I was screaming at the thing. I said, this reminds me of the Super Bowl when we had the lead. We decided let's get away from the run, and let's decide we're going to pass deep in our own territory against one of the best defenses in the league. I don't understand it. This is play calling. This is coaching. One last thing, guys. I'm watching Brian Urlacher on these extra points, and I swear there were 2 or 3 times he literally just stood there, didn't even run into the line. Now, my question is, why can't we get like a big Cat Williams, a big guy, and just have him charge into the middle of the line on these extra points? Now, we had one of our field goals blocked, but Urlacher 1 or 2 times, he literally stood there. So my question is, what can we do in that area? But I'll hang up and listen to your response. Thank you.
Well, first of all, let's talk about the run a little bit. Forte had 20 carries. He had 72 yards, averaging 3.6 average per attempt running the football. And the longest he got was 14 yards. Now, this is a tough team to run against, the Tennessee Titans. There's no question about it. When you look at Tennessee had 29 runs. And they got, 20 yards, basically. They were average .07 yards per carry. But so what happened was Tennessee went to the passing. They threw for 41 times. We threw for, I believe it was 37 times. There's nothing wrong with the pass game. The problem is the fact that when you were talking about that interception, that ball should never have been thrown down the sidelines. That ball was thrown into double coverage and thinking that all of a sudden he was going to make a play. So you still got to be able to throw the football to win in this league. No one loves to run better than me, and no one believes more in a run than me. But there comes a time when you have to be able to pick up that football and throw it. Because the NFL, the way that's set up, the rules, it tells you must throw the football. So consequently what we have here is the fact that Grossman wasn't successful in connecting with those pass plays that were open. That certainly would have said the running game would have been better. And you need to have that quarterback, when he does throw, to be able to hit a certain play. And like Ed said, the fact is you're a professional now, and when that thing is open, you take advantage of it. And Kerry Collins did. 73% completion rating against the Chicago Bears.
There you go.
That's really high. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
Get the hot or get the mild, but make sure you pick up a jar of the best giardiniera in town from Marconi Foods. Give them a call, 312-421-0485, or go to marconi-foods.com.
Did you know if you have poor credit, your entire lifestyle is more expensive? That's right. If your credit score is low, it affects so many things. The lower your score, the more you're likely to pay in interest rates. For insurance, loans, even buying a car or a cell phone. It all adds up. But there is something you can do about it that could lower your cost of living. FreeScoreOffer.com allows you to check your credit score to see if all the details are correct. Other credit report services give you just one report, but when there are 3 bureaus keeping scores on you, that can be deceiving. You could have good credit on one report and something different on the other 2, and mistakes can be costly. But at FreeScoreOffer.com, you can get your credit scores from all 3. Know exactly where you stand with the credit bureaus. Go to FreeScoreOffer.com right now. That's FreeScoreOffer.com. FreeScoreOffer.com.
At Mercedes-Benz of Chicago, giving you more luxury for less money isn't a contradiction. It's our business plan. It must be working because we're the largest volume retail Mercedes-Benz dealer in Chicago. Right now, for a very limited time, save with remarkable incentives like 1.9% financing on select new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz models. Or save with a host of cashback offers valued from $1,000 to $12,000, available to both purchase and lease customers. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago is a Fletcher Jones dealership with a rich automotive history that goes back more than 50 years and a commitment to customer satisfaction that is simply unmatched. Other dealerships may try to duplicate our efforts, but that's to be expected. When you're Chicago's leading Mercedes-Benz dealer, what follows is everyone else. Mercedes-Benz of Chicago at 1100 North Clark Street. Visit us online at mercedes-benzchicago.com. Financing to qualified buyers on select models. Cashback on select new models.
Hi, Doug Buffone here for my good friends at Plaza Appliance, your hometown independent family appliance dealer. Visit Plaza Appliance today for added bonuses on select Miele appliances. Replace your current dishwasher with a new Miele dishwasher, and your satisfaction is guaranteed with a 90-day quiet cleaning money back guarantee. Upgrade your laundry with Miele's super large capacity front load laundry and receive a complimentary 5-year extended warranty, a $500 value. Visit PlazaAppliance.com for a showroom near you. Plaza Appliance, where service, price, and advice matter most since 1938. Hey, this is Doug Buffone. This is your Bears Talk destination and Chicago's #1 rated sports station.
WSCR.
Chicago.
670thescore.com. WSCR HD. The Score. A CBS radio station.
And I obviously can think of 3 or 4 I wish I'd have had back. It would have helped drives go, or that big play to Devin. But those weren't made, and the result is we lost. I'd taken my 3-step drop, and I knew Marty was one-on-one over there, and I tried to give him a ball that he could go up and get. He's pretty good at that. And guy made a good play. He jumped up and tipped it to the safety, and, you know, you got to chalk it up to they make plays, you know, as well.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. You just heard Rex Grossman talking about the play he threw to Marty Booker, and it was tipped, and, of course, the interception came. Well, yeah, a lot of times, you know, you try to make a big play. There's no question. The kid tried to do something there and hoping that Marty Booker would go up for it and try to make that play, but it did not happen. But again, too, I think the most important play of the game itself that was missed was the Hester one. And that you can't do. That you can't miss. Because, first of all, if there was pressure on you, I'd say, you know, there was pressure. But there wasn't any pressure. So as a quarterback, that's your job. Your job was to get that football to that wide receiver that's wide open. And if there's nothing there to hinder you, which there wasn't, then that should have been completed. And it was not.
Absolutely.
Let's go out to Ron in Lakeshore. Ron, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Okay.
Right, first off, Doug, I want to let you know that I've forgiven you. 2 years ago, I entered the pasta gravy contest on Taylor Street.
I didn't pick yours, Ron?
I was number 13 out of 13. I figured that I should have given you some lime icing with something to clear your palate. So.
I made a huge mistake, Ron. I apologize.
That's all right. Thank you, Doug. Second off, I just want to know what you guys have been noticing up in the booth with Devin Hester on the kickoffs and punt returns, if other teams are doing something schematically or if we're lacking on blocking for them or, you know, what you guys see just for the difference from this year or last year.
Ron, to me, it's right in front of you. It's they kicked to him today.
Oh yeah, everybody's kicking.
And you're
to him
talking
now.
One of the worst specialty teams in the league.
Exactly.
Are the Titans? They're on the bottom about everything in specialties. And Fisher, you know, we're gonna kick to him. You know, you guys are professionals. Stay in your lanes, and we're gonna cover them. And the biggest thing that I've seen, and Doug asked me that, I believe it was last week, what is the difference that I see? And it's speed. Speed. When Devin has to catch the punts or the kickoffs, if you go back and if somebody would run those films or get you those films, I mean, if it was up the middle or to the left or the right side, he was going 100 miles an hour. You don't see him doing that. You just really don't. I mean, he would go from first gear into fifth gear in a step and a half, and he was gone. He'd get going, make that little fake, and then he was gone. Well, you don't see that. That's what I see. Maybe, yeah. Doug, you see it different.
No, what it was is he depended on instinct, and that was very good because he's very good at that. And I think now he's thinking about where he should go instead of just...
I think there's too many things on his mind.
Right. Instead
One
of
of
hitting
them,
up in there.
Yeah, right.
You know, only thinks about wide receivers, but that fact is when he was doing that, when he was good at it, very good at it, the fact was he was just hitting up there and instinctively he would do what he needed to do. And he probably couldn't tell you what he did.
But he got there so damn fast.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's what you know, and guys that were coming down, you know, thought they had the angle at him, and here he's coming, know, like a bat out of hell, coming right back at them, and they missed the angle.
Here's another little tidbit for you. You know, on that one kickoff he took and the kicker tackled him? I know damn well when we used to have returns, somebody was always responsible for the kicker.
Right.
I mean, you took the kicker and you labeled him. I mean, you kept labeling, and that was my job when I was on returns. Go after the kicker and make sure he's nowhere around. And here's this kid, the kicker
Aren't
comes
there
up
rules
to
that
play.
you can't do that now, Doug?
No, you're allowed to get him.
Are you?
Yeah. Would they change him?
The way you used to do it?
Let me tell you a quick story. Remember we were playing against Dempsey?
Yeah, the kid from New Orleans.
New Orleans,
club
right?
footer. Yeah.
So Abe's the coach, obviously, and we're down there, and he says to me, he says, all right, go get the kicker. I said, Abe, the guy's got club foot. You know, I mean, he's got a bad foot and a bad arm. So I don't know if I can hit him.
Yeah, he had that one, he had deformed arm, and he had that half a foot.
With wood in it.
But he weighed about 250.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
260.
Right.
Yeah.
But I said, Abe, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can block this guy. I mean, I don't want to. You know, if the guy can't run, he can. Go out there, you know, Abe. Go. I want him down. So I go out there and I go out to hit him and I missed him. I roll over and you know what? My heart wasn't into it because I just couldn't hit him.
Yeah.
And then I hear on the loudspeaker, tackle by Dempsey. I came off. Abe about tore me 6 ways from Sunday.
Oh, my God.
And that's why I'm saying never again. I said I'll give nobody any kind of, quarter anymore. But I did. I just felt like I couldn't. The guy made the damn tackle. And so today, I was wondering why when the kicker made the tackle, I said, wait a minute there. Shouldn't somebody be blocking this guy? Well, maybe not. Let's go out to Ramsey and Bourbonnais. Ramsey on the score.
Hey, Dougie. Hey, Eddie. How are you guys doing?
All right, Rams.
Hey, I first want to start off by saying it's just an absolute honor to talk to you guys tonight.
Oh, we appreciate your call.
No, I appreciate you guys and what you guys do after every Bears game. I know it could be tough on some of these Sundays, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, like today.
Right. Well, I'm calling because I was out at the game, and to be honest, just hear me out on this. I know what the problem is, okay? I live in Bourbonnais, so I go to almost all their training camps almost every day, and I coach a Pop Warner football team out there. We went undefeated this year. All right, and what we do is we put our best athlete, okay, just put him at the QB position, and just let him do what he wants. And I think, why can't the Bears just take Devin Hester, put him at QB, and just let him do what he wants? Especially with the way some of these teams are running this wildcat offense. I'm sick of this. I'm just so sick and tired of watching Grossman try to do everything he's trying to do. Why don't we just get it to Hester, let him do what he wants, let him run around, run circles. I don't care, whatever he wants to do, somersault, whatever he wants to do.
Hey, Ramsey, let me try to answer this question for you. I've been on this airwaves it started about 3 years ago, but pretty much last year, about moving the pocket to the stronger to the weak side, going with a hurry-up offense, which means a no huddle. Go with a shotgun, and it's been tough enough, and they started doing it with Orton a little bit this year, and hopefully a lot more the last half of this season, because that's how you have to be in the National Football League today, okay? That's how you got to run. You got to run from different offensive formations. Now, you want to take us to the Wildcat formation with Devin Hester? We're trying to figure out how the hell to run from a no-huddle offense, from a shotgun, and from moving the pocket to the stronger weak side. So I don't think you'll see the Wildcat. I really don't.
Well,
but I'd like to see a little bit more of the no-huddle offense and get some rhythm going.
I'm sure, Ramsey, when you look at this and you want to take your best athlete, but in this game there's no question the quarterback's a specific position. Now, you could do some things like once or twice a game. You go in there and like they do with Reggie Bush from New Orleans, but you're not going to do that on a steady basis for a couple of reasons. First of all, he'll never finish the season if you keep doing that a lot of times when back there. And number two, you still got to stay conventional with the quarterback, and the quarterback's got to make the plays. And again, too, I think if you wanted to look at Hester right now, the biggest way you can help this football club, and here's where I'm really disappointed in today, was the fact that I thought that Brandon Lloyd was coming back, Ed, the wide receiver. Now, you tell me, this is the 6th game now. He practiced all week, and now he says, I can't play, or I'm not 100%. There's something going on here. Because if he would come back and he was playing wide receiver, that means that Hester could pay more attention to returning the football. Brandon Lloyd, it sounds like he wants nothing to do with that wide receiver spot.
Doug, I don't even want to waste my breath talking about that kid.
I really
don't.
I know. That's my point.
Yeah.
My point is it's a trickle-down effect. In some ways, it affects Hester. Let's go out to John on the road. John, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
All right, John.
Hey, I got an exhaustive list that I'd like to go through, from the Grossman diaries to, I think, of performance not being commensurate with pay. But trend, you guys talked about it earlier, and the trend is we are making some middle-of-the-road quarterbacks look like superstars this year. What is Lovey just that stubborn? Is somebody from the management, or what's going on? Why can't they make a change? Third and long, how many times third and long was Greasy able to, convert? Matt Ryan made him look like a freaking rock star, and then Kerry Collins today. I'm nervous on third and long, and I don't know. It's the trend. The trend that we have is the same conversation talking about Lovey needs to do this, Lovey needs to do that. Does he not listen to anybody? Is he being held from up above is what I'm wondering in terms of switching things up and letting these guys really get after it and get some W's.
John, as far as Ryan goes from Atlanta, that was a rookie quarterback, and that's just something. It was You know, what you see is what you get. And for 4 quarters, we never went after him. We played a very passive defense, and that kid just ate us up alive. That never should have happened. Never, ever, in anybody's book should that ever have happened. So, so you're talking about, I guess, stubbornness, right? About Lovie Smith. Is he stubborn? I'll tell you what, Doug. It seems that way, that he just doesn't want to give up on the cover 2 or even modify it. That Monty Kiffin, I believe that I pronounced his name right.
That's it.
He was one of the gurus of the Tampa 2 defense. He's still around, a defensive coordinator. And I heard him on the radio, Doug, say, the Tampa 2, if you're going to run it, it's got to be tweaked. He said, you can't run it the way it used to be. You can't do that anymore. You've got to make modifications to it if you're going to run it. And they don't run it that much anymore.
No, and I'll tell you today, I don't think we ran it that much either. I mean, we didn't get into the fact or the double coverage because we didn't need it because we wanted to stop the run. But I think what it is the pinpointed at the beginning.
The point of being is stubbornness.
Right.
That's,
the fact is, you take a look at what's going on out there, and I can't make that decision, and neither can you because we're not around that team. But something has to be done. If you've got a major problem all the time, and I call it a trend. After about 3 games, if it continues, it's called a trend. There's something there that has to be done to change the trend. So you're going to have to go out there and do something about it.
They got to break it down,
right.
Put in the extra hours, burn the candle at night, and then come up.
This is what we're doing wrong.
That's right.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Bill, Brian, Jim, Billy, Randy, all of you.
Hang in,
we'll
guys.
Be right back.
What is that sound? It's called Kadajak. It's the fine art of throat singing. My roommate's way into it. When did you get a roommate? When I realized how much I was paying for all my bills.
Why don't you get AT&T? They have a bundle with TV, phone, internet for one low monthly bill.
Maybe, but I'll tell you, Turkaluk is pretty good. He's thinking of getting on the pro circuit next year, and I can raise his rent.
There's a pro circuit of throat singing?
Yeah. The TAF, KTBA, they're huge. On a kind of regional scale.
Call today and get high-speed internet, digital home phone, and advanced TV with UVerse for $30 each per month for 1 year. Plus, get DVR included. Call 1-800-PICK-ATT or visit att.com/advanced30.
Offer ends 1/31/09. Geographic restrictions apply to UVerse. Must maintain qualifying services to receive TV price, which includes bill credit. After 12 months, standard TV pricing applies. For details, call 1-866-902-8604 or visit att.com/TV bundle.
Are you the next great play-by-play or talk show host? Find out just what it takes to work in sports media and see how CSB can get you started on your dream career in sports broadcasting. Join the Score's Lawrence Holmes at the CSB School of Broadcasting in Downers Grove on Tuesday, November 18th at 6 p.m. for a free sports broadcasting workshop. Log on to the events page at 670thescore.com for your chance to reserve a spot or call 1-800-TV-RADIO for more details. Seats are limited.
Ever wonder about the girl next door or the girl who works for your doctor or dentist? Ever wonder what they look like out of uniform? I mean, way out of uniform. Maybe you'll find out. Come join me, Erica, this Tuesday at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, where I'll be hosting Amateur Night. Come out and see the good girls you know by day being very bad at night and living out their fantasies before your eyes and mine at Blackjack's this Tuesday. And girls, come join me. Have some fun, show it off, and maybe even take home $1,000. Bring your sexiest lingerie and your girlfriends to cheer you on. And guys, are you looking for a place to have a bachelor party? Call 888-791-6100 and book your free bachelor party now. And don't forget, Blackjack's is the only gentleman's club in the western suburbs with a full liquor bar. Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, just 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or come visit blackjacks.com.
In '69, Danny Finch dreamed of becoming an astronaut until his dreams came crashing down.
Trying to pin a murder on me. Sounds like you got it coming.
New Cold Case, CBS tonight.
Hi, Doug Buffone here. Here are 3 keys to a great oil change. Number 1, you got to be quick. Number 2, you got to be good. Number 3, you got to be convenient. Here's my scouting report on Jiffy Lube. They've got the speed. You never need an appointment. They got the experience. Over 1.6 million vehicles per year. And there are 111 Jiffy Lube stores in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Jiffy Lube is in your neighborhood where you live or work. My friends at Jiffy Lube have been sponsors of the Bears postgame show for many years, and I've been a Jiffy Lube customer for even longer. So the next time you need an oil change, pull into the next Jiffy Lube you see and tell them Doug Buffone sent you. Or take a look at www.chicagolandjiffylube.com for locations and a money savings coupon for oil changes. Jiffy Lube. They're fast and they're good.
Have you heard? Walgreens has generics for less than $1 a week. That's less than $1 a week for a 90-day supply on over 400 generic medications when you sign up for Walgreens Prescription Savings Club. Plus, save on 5,000 other brand name and generic medications. See how much you could save and get $50 in coupons free just for asking about the club.
Program is not insurance. Membership fee required. Membership may be canceled within 30 days of issue date. See store for complete terms and conditions.
In the movies, fire is often shown as a cool special effect. From the explosions to the action star who jumps from a burning building. What fire isn't is kind to you, your home, or your office. It's Fire Prevention Week, and it's time to learn about how a fire sprinkler system will save you and your family. Visit sprinklerfitterchicago.org to use a union contractor and to download their educational Sprinkler Man coloring book for the kids. Fire is one of life's most destructive forces. Learn to prevent it today. Visit sprinklerfitterchicago.org.
We did our job. We set up what we were supposed to. Obviously, that's not enough. Didn't get it done. Once again.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Be the 67th person to text HAMMER to 67011 and win an S-Wing Hammer postgame show gift pack. Stop yourself and use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. Made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923.
It's worth the text.
That's right.
They're the best.
Did I slur S-Wing?
No, you didn't.
All right, thanks.
No, you didn't say F-Wing. You didn't say F-Wing.
I did that one time and they got all over me. I go to swing.com for more information. Price Pack brought to you by S-Wing Hammers and 670 The Score. They're out of Rockford, Illinois. Nice bunch of guys.
You bet.
Let's go out to Jimmy in Amboy, Illinois. Jimmy on The Score.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Ed. How you doing?
What's up, Jimmy?
Well, I agree with what you said earlier, Ed. I think they have to burn the midnight oil. This thing should have been fixed six games ago.
You bet.
It should have been fixed 6 games ago. You know, we scored 14 points. If our defense had done their job, they'd done their job stopping the run, but they can't stop it through the air. If they had stopped their passing attack, the 14 points would have been enough to win this game.
Yeah. You know what, Jimmy? I hope you were listening when I just listened to Lance Briggs, who I think is having a sensational year.
Yes, he is.
I mean, you talk about a guy that's stepping up to the plate week in and week out, and to hear him, Jimmy, he was kind of like Doug. You know, like what more can we do?
Mm-hmm.
What more can he do? They gave it a good shot, and he said that. What did he say? I guess it's not enough, but it was like the tone that he said it. And boy, I tell you what, we need this guy. We need him big time, Doug. This guy's playing some great football. And we're going to need him and everybody else big time coming this week up in Green Bay. But I just saw a little bit of like, what more can I do? Is it worth it to keep doing this? Something like that.
It's almost like
I don't know. I'm just it was funny.
A lot of times too, when you lose a game. And we've been through this.
He made 11 solo tackles out there.
Sure, he was all over the place.
He was all right.
And sometimes you feel helpless because you can't do other things, like you can't.
That's
throw
what I'm
the
saying. It was like kind of like a helpless.
Yeah.
What his comments were like, "What the hell more do you want me to do? I can't do any more.
I'm doing what I'm supposed. I did my job.
Right.
And that's exactly what he was talking about.
Right.
So. But again, too, I mean, you got to figure it out. Defensively, offensively, also they have to look at certain things. We don't know if Kyle Orton's going to be back next week. And the fact is that we're going to have to get Grossman in the right frame of mind to do better than what he did today, because he did not play a good football game today. You do not come out with a rating with 64 or 4.2 average, passes per, a gain per pass. That's not good enough. And the fact is, you're going to have to get better there.
They got to put him in position to do that, Doug,
exactly.
to get better. And if you think that he's going to come from constantly for 4 quarters from under center and have a 121 rating, that's not going to happen.
No. And I agree 100% with that. I think, what you do with him with the no-huddle, shotgun, move it around a little bit.
Damn right.
And do some other things differently.
He's capable.
Let's go out to Plainfield.
Hey, Doug and OB, it's Matt. How you doing?
Hey, Matt. How you doing,
Matt?
buddy? Your name wasn't up here, Matt. I just saw Plainfield. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Let me just say that I'm the kind of guy that normally puts the blame on the players more than I do the coaches.
Uh-huh.
That being said, I want to know your thoughts about the coaching staff not recognizing last year that Orton appears to be the better quarterback, number one, and then number two, the defense since Rivera left has had a major letdown. I'd like to know your thoughts on that and why the defensive line isn't getting put onto the carpet a little bit more than I think they should be, because obviously we're not getting that pressure.
I'm going to leave the defensive line to Eddie, and the fact is, though, they are not getting to the quarterback. We are not getting the pressure nor the sacks. So, Ed, I don't know what can be done.
Well, there's a couple of things that can be done. And, again, it's right in front of you, Doug. They've got to put different alignments up there. They really do. Get one of those guys not at an angle, one of our defensive tackle, at an angle into the gap, shading the guard or the center's outside or his inside shoulder. Get somebody nose up right on him. Bring in a defensive end, maybe swing him over to the strong side, swing him over to the weak side, overload one way or the other. Get him in different 3-point down stance positions instead of the same position, and try the line tricks. I mean, there's only so much you can do, Doug. Okay? Are you going to get there every time? No. But when you sit down basically in what they do in their gaps, on and off the shoulders of the two offensive guards, Doug, they can just sit back there and wait for you. They know where the hell you're coming.
Sure.
I don't care how good you are. And then the defensive ends, they got to get around, because they can't take the inside rush, because if they do, out wheels the quarterback, and off they go to the races. So our defensive ends have to put more decisive pressure on the outside. And the only thing that I can think of right now, Doug, to help them, and there's talented guys. I mean, these guys are making millions. I mean, they've been to the Pro Bowl, they're all pro, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and it's not happening. But that's what I would do. I would offset them, Doug, to the stronger, the weak side with the line tricks, see how it goes.
See, when I look at pass rush, the one thing I think about, and I think the one thing is very important, and especially important for defensive ends, is that you have up the middle pass rush. We tell the center and the two guards to protect that area. I watched many times Joe Montana play, and he saw when he would literally run up into the pocket, because the guard and the two guards in the center sealed it off. If you can get someone that can also make a move upfield pressure-wise, I'm not talking about sacks. Now, we want to talk about Tennessee. Take a look at their two defensive tackles. Hainsworth has 6.5 sacks. The other kid, Tony Brown, has had 3 sacks. But they have a lot of pressure coming up that middle, which makes it easy on guys like yourself coming from the outside.
That's right, because then he can't.
What's he going to do? Step up? He's stepping up nowhere.
Right.
And then you're going to take his head off.
That's what made, when they talk about that 46 defense with the Bears. And to me, obviously, if I'm a homer or whatever, that team in '85, when they won the Super Bowl, Doug, I don't know if I've ever seen a better football team, especially defensively. I mean, those guys really came, but the one guy, and I think if you talk to most of the guys, that really made that whole thing go. I mean, there's a lot of guys that did a lot of great football on that defensive team, Doug. But I'm going to tell you, the ability of Dan Hampton, from either the stronger, the weak side position at tackle, to be able to be obviously one-on-one, but to take two people and not be stymied at the line of scrimmage and take them back, Doug, 4 yards, 5 yards, 6 yards. Maybe he didn't get there, but he dumped them in the quarterback's lap, and if there were blitzes coming, it all happened. Because Dan himself would collapse that line.
Absolutely.
That's why he's in the Hall of Fame.
And that, to me, is part of the pressure, and that's where the defensive ends come in and clean up.
And Tommy Harris was our guy to get up in the gap. But then again, Doug, when you just sit in basically those same positions, all they have to do is just sit back, double team you, zone block. Doesn't matter. That's all they do.
And they step up into the pocket.
There you go.
It's that easy. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
Hey folks, Jesse Rogers here. I've been telling you all summer about some of the great deals at Elmhurst Toyota, and those deals have extended to the fall as well. I've been driving a car from Elmhurst Toyota for several years now, and they do a great job in taking care of people over there. They understand about the hard economic times and have some deals that should help, especially if you're interested in a certified pre-owned car. Let's face it, you may not be able to afford a new one, so certified pre-owned is the way to go. Right now, till the end of the year, they have 3.9% financing on all certified pre-owned 4Runners, Tundras, and Sequoias for up to 66 months. That's unheard of. And on all other certified pre-owned cars in which there are no specials, you don't have to make your first payment for 90 days. That's 3 months before you pay a single dollar. Again, unheard of. You can check them out on the web right now at elmhursttoyota.com or call 800-266-3000 and ask for Mike Wishney. He heads up the certified pre-owned car department, and though he's in mourning for the Cubs, he'll take good care of you. And when you head out there, located off of I-290 on Lake Street, make sure you tell him Jesse Rogers sent you.
SCR Scoreboard Update.
Right at 5:30, I'm from the Score Update studios. I'm Matt Rodewald with a Scoreboard Update. It's brought to you by the newly remodeled St. Charles Toyota. To find out more about 0% financing, visit them today at toyota.net. Also sponsored by Gold Bond Ultimate Restoring Lotion. See for yourself why everyone's talking about the new Gold Bond Ultimate Restoring Lotion with 7 moisturizers and vitamins plus CoQ10 to help your skin look and feel like it used to. Gold Bond Ultimate Restoring Lotion. It looked start for the Bears.
Third down and goal at the 5-yard line of Tennessee. Hester trots to the right. They park Booker in the slot to the right. Left side, you've got Greg Olson. Grossman from center with 5 of the play clock goes empty now with Forte matched up with Bullock. Outside the numbers left. Back to throw Grossman. As time throws, left side caught, touchdown, Matt Forte, touchdown Bears.
But that was it. Terrible field position, 3 for 14 on third downs, and the defense just couldn't stop Kerry Collins. The Bears lose 21-14 to the Titans. Tennessee escapes with its unbeaten 9-0 record intact, and where did it go wrong for Lovie Smith and company?
We didn't have a good day. I mean, I can talk offense, defense, special teams. We haven't gotten the production from our special teams. Brad has been good for the most part throughout. We just haven't gotten the type of production that we need.
Rex Grossman was 20 of 37 for 173 yards. He ran one in the fourth to keep the Bears within reach, but they couldn't put a final drive together. Kerry Collins threw 2 touchdown passes to go with his 289-yard day. He had to be good for the Titans since they only picked up 20 yards in the ground for the entire day, and the Bears will head to Green Bay next week. Updating some of the games going on right now, the late games, late in the third, all 3 of them. Carolina with a 14-6 lead on Oakland. They can't shake the Raiders. And 2 games that are tied. Kansas City and San Diego tied at 13. They're heading to the fourth. And Indy and Pittsburgh tied at 17 as they head to the fourth quarter at Heinz Field. Giants and Eagles tonight. We'll have that for you at 7:15 right here on the Score. Hockey, the Blackhawks at home tonight at the United Center taking on the Calgary Flames. And the BCS standings are out. Alabama and Texas are 1-2 with Texas, the Longhorns, a distant third. Diet Pepsi wants to give you a chance to meet Nick Swisher, have a VIP dinner with the Slugger, talk baseball, and get an autograph. Enter at 670thescore.com, and you could be one of 40 lucky winners. I'm Matt Rodewald, and you are listening to Chicago's #1 sports radio station, 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Coming up next, more with Doug and OB in the postgame show right here on WSCR The Score.
His jack-o'-lanterns are on permanent display at museums around the world. He has over 3,200 skeletons in his closet. The Ouija board asks him questions. He sees dead people, but only while squinting. He once beat the Grim Reaper at gin rummy. If confronted by a werewolf, he'd know exactly what to do. He fears nothing except unicorns, and with good reason. One year he tried to go as uninteresting. It didn't work. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but But when I do, I prefer Dos Equis.
Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Reason number 9 to switch to Geico. There's nothing sweeter than saving money on car insurance. It's one of those rare opportunities in life where you can thumb your nose at the system and say, okay, system, listen up. I just got a better deal with Geico. Great savings, personal service 24/7, and the latest in online technology. Of course, the system may sulk for a day or two, but you're going to feel a lot better.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
If you ride a motorcycle, you might be thinking, oi, Geico customers seem to be having a lot of fun and saving money on their car insurance. But what about us bikers? Why can't we save money? This makes us angry. Let's form a biker gang and go and tell them what for. Oi, hold on, just call it. Geico insures all sorts of motorcycles like cruisers, street, sport, touring and high-performance bikes. So they're on it. Now let's have a little smile.
Now Geico offers insurance on all the stuff that moves you, including motorcycles. Call 1-800-44-CYCLE or visit geico.com.
Saved by Zero. Waiting for the perfect time to take home your new Toyota? Well, there's no better time than right now. Because right now you can get 0% financing on 12 different Toyota models. Saved by Zero. Financing just can't get any lower. Get 0% financing on the new 2008 Sienna, RAV4, Highlander, Yaris, 4Runner, Sequoia, Tacoma V6, Tundra, and FJ Cruiser. Or the new 2009 Corolla, Matrix S or XRS, Camry, Sienna, 4-cylinder Tacoma, and Tacoma V6. No other car company can offer you 0% on as many models. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, moving forward.
0% APR financing for 36 months or more with $2,778 per $1,000 borrowed or less. For qualified buyers with approved Tier 1 Plus through Tier 3 Excellent credit through Toyota Financial Services on qualifying new 2008 and 2009 Toyotas excluding hybrids. Down payment may be required. Does not apply to other offers. Offers may vary by region. Subject to availability. See participating dealer for details. Offers end 12/108.
This was huge. I guess I want to say credit to Tennessee. You know, they're undefeated, and they continue to do that, and they're finding ways to win. And, you know, we'll sit back, watch tape on this game, and then start preparing for Green Bay.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Ed, let's go out to Randy in Iowa. Randy on the Score.
O'Bradovich on 670.
Turn down your phone. There it is, buddy. Go ahead, Randy.
Hello.
Go ahead, Randy. You're on, buddy.
You're on, Randy.
I'm on the road here in Iowa, just heading back to work. Anyway, I called Friday and stuff. A couple of things I wanted to ask is it impossible for the Bears to run, like maybe once in a while, switch to a 3-4 defense, get 4 linebackers out there, get 1 linebacker to blitz like Lawrence Taylor used to do with the New York Giants? That's one of the things I think they should do. And another thing is, like, before the ball is snapped and stuff, is there a rule where a defensive lineman can't, like, bear crawl or something like that, or they can flip-flop guys, maybe from left to right, right to left, have a little movement on the defensive line, maybe go into gaps, go straight up, full rush to center? I mean, I coached football for a lot of years, and I used to put my biggest fast guy in the center and just pound on him until, you know, he couldn't basically snap the ball no more. And that's about the only thing I have to say about the defense. I like to see him just kind of switch things around, give them a different look every time. I think that's what they need to do is switch things up. I mean, they line up, they don't even move, or, I mean, you know, they're basically the same defense all the time, and that's all I got to say about that, and looking for your comment. Thanks.
Number one, Randy, be safe on the road going back to Iowa, and you'll see a 3-4 here. No. Lovey's an advocate of basically the 4-3, and that's the way it's going to be. But I had mentioned earlier, Randy, that exactly what you were trying to mention, to move that line, the individual linemen, especially the inside guys, to the weak or the strong side, head up on the nose tackle, not shading the inside or outside shoulder. And those things can be done, and hopefully they will do it, because what's working now is not working. So the only other thing they can do, Doug, is position them in different positions according to the strong or the weak side, whichever way they want to make a line trick or move the line.
We used to take the defensive line, and normally the middle linebacker did it, but then toward the end of my career, I did it. We'd take the defensive line, would set them up, and we would do it. It was almost like the Rockette Dancers. We'd go to 56, then we'd go back to 54. These are different defenses. Now, the shift to the weak side, shift to the strong side, then the linebacker will come in. And you had like a sequence there, and I'll tell you what, it was like a dance. And once you do that...
screws up their blocking.
Absolutely. The guy talks to himself.
The center, who does he take?
Who do I got? No, 56, no, 54.
Right.
It's so effective. But you know what? There's so much stuff has been lost, Ed, in this game that I'll tell you it's making me sick. I mean, that was one of them. The other one is the beating up the hell out of the tight end who has a field day nowadays. But just imagine...
They let him off the line of scrimmage without giving him a forearm shiver.
Nothing. Let him come off, let him catch the football, let him run down 20 yards and turn around.
There you go. That would help the three-step drop, believe me, because a lot of times they're hitting the tight end on a three-step.
Let's go to Brian in Rockford. Brian, you're on the score.
Yeah, how you guys doing, Doug?
All right, Brian.
Brian.
Yeah, well, you guys just made a point that I was kind of trying to make. I mean, I know we're not getting any pressure. I mean, it's a three-step drop all the time on these guys. These guys aren't doing any stunts, and they aren't lining up opposite corners and opposite shoulders. And the thing with the defense, it seems that, we're playing a 12-yard prevent all the time.
That's right.
These guys aren't coming up and hitting a guy when he comes off the line, doing nothing there. And it's like they're saying, okay, yeah, we don't want to have the long one, but we'll give you 10, 12 yards. Just march down the field, and we'll give you 70 yards.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm upset about that. I mean, we all play football and did something in our lives. I mean, but this is I've been watching this for 9 games now, and everybody's fading back, and the middle is wide open. They do the slants left and right. They do the little down and outs, and these guys are playing soft on everybody. Nobody's in their face. What was the guy on their defense?
Finnegan?
The cornerback?
Finnegan.
Yeah. This guy's in everybody's face every play.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see these guys be in everybody's face every play and let them know that we're there.
If I could give a caller of the show, you'd be it.
Brian, it's a philosophy.
You would be it because you're absolutely correct, 100% correct. You got to challenge people. You can't sit back there and let those zones wide open like we were talking about at the beginning of the show. The fact is you cannot let them do that. When a quarterback has a 73% completion against you, which today they had, 73% completions on the passing today by Collins. That's because you're not challenging these guys coming out in your zone. Just because you get back in your zone doesn't mean your job is done. And that's exactly what's going on. And you best challenge him. Because if you do challenge him, the guy can't make the throw, and that gives the extra time for the defensive line to make the sack.
You know what, too, Brian? When you see these wideouts and the guys, that, especially veterans, they know if it's a too deep or however they're playing in the zone, they know what part of the zone they're playing. And if they know they're playing in the back of that zone, they'll come back, they'll tell the quarterback, hey, I'm going to break it off 3 yards earlier or 5 yards early. Well, why? Because he's playing all the way back in the zone, and he's waiting for me to come to him. Well, I'm going to break it off in front of him and go out or over the middle. That happens in football. Believe me, it does.
It's like stealing. I mean, it's absolutely like stealing because you're not going to challenge somebody. The fact is the quarterback can have a field day. And Collins was so comfortable in what he did. And we saw that happen in the Atlanta game with Ryan, the young rookie.
Oh, hell, Doug.
Become so comfortable.
Well, the problem there was we never went after him.
No, but to say the same difference was...
To let a rookie get away with that?
It's called aggressive defense. And that's one thing. We do against the run, we were right there. We're taking that run down. They're doing a hell of a job doing that. But they're going to have to come back and start playing this pass defense a hell of a lot better. Like I said, it's a trend. It's a trend they better break. Let's go out to Dale and Elsip. Dale, you're on the score.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Dale. Go ahead.
Doug, man, I'll tell you 2 things. One, the way Babbage is calling the plays, he's love his guy. Right?
Well, that's why he kept him. I mean, he would have had Rivera.
And you know what? I miss him so bad now, Rivera. Second thing is the way they play off, and they give the guy the 10-yard slant, 5-yard slant.
Sure.
The slants are killing him. And the only way they can take away that is the linebacker or the lineman standing up and knocking down a pass. How many passes did we knock down today?
We tipped one.
I think one.
Yeah. Maybe one, yeah. Okay, and
second thing is with Rex in the game, you knew that he's limited offensively because Turner's going to limit him. You know, he's only going to have a certain amount of plays, etc. And he's still threw in the coverage and still had a problem.
Dale, if what you just said there is true, that Rex is limited, and this is what Rex is, what, 6th year?
Yeah.
6th, 7th year? And Dale, if what you're saying is true, then this guy shouldn't be playing on his team. Not if it's in his 6th year of football, and he cannot come from or run an offense from all these different offensive sets. If he cannot do that, he should not be on this team. He should not be in the league. Doug, I don't know. I don't know how else you would even look at that.
Well, you know what?
I mean, if it's limited because he can't do it, he has no business being on this team.
Well, the thing about it, though, he is on this team for one reason. The kid is a backup. That's exactly what he is, and you need a backup. But as far as being a frontliner, what you're talking about, I think probably the limited part is the fact that he doesn't have the physical ability to do certain things.
Well, Doug, you got the wrong guy.
Yeah,
backing him up then.
It's hard to find.
Because if he comes in there and he can only run from one offensive set or two, and he can't run from the multiple offensive sets, what's he doing on the team?
But then wouldn't it be up to coaches
What's
to
your
find
philosophy?
Out he has a strong arm. Wouldn't it be up to the coaches to find out what he does do best? And you and I talked about it. What, the no huddle and also the shotgun. So you put him in his best strength, the best position he can be in to be successful.
He said he's comfortable in that.
Yeah,
he's comfortable in it. He says it.
I know. And that's why I was shocked we weren't starting at the beginning of the game. Right. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. 312-644-6767.
When I opened the box, I was blown away. I mean, I can't explain how beautiful this coin is.
I heard him gasp, and then I saw the coin.
The New York Mint is releasing to the public a limited number of $100 Union silver coins. So breathtaking, it's an experience just opening the box. For free information and a free collector's DVD, call 1-800-700-4148. Sketches of the $100 Union were discovered deep in the vaults of the Smithsonian. Proposed by coin designer George T. Morgan, the $100 Union is now presented in a hefty 1.5 ounces of gleaming proof silver.
It was to be the largest coin ever in U.S. history.
He's the collector, but I have to admit it is a joy to own this coin.
These bold and brilliant $100 Unions are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. To receive free information and a free DVD, call the New York Mint Direct at 1-800-700-4148. That's 1-800-700-4148. Goodbye and good riddance.
We're through. Got it?
You've been nothing but a pain.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the credit card companies, now is your chance to say goodbye to your debt problems. Just call 1-800-700-4315.
So long, sucker.
North American Debt Solutions has a proven history of helping thousands of Americans take back control of their credit card debt problems. Now let us help find the perfect solution for you. Call now for free information. 1-800-700-4315.
Credit card debt, it's over.
Adios y hasta nunca. If you have debts of $10,000 or more, call North American Debt Solutions immediately for free information. We know the secrets to settling your credit card debt fast, once and for all.
Beat it.
The end.
Don't you ever come back.
You don't have to struggle any longer. You have the right to take charge and say goodbye to your credit card debt for good. Please call for free information right now. 1-800-700-4315. 1-800-700-4315.
This is the time of year that we celebrate. It's not about the parades or the big game.
Touchdown!
It's about loved ones and family traditions.
And don't forget, Campbell's Green Bean Casserole.
A special holiday feast.
With Campbell's Green Bean Casserole.
Enjoying your favorite traditional dishes.
Especially the green bean casserole.
And all the wonderful things this season is about. Find green bean casserole and many other holiday recipes at campbellskitchen.com. Campbell's Green Bean Casserole. Make some holiday magic.
Genuine Ford and Lincoln Mercury Parts and Service presents A Word from Your Wallet.
Now, are we at the gas station? No.
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling these gas prices, too.
I'm the wallet down here. Head to a Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealership.
Why?
Proper vehicle maintenance. A new air filter can save 41 cents a gallon. Correct tire inflation up to 12 cents a gallon.
Wow, that sure adds up.
Fat wallets are very in right now. now.
Ask for the Works Fuel Saver Package at your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer and get fuel-saving details at GenuineService.com.
It doesn't matter if you lose. It doesn't matter what you do. I mean, I don't know what they had. I know they didn't run the ball a whole lot, but we still gave up 7-yard passes, 10-yard passes. I mean, we got guys coming free, unblocked. Can't get there. Why? I don't know. I'm going to stop right here, all right, because I don't want to say something that I'm going to regret tomorrow, so I would appreciate it if y'all we just stop.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. You just heard Alex Brown talking about what's going on, and you read between the lines, and he's saying guys are wide open, 10 yards, 12 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards, and that's what he's saying. What he's saying, what we're saying, and what we're seeing, that nobody's admitting to. The fact is that they are not covering these guys. They're not covering. You're not giving your defensive line a chance to get to the damn quarterback because the guys are so damn wide open. And so consequently what happens is it's a field day back there. Anytime a quarterback can go 73% against you throwing the football, there's a problem. Now, it's not just this football game. It's a problem all year. So somewhere along the road, somebody better correct this, or else this is going to be a real bad year. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, Doug, they're not going to correct it. They haven't corrected it in 3 years, In all fairness, I don't think we got great players. I will not blame one of these losses this year on players because we do have talent. But when you don't make adjustments during a game, it drives me crazy. Alex Brown, I love him. You know how good he is? We almost didn't even sign him because we don't sign good players. We let them go away. We train these wide receivers. We train them for 3 or 4 years. Guess what? Then they go to the other team. A guy like Justin Gage finally learns how to play the position. We taught him, and then he burns us. We can't even cover him. The defense, if we're going to get burned on passes, why not blitz every play? We get no pass rush. We got Mike Brown, we got Urlacher, we got Briggs. Blitz them. What's the worst that can happen? They gain 17, 18 yards on a pass play? They were doing that when we don't blitz. Another thing, if we had a good quarterback, I don't mind passing on first down. But when we go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and we try to pass on first down every time, throw an incomplete pass, then we have 2nd and 10. Then what happens? We have to throw again. They know it. Everybody knows it. We don't even have a running back in the backfield on 2nd down because we got to throw the ball. These coaches do not make adjustments. Jeff Fisher outsmarted us today. He's a great coach. Every time we get beat, it's because we got outcoached. Our head coach, our offensive coordinator, and our defensive coordinator. I don't blame the players. We should have won almost all these games. Our coaches let us down. They're not going to make adjustments. We never make adjustments during a game. And with that, guys, thank God we have you to listen to because, it's very frustrating watching the Bears. I love them, but it's very frustrating.
Chip, I assume you're still listening. You didn't speak and hang up the phone. Shut down the station, but I'm going to tell you this. If what you're saying is true, buckle up, pal. You got 3.5 more years of it.
Yeah. But you know what is amazing? And Chip was talking about adjustments. Maybe just overall philosophy is wrong in the first place. In other words, to adjust. When you take a look at this, and you take a look, let's just start with the defense. Ed and you and I we talked about what's the problem getting to the quarterback. Well, we talked about moving these guys around.
Move them around.
The defensive line.
There's only so many things you can do.
Right. 2, the other thing you can do is have your defensive backs play tighter, play closer in the zones.
Right.
Where there's not those 10 yards. We've seen guys so far open, it was unbelievable. And I think that's what Alex Brown was trying to say but can't say. The fact is that you can't give that kind of a cushion to these guys. You got to play them tighter and tougher so we can get to the quarterback. So these are not adjustments. This is a philosophy. And so that's what you have to really look at.
It has to be the philosophy.
Right, it has to be. It's not their philosophy.
If you're a football player, you can't be that dumb.
No. Well, I don't think so.
You can't be that dumb.
You can't sit back and let somebody play catch with you in front of you for a whole day and not be aggravated.
And go back and at least talk to your defensive backs coach. Hey, coach, this guy's he's cutting. He's looking at me. And he's 5-7 yards from me. He's making a break. I can't get there.
Yeah.
What do I do? Tell me, Coach, what should I do? I don't know. I don't even think that's even happening.
Well, I got to tell you, it's just imagine how frustrating it must be as a player. And you listen to Alex Brown there, and you can tell these guys. Lance Briggs, when he was talking, there's something wrong here, and they've got to correct it.
I told you an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, that can that be corrected? That can be, and how to correct it. Go to last 9 games, burn the midnight oil, get down exactly how and down in yardage and where and why and where your problems are, and make the adjustments from there.
But you know what scares me, Ed? They knew this was happening, not just in this 9 games.
I understand.
Why didn't we look at it real closely after 3?
All right. Doug, that's a question that only Lovie Smith would answer. And what kind of an answer you think you'd get from him if he asked you that question?
Rex is my quarterback?
Rex is my quarterback. Well, they got Green Bay, and
well, it's another game.
You know what?
Fresh. We're still in first place.
Yeah, it's still in first place. But I'll tell you what, Doug, what you denoted from Briggs and some of them, and Alex Brown, good football players. You'd start frustration there, just the tone of their voice and the words and the sentences they're using.
Because they played their ass off today.
Yes, they did, and. It's not about, I think about them. I think what they're trying to say in between lines, my friend, is it the system.
Exactly. And, there's no question about it.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can't come out and say certain things, you know that as well as I do.
They'll run you out of town.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact is, though.
Because the name coach is in front of their name.
Yeah. They're getting tired of it. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon. Eddie, thanks a lot, buddy. Next week could be a different deal. You think we'll beat the Packers?
Doug, it's going to be a tough go up there.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough game. That's a pretty good football team. You talk, we got problems with our pass defense. What do you think they like to do? They launch the ball short, intermediate, and they launch it way downfield, my friend.
And these are better receivers than what the Bears
bet they
today
are. You bet.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffon. I want to thank everybody, and especially, Ed and I really appreciate this, all the callers. You certainly make this show, and you give Ed and I a lot of things to talk about and think about. Thank our producers, Chris Tannehill, Matt Peoples, and Herb Lawrence. Updates with Matt Rodewald and our guest, David Schuster, the Bear Beat reporter. Up next, Pro Football Weekly. The guy, Hal Barkish. He'll take your calls. We'll be seeing you next week against the Packers, and hopefully with a different outcome. Good night, everybody.
Rex is our quarterback.